with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Pancho wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
Of Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome in, trainers. Happy Memorial Day weekend to all the folks here in the United States. We are here in sunny, warm Los Angeles, California, the entertainment capital of the world, here for our final North American regional tournament. I'm Wholesome _ joined by the immensely talented Softo.
Thanks, Wholesome. I'm really happy to be here. Like you said, it's the last North American regional of the season. And let's take a look back at some of the other North American regionals that we've had so far. As a reminder, it's a road to World Championships. Honolulu is coming up in just a couple of months. And before then, we only have one more event, and that is going to be NAIC in New Orleans.
That's right. Well, I'm really excited to see how the meta is going to shake up here in this final tournament, not only of the regional season, but also of the Pokemon Go season. So a lot of changes to expect for some of those future tournaments. Let's take a look at our championship points format, Soph.
And this is what's on the line here in Los Angeles. We have 200 championship points going to the winner. Of course, the winner also gets an automatic invite to those World Championships if they don't have one already. But that's all also going to be leading up not just to an invite, but to a potential travel award, which could be a huge difference maker for a lot of the trainers here today.
Well, so before we get started here in Los Angeles, let's take a look back at our Indianapolis Regional Championship.
Chris Reisner here to take you through a recap of the 2024 Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Indianapolis, Indiana. In the penultimate North American Regional of the season, 168 trainers came to the Hoosier State in hopes of capturing a title. Lyle Jeffs continued his dominant season on day 1 with his trusted Shadow Sableye. Another trainer, SJ, in just his second regional tournament impressed everyone with his gameplay en route to defeating notable trainers Elam and Magic Mason in a stacked Group D. On day 2, the tables turned as Shiny Dialga upset the 2-time regional champion Lyle Jeffs, and suddenly the favorite was out of the competition. Eventually, it was SJ and Out of Pocket who delivered a performance to remember in a stunning winners final series that went an exciting 5 games. Meanwhile, on the loser's side of the bracket, it was Trent who made quick work of competitor after competitor, knocking off big names like A Shady Equation, Elam, Crimson, Shiny Dialga, and Out of Pocket. In the grand finals, the Dugong from SJ put on early pressure against Trent, and his spectacular play made the 2-time regional participant and 2-time grand finalist a first-time regional champion. Think you have what it takes to become a champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
So much, Rise. That was a great recap of those Indianapolis regional champions. Again, congratulations to SJ, Trent, and Pocket on an incredible performance there. Let's take a look again at their teams. You see SJ there. Actually, I believe took this team from Lurgan Rocket in the European region, piloted it to a championship here. And of course, Trent, his first appearance in the grand finals. Pocket, a mainstay in the championship series, and we're actually going to see him in LA later today.
So if I think you mentioned that Trent also qualified for Worlds with that second place as well. So that was great to see, not only making his way into the grand finals, I believe for the first time, but punching his ticket for the World Championship as well. Let's take a look at our top 12 Pokemon at Indianapolis. It was the Annihilate show, so we saw a huge resurgence in that Pokemon. And you know what? I think that that Annihilate may be the strongest fighter in the meta today. No showing from Poliwrath whatsoever.
Absolutely. We saw Poliwrath doing really well earlier, but Annihilate has kind of pushed those other fighters out of the meta. Gligar, again, used to be #1 in usage at a lot of these tournaments, has fallen to #2, but it's not just the Pokemon. Remember, let's take a look at some of our trainers who have won the regional champions this season. You see SJ there at the bottom, latest edition, and we're going to have another one here in Los Angeles this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of repeat trainers that we've seen. 3 from Dunebug, 2 from Lyle Jeffs. But this is the final regional, and I can't wait to see who the champion will be. But let's take a look at our leaderboard. We mentioned Dunebug and Lyle Jeff. No surprise there that they are 1 and 2. So is there any catching Dunebug at this point? Over 500-point difference, it looks like there.
I think it would have to be the NAIC champion, who might even have a small chance to catch Dunebug, but it's going to be really, really difficult. He has just an insane number of championship points, leading not just North America, but the entire world by a huge, huge margin.
Okay, well, let's shift gears and take a look at our Stockholm regional tournament as well. Very recently, we just saw Polasha with an amazing run on the back of that Shadow Magnezone, taking down both Lurgan as well as Matt Beer there in the grand finals.
Shadow Magnezone, certainly a signature pick for Paula, did really well with it at EUIC as well. You see Lurgan there actually ran the same team as SJ, who just won Indianapolis. Matt Beer, of course, also running some unique picks like that Shadow Sableye, which has been kind of on the rise recently.
Let's take a look at our top 12. So from Stockholm, a little bit of a different meta that we regularly see here over in the European region. Lantern, our #1 pick, Annihilate all the way down to 5th place.
That's right. Europe and North America historically have just a little bit of differences in that meta. Like you said, we see Annihilate not the top performing Pokemon there, and EU seems to have a huge favoring of Lantern over Whiscash there. Lantern not just the most dominant water type, but also the dominant Pokemon overall.
All right, well, we're going to take a look at our champions from the European region. As you can see, it all started in Barcelona with Zweilous, and no repeat champions whatsoever in the EU region. We had Galactica Bolton, Potoman, Colin 6, Nighttime Clasher from the United States, so might I add, Arceus Aurelius and Adequance, and most recently in Stockholm, Polasha 97.
And EU, probably the only region in the world that doesn't have a clear player who has been the huge player in the spotlight this season. But it's not just the regional champions who are heading to Worlds this year. There's also a lot of trainers who have passed that 400-point championship threshold in Europe. You see Status Dan there at the top, hasn't won a regional champion, but really is still in the hunt for that travel award and probably has it locked in at this point. We also have Meweedle there, our EUIC champion at #4, and a lot of other talented trainers here as well.
All right, well, it's time for weekend forecast. We're going to take a look at our Pokemon trending up as well as Pokemon trending down. Let's start with trending up. It's going to be the Shadow Sableye, a Pokemon that we actually saw featured on a couple of recent teams, including the winning team in Vancouver, Lyle Jeffs. What's been really interesting to see with Shadow Sableye is how much neutral play that it has across the board. But so we're seeing the Shadow variant versus the Purified variant, which used to be a lot more popular.
That's right. It seems like the Shadow variant is one has really taken off. You mentioned Lyle Jeffs. We also saw Matt Beer taking 2nd place in Stockholm. I believe Javier V20 had a lot of success in the Latin America region recently as well. But like you said, Sableye is kind of known for its neutral play across the board. It kind of dropped off a little bit in that era where we had a lot of Lickitung, Umbreon, Mandibuzz, but it's kind of coming back now. There's not a lot of ghost damage in the meta other than Lickitung, and Sableye could be what a lot of trainers need to deal with that Cresselia Annihilate core that we see so often.
Sableye on the way up, but on the way down is going to be the Vigoroth. Vigoroth, a Pokemon that has great play versus Pokemon like Lickitung. In fact, though, Lickitung, I think, has only been represented on one of the last 6 winning teams. With fewer Lickitungs, probably fewer Vigoroths, and we've seen all the dominance of Annihilate, which is Vigoroth's worst nightmare, Soph.
Exactly, and I think all of this is really just a reaction to the dominance of Annihilate. We mentioned Sableye on the rise. It's really to deal with that Annihilate, right? There aren't a lot of great counters for it out there, and Vigoroth is kind of being pushed out of that fighter role. We still see it, kind of up there in the usage, but certainly not where it used to be, where it was on several top cut teams within a single tournament.
Well said. So we have a special treat for our audience today. We are actually going to be having a forecast here of our seasonal updates. We have them for you. Let's take a look. Starting off, Scald, one of the most polarizing charged attacks in the entire meta, as highlighted from Pokemon like Poliwrath, especially from Shadow Whiscash. As we're going to be seeing, there will be a decreased chance to lower the opposing Pokemon's attack. Again, it's one stage, but in many cases, that can be the difference in a matchup, Soph.
That's right, and right now, as a reminder, that debuff chance is actually 50%, so the same as a coin flip. So we'll have to see just how far this debuff chance is dropped, but that could be a huge difference. We also had Spark, the damage being dropped, and that could be a huge difference maker for Lantern. We saw it #1 in EU, and I think it's going to drop off a lot after this.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit of a shift to some other electric Pokemon, perhaps the Magnezone, maybe even Charjabug as well. Seed Bomb, a little bit of a power increase that we saw as well. Don't know how impactful that will be, but beyond the actual moves themselves, we have some new charged attacks that have been added to the move pool. A lot of Pokemon getting Thunder Punch, especially Pokemon. I think we saw Scrafty and we saw Typhlosion. Chestnut's an interesting one as well.
Yeah, great coverage potentially for some of those flyers. It's also a relatively cheap move, can help with baiting. We also have some love for Satotl, and I believe its evolution getting Powder Snow. Both of those have access to Body Slam and Avalanche, so potentially could be a great pick in the Go Battle League. And we also have a lot of Pokemon getting Swift here. I believe we also saw Swift as getting a little bit of a rework to both its damage and its energy, so we'll have to see how impactful that'll be.
Yeah, Swift with both a energy decrease as well as a power decrease, maybe getting closer to Body Slam. We'll have to see. So if we have one other charge attack, as you can see, Fly is going to be featured on a couple of Pokemon. I think most notably on that Salamence, might be impactful in the Master League.
Yeah, Salamence really struggles with kind of getting to its charge attacks very, very slowly. So Fly potentially both very useful coverage as well as just helping it pace a little bit better to those charge attacks.
So what's unique about this season is that we have had so many Worlds qualifiers from so many different types of ways that they're qualifying as well. Not only are we having regional winners, but we have so many folks that have qualified from championship points as well from all around the world.
Absolutely. You see there, LNDS Hardchef, really dominated the Latin America region, especially early on in the season, earned his invite very, very early. Like you said, a lot of trainers from around the world, trainers like Stedistan, who haven't won a regional champion, but through their consistency at multiple regionals, multiple local tournaments as well, able to make their mark and head to Hawaii later this year.
It is great to see this mix of veterans as well as new players as well. A ton of trainers on this list we did see featured at our last Worlds tournament, but there's so much more access to gaining these championship points now in all different regions. So it's great to see some folks that maybe aren't attending every regional that are still finding ways to chip away at that championship point threshold.
Exactly. Looks like we have some of our North America and maybe APAC qualifiers here. We've got, Wadaj qualifying very early in the season. Yakovovich, big name coming out of the APAC region there. And I believe he was the Rubik's Master #2 in the world last year, making his way back to the World Championships this year. So it's going to be really exciting to see whether he's able to repeat that success. But remember, these are the World qualifiers from all around the world. We're back here in LA, and there's going to be a lot of really great trainers to watch this weekend as well.
Let's take a look at those trainers, Soph. I think we've got 3 to show a quick showcase for. #1 is going to be Hey Donis Actual. What a great trainer that we've seen, competed in lots of tournaments, especially this most recent season, a regular top cut trainer, Soph.
And he's one of those trainers that really benefited from that championship point system. Would have been right on the threshold last year if we had this, but he's here today. He's, I believe, still fighting for those last couple of points across the threshold. Katie46, another really talented trainer all the way from Alaska. Going to be really excited to see her. And of course, we've got Ramberto, the 2023 San Diego regional champion. So, kind of the defending Southern California regional champion, and we'll have to see if he's able to repeat that success this weekend.
All right, we're going to take a very close spotlight here on 2 trainers. If we think of California success for Pokemon Go, you have to have Elite in the conversation. Not only has he won the 2023 Fresno Regional Champion, he also won, I believe, Sacramento as well.
Absolutely. So we've had 3 regional championships in California so far for Pokemon Go. Elite has won 2 of those, Fresno and Sacramento. He also top cut Salt Lake City last year as well. I believe this is a team he's going to be using this weekend. So again, he already has the invite to the World Championships. He's not really in the running for that travel award, but he's an extremely talented player and a really talented trainer to watch. And actually, I was talking to Caleb yesterday. Speaking of Caleb, we're going to take a look at him in just a second. He thinks Elite is the best trainer in California.
Interesting. Well, I know that they had a very heated battle earlier on. I want to say that was the Fresno Regional. Ended up actually 6-0 in the favor of Elite. So I think Caleb has something to prove here at this tournament. He has had so much success. Every regional that he's competed in, he has made it to the grand finals. So absolutely someone that you cannot discount when it comes to Pokemon Go. We'll see if he can finally make his way to that champion title here in Los Angeles.
Fantastic rivalry between the both of them. And like you said, I'm sure Caleb is looking for some revenge. So hopefully we get to see that matchup matchup play out. You know, maybe not on day 1 necessarily, but hopefully on day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, don't forget you can follow along here with the Pokemon Go different social channels. Don't forget to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on the X, formerly known as Twitter. We can maybe get your tweets featured here on stream, but don't forget to follow the channels as well. There is the /Pokemon or /Pokemon Go on Twitch as well. We love to interact with you guys.
We love to hear what you have to say, how you're enjoying the podcast, and maybe some of your predictions for the tournament. And speaking of predictions, let's take a look at some of our caster predictions this weekend. We have a couple of you guys. I think this is the second tournament where I'm the only person who didn't put Shadow Magnezone. Let's see if any of our North American trainers take some inspiration from Paula there. And, you know, Wholesome, both of us have Shadow Sableye, so we're really trusting in that Pokemon kind of being on the rise.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think that Paul Asha has done a great job at popularizing that Shadow Magnezone. I'm hopeful that we see it here. We've talked many times about the difference in the EU versus the NA meta. I think we're still going to see some of that. I'm really curious to see our representation for our day 1 and day 2 graphics. But for now, all we have left is some battles. We're going to kick it over to our casters. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jim and Soph. I am thrilled to be here in the Sunshine State of California, looking for a sunny day. You can feel that chilling water coming in off Santa Monica Pier, the Toxapex and Marini surfing in on the beach. My name is DeFi250, also known as Stephanie Christine, and I am thrilled to be joined today by Amanda.
Yes, I am Lundberger. I am so happy to be here alongside you. First time casting together, last regional tournament for North America. And looking at it so far, it's pretty stacked, DeFi.
It is. These trainers are out here for that last chance opportunity in North America at a regional event to try to earn those championship points. But let's take a little bit of a look. How are we getting those points? What is the format of this tournament? Let's go ahead and listen in.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
So yes, that is the format that our Pokemon Go players are playing in. But besides the prestige, besides that title, what all are they actually competing for? There's actually a ton of prizes on the line as well for these regional competitions. As you can see, first place is going to bring home $2,500. And besides that, booster packs galore, 72 booster packs to the winner and also to second place.
That is fantastic. These trainers are out there on the line going for those prizes. I think the booster packs are honestly some of the most fun part of getting that prizing.
I know. I think that's one of the things people are like, you know, they enjoy the crinkle of opening the pack, seeing if there's something interesting inside. And of course, we're going all the way down to tier 9 there, being able to pull out some prizes here at that last regional competition. Once again, 138 competitors, I believe, signed up for this competition.
Let's take a look at which Pokemon people are bringing to the competition today. We have our top 12 usage, the most popular Pokemon that we are going to see here today. And Mandibuzz, after finally winning a regional tournament, after finally taking a win this season, we see it on the top 12 usage. Followed up by, we have the Mandibuzz, which is the Umbreon of the sky, and then we have actual Umbreon right behind it. Is there anything else that stands out to you, Amanda?
I mean, we saw it before. Annihilate just seems to be really the fighter of choice here. It looks like it's not changing here in Los Angeles. But I mean, I don't know, maybe they're taking a page out of Europe's book as well now, because look, Lantern is right behind there, even surpassing the Gligar.
Yeah, and Lickitung just really seems to be pushing its way down that bracket just being a little bit less popular of a choice, maybe because of that resurgence of dark types like Mandibuzz, like Umbreon, along with some other factors.
Yeah, I do think that's a good point. I picked Lickitung. I think it actually still has a lot of play, especially in this meta where Annihilate is so popular. Annihilate, of course, hits it hard with that counter fast attack, but Lick does a lot of damage to Annihilate as well, so being able to at least hit back a little bit there, and a lot of times people use Lickitung in that safe swap position, so if they don't like how their leads are using, they can use that as a pivot Pokemon to kind of get out of a bad situation, but a lot of times this season, I've been seeing it in the lead.
Yeah, and honestly, because Vigoroth has become less popular, Annihilate has kind of pushed Vigoroth out, Lickitung has a lot less to be afraid of.
It's true, but I don't know, I think that some of the things that we're going to see in this tournament may surprise people as well. These are just the top used Pokemon, but that doesn't mean that they're the only Pokemon that are going to be used in this tournament. A lot of times people like have a signature pick or something that they're piloting to success that people didn't see coming at all. Mandibuzz, like you said before, hasn't really been on this meta pick at all until now. Perhaps getting a little bit of a shared skies update as well. It's sharing the skies now with Altaria and Skarmory and some of the other flyers that have really been taking the lead.
Yeah, I'm excited to see which flyers are going to take the lead. Our battlers are starting to get ready down on the stage. I am very excited to go ahead and take a look at some of these matchups. And there are Pokemon that I really like that are going to be in this opener, like Skeledirge, like Feraligatr. Like I think people were talking about, you know, the Florida Special down when we had the Orlando Regional. We had double Gator teams, and I think we're going to be seeing one coming up here shortly.
Not only are we going to be seeing one of those, we might be seeing some double, you know, prepare for trouble and make it double, because I believe we have some twins that are coming up on the stage.
Yep, or maybe just one trainer used the attack double team. So let's go ahead and take a look and see which one it is. We have Elmo is Innocent along with Mick Boo, and they are fraternal twins. So trainers, again, you are not seeing double. You do not have to adjust your television set. We do have fraternal twins on the screen today.
And I mean, they're twins a little bit in some of their picks as well, but mostly looks like that, like you just talked about before, that double Gator pick with that Shadow Feraligatr on both teams, as well as the Skeledirge. But other than that, I'm seeing a very interesting pick there as well, something that we don't see in very many tournaments, and that is a Goodra.
Yeah, 2-0 Butters is sitting watching this tournament and pumping his fists into the air. 2-0 Butters, one of our fellow casters, absolutely loves finding those interesting off-meta picks, that spice, and Goodra is currently the Pokemon. He made leaderboards, I believe, with Goodra this season for Go Battle League. He really believes in the power of this Pokemon. Goodra is really interesting with Dragon Breath, Aqua Tail, and it has Power Whip, which is what I really think makes it so versatile, because there's virtually no grass in this meta at all. So any Pokemon like Cresselia, like Lickitung, that can have that charge attack pressure of that grass type is really interesting.
Yeah, but if we go ahead and look at McBoo's team, there is a Pokemon on that is going to completely shut down that Mandibuzz. It's going to completely shut down that Goodra, and that is Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff with its fast attack charm will just continue to chunk away at those Pokemon. However, I think Elmo has a lot to be play for in that as well, because he's got that Registeel on his team. He's got the, you know, the Skeledirge as well to kind of counteract this. So especially since these two probably have played against each other, maybe even team built together, I'm very interested to see if they know each other's play style and how the appropriate picks that they think that their brother would be basically playing on the screen.
Yes, we'll have to see, do they have that telepathy? Do they have that twin thing where they're reading each other's minds? Are they looking into it? We will have to see. Our trainers are getting locked in. They are picking their teams and getting ready to go. Like we mentioned earlier, seeing double that Feraligatr, the Shadow Feraligatr and Skeledirge are shared lines on those teams. And they are two Pokemon that I really like to use together. They're actually in my current Go Battle League lineup because they are so much fun. Shadow Feraligatr has so much play. You can run it with Crunch, you can run it with Ice Beam. I believe if we take a look, these trainers are using Ice Beam, both of them, instead of the charge attack of Crunch.
That's interesting. It doesn't give Feraligatr as much play against the water type that is very threatening to it. Lantern, especially with the, you know, how much that spark damage can also do to it. But I mean, I think it's also trying to target those potential flyers, maybe those Altarias that are coming in that definitely don't want to be facing the Ice Beam from it.
Yes, they definitely do not want to be frozen out. Let's go ahead and take a look at our screen. We have Elmo is Innocent on the left, McBoo on the right. I see a Skeledirge mirror double team. Let's go.
You can see it on both of their faces as well. I also wonder if they know which one of these two will win charge attack priority. I think maybe this is a good indication as McBoo completely shifts out, getting that Goodra now caught onto the Wigglytuff. But you know what, Tifei? This is maybe a little bit in Elmo's plan because this is what we call an ABB team. So he has that Mandibuzz in the back that also doesn't want to be seeing this Wigglytuff. Being able to align this now, getting a little bit of chip damage, he's going to get a lot of farm now on the Skeledirge that's going to come back in.
Yeah, so so Elmo here is, I agree, Elmo is able to avoid the Mandibuzz matchup, but look what else McBoo has in the back, that Charge-a-Bug. This really is looking good for McBoo.
Yeah, completely now in the driver's seat, and I think that he knows it as well. They probably practiced these lines a bit before. Wigglytuff now at its charge attack. Neither one of these are going to be doing that much to this Pokemon, as you can see, not very effective. Meanwhile, Skeledirge just completely, fully fast attacking down. Those Incinerates just burning through Wigglytuff here. But what's going to come in at this point? Is it going to be that, yeah, it's going to be the Skeledirge already to this fully loaded Skeledirge. It's so dangerous here. Will he use a shield? Does he think he's baiting? No shield. Last second shield here.
Yeah, you can see them talking to each other like, what are you doing? Are you baiting? Are you not? So I love that banter, and it is so much fun to see those smiles. But what is not smiling right now is this Mandibuzz. Look at how much each one of those Volt switches is doing. We are going to see Elmo is Innocent. Elmo is going to be throwing the charge attack, trying to just start to whittle down against this Charge-a-Bug, throwing Dark Pulse. Doesn't even take it down to half health.
No, it does put it into the yellow, and it will be able to throw another one because McBoo is not even throwing its charge attack yet. Going ahead and letting this go through, it's going to get desperately low, but there is a ton of energy here now throwing this discharge. It's going to be doing a lot to this Mandibuzz, even though it is bulky. This is super effective, and it looks like we're about to see how much it does, bringing it down to the red here. And will he be able to get to another one before? No, going for the less expensive but less effective X-Scissor here to knock the Mandibuzz out of the sky and securing the Blue Hole here in a pretty good spot overall.
Yeah, and then one Incinerate is going to knock that Charge-a-Bug out, and now we are back to where we started. We have come full circle to see the Skeledirge, and we see Elmo's Innocent.
Tifei! This unprotected Shadow Ball knocks out the other one, and Elmo is Innocent despite the rough mid-game matchups, despite getting the Mandibuzz locked on the Charge-a-Bug and also the Goodra locked on the Wigglytuff, ending up taking that with that risky call of going with that Shadow Ball at the end.
Oh my goodness, wanting to call the bait, saying this is only going to be a disarming voice, you have to burn my last shield, and instead just going full force for the Shadow Ball, playing to the win condition. That was crazy. I really do think I had counted Elmo out there, honestly. At the beginning, we saw the mirror match swapping into that Goodra, into that very disadvantageous Wigglytuff matchup.
Yeah, I think this is honestly maybe just Elmo's full plan here. Recognizing the fact if I can get all of this energy on my Skeledirge, it can basically ramp up and almost become unstoppable. And McBoo playing this very well, knowing when he wants to throw his attacks. It gets very clunky sometimes if you have like a 4-turn Volt Switch versus a 3-turn Snarl, or also these 5-turn Incinerates. There's a lot of mathematics to be taking account for here, and just a call at the end, this 50-50 call, ended up giving the Elmo is Innocent that game #1 win.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see how these trainers are going to adapt. What are they going to change here? Because we saw the Skeledirge mirror. Are they going to stick to a Skeledirge mirror in the beginning, or are they going to try to make a switch? That ABB team for Elmo ended up really working out in the end. And here we have an interesting matchup, not one you see every day. Shadow for Alligator into Registeel. Shadow for Alligator going to be able to apply a lot of pressure, getting to Hydro Cannon so quickly with that fast attack of Shadow Claw.
Yeah, Shadow Claw paces so quickly here, and these Hydro Cannons are going to be doing so much damage to the Registeel. Already all in the yellow here, but the Registeel has so much. You see, he tried to wait a turn there just to see if they would end up swapping out, and if he does not protect shield, this for Alligator is going down. Blue Hole using that first one there to go ahead and secure that up, and getting the attack drop, I feel. Yep, the attack fall, and now coming into the for Alligator mirror. They both know they're just running Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam. Neither one is going to be that effective.
Yes, and McBoo can safely bring in this Wigglytuff now that the Registeel Registeel is out. It is switch locked away. The Feraligatr is stuck here. So McBoo's thinking, I have to use this Feraligatr, or I have to use my Wigglytuff at some point. This seems like a really good opportunity. I don't want it locked on the Registeel later.
But getting this last shield here, being wanted to charm down completely, wants to try to keep that switch, that alignment that he was looking for. He will be able to do so because the Shadow Claws do pretty much nothing to this normal type Pokemon. And now the Registeel, I think, right, this is going to have to be coming back in. That Mandibuzz wants nothing to do with the Wigglytuff, especially when there's so much energy on it already.
Yeah, and you can see just them laughing. I think, again, they kind of know. They've probably seen these teams before. They've probably team built together. They've probably practiced together. So we see Elmo going to throw that Focus Blast to get some good, strong neutral damage, knock off the Wigglytuff. And here we have a Shadow Gligar, and there is that Mandibuzz coming in. A Mandibuzz with 2 shields? Amanda, that just doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, I mean, this Dark Pulse is going through. No protections raining on McBoo's side. We're going to see how much damage this does to that Shadow Gligar, barely bringing it down to the yellow here, just getting up a ton of energy in the meantime. This is going to be an uphill battle here. However, it looks like he's still going for it. He wants the Aerial Ace. It is the more effective attack. It is going to slowly start chipping away at that Mandibuzz. They're going to be able to get to another one before the Mandibuzz is even close to another Dark Pulse.
And here is that Aerial Ace. And also, let's go. I can see it on the screen. And again, still 2 shields to hide behind, probably saving them all for that Feraligatr. Knowing that the Feraligatr is going to be able to do nothing in terms of fast attack pressure, going to be relying heavily on Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, I don't know if this was a mistake here, D5, because Elmo's is now forced to use a shield. He went for the Aerial Ace instead, not quite enough to knock out that Gligar, and now forcing a swap here. This Feraligatr is loaded. Hydro Cannon now coming through. Does he want to use his last Protect Shield? He feels like he has to at this point.
Yeah, because that Registeel, again, there's no fast attack pressure. And we have a charge attack priority. Feraligatr is going to win that 10 times out of 10. And this Hydro Cannon is going to come through and wash away the Mandibuzz off of the field of play. There is the Registeel, and it just does not have a chance. Feraligatr being able to Shadow Claw down. And Amanda, we have a tie game.
We have a tie game. We have the Twins with a tie game going on in our round number 1 in Los Angeles. I'm thinking this is pretty interesting. Very well played by both opponents there. I just want to bring up one thing that we did see sort of near the end of that. We saw the Registeel and the Feraligatr, or I mean the Mandibuzz and the Feraligatr, and they both got to their charge attack at the same time, even though there was 2 loaded. Like you said, that Feraligatr, because it has a higher attack, will always be able to put that charge attack off first. And so that really put him in an advantageous position. This was also a very interesting point. Being able to shield that Wigglytuff, even though he knows that Registeel is coming in, was big there, getting that alignment that he was looking for.
Yes, that alignment was so crucial when you're up against something like a Registeel. Alignment is key. So there is that where you talked about, again, that charge attack priority, and then the Feraligatr being able to use Shadow Claw to knock out the Registeel before it was able to get to its next charge attack. We now have that tie game. We saw both Skeledirges match up in the first game. We saw both Shadow Feraligatrs match up in the second game. What are we going to see here in game 3?
I don't know. It's going to be pretty interesting. I'm thinking we've seen it in the past. We've seen it in other regional competitions. People with what you call the double Gator team, the Feraligatr and the Skeledirge in the same lineup. You said you're running it in Go Battle League yourself. I think we have potential to probably see it here as well. These 2 Pokemon are very interesting when played together because they really kind of cover each other's differences.
They do, and I really just like Feraligatr coming in, being able to use that Shadow Claw, get to the Hydro Cannon so quickly, but that power of Incinerate on Skeledirge. And when Skeledirge gets ahead on energy, it just seems unstoppable. Even against something that it's a little weak to. Here we have, though, a phenomenal lead for that Skeledirge. This is exactly what it wants to see in the Wigglytuff. Charm's not going to be very effective. McBoo throws 1 charm, get 1 charm, a little bit of energy, and then swapping out into the secondary matchup, which is the Mandibuzz and the Lickitung. This heavily favors the Mandibuzz because Lickitung's fast attack of Lick is resisted against the Dark type Mandibuzz. We have a battle battle of the bulk. Not exactly a twin matchup yet, but both these trainers are picking up their bulkiest pick right now.
We did talk about this earlier. A lot of people like to use Lickitung as that pivot Pokemon, but when there's so many Dark-type Pokemon, so many things that can really just play to the advantage against it, it's almost dangerous at this point here. Body Slam coming through, but I mean, that Mandibuzz is still going to be in the yellow. One thing I do want to bring up about this team, Elmo is Innocent's team, is the Skeletor, a Feraligatr, and a Mandibuzz. This is a very dangerous team to be playing when there is a Charjabug on the other person's team. Luckily for him, no Charjabug in sight for this decisive Game 3. Lickitung just continuing to lick away here, throwing another Body Slam right before the next Aerial Ace is reached.
Right, but Mandibuzz doesn't have to worry about it. It is so bulky. The Body Slam, even though it is same type attack bonus, doesn't even take the Mandibuzz down into the red, and it can comfortably get to more charged attacks to be able to potentially knock out this Lickitung. McBoo says there is no use trying to drag this out. I'm going to let the Lickitung go, but Elmo still has energy on that Mandibuzz for whatever is coming in next. And bringing in that Wigglytuff, it's going to take 1-2 more charms in order to knock out the Mandibuzz. So Mandibuzz is going to let go of all of that charge attack pressure here.
Yeah, not much pressure, as you can see. That Wigglytuff still in the green, handling it like a pro. And we're going to see an immediate swap out here into the Feraligatr, but there's already some energy loaded onto the Skeletor. Feraligatr paces quickly, but it's also what we call kind of squishy in the Great League, forcing now to use at least one shield. Doesn't want to be like in that first time scenario when it gets taken out by a Shadow Ball. Unfortunately for him, this was just a Shadow Claw bait, and now we're in a Feraligatr mirror match.
Yes, but now McBoo's Feraligatr has a bit of an advantage because it has so much energy. All of these charge attacks are going to be resisted, but you are going to see, because Feraligatr, like you said, it's squishy, it can't really take a hit. You're going to start to see how much a resisted Hydro Cannon is going to do here, which is going to be significant.
Yeah, we might not actually even see it if you look at that. Both shields have now been used. Now Hydro Cannon coming through. Will McBoo want to use his last shield here? Yes, he does. He is ahead on energy like we talked about. Will he be able to reach another one? No, it looks like a double back-to-back here from Elmo is Innocent, firing this off. I think this might be enough, even though it's like you said, it's resisted. This Shadow Claws afterwards is going to be able to completely knock it out, putting Elmo is Innocent in a very, very dominant position.
Yeah, and able to get to another Hydro Cannon to be able to put some significant damage onto the Wigglytuff. I am just loving the smiles here between these two twin trainers. Look at how low the Wigglytuff is now. The Skeletor can come in very safely, throw an Incinerate. We're going to see the charge attack come off from the Wigglytuff, but this is resisted damage from the Disarming Voice, and after the charge attack was thrown, the Incinerate damage was felt, it was calculated, and now we have the win here to Elmo is Innocent.
Elmo maybe not so innocent here, taking down his brother in a commanding fashion. We'll go ahead and go through those matchups there. Like we talked about earlier, I think the beginning matchup was just kind of a showcase of what we see often in like Go Battle League and the Show 6 Pick 3 format, these ABB lineups that are pretty common, using like a lead Pokemon with two Pokemon weak to the similar one in the back, really worked out to his advantage, even though he got basically counterplayed through the whole game. It just shows you gotta keep trying, you gotta keep going. Consistency pays off.
Yes, that we can see why that is such a powerful winning type of lineup, both in the Go Battle League and being able to utilize it here in the Show 6 Pick 3 format. And again, I really loved the twin theme, the Skeletor Mirror Lead to start. We saw both Feraligatrs facing off at several points here during the matchups. Something I noticed as well, the Cresselia never made an appearance on Elmo's team. We've been seeing Cresselia be so dominant throughout many different regional tournaments, especially recently, but not to be seen at all in this play. Maybe just too afraid of that Charjabug, of that Feraligatr, of the Skeletor.
Yeah.
It seemed like McBoo was really built that team to be able to scare that Cresselia away.
I think so as well. I mean, Cresselia is one of those Pokemon, it's like really pretty good against the Annihilate, although if Annihilate even has energy, it's not even that good for it anymore either. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna look at some highlights of that very last matchup that we just had between Elmo and McBoo.
And taking a look, we are going to be taking a look first at that opening match. Oh, there we have that third matchup, the one we had most recently. And we were just talking about how Mandibuzz is becoming a little bit more popular, both Mandibuzz and Umbreon being able to counter, being able to be a really good counter to Lickitung.
Yeah, you can see here, I love the expressions that they're having with each other. They're laughing with each other. I assume that they have been scrimmaging against each other this whole time as well, being able to know, okay, if he leads this, most likely this Pokemon is in the back. It really worked to an advantage of Elmo, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he has to play for the rest of this tournament as well. Is he going to be able to use the same strategy against other opponents who he maybe hasn't had as much practice against?
I am looking forward to that as well. So again, congratulations to Elmo is Innocent for moving on in the winner's bracket. I'd kind of like to continue talking more about how dominant Cresselia has been.
Sure, yeah.
Because of and about its move preference as well. Because we've been seeing a lot of Cresselia running that Future Sight. Moonblast used to be the only answer.
Right.
Nobody ran Future Sight a while back, but now we're starting to see Future Sight Cresselia. But again, not here on Elmo's team. That McBoo just built a team too strong against it.
Yeah, I prefer, I think if I was playing in this actual meta, to be running Moonblast instead of Future Sight, just because there's so many dragons that are starting to make a reappearance. Because we have seen so much Lickitung in the past, I know people get almost sick of this Pokemon sticking its tongue out at everyone. There's been so many counters that are now being brought in. We saw Vigoroth, like we talked about a little bit earlier in the broadcast. Vigoroth is on the downslope, but I mean, we've seen Guzzlords coming in now, which are going to really do well countering Lickitungs. We've seen Mandibuzz, we've seen Umbreons. Cresselia being able to hit back at these Pokemon, these Dark or Dragon types with the Moonblast, is going to be very advantageous for it.
Something that we are very advantageous to have coming up here is an interview with Jim with Elmo is Innocent. I'm excited to hear what Jim has to say, what Elmo is Innocent has to say about that fantastic matchup. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Stephanie. Not only am I here with Elmo is Innocent, I'm also here with McBoo as well. We got both of their brothers here from, I believe, New York and Hawaii. Is that correct? Yeah. All right, coast to coast, incredible. First off, let's start with some congratulations. Elmo, a 2-1 victory for you here in round 2. How did you guys feel, I guess, initially when you found out that you were paired in the same group?
We went through all 12 steps of grief, right? By the time we were on stream, I think we got to acceptance, but even then it's still like, that might have been mid-battle, honestly. I don't know what. I thought, oh, I got this. I got this. No, I was crushed. Because we woke up to, I didn't even get to see the bracket. We hopped onto Bill's Discord, and there it was. Somebody had screenshotted it and said, guys, this is happening. Disaster.
And you saw the path evolving here, going from round 1 to round 2 as well. Okay, well, really interesting. Let's talk a little bit about some of the teams here. I know that in game number 1, that Goodra, you get swapped immediately into the Wigglytuff that you brought in.
He was drawing it out.
He was drawing it out.
He knows.
But the Skeledirge, I think, was the MVP for you in game 1. Let's talk a little bit about it.
Don't give, is it a crocodile or a gator? That's the crocodile. Do not give the crocodile energy. It will not end up well for you. It doesn't matter who you have in back. Gator is coming for you.
Well, you had your own Skeledirge, I believe, as a response to it, but down so far in energy, it was hard to come back, right?
Yeah, I just no-shielded. I pressed no shield just to see what would happen. Maybe he'll do the dumb thing.
You got to make a call sometimes, right? Yeah, sometimes you got to make a call. Okay, but in game number 2, we saw a response, actually, still bring in the Wigglytuff, but no Skeledirge. How did that play out for you?
Pretty well. Better. Played out a little bit better.
Absolutely. Well, let me ask you, going into game number 3, right? Series is tied up. You know that the winner is going to get knocked down to the loser's bracket. Was there any mind games that were going on between you guys? Anything that you were saying on the microphone between the two of you?
Oh, could you guys hear us or no? Was that a thing?
I couldn't hear you. I don't think the stream could hear you either.
I was told that they could, but I don't know. Yeah, we were just having fun up there. And then I called the game 3 lead, but twin telepathy's not real. Like, and if it was, we wouldn't use that to cheat here, obviously. It was just like knowing your scrim partner. That's my scrim partner. Like.
I see. All right. Well, congratulations again, Elmo. I'm sure we'll see more of you, McBoo. Any shout-outs, combined shout-outs that you guys have that you want to say thank you to?
The bad man of PvP. Good morning, Snots.
All right, McBoo.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Kayla. Hi, Talia. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Mike. Hi, Kevin.
One of our most fun interviews that we've had, guys. It was a pleasure having both of you here. We'll see both of you soon. We're going to go ahead and take it back to the casters.
Oh, well, thank you, Jim, for that wonderful interview. And it looks like they answered our question that we had earlier. Is twin telepathy real? Even if it was, they weren't going to use it in that matchup. And also, I like kind of what Elmo had to say, you know, Gator is coming for you. Alligator, eat him up.
Yes, I loved that response. It does not matter what you have in the back. If you get Skeletor's up energy, it doesn't matter. It is going to be able to knock out whatever Pokemon you've got back there.
So I have to ask you, when you were looking at it, the teams at the very beginning, between the two of them, seeing their playstyle, did you suspect Elmo from the beginning? Because when we talked about it, you said, oh, I wasn't sure if he was going to win that first game.
I wasn't sure, but that ABB lineup really worked out for him. I think just having that Registeel to counter the Wigglytuff, being that really, really hard check was great for Elmo as Innocent.
Yeah, I think so as well. And guys, this is actually just the very first matchup of the day. So if you're just tuning in now, you missed a doozy, but you haven't missed much. We're going into the tournament. There's still so much more to play for. So many trainers still on the line to become the Los Angeles Regional Champion. We have two trainers that are coming up next. One of them, he was on the leaderboards very early on for North America, and he's pretty much stayed near the top for a very long time, and that is Pancho.
It is Pancho, and the players are ready. Let's go ahead and take a deeper look at Pancho's team, as well as the opponent Mudkip.
Yeah, I'm liking this team as well. I mean, we talked about before, Skeletors for Alligator, some picks that are kind of interesting. Well, I mean, stand by to be stunned, because there is yet another for Alligator here. I think Out of Pocket really played it very well in the last regional in Indianapolis, and maybe some of these trainers have been taking notes saying, okay, it did get this update in the World of Wonders. Why have people not been using it yet? Now it is on Pancho's team.
But we've got to talk about the Wobbuffet in the room, Amanda. We have to Wobbuffet. And we have a best-buddied Wobbuffet that is purified, so it has that move Return. If you have played in the Go Battle League, you know the terror of a Wobbuffet being able to just slowly whittle down your health with counter and return, and taking what seems like no damage from even super effective charged attacks.
And even though Gligar seems to be so incredibly popular, even though Whiscash is so incredibly popular, Clodsire on that team as well. So a very interesting Pokemon. Let's go ahead and take a look at Mudkip's team, who, even though Mudkip is one of the, partner Pokemon, I think he's maybe joining that Squirtle squad there with his sunglasses.
I love the sunglasses, but you can see that Mudkip corresponding to that Shadow Swampert, a Pokemon that you think of when I think of the Go Battle League kind of traditionally, when I think of Pokemon Go PvP traditionally, I think of Swampert, but it doesn't seem to make as much of an impact, especially lately, especially this season in Show 6 Pick 3 here in the official Tournament Championship Series.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's kind of taken a backseat, especially as Whiscash, Lantern, and some of these other water-type Pokemon have gotten more popular. Looks like he's trying to make a comeback for it here in Los Angeles. And now we're going to jump right into game number 1 here. Not only do we have a Guzzlord, we have a shiny Guzzlord here against the Mandibuzz, looking to claw its way up to the sky and drag this Pokemon down.
Yes, I love how far, look at how far back on Mudkip's side of the screen that the camera has to pull just to get the Guzzlord into the field of vision of the battlefield. And it's a shiny best buddy Guzzlord. Clearly this is a Pokemon that Mudkip has spent a lot of time with.
Yes, it's wonderful. He's trained up to be able to play in this Pokemon Championship Series. Dragonclaw coming through now onto the Mandibuzz. And this matchup is very advantageous for the Guzzlord because these Dragon Tails are doing a lot to the Mandibuzz. Meanwhile, Mandibuzz has to rely solely on its charge attack of Aerial Ace to be doing damage at all to this Dragon and Dark type Pokemon.
Yeah, and we are going to see these two titans of Pokemon, these two very strong dark types continuing to just try to chip away at each other with their charged attacks. We see another Dragonclaw coming through, finally knocking this Mandibuzz down into the red, and here comes another Aerial Ace. Let's see what this is setting up in the back, because we have stayed in this lead matchup, but we still have that Registeel and Superior behind you, Pancho, and here we have Mudkip's actually switching in, maybe trying to get the counter down on that Mandibuzz, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, he's trying to, I think, go ahead and counter it down. Unfortunately, still taking an Aerial Ace, super effective, still in the green, just barely quickly, though, and now the Superior is coming in. And I think if you're Pancho, you're feeling pretty good because that Registeel is now going to most likely avoid the Annihilate in total. Night Slash coming through here and getting that first Protect Shield from Pancho's side.
Yeah, Pancho probably, though, wants that Superior there to protect against the Shadow Swamper. Using it now, and there's the boost!
There is the boost. We might see this last Protect Shield being used up as this is super effective attack will be enough to knock the Annihilate down. Wants to be able to get as much damage off as possible. As you can see, Night Slash already stored. Going for a couple more counters before throwing the next, and Pancho says, yep, okay, that's exactly where I'm using my shield as well. This Registeel cannot face a boosted Annihilate.
No, it cannot. So we're going to use that Aerial Ace. We're going to knock out the Annihilate. And the Superior is still pretty healthy. It's still at about half health. So we are going to see the Registeel swap in. And there it is, the Shadow Swampert with all shields down. Swampert is going to be able to get to that devastating Earthquake. This is a Shadow Swampert, so being able to get to this Focus Blast quickly, it doesn't knock out though, and there's just no fast attack pressure coming from the Registeel. Mudkip can even over farm safely before throwing the Earthquake.
Yes, Mudkip or Swampert now turning into a bit of a farmer here, getting a little bit of extra energy as he sees Earthquake, enough to knock it out, and a Hydro Cannon to spare. Now this is not going to be very effective against a grass type Pokemon. However, this shadow damage, just being able to get this off is going to be putting it so desperately low, and a combination play with the Dragon Claw to finish it off.
Wow, Mudkip set that up so nicely. I am really excited to take a look at the replays of that match. The Superior goes down game 1 with a little pet to the buddy Mudkip saying thank you, and thank you to your big brother Shadow Swampert for being an MVP right there in that matchup. Again, because even though it's a Shadow Swampert, that Focus Blast does not knock it out. It doesn't even knock it out to be able to get within a few lock-ons down. So that Swampert able to comfortably go to the Earthquake, build up to be able to throw the Hydro Cannon into the Superior as well.
Yeah, this matchup at the beginning was sort of, you know, like a lot of times it's not necessarily you win lead, you win game, because this interesting pivot kind of almost put Mudkip on the back foot there, being able to swap that Annihilate in and almost completely avoid the Registeel. Lucky for him, wonderful energy management, knew that he had a charge attack stored, knew that he'd be able to knock out that Superior at the end to be able to take game number 1. And, you know, Mudkip the player looking calm and collected on the screen, meanwhile Mudkip the Pokemon all smiles.
Yes. So again, I love that quill pen too. Looks like, you know, taking a Noctowl feather or something, or a Mandibuzz feather perhaps, to be able to write notes with. Mudkip, you know, rocking today in style.
My goodness. So if you're Pancho, what are you thinking about this line? Because I think that actually Shadow Swampert is an interesting pick that is like pretty good against almost that whole team except for the Superior. So I mean, I think if you're Pancho, you're kind of forced into a position where maybe you have to play that, because Mandibuzz does not want to be taking those Hydro Cannons, even though they're not that effective. Because it's a Shadow Swampert, it only takes 2 Hydro Cannons to knock it out. We just saw the impact that it has against Registeel. Clodsire wants nothing to do with it, and you know, the Wobbuffet has a lot of bulk to its name. Actually, to be honest, DeFi, I don't know that matchup so well. I haven't seen it played out that many times. Maybe we'll see it play in this second round or third.
Maybe. I'm really kind of wondering where the Wobbuffet is gonna come in, if it comes in at all. Like, what is Wobbuffet really looking for here, other than to just be a sponge for damage? Because again, I don't think it really matters if it's weak to anything, because it's just gonna be kind of looking to run out that timer like we've seen a few times here at the Championship Series. And this is a phenomenal lead for Pancho with that Superior. Lantern has to dip out immediately, and here we have the Annihilate. Pancho being able to comfortably throw this Frenzy Plant before Mudkip is able to get to a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, wants to do what we call like a chip and dip, but that is a huge chip, and I think if you're Pancho, you're saying maybe I'll just stay in at this point. Already had a Shadow Ball, and actually protecting this up, recognizing its Superior positioning here in this matchup here, being able to almost completely take out out and annihilate. Going to be doing so well against that Lantern too, taking out basically 2 Pokemon. Now will it be able to, I mean, obviously I think the Altaria is going to come in, but the switch timers are misaligned. And we'll have to see how these 2 trainers want to play out that matchup. Mudkip waiting patiently till that timer goes down to 0 before bringing in Altaria. And wow, Pancho just staying and getting basically 100 energy before swapping into that Feraligatr.
Yeah, and here we have the Feraligatr running Ice Beam as well to really be able to threaten the Altaria, who could arguably be the king of the skies right now, up there in the clouds. But there we have that Lantern coming back in, and the Feraligatr just doesn't have anything because it has the Ice Beam to be able to threaten something like the Altaria. It doesn't have Crunch to be able to put any damage onto this Lantern.
I like this play though by Pancho, not shielding up the Sky Attack, recognizing that this is not Feraligatr's matchup because he saw that Lantern in the lead. He just wants to get this out of the way. Since the switch timers are misaligned, he'll be able to now line up that Superior against the Lantern. The Superior is kind of low, however, none of the charge attacks from Lantern will be able to do that much damage to it, and now it's Pancho's time to wait out that timer, going 2-1, bringing in that Superior, and basically going to go ahead and get a not very effective Thunderbolt. But will it be enough at this low health?
Oh, it is. I think it is definitely going to be enough. Oh my goodness, it stayed on with 1!
Barely, what's we call 1 HP energy, and being able to throw this Frenzy Plant and getting the shield as well. Mudkip has no idea what's in the back, and he wants to be able to see that, to see if it's going to be actually good alignment here. I mean, the Mudshots here are going to be adding up. They're super effective, but this Surf is the damage that's going to be heavier hitting against Lantern, forcing that last shield off of Pancho here. They want to keep this Clodsire as healthy as possible. We got a Stone Edge for the Altaria, but will this be enough? It's going to be an uphill climb for this bulky Poison and Ground type Pokemon.
Yeah, because 1 Stone Edge is not enough to knock out. So you need to throw a Stone Edge to take the shield, and you need 2 Stone Edges to be able to knock out the Altaria, because Mudshot is doing absolutely no damage to this Altaria. So you need 2 Stone Edges, and you have to be able to take out the Lantern. This is a tough hill to climb for Clodsire.
Although, if you're Clodsire, you're saying, okay, fine, Altaria, these are the attacks that I want to be taking. Sky Attack's not going to be doing that much because of the ground typing, and Moonblast would not be doing that much because of the poison typing, forcing Mudkip to at least throw to try to get some chip damage. It does bring that Clodsire into the yellow, which I think is Mudkip's goal here. Wants to be able to get it in Surf range, but will he be able to before the next Stone Edge is reached? It's going to be a race, and if he does even hit it, will it be enough to take out the Clodsire? And it's 1 spark away, 2 sparks away, he's hit it!
And there it is. This is a super effective Surf against the Clodsire. Pancho grinning, thinking maybe, but no, the Clodsire is taken out. I was so surprised. I'm like, okay, it is Thunderbolt, it is same type attack bonus. And Superior, not necessarily the bulkiest Pokemon in the world. I thought for sure it was gonna knock out there. I was really surprised by that. Congratulations to Mudkips, though, for being able to take this match.
Yeah, Mudkip playing, like, just kind of knew the parameters of what he wanted to play with, right? Recognizing that, okay, I need to be able to shield up this Lantern because I don't know what's in the back. That's also a risky call. If you only have 1 shield left and you haven't seen that last Pokemon, then it's going to be a little bit closer. We were just informed as well that the match is going to be under review. At this point, it's one of those things where, of course, if you're in a tournament and you're maybe thinking, oh, I didn't get this energy for this, or I just want to double check to make sure that everything went according to plan, you can bring it up with one of the judges and then they will review the footage. And that's exactly what's going on in this moment.
Yep, and that again is something that every single trainer has available to them at any point in the tournament.
Whether you're on stream or on the floor.
Exactly what I was going to say. It doesn't matter if you're on stream or on the floor. That is something that trainers do have available to them. So make sure if you are on the floor, make sure you're recording your battles so that if something does happen, you are able to go back and have a judge review that footage.
And speaking of judges, well, our judge for this review looks like it's going to be Dunebug97, the name that's pretty well known within Pokemon Go. Dunebug has won 3 regional champions this season, and I believe 4 total. He also got 2nd place at the European International Championships just earlier in April.
Yes, I was watching the European International Championships, and I will never forget him flapping his wings like a soaring eagle, like a shadow Pidgeot, descending down onto London through the London fog. It was something to see. However, he did not end up taking the crown there. He was bested by Weedle Weedle, another champion in his own right.
Yeah, I mean, Weedle was our first ever Senior Worlds Division champion, playing really well back in those days with an Araquanid, and then I think he was like one of the first in the actual, this series to pilot Skeletors to the success that he did. There's a lot of people who did end up playing that, and we've seen a lot so far, even in this tournament. It looks like if we're looking at the screen now, the score is back down to 0-1, so I think that the review has been happening. We'll wait to get a final conclusion here, but if you guys are just tuning in, we are in Winners Round 2 in Group B. There are 6 groups here in this tournament, 138 players in Los Angeles.
And that is so exciting to have such a big tournament for North America to really close out the regional season. Of course, this isn't the last event in North America. We still have the North American International Championships coming up in really just days from now.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be in June. It's going to be my birthday weekend. I mean, I don't want to bring it up. It's not there yet. But yes, I mean, celebrating a birthday in New Orleans, can't think of anything better.
I can't either, and we will both be there to celebrate. And I believe the match, I heard that the match will be replayed is what I believe that I have heard. We'll double check that.
Okay. And for those of you who are maybe just wanting to catch up on what exactly happened, Pancho asked for a review because the Superior had a 1-turn lag into the Lantern, and that he would have actually won the charge attack priority on that move. It looks like it was reviewed, and that is what would have happened, causing this replay. So again, yes, if you're a trainer and worst case scenario, you were wrong, right? The worst case scenario, it's maybe not something that's rematchable, but at least you brought it to the attention of someone who can actually, make a decision on the call for you and keep things as fair as possible.
And we have such a fantastic team of judges
Wonderful.
for Pokemon Go. We are so fortunate to have such a great team of passionate and knowledgeable judges. So go out there and thank a judge. But thank you, trainers, for sticking in with us. Let's go ahead and go into this rematch. We have Clodsire into Altaria, and the score overall 1-0 in favor of Mudkip.
Yeah, that's right. When it's a replay, you don't have to play the same Pokemon. It's a completely blank slate, trying to catch a Stone Edge, which would not have been doing too much to the Annihilate. But now Pancho coming in with a Mandibuzz of his own. And this is actually pretty great because a lot of times Annihilates nowadays, they're running Night Slash and Shadow Ball. Neither one are very effective against the Mandibuzz. Only the counter damage is going to be doing anything. However, both Aerialist and Dark Pulse will be doing a nice chunk of damage to this fighting type Pokemon. Going ahead and letting this first one go through. We're about to see how much an Aerialist does. Super effective damage, bringing that Annihilate down to the yellow.
Yeah, Annihilate just can't really do too much here. It's really relying on what it really wants to have happen is have a boost, be able to get that Night Slash boost, and be able to do more damage with counter. But that is just not going to happen for Mudkips here.
Yeah, going ahead, charging up a lot of energy on Pancho's side, going to have to take another Night Slash, but still not going to be able to knock it out of the skies. Probably won't even be able to knock it into the red. And meanwhile, just going ahead, snarling away. One more Aerial Ace being thrown here, and Mudkip's deciding to let the Annihilate go. And Pancho has gained that switch that he wanted, as well as having a lot of energy on the Mandibuzz. You can see him giving a kind of a cheeky look at the camera here, as now the Swampert comes in.
Yes, and Swampert, once it has energy, is dangerous, but it is going to have to get through this Mandibuzz first. Again, no fast attack pressure coming from the Swampert. It's relying on its charged attacks. It's going to be building up. It's past a little bit past the Hydro Cannon now. One is easily going to knock Mandibuzz out, so Pancho has to decide, do I want to keep this Mandibuzz around? And no! Mandibuzz falls from the sky, and it is aligned now with the Superior. And here is a matchup we just became more familiar with, Clodsire versus Altaria. Mudkip's using the first shield here.
Yeah, 2 shields to go. We kind of saw this happen before. The Dragon Breath damage is going to be slowly adding up on this bulky Clodsire. And it looks like Pancho wants to be able to keep the Clodsire as healthy as possible. He knows that there is no hope for the Superior against Altaria here. He has to do the damage with this Clodsire. Getting a ton of energy. Throwing 1 for 100 here. And another Stone Edge going through, getting that last Protect Shield from Mudkip. It's not over yet, DeFi.
It is not. We still have these 2 very bulky Pokemon on the field. Clodsire still has 1 shield to its name, but that Dragon Breath damage slowly whittling it down, where the same can't be said for the Altaria. It is still looking fresh, bright-eyed, and fluffy-winged up there in the sky, even though it's been sitting in this matchup for a long time.
And speaking of long time, the switch timers are about up as well. So if you're Pancho, you kind of have to be wary that there could be a potential catch on that Mudkip for that Shadow Swampert, and we'd be able to reach it. Looks like he was trying to go for it, but switch timer not quite up yet. The Stone Edge will be able to align, and it looks like this could be enough to knock that Altaria right out of the sky.
And it is super effective, and it goes down, and there is the Superior. And even though the Swampert was at a Hydro Cannon, Mudkip's recognizing, I could throw this, but it's not even going to be close to enough. And now we have a tie game, Amanda. We're going to be walking into a decisive game number 3.
I love to see it. I know it's harder for the trainers, a lot more pressure, but it's great for us watching the stream. One question I have for you, I didn't really see on your caster predictions, was Mandibuzz one of your choices? Because I know it was one of Speedy's Chiefs' choices in Indianapolis, and I'm starting to become a Mandibuzz believer here in Los Angeles.
No, I am an Altaria girl through and through. I use it all the time personally in Show 6 Pick 3. It is one of my favorite Pokemon to use, and it's just been consistent for such a long time. Did not work out well for Mudkips, though, in this matchup. We see that Annihilate and Mandibuzz matchup, Pancho kind of taking an early advantage here, being able to get the Annihilate out of play, but Mudkips really relying on that Shadow Swampert, bringing it to both games that we've seen here so far, and really relying on that Hydro Cannon pressure. Most of the attacks that Swampert, most of the Pokemon that Swampert has been up against, the Mud Shots aren't doing anything.
That's true, it's true. But I mean, it's really relying on, these Hydro Cannon, look, being able to throw it at basically anything on the team except for that Superior would have been really great for Mudkip there. Unfortunately for him not being able to do so in that matchup. But we have to wonder, will he bring it now into game 3, or has the pressure of being able to be like, okay, I know that my opponent is bringing Superior every game to counter my Swampert because it's so strong. Do I bring all my Superior counters for the last game?
Yeah, you really have to think, because Mudkips is running double flyer. Mudkips has both Skarmory and Altaria on the team. Could easily counter the Superior if he wanted to, but he's got to make that decision, because if you're bringing both of those flyers, you're weak to something like that Registeel. So you really have to weigh your options and think, what is Pancho going to do in this last matchup?
Yeah, and it's also hard because these trainers, I mean, you don't know if they've ever had a chance to play against each other before either. So if you're just looking at a team of 6, you're thinking, what is my opponent going to bring? And you're judging off of the playstyle that they had from the previous rounds. So if I was Pancho, I would be definitely bringing that Superior, thinking, okay, the Swampert is going to be clearly in this game. Not the lineup that he's looking for, however, as the Skarmory is now met against it. None of these attacks from the Superior was going to be doing that much. Swapping into the Mandibuzz to be met by the Guzzlord. We saw this at the beginning of game 1. These Snarls are not doing much at all to the Guzzlord here, relying solely on these aerial aces, and I think Guzzlord's just going to start gobbling it up.
Yep, the cameraman down on the field having to jump backwards to get the Guzzlord into the field of view, and we are going to see Guzzlord, just like before. Mandibuzz is going to be throwing the aerial ace kind of back to back to back as soon as we get it, and then we are going to see the Guzzlord throwing Dragon Claws. Both of these Pokemon running a 3-turn fast attack, running Snarl on the Mandibuzz and Dragon Tail on the Guzzlord.
And as you can see, because of this as well, Pancho's trying to time very well here, because every time you throw an attack and your opponent doesn't, their fast attack continues to go through there. So they threw at the same time last time so he wouldn't get extra Dragon Tails in. However, I think at this point he just wants to get as much damage off as possible, letting this aerial ace go through before the Dragon Claw was even going to be able to be deployed there. And now Mudkip is at 2 Dragon Claws. Should Pancho want to shield one? Got another one coming for him straight after.
Yeah, so that we're going to allow this Dragon Claw to connect, but doesn't even knock the Mandibuzz out. Gives Mandibuzz a chance to get to another charge attack, but the Guzzlord is going to go first, so that energy is going down the drain, and down goes Mandibuzz. Pancho having to decide, what am I going to use here? And actually might be going for an aggressive lock-on down of the Guzzlord, going to have to come at the cost of a crunch, but that might be worth it for Pancho. Registeel really relies on that charge attack pressure. The problem, though, is Mudkip still has 2 shields. Registeel really prefers it when your opponent's shields are down.
I find this very interesting. Mudkip's coming in with the Skarmory, which has much less play against a Registeel than Altaria does. As we've seen, Altaria, even though it is a Dragon-type Pokemon and Registeel is a Steel, hence in the name, those Dragon Breaths just start to chunk away at it still, and neither the Zap Cannon nor the Focus Blast will be doing so much to that Pokemon in general. Like, at this point, I'm kind of wondering if Mudkip should have came in with the Altaria and saved the Skarmory for it. Looks like he's going to go ahead and do it now. A fully healthy Altaria getting after a couple shields going down. This Zap Cannon now connecting.
Maybe just wanting to keep that information about the Altaria being in the back hidden for a little while longer, wanting to get that shield, maybe trick you, Pancho, into shielding that Brave Bird. But here it is. There is the Superior. Has to come out at some point, and it's going to be facing one of two big counters on the team. We see Mudkip's going for a bit of an undercharge here.
Yeah, I like this play. I mean, not only has attacked and been kind of debuffed from that Zap Cannon, now the undercharging Sky Attack wants to be able to come out of this matchup with a little bit of energy as well. Superior just doing everything it can to whittle away here. Gonna go and throw an aerial ace. It does bring the Altaria down into the red, forcing Mudkip now to throw yet another. But here is the problem with Registeel. It relies solely on its charge attacks, and there is too much health left on this Altaria. It's still going to have to throw an attack to be able to take it out. Coming in with the Skarmory, this is interesting, but going ahead and now going to take a Zap Cannon, it looks like. Gotta have to use the shield at some point. Mudkip using it now.
Yeah, and again, because Registeel has to rely on these charge attacks, it has to get to a Zap Cannon, and Skarmory is going to outpace. Goes for the Sky Attack, not the Brave Bird, and is able to peel away that last shield. Pancho looking up at the sky, maybe doing some calculations and thinking, do I have any hope? Can I throw the Focus Blast? No, I have to throw this Zap Cannon. Is it going to be enough to knock this Skarmory out?
Even a little bit of an undercharge here. Wants to try to get a farm, not going to be able to do it. It is a race to a charge attack here. Both of them shaking their heads, but the Dragon Breath is going to do it. Mudkip taking down your Pancho. Altaria, Registeel counter confirmed?
I guess. I really liked some of those undercharge. And Pancho, I'm wondering if there had been an opportunity to even undercharge that Zap Cannon even further, if that would have made a difference. I'm not so sure, though.
Yeah, this is the hard part about Registeel. And I say it almost every tournament because I heard Butter say it once and I find it so funny, but we know less about underchargers than we do about the depths of our oceans. So, I mean, the hard time sometimes is like, yeah, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to undercharge this because I want to get that perfect amount of farm to be able to throw that next charge attack, and then you undercharge it too much and you're not able to throw, and then end up throwing the game rather than the actual attack.
Yeah, so that was really tricky. Congratulations to Mudkips for being able to move on in the bracket. But again, this is double elimination, Amanda.
That's right.
So Pancho is not out of it yet.
Yeah, Pancho, like we talked about a little bit earlier, very high up on the North American leaderboards, qualified for Worlds, so he's someone that will be competing in Honolulu should he decide to go, and someone that I think a lot of trainers will be taking note of as well, saying, okay, I see these spicy Pokemon that he's playing, I see this play style. It's definitely worth noting.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a note ourselves of that last battle. We have that Mandibuzz and Guzzlord that we saw paired up so many times during this showcase of these two trainers. Guzzlord being able to just fire these Dragon Claws back to back. And here we have again in that last matchup, Mudkip said, that Superior is not taking me down again. Fool me once, fool me twice, but I am gonna get that Slippery Snake the third time, and there we see the Superior knocking out.
Yeah, Registeel, and this is the point, coming down the wire. Both trainers shaking their heads no, as they're not sure which one will be able to take out the other one. Really coming down to the wire with that double flyer strategy for Mudkips there, and very risky play, but very well rewarded as well. I just want to point out, for those who maybe just caught that last matchup, he really used Shadow Swampert and utilized it very well in game number 1, and to forcing Pancho to use that Superior, and then no Swampert to be found, game 3.
Yes, Mudkip really utilizing his entire team. Every single Pokemon made an appearance at least once, except I think the Lantern was only used in the game that ended up being Rematch. So Lantern maybe not so much, but really trying to utilize this whole team. Pancho heavily utilizing the Mandibuzz and the Superior in every single game that was played.
Yeah, and I know you said that you're an Altaria believer, and okay, maybe I'm switching back and forth. If I'm switching between the Mandibuzz and the Altaria, Altaria definitely had more play against the Registeel there at the end, and a lot of interesting swaps that we saw in that last round as well. Originally I said I'm not sure coming in Skarmory to the Registeel was the best choice. However, I mean, it really ended up paying out for Mudkips there, using both of his shields there, and the problem with Registeel is that there's this Zap Cannon debuff, so I think that his choice was, I don't want to go into a Pokemon, then, you know, forcing them to use the Zap Cannon debuff, have to switch out and then protect my Skarmory.
Yeah, so we are going to have to see we're going to have to maybe have Soph ask some questions to our winner, Mudkip, there down on the field. Let's go ahead and take it over to Soph and Mudkips.
Thanks so much, Stephanie. I'm on the floor here with Mudkip, who just won round 1 versus you, Pancho. Mudkip, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling ecstatic. I can't believe I made it. That was insane.
Yeah, it was a really long 4-game series. So I know you've played a couple of these tournaments at this point. Sometimes you bring some more spicy picks, but you seem to always bring the Swampert. Do you want to talk a little bit about why that is?
He is my favorite. He is my go-to. I believe he is the strongest out of most of them, and the cores that they make are just supreme in this game.
Are you talking about Swampert or Mudkip, your namesake?
Swampert. Mudkip, I don't think he quite has a chance, but if I slap a best buddy ribbon on him, he might make it.
All right, and I know that was a really long series. Did you realize going into that final game that you were kind of triple weak to Registeel? And did you have a plan for that, or were you kind of just hoping that it didn't come?
So I saw that they kept on trying to get into my back line with 2 flying coverages for my Annihilate. So I'm like, okay, maybe if I don't see a Registeel, I can overload on just toppling the rest over with neutral coverage. But the moment I saw Registeel, I was like, oh dear. Full breaks.
Yeah, well, you know, Dragon Breath and Dragon Tail are very good fast attacks, so, you know, you seem to be okay playing through the matchup like that. How did you prepare for this tournament? Did you do a lot of scrims, build a team with anybody?
I have done a ton of battles, but the team has constantly been changing. The 2 constants have been Swampert and Guzzlord, but I just kept on picking and choosing 2 different kind of cores to fill in there. And this one that I ended up coming up with was because Altaria showed very dominant matchups, and they helped me out so much in there.
Yeah, Altaria is absolutely a beast. Walls Pokemon like Whiscash, and it's been really strong, especially in EU. Before we let you go, are there any final shout-outs that you want to give?
I would love to give a shout-out to the Tucson community and the Arizona community for Phoenix, and to my ride, Sosaflow. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, and congratulations again. And I think we're going to kick it back to the casters for some more battles.
Thank you so much, Soph and Mudkips. I absolutely love that comment, the supreme. That really, I think, highlights just how powerful Swampert can be. We mentioned earlier in the cast, I love Swampert. I think of it, Swampert's a classic. We've got, compared to some of the new kids on the block like Whiscash, but Swampert really showing why it is such a mainstay in Pokemon Go PvP.
Yeah, but Swampert running that Community Day attack of Hydro Cannon. I think a lot of the partner Pokemon that using their Community Day attacks are very, very efficient. We were kind of going over some data before this went on, and we were looking at other partner Pokemon, and we found a very fun and interesting fact is Venusaur was only used basically once to win a regional event. It was a special event in Barcelona, the very first event of this season. We saw another, Venusaur being able to take it for the champion.
Yeah, but Venusaur and grass types in general, not very useful in the current meta. Maybe with some new shakeups, we can see something a little different, but I miss those grass types.
I do too. I mean, we just saw the Superior back in action a little bit, and we were having this discussion before. Gligar is so popular right now, and actually the grass type Pokemon don't do so horrible against it because it's able to hit back with the grass, and since it's flying and ground, it's able to hit back a little bit harder than if it was a pure flying type. However, because there are so many Gligars, we're seeing a rise of those Altarias, we're seeing a rise of Skarmorants, and these are the Pokemon that grass type just completely fear.
They really do. It is a tough environment if you are a grass-type Pokemon out there being cut down like someone's mowing the lawn out there. But what we have coming up next, we are going to have some trainers that I think are going to be some fan favorites. So if you are out there in the Twitch chat, if you are out there on YouTube, I am so excited to be able to talk about Battle Bill and the cruise ship coming up. Battle Bill, I believe it was in Charlotte, took 9th place, had a really, really strong run in Charlotte earlier this season, and also played in Indianapolis, I believe. So excited to see him back again. And then we have the cruise ship. Only have seen him one other time, I believe, this season, and that was in Toronto.
Yeah, and but we're seeing something very interesting on the cruise ship's team. Is that is that a Lunatone?
That is a Lunatone, and I definitely need to look. What does Lunatone learn? It learns Confusion, so it is going to be one of those Pokemon, kind of like when you have a Charmer like his Wigglytuff, really relying on its fast attack pressure. Lunatone also today will be running Rock Slide and Moon Blast, so actually having some Rock-type charged attack pressure, not something that is super common that we see.
Absolutely. These two trainers, looks like they're kind of talking things through a little bit here. I want to go over Battle Bill's team. We talked about the rise of Shadow Sableye. Sableye is like my personal favorite pitch, and I think the Shadow does a lot of damage here in this type of tournament. We saw Lyle Jeffs being able to completely pilot it to success, Javier being able to successfully do it in the LATAM community, and also Matt Beard getting second place in Stockholm with this Pokemon. I think Battle Bill has a pretty good lineup with it. However, I did see a Wigglytuff on Cruise Ship's lineup as well. That could be pretty dangerous, and stopping that Sableye full stop.
A full stop is right. There we have the Cruise Ship's lineup with two Pokemon that really rely on that fast attack pressure. That is that Lunatone with Confusion and Wigglytuff with Charm. We also see some potential for some buffs and debuffs. We have Icy Wind, 100% chance to debuff your opponent's attack, and then it is so exciting when we see that Night/Boost that can really turn the tide, much like Lunatone can turn those tides of a game. Boost can make such a big deal.
Boost is going to be one of those things. So we have a more traditional team, I would say, on the Battle Bill's side there. And then we have some interesting spice picks on the Cruise Ship side. So we're going to have to see at the very last regional competition for North America if this meta has sort of settled out, or if something new and spicy will be able to make its way through the top here. We have that Dugong against the Sableye. We talked about this. You just said Icy Wind has a 100% chance of debuffing the other Pokemon's attack. It looks like we'll probably end up going for that, but the foul play will be thrown right beforehand. Nice timing by Battle Bill, not letting an extra Ice Shard go through here and getting that first shield from Cruise Ship.
Yeah, but then there was absolutely no chance that it was that super effective power gem instead. So going right for the foul play, but still able to draw that Protect Shield.
And not only was he able to draw the Protect Shield, also going to be able to debuff the opponent here. Now, 20% more, no longer doing 20% more. Meanwhile, Sableye just continuing to chunk away. He knows he outpaces at this point, and catching the power gem onto this Wigglytuff. I think for Battle Bill, you're getting out of here. The Sableye says, you're not going to charm me.
No, the power gem takes a chunk out of Wigglytuff, and here comes Skarmory, which has nothing whatsoever to fear from this Wigglytuff. Is it going to be able to Steel Wing completely down before it even reaches an Icy Wind? That is a full farm down.
Skarmory going to Farmery here, coming out with a ton of energy for whatever's in the back. And we'll have to see, does he want to bring that Dugong back in? It looks like he does. Going to go for that immediate debuff, saying, okay, well, if you have all this energy, it's not going to be doing as much to me now. Throwing this, and then we'll see, maybe will he dip or will he stay in this matchup? Because those Steel Wings will continue to chunk away at that Dugong.
Yes, and here is, again, it is one stage debuffed going here for that charged attack, Sky attack, doing just a little bit less damage, but the switch timers are not quite up. Cruise Ship kind of having to wait this out. Do you want to keep the Dugong in play because your switch timer is up now, decides to let it go only down to the Lunatone, and we're going to see those confusions not very effective, which is going to be unfortunate. Even if Lunatone can confusion through this Skarmory, that Sableye is still back there, and Shadow Claw is going to be super effective.
Going for that Brave Burn. It is the harder hitting attack, but as you can see, not very effective here. Meanwhile, Shadow Claws are going to be doing a lot to this Lunatone, forcing Cruise Ship to be able to throw this. But I think if you're Battle Bill, you're playing this right, because he wants to shield this up and completely Shadow Claw down, not even showing his third Pokemon, because sometimes when you're in this line of position, every advantage that you can take is one that you should, because now Cruise Ship's wondering, okay, what was in the back? I don't know what that third Pokemon is.
Yeah, so Battle Bill having a dominant showcase here in that first game. Using that Shadow Sableye really, really well and being able to utilize it in that opening matchup against the Altaria. Again, utilizing that great timing, not allowing the Cruise Ship to get any extra energy, any extra damage, still being able to draw the Protect Shield away right away with that foul play. We can see that play out right here.
Yeah, you can see Cruise Ship trying to do everything possible, being able to catch that power gem. Still not enough, because it's not only does the Wigglytuff not be able to get to an attack, that Skarmory just comes out with a ton of energy, able to completely take out that Dugong and just do a lot of work into that Lunatone in the back.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got to see the Lunatone, though.
Yeah, I don't know how often we've ever seen a Lunatone in the official championship series. You see it a little bit sometimes with some fun Go Battle League matchups. Maybe you're playing, auto-recommended battles and you have a Lunatone that shows up. That can be kind of fun. Really rare to see here. You can see it's definitely, I can see in the notes, it's definitely a good Lunatone for him. It's one that he's proud of, that he caught with, a higher HP and defense stat. It's something he's proud of, but I'm looking at BattleBill's team and I just don't know what you want that Lunatone up against.
Yeah, I mean, it does have confusion, so of course it will be doing okay against some fighting type. Being able to charge and throw rock slides for those flyers. It does have some play. It's just interesting to see how it will be utilized, especially when teams have something like a Shadow Sableye, which can completely shut that down. One thing I do want to note about BattleBill's team of 6 is we talked about Pokemon on the rise being Shadow Sableye and Pokemon on the decline being Vigoroth. BattleBill says, nuh-uh, they're both on my team. I take them all.
All right, and speaking of that Vigoroth, it is up here against the Wigglytuff. BattleBill happy to be in this one, and also probably happy that he isn't using Annihilate, the most popular Pokemon in the meta right now. And there is that Lunatone coming in, and BattleBill says, my Sableye is hungry. Nom, 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 nom. I'm going to be doing some farming here, getting a bunch of energy. The cruise ship going full on for the moon.
Oh my goodness!
Bill, why haven't you shielded that? One hit KO!
Sometimes BattleBill knows what he's doing, he says, and sometimes maybe not as much. They're not being able to call that bait. That Moonblast was huge, completely knocking out that Sableye, one of the harder counters there, and not getting that alignment anymore that he's looking for. But he does able to get one more counter, and he has a lot of energy on that Vigoroth. In comes the Wigglytuff, Body Slam now coming through, and he's got another one almost loaded.
That was crazy, Amanda, seeing that direct attack knock out. But let's focus back in on this matchup. We have the Vigoroth, who had a bunch of energy still, is going to start throwing body slams. Like we mentioned earlier, BattleBill probably happy he's not using the Annihilate here because the Vigoroth only takes neutral damage from Charm. And here we have the Skarmory, which, again, nothing to be feared by this Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff now having access to Icy Wind is going to be able to debuff the Skarmory before swapping out into the Dugong. Now, BattleBill, we can see some laughing here, and Dugong just going to be able, cruise ship really relying on Icy Wind, is just going to start decreasing the attack of this Skarmory until these Sky attacks are not really going to be attacks anymore. They're going to be Sky Tickles.
Yeah, this is very funny to me as well because, yes, it's already a stage debuffed. It's about to be debuffed again with another Icy Wind. There is still a shield left on both these trainers' sides. And I like what they've both done. They've saved a Pokemon in the back battle builded just in case he needs to clear a debuff. But yeah, now it's 2-stage debuff. This is when Cruise Ship's now using that shield for the Sky attack, thinking it could have been that Brave Bird, but he's already at another Icy Wind. This game might go to a timeout.
It very well could. This is going to take some time. We have the Icy Wind drawing that final Protect Shield. We are all shields down. Vigoroth says, I'm going to try to get as much damage as possible. And here comes that Body Slam. That Vigoroth, no debuff to be had, gets to throw the Body Slam, knock the Dugong out, and there is the Wigglytuff. One charm takes it.
I think Cruise Ship knows he's maybe on a ship that might be going down here, as he's not able to switch out to that Wigglytuff in time. Steel Wing down by BattleBill, taking both game 1 and 2 in this series.
BattleBill taking the game despite letting his Shadow Sableye take the full brunt of a Moonblast early on in the game before Sableye was really able to show off what it was worth. So Cruise Ship, I think, even though losing 0-2, really got to show off that Lunatone there in game number 2.
I don't know if you guys could hear it in the crowd, but I mean, we heard the crowd audibly go, oh, when it happened with that one-hit KO. I mean, if you're BattleBill, that is a hard position to be in because you know that there's a Wigglytuff, which is Sableye's hardest counter. It's like, okay, do I want to keep it healthy? Do I want to keep the switch advantage and then just give a lot of farm to the Wigglytuff? I think in the end, obviously, he won. He ended up making the right call, but it's really hard to tell in those sort of scenarios. Like, should I shielded that up? What should I just come out with some energy instead?
Well, hindsight is 20/20, and we have that hindsight. Let's take a look at that replay. Here is that Lunatone coming in, and BattleBill saying Sableye, and
Sable, bye! Sable, bye!
Sable, definitely a good buy. And there we have the Vigoroth. So instead of relying on Shadow Sableye, which was an MVP in Game 1, instead of really relying on that Vigoroth to pick up the slack. So Vigoroth winning it there for Battle Bill in the end, paired with the Skarmory.
Yeah, I think those were very fun matchups. And again, like, we've seen some interesting picks earlier on. We did show a meta graphic earlier of, like, the top Pokemon that are being used across, like, all 130-some players. However, we're seeing some spicy picks, some fun things at the beginning, and I really like that. We've seen some Feraligators, we've seen some Skeleturges, and now we've seen a Lunatone and a Wobbuffet. We're only in round 3, or just third stream.
Yes, I would love to see more of these spice picks as we go along in this tournament. We tend to see, again, the day one is kind of a popularity contest, right? These are the Pokemon that are the most popular when we took a look at our day one usage graphic. I'm really excited what's going to show up on day 2. Day 2 is more like, these are your champion Pokemon. These are the Pokemon that, even if they weren't popular by everyone, these are the Pokemon that have proved their worth. So I'm really excited. Maybe we can see some of these spicy Pokemon prove their worth into day number 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking of people who have proved their worth, we have Jim talking with Battle Bill about those last matchups that he just had against Cruise Ship.
All right, thank you, Amanda. Welcome in, everyone, guys. Wholesome_ here with Battle Bill, fresh off his 2-0 victory. All right, first off, for those of you unaware with Battle Bill, let's get a quick introduction here, man.
How's it going? I'm Battle Bill. I'm a PvPer, content creator, and just all-around lover of Pokemon Go.
Well, first off, again, congratulations, 2-0 victory. I want to start with one moment, though, that we saw. I think that we heard the whole crowd cheering, not for you, actually, in this one. This was the Moon Blast that we saw coming from that signature Lunatone from the cruise ship. How did that feel, Battle Bill?
It felt stressful. Honestly, when the crowd cheered, I was like, if I was watching, I would be cheering too. I can't believe the Moon Blast landed, and I can't believe I let that happen. I don't know confusion counts on Lunatone, not something I came in prepared for, and the last thing I thought to myself was that Lunatone even had the move. So it was a lot of things were racing once that happened. I was like, oh no, we're going to game 3 after that.
Not a lot of people studying their Lunatone counts, we can say. Absolutely. All right, well, one other thing that I wanted to ask you about is the Shadow Sableye. It was actually one of the Pokemon that we featured as on the rise. What was the inspiration on the Shadow Sableye in your team?
So a friend of mine, his name is Ox, he had put together a team of 6 that included Shadow Sableye and Shadow Whiscash. Whiscash, I love, one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, and just Sableye is so super versatile, has a lot more positive matchups than I realized, and it's good to have multiple safe mons, I feel like, on my team of 6. So between having that and Vigoroth, it just gives me more options.
Well, Battle Bill, this is not the first time that we've seen you on stream this season. Talk a little bit about kind of your run, and you've been competing more regularly recently. How has it evolved now at the end of the season? How do you feel?
It feels like I'm in grind mode. You know, I'm trying to get those last-minute championship points. Charlotte was a great time, and my performance there being on stream. Didn't have a great showing in Indy, so hoping to kind of back things back up to the Charlotte energy in LA here.
Thank you. Finally, any shout-outs that you want to have before we wrap up?
Absolutely. I got a few shout-outs. Shout out to my parents at home. Shout out to all my friends watching. Shout out to Dal, Victor for taking care of my cats while away. Shout out to Snots. Shout out to Ox. Shout out to Elmo. A lot of the Battle Boys in the community really putting on a big reason why I'm here today.
All right. Well, thank you and congratulations again on your 2-0. I'm sure we'll be seeing more from you in this tournament. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more battles.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle, Jeffs, and Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom, and because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me, but my dad hasn't, so I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Hello Pokemon trainers, this is Zoe. The matches at EUIC 2024 had us all on the edge of our seats and cheering for more. Let's take a look back at the competition in London. EUIC saw trainers from far and wide battle for championship points, world's invites, and the title of European International Champion. We saw Paulasha give an electrifying performance, cooking up some mischief with her Shadow Magnezone. Sandoru chomped through the competition with his Guzzlord, and M.E. Weedle turned up the heat with Skeledirge. Going into Championship Sunday, we had an intense match between Sandoru and M.E. Weedle in the winners' finals. After M.E. Weedle's win, Sandoru was up against the formidable Dunebug 97, whom he had defeated earlier in Day 2. This time, Dunebug was able to take the win and set the tone for an edge-of-our-seats grand final. The energy in the audience could not be overstated. A hush fell over the crowd as M.E. Weedle and Dunebug 97 took the stage before erupting into thunderous applause as M.E. Weedle took the crown home with a phenomenal 3-0 win.
Ridiculous performance on Championship Sunday from M.E. Weedle, as it is official. He is your European International Grand Champion!
M.E. Weedle showed absolute dominance over the competition and became the second ever Pokemon Go trainer to become a regional, international, and world champion. As we look forward to the World Championships, more champions are waiting to be crowned. Be sure to tune in and check out Pokemon.com/compete to jump straight into the action.
From Malibu all the way to Long Beach, we're happy to bring you back to sunny Los Angeles, California, here for our 2024 Los Angeles Regional Tournament. I'm Wholesome_, joined by Soph. We've already seen some incredible battles so far, but we still have a lot to look forward to. Soph, any big moments that you wanted to highlight from those first couple matches?
You know, I have to say, I wasn't a big Lunatone believer, but seeing that Moonblast land on the Sableye, I can't say I've changed my mind, but definitely a cool moment to watch. I'm sure we'll be seeing it in some highlights to come.
Yeah, absolutely. We did get to see a little of the feature of the Shadow Sableye as well, which we could just see before that Moonblast landed. Those same type attack bonus Shadow Claws were absolutely eviscerating that Lunatone.
Yeah, Shadow Claw, of course, a very powerful charge attack. I mean, we see it now in Pokemon like Feraligatr, but really Sableye is kind of one of those Pokemon where it really shines. A lot of energy generation, a lot of damage, as you mentioned, too. So, you know, Pokemon on the rise. Hopefully we'll be seeing some more Shadow Sableye, or maybe even Purified Sableye gameplay this tournament.
It was really fun kicking off our tournament with that battle of the brothers that we saw with Elmo as Innocent versus McBoo. What was really interesting to me is seeing some of those Pokemon that I feel like have been additions here in the most recent season or two, specifically Skeledirge, seeing the power not only of Incinerate, but of its charged attacks as well, with that same type attack bonus, Shadow Ball. I think I heard McBoo say sometimes you just got to make a call when you're down energy, but no, we actually saw Elmo going straight for those Shadow Balls, devastating damage. We're getting ready on stage here, though. Let's take a look at our two upcoming trainers, Soph.
Yeah, that's right. We've got Stud Muffins on the left. Stud Muffins has appeared at a couple of tournaments already this season. We see bringing some unconventional picks there, the Whimsicott, also Umbreon. Actually, both trainers have Umbreon. We haven't seen it a lot recently, but a couple of trainers have been bringing it back maybe in response to potentially a Sableye. And then Ace Leader Sky on the right. Not a trainer who's competed at, I think, any regionals so far, not just this season, but throughout the circuit's history. But I think is a really original battler who was around before and kind of took a step back from the game, but making an appearance here in Los Angeles.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that Umbreon, and I'm going to go ahead and make a call out here. On our walk over to the convention center this morning, Soph was saying she was expecting to see a lot of Umbreon, and we are seeing it on both of these teams. Let's go ahead and take a look, though, at the full roster. Whimsicott running Fairy Wind, Seed Bomb, Moonblast will be joined with Umbreon, Shadow Gligar, Annihilate, Lantern, Skarmory. Not a lot of surprises there in that bottom half of the graphic, but the Whimsicott, that's a little spicy, Soph.
Yeah, we've seen trainers like Arrow, I think, maybe bring it to competitions before, and Whimsicott's a really interesting core breaker for Pokemon like Altaria, Lantern, Annihilate, but, you know, on its own in neutral matchups kind of struggles. Taking a look at Ace Leader's Sky team, this is looking like a very conventional team here. Of course, we do have the Umbreon that we already called out. We've also got this Skeledirge that we were just talking about. Such a powerful Pokemon, and might have a lot of play here against Stud Muffins. Definitely want to watch out for Lantern and Umbreon, though.
Well, one key call out, Soph, that I'm interested to see is the battle of the Umbreons. Keep in mind, on Ace Leader Sky's team, no coverage attack, Dark Pulse, Foul Play, so no last resort. I've actually seen some trainers that do opt for that double dark charged attack. We'll see how it plays out in this matchup. In many cases, you don't always need that normal type coverage, but it does provide relatively good generalistic type coverage, so we'll have to see how that plays out.
That's right. It's nice to have the flexibility with Foul Play versus Dark Pulse. Dark Pulse does a little bit more damage, a little bit more efficient as well, but, you know, if you're not expecting to run into any other Umbreon or Mandibuzz, you can carry that moveset, but unfortunately, we do have an Umbreon on the opposing side here.
I want to just double click on that Whimsicott as these trainers get locked in. Fairy Wind, definitely a charged attack that I think put this Pokemon in a new class. Charm has a lot of play, but Fairy Wind gives it a little bit more versatility and flexibility. In fact, we see it on Stud Muffin's team, but we're going to start off here with the Shadow Gligar versus the Cresselia. These digs add up very quickly. This is actually a relatively neutral matchup, Soph.
Absolutely. So both trainers need to land 2 charge attacks to take out the opposing Pokemon. Looks like Stud Muffins is going straight for the dig here. Makes sense. Cresselia, very bulky Pokemon. Probably not going to be using shields this early in the matchup.
All right, first charge attack does go through. Actually, on charge attack priority, here comes the Moonblast. This is not going to be the future sight. Has an opportunity for an attack debuff as well. Let's see if it lands. Yes, it does. Will we see the debuff? Not this time.
That's right. Cresselia trying to get to this grass knot here, I believe. Actually gets there at the same time as the second dig from Stud Muffins. Stud Muffin's going to get this dig through. It's going to land on the Cresselia. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to take out here. So Ace Leader Sky is going to be able to get off this grass knot.
Hangs on with just a sliver of HP. Here comes the grass knot now. This is also going to be very close to knocking out this Gligar. Stud Muffins opts to no shield. Knows this is not a Moonblast. Able to hang on. Now it's going to be a battle of fast attack pressure, but no, a quick swap into the Lantern with a full Spark down.
Yeah, gets the full Spark down. So now this Lantern is locked in for another minute. Unfortunately, it is met by this Whiscash. Terrible matchup for the Lantern, but there is still a little bit of hope for Stud Muffins. Remember, still has the Whimsicott in the back, which has a lot of play against both of Ace Leader Sky's Pokemon.
Yeah, and with that Gligar still around, could be a potential catch later on in the game. Here comes the energy pacing, though. Nice timing there by Ace Leader Sky, throwing this Mud Bomb just before the Lantern is able to reach its next charge attack. This is not going to be enough to knock out, but it will put a big chip here in this Lantern.
A really nice counting there from Ace Leader Sky, just like you said, throwing just before the serve. And it looks like Stud Muffins is actually going to let this Lantern go, even though it has a charge attack loaded, going to be putting it all on the Whimsicott here.
I don't really mind this because this Whimsicott, you talked about how it can be a core breaker. Realistically, it has a lot of play here. Not only does it resist these Mud Shots, the Mud Bombs, the Scalds, but it also resists the very imposing Volt Switches from this Charge Bug here in the back for Ace Leader Sky as well.
Yeah, Stud Muffins doesn't want to take a Scald here and potentially get debuffed, so actually throws the Seed Bomb off. Looks like Ace Leader Sky is happy to let it go, doesn't want to go for that 50% chance, and just going to bring in that last Pokemon here in the Charge Bug. It's going to be tough, though. I think you need to land 2 X-Scissors to close this game out, and there's still 2 shields up on both sides.
Yeah, the question is, can you Fairy Wind this Charger Bug to get in range that a single Moonblast will knock out? Maybe, and keep in mind, with a 4-turn fast attack, one of the easiest catch possibilities with this Gligar. Stud Muffins opting to throw the Moonblast right away, not going for some baits. Needs to get through these 2 Protect Shields, though.
Yeah, and Ace Leader Sky does correctly shield that up. Again, like you mentioned earlier, Moonblast does have that opportunity for an attack drop, doesn't get it there, though, and this Whimsicott is actually getting quite low just from the Volt Switches, despite the fact that they are resisted.
Yeah, I think to your point, you realistically think that you're going to need to land 2 charge attacks, but with all this fast attack pressure coming in the form of these Volt Switches, maybe the play is to play this out until you get it in range for that X-Scissor, and it'll finally knock out. We're going straight Moonblast here, though, so Stud Muffins yet again unleashing the Moonblast onto this Charger Bug. Final Protect Shield has been stripped away. We are shields down, so...
Right, and Ace Leader Sky doesn't have a catch attempt here, so I think Stud Muffins is feeling good, maybe just needs to land this last Moonblast. Of course, X's are coming through here. It's going to deal quite a bit of damage, but Whimsicott is able to hang on and looks like is able to get to this final Moonblast.
Here it comes. The question is, will this be enough? This is a same type attack bonus, relatively attack-weighted Pokemon. Here comes the Moonblast. Does it hang on? No! Down goes the Charger Bug. Game number 1 going to Stud Muffins.
And we were in that last matchup for quite a bit of time, but I really like how Stud Muffins played it, just went straight for the Moonblast, knew that over time the Fairy Winds were going to add up enough for the Moonblast to be able to take it out.
So talk a little bit more about Whimsicott. We talked about it being a core breaker with that unique Grass Fairy typing. What are some of the targets that it might have in the overall meta?
Well, there's the Whiscash, which we see here on Ace Leader Sky's team. I also mentioned before, potentially Annihilate. Altaria, which has been making a comeback, especially in EU as well. So I think just things where it's hard to find a core breaker for, it really does well in those matchups.
Thank you. So let's look at this replay. Remember, we saw the switch in from Stud Muffins, allowing that Lantern to actually get a spark down. It essentially was just sacrificed here, absorbing all of that energy from the Whiscash, but this set up this Whimsicott with 2 shields to not only take out the Whiscash, but then also the Moonblast landing on that Charger Bug, able to sweep the team.
And that was a really huge call by Stud Muffins, because if it had been the Skeledirge or the Mantine, it would have been really, really tough, but luckily it was just that Charge Bug, and Whimsicott was able to win that 2-shield scenario. Again, like you mentioned, going straight for the Moonblast. In situations like that where you are ahead, throwing a bait that gets no-shielded can sometimes be the lose condition, but yeah. Stud Muffins was really staying clear of that.
Yeah, great call. So if it sets up a potential win con for your opponent, in general, you want to try to avoid those. Now, that said, Ace Leader Sky, he saw a little bit of a core breaker there. The Cresselia obviously does have some, neutral play into that Whimsicott as well, but running 2 Pokemon relatively weak in the back, that may let us see the Skeledirge or maybe the Mantine come in a response. Let's move into game number 2. Stud Muffins 1 game away from moving to the next round, brings the Whimsicott again, and look, it is the flying type Mantine ready to go.
Looks like he's going straight into the Umbreon. I think Ace Leader Sky doesn't have a great answer to it. Just gonna stay in with this Mantine for a little bit, maybe even the whole time. Looks like we're firing off this first aerial ace here. I expect a no-shield here from Stud Muffins.
Keep in mind, we have 2 Umbreons on these teams, and it'd be interesting to see if they end up getting matched up, but you can't really swap in your own Umbreon after this chip because you don't have that coverage attack in the form of the Last Resort. This now brings in the Whiscash. It's going to have to absorb these foul plays. Number 1 comes, does a decent dent, and we're going to have to see if this, for next foul play, already ready to go. Does Ace Leader Sky want to use a shield and maybe try to go for a debuff later on? Answer is no.
I think Ace Leader Sky really needs switch advantage here, right? Umbreon into Whimsicott would be a disaster. You really want to maintain Mantine aligned on that Whimsicott, but might have to start putting up some shields here. Scald's coming through, not going to do nearly enough to take out this Umbreon, and Studmuffins already has a lot of energy loaded on this Umbreon. Probably going to be able to get to 2 charge attacks very soon. Here comes the first.
Yeah, we can hear the debuff go through. You can see the attack fall. That is going to maybe make this foul play not quite enough. Does Ace Leader Sky want to invest the shield? Yes, indeed. Protect shield number 1 comes up, has a move ready to go, but wants to get to the Scald. I don't know that Mud Bomb is going to be enough. Goes straight for the Scald. Even if we see a protect shield come out here, maybe we could see another attack debuff, but no, Studmuffin's willing to go for shield advantage rather than switch advantage.
Potentially hoping for a Mud Bomb there, but not the case, and looks like we're just going to bring in the Whimsicott to soak up all this energy. It does wall all of Whiscash's energy here, so really nice place for this Whimsicott to potentially come back and get some sort of an advantage.
The bane of Fairy Wind here, though, is it's very difficult to actually go for these full farm downs. In fact, I think actually may get it here. That's going to be quite effective, but look how much damage you've already taken on this Whimsicott. Shields aren't going to be blocking any of those wing attacks coming from the Mantine. Now, that said, you are at a big energy advantage and also a shield advantage as well. How quickly will we see this damage add up from all this energy on the Whimsicott?
Well, like you said, Studmuffins does have that shield advantage, so Ace Leader Sky doesn't want to go down 0 to 2 shields, does let that Moonblast through, and all of a sudden, Studmuffins maybe in an okay spot here, brings the Gligar in, and this Mantine is already very low from that Moonblast.
Okay, well, a nice catch coming here from Ace Leader Sky. No need to have Last Resort in this matchup as well. Dark Pulse and Foul Play are going to be just great. As Studmuffins, I was a little interested to see him actually swapping in the Gligar, knowing that there is Ice Beam on the side of that Mantine, but you have to be pretty happy as Studmuffins already getting all that chip damage and putting this Mantine in a very manageable position now.
That's right, Foul Play coming through here. Studmuffins has 2 shields, but you're going to have to start shielding some relatively cheap and not high damage charge attacks here. Looks like Gligar is able to get off this dig right here. Going to do about half of what this Umbreon has left, and you know, it's actually not looking too bad. Like you mentioned, shield advantage and energy advantage together can be a very powerful combination.
You can see just how bulky that Umbreon is, though, able to tank these charge attacks just fine. Oh, and actually great timing from Studmuffins. Ace Leader Sky had a move ready to go, but unfortunately unable to throw it. Here comes the dig. Is this enough to knock out? Does it hang on? No! All that energy goes to waste. You now have Mantine with a Protect Shield, but you're going to need, I think, at least 3 charge attacks to knock out these last 2 Pokemon for Studmuffins.
And I don't think you can get there just based off of fast attack pressure alone. Looks like Studmuffins actually chooses to let this go, and now it's just going to come down to whether this Whimsicott is able to Fairy Wind down before 2 Aerial Aces come out.
Yeah, this is going to be the question, but no, gets to the first Aerial Ace. The question now becomes, will this final Fairy Wind from the Whimsicott be enough to knock out this Mantine? Just a sliver of HP remaining. Is it able to get there? Yes!
Wow, and Ace Leader Sky barely able to pull this one off. Just a sliver of HP. You see that gesturing there, and Aerial Ace gonna come through. Ace Leader Sky able to tie up the series there 1-1.
I love the plays there from Ace Leader Sky, putting it all on that Mantine. It does have great play versus not only that Whimsicott, but also the Gligar as well. Able to land that Ice Beam, get to 2 more Aerial Aces. I didn't think it was gonna be able to get to 3 charge attacks, but that's exactly what Ace Leader Sky was able to pull off, and a 1-1 series tie.
I really did not think that Mantine was going to be able to pull it off either. You know, it was a good lead for Ace Leader Sky, right? Mantine lead double weak to Whimsicott in the back, but was able to find it where he wants. Here's that replay of the Umbreon versus Whiscash matchup we saw, and here's that full farm down from the Whimsicott, trying to get a lot of energy, maybe come back from that lead situation.
Yeah, and those wing attacks were adding up relatively quick. Keep in mind, this is the Shadow Gligar, but a great catch there. That Mantine, even right now at this point, was already in the red. It was able to sweep both Pokemon, including getting a Protect Shield down with just red HP. I think that speaks to the value of this Mantine, the bulk of this Mantine, and being able to quickly reach those charge attacks like Aerial Ace has a lot of tools in its utility belt.
Jim, you mentioned earlier the low damage from Fairy Wind on Whimsicott. It allowed for a really big farm down earlier, which was nice, but at the end just wasn't enough. I think Studmuffins probably had to invest a shield in the Gligar. Wing Attack does a lot more damage than Fairy Wind, and that potentially could have been the difference at the end.
Well, I think that for Whimsicott, it really does shine when we see the Fairy Wind, because it has such impactful charge attacks, specifically that Moonblast. Stab Moonblast is just so impactful. We've seen it able to one-hit knock out that Charjabug earlier in game number 1. We have seen some trainers run Charm, though, which gives it a totally different dynamic, totally different element. But so we're here for decisive game number 3. The trainers are locked in. We're moving on here. Let's get into this game number 3. Studmuffins versus Ace Leader Sky.
This is looking very familiar. We've got Shadow Gligar versus Cresselia. Remember, in the first game, we saw them both just going straight for those charge attacks, going for the dig, going for the Moonblast, and then Grass Knot. We see the same thing here, charge attack priority.
Yeah, we were seeing, I think, pretty much a repeat of game number 1. Here comes the dig. It was no shielded the first time, no shielded this time as well. Remember, 2 digs did not knock out this Cresselia in game number 1, so we could see a similar repeat. Oh, a quick protect shield, though, on the side of Stud Muffins.
Yeah, this is certainly an adjustment. That did not happen game 1, but Moonblast does hit a bit harder than Grass Knot, so potentially a good shield there. Looks like we're still building up a little bit of energy, and this Cresselia is continuing to overfarm. Maybe Ace Leader Sky saw the damage from game 1, knows that he can take this dig no problem.
Well, what's really interesting is when we take a sneak peek at these back matchups, I'm wondering where that Lantern wants to sit. Is it going to be, yes, on that Mantine, which is great? Maybe he gets it aligned, though, versus the Skeledirge. It just has tons of play. Here comes the Moonblast, though. No attack debuff. Going for the full farm down. You really have to bring in, I think, Mantine at this point. I wonder if that'll just be kind of a sacrifice now for this Shadow Gligar to then save your Lantern to bring it into the Mantine later on.
This is actually really interesting backlines. You mentioned the Lantern is so strong against this backline, but that Whimsicott, on the other hand, has absolutely nowhere to go. So it's not really clear how this is going to play out. Looks like Stud Muffin's happy to just let this energy from Gligar get thrown onto the Mantine. Probably actually can threaten another Aerialist as well, going to force some energy from Ace Leader Sky.
Yeah, great call out there. You really don't want to be in a position where you're going to be taking a second charge attack. So what that requires you as Ace Leader Sky is to throw some of your energy. You do go into the next matchup with 1 or 2 wing attacks, but we're actually seeing Ace Leader Sky ready to swap out immediately. I think he was expecting the Lantern. Here comes the Skeledirge. This is not a great matchup for Skeledirge whatsoever.
It's not, but I think, you know, this Lantern needs to stay in here, and that means that Mantine might be able to have some play in the back to finish things up. Ace Leader Sky knows that this Skeledirge is going to be the only way he can take out this Lantern here, so goes for the Shadow Ball here, and this is actually a big call from Stud Muffins, whether he wants to shield this up.
Yeah, this would be an insane shield. Okay, this is great. I think that he's expecting the Shadow Ball, knowing there's very little reason to bait when there's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. Now able to get to this next Surf. I fully expect Ace Leader Sky to recognize that, hey, my Skeledirge is going to be my most valuable Pokemon, probably weak to it in the back at this point as well, and yet now going to be able to reach this next Shadow Ball, throws right away. I just don't think this is quite enough to knock out.
I don't think it's enough, but the question is whether it's going to be enough to put this Lantern low enough that Ace Leader Sky can still handle it. Ooh, looks like that Lantern still has a lot of health though, and looks like it's going for this Surf, wants to preserve a little bit of health here. Full Incinerate coming through, but it doesn't matter. The Surf is definitely going to take out.
Well, let's be mindful of the energy that both of these trainers have. The Lantern, I believe, has no energy whatsoever. Okay, a quick swap out right away. I think that all you need to do is get to this Moonblast. I don't know that Siege Bomb's going to be enough, but keep in mind, we still have the Lantern with Sparks as well. That could end up being decisive in finishing off this game. Not only do you need to knock out this Whimsicott here, you need to come out with energy ready to go versus that Lantern. Is 2 Aerial Aces going to do it? You might need to go for the Ice Beam here, so.
Goes for the Ice Beam just before the Seed Bomb, and I think if you're Ace Leader Sky, like you said, farmed up as much energy as he possibly could. You need to hope that this Ice Beam takes out, and then you need to try to get to an Aerial Ace versus Lantern. It's going to be very close.
Yeah, I think you are going to get to the Aerial Ace. The question is this enough to knock out? This is going to be resisted damage. This Lantern is incredibly bulky. This is not the hardest hitting charge attack. Will the Lantern hang on? Yes, it does. One more spark. Will we see a tie? Yes, we do. Incredible. We're going to another game, so.
What a game. I mean, that was such an interesting backline, right? We had the Lantern, it was looking amazing, and then the Whimsicott was barely able to do just a bit of damage with the Seed Bomb. Looks like the players are laughing about it as well. You know, you don't see ties a lot in this game, but when it does, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think both trainers, you can just see the relief on both of them. I think both of them were thinking, oh, I could still lose this game, and then they both tie. Oh, okay. Well, 2 moments that I want to call out in that game. So if Ace Leader Sky over-farming so much energy on that Mantine, not going straight for that Aerial Ace, building up to as much energy as possible before that Whimsicott was going to throw another charge attack, throws the Ice Beam to knock it out, and then gets to that Aerial Ace to do a little bit more damage on the Lantern. Keep in mind, though, Stud Muffins actually threw the Seed Bomb rather than going for that Moonblast. I think that may have been a key mistake, may have been able to knock out that Mantine before he was knocked out himself.
Absolutely, but I think on Ace Leader Sky's side, if he had known that the Aerial Ace wasn't going to be enough, you can do a little bit more damage with the wing attacks before you throw the Aerial Ace, and then I think the Lantern actually gets 1 less spark. And I think you could actually win the game like that.
We always talk about charge attack efficiency, so, and when we look at Seed Bomb versus Moonblast, not only is it going to be higher power because it's higher energy, it's just more efficient charge attack as well. Could have been a win con there for Stun Muffins, but I think all of us are excited to see another decisive game number 3.
Absolutely, and we just saw the end of that game play out again. It was so close that aerial ace barely didn't take out, but that spark came through. It did so much damage, and unfortunately, Mantine not able to hang on and to take it. But luckily, like you said, another game to come.
That's right. We've seen Whimsicott in all 3 games at this point. Even though we only have 2 victories, we have had 3 games. Whimsicott has been brought in all 3, I believe. I like Ace Leader Sky's response. We've seen the Mantine and the Skeledirge. Game number 1, if you recall, there wasn't a great answer, just the Cresselia, which was relatively neutral, and then the backline was relatively weak. I like the response coming here from Ace Leader Sky. I'm curious to see if that strategy is going to continue, or if there might be some mind games, some evolution trying to swap to something different.
Well, you mentioned the adjustment from Ace Leader Sky, but StubNothings actually anticipated it, right? Had the Lantern in the back, which almost was able to sweep that entire backline. But looks like we are getting into another decisive Game 3, maybe even a Game 4 here. We've got Umbreon versus Shadow Whiscash, and this isn't a matchup we've seen in the league quite yet.
A polarizing backline, so something to watch out for. That Lantern really wants to get a line versus that Mantine, not versus the Cresselia. Let's see if either of these trainers are willing to invest in Protect Shields to try and force their alignment. First thing happens, though, it's going to be this Scald. You want to get that debuff as soon as possible. Do we see it? No, not this time. StubNothings going to be able to fire off these foul plays unhindered.
That's right, and these foul plays are going to do just a bit, like enough damage compared to if the Scald debuff had gone off. Looks like actually going for another foul play here before the second Scald. It's really key, like you said, you want to throw the Scald as soon as possible, but you also want to throw the foul plays as soon as possible so you don't risk getting debuffed first.
That's right. You're going to need 3 foul plays to knock out. 2 Scalds aren't going to knock out as well, so it will be a race to this 3rd charge attack for both of these Pokemon. Keep in mind the pacing for both of these Pokemon. The Umbreon needs 4, then 3, but it is now on the long cycle. It needs to get 3 more after already having 1. Who will get there first? It is going to be this Whiscash. This Mud Bomb, it's not the harder hitting charge attack. The Scald is ideally what's going to do more damage, but I think that this Umbreon is low enough that this is going to knock out. Does it hang on? No!
And StubNothings is okay giving up swap there, checking the backlines potentially on the team sheet there. Gets this full wing attack down with Gligar, and like you said, I think Ace Leader Sky, it's going to be a call here. Do you bring in, no, it does bring in the Mantine, so it's actually going to avoid the Lantern. That is key.
Absolutely. It's going to be a battle of Aerial Ace versus maybe some mind games, Aerial Ace or maybe Ice Beam coming from that Mantine. Right now, Ace Leader Sky seems to be in the driver's seat, but there is still a lot of room for play here. This Lantern, I wonder if we're going to see maybe a catch or a swap in. Keep in mind, it resists all of the attacks, so it would be a great destination for all of that Mantine energy, maybe in the form of a catch.
That's absolutely right. Here comes that Aerial Ace. That was a charge attack priority, so Ace Leader Sky is firing off the aerials. Actually pulls the shields from the Gligar. StubNothings potentially realizing that it could be an Ice Beam, but it's actually not, and that just does put Ace Leader Sky a little bit ahead in terms of the energy.
Let's remember, so neither of these trainers know what's in the back, but here comes the catch. Just like we said, Aerial Ace is going to land resisted on this Lantern, and this is going to probably bring in the Cresselia from Ace Leader Sky, but keep in mind this Lantern will be able to do some meaningful chip damage. That Mantine is dangerously low, and there's still plenty of HP on that Shadow Gligar. I don't even think it's in Moonblast range at this point.
Exactly. I think the Mantine is pretty much out of the picture at this point, but like you said, Gligar still has a lot of health, has some energy as well, so it's going to come down to how low can this Lantern chip the Cresselia.
What's frustrating here is the Cresselia is that 1 Grass Knot is not enough to knock out, and it's really not a position that I think you can safely farm down with these Psycho Cuts either. You're going to have to land another Grass Knot, and there's still a Protect Shield remaining. So I do think that there's going to be some pressure coming from this Lantern. The question is, can you start to get some of these Protect Shields stripped away?
That's right, Ace Leader Sky still has 2 shields up. Potentially, you might want to start watching out for all this fast attack damage that might be adding up, but this Lantern is getting a bit low. Actually just lets it go here, hoping to close out the game with the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, you mentioned the fast attack pressure, and the wing attacks I think are probably going to be the most significant form of fast attack pressure. 1 Moonblast isn't enough to knock out, but I do think it would put it in range of fast attack pressure potentially knocking out. At this point for Ace Leader Sky, you're thinking to myself, really, I have 2 shields, I have to start using them. I'm in Aerial Ace range. It's a shame you're shielding Aerial Aces, but there's no other option at this point.
Well, let's talk about win conditions here. I think this Gligar needs to get to 2 more charge attacks, 1 to get rid of the Protect Shield, 1 to take out the Cresselia, and then I think you can try to wing attack down the Mantine. Oh, but we actually do see the attack debuff there. I don't think it quite... Oh, but...
I think we needed to see that Aerial Ace launched a little bit earlier. Here comes this Moonblast. It's going to be very close to knocking out. I think that it might be just enough. No, hangs on very close to 2 Aerial Aces and a snipe there. Here comes the Mantine. 1 wing attack able to knock out the Shadow Gligar. And game number 4 for a 2-1 victory goes to Ace Leader Sky. Congratulations.
It's a combination of fast attack and charge attack pressure. Like you said, Moonblast not quite enough, but coming in with the snipe there on the wing attack, that does do more damage than the Psycho Cuts from Cresselia. So really great recognition there from Ace Leader Sky. A really long series as well. I think the second 4-game series we've had today, and both players really just showing that they have what it takes to stick it out to the end.
One of the most even matches that we've seen, that at least in this tournament so far. I think these trainers were very dialed in with some of the key threats, the Whimsicott, the Mantine, things like that, and they're bringing the responses. We saw the Lantern coming from Stud Muffins in response to that Skeledirge Mantine core, and then I think just the Whimsicott in general was a relatively good core breaker there for Stud Muffins. So very interesting to see some of those back and forth, almost chess match that we were seeing on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. With some of these longer matchups, sometimes later in the series we get a best of 5. Here we got a best of 4 kind of, but it's kind of interesting to see how the strategies really evolve over time, right? With the first 2 games we kind of just saw the Whimsicott trying to power through. We saw Ace Leader Sky trying to adjust with the Skeledirge and the Mantine, and then like you saw, the response from Stud Muffins as well.
Okay, I'm not sure if we have some replays ready to go here, but we'd certainly like to take a look back at that game number 4, decisive game number 3. Truly early matchup, I think, was definitely key in being able to determine how some of this alignment's going to work out. We saw the Umbreon into the Whiscash. This set up this matchup where Mantine wants to reside. It's going to be versus that Gligar, not versus that Lantern. Would have been devastating otherwise. Keep in mind, though, we did see a beautiful catch coming from Stud Muffins, trying to set up a win condition. All that energy going to waste into that electric water Pokemon.
It was actually a really nice play because, like you said, the Cresselia still needed 2 Grass Knots to take out the Lantern. So really, the Aerialist was not meaningful chip damage. But unfortunately for Stud Muffins, this Gligar was just too low, could not overcome this Cresselia. Moonblast coming through, and then of course just 1 wing attack enough to take it out.
And there you have it, 2-1 in the favor of Ace Leader Sky. And again, just great responses by both trainers. Game number 1 going to Stud Muffins, and then we saw the benching of the Charjabug, which I think was actually a really smart play coming from Ace Leader Sky. We saw him bring the Mantine and the Skeledirge, which I think was the key in game number 2. Mantine, I believe, though, for him, maybe Cresselia were some of the most important Pokemon on his roster.
That's right. Well, Mantine was a great adjustment, but let's actually hear from the player himself who won that series. I think we have an interview on the floor with Stephanie. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Soph. I am here with the winner of that last matchup, Ace Leader Sky. This is your first tournament and your first win here on stage. How are you feeling?
Very nervous.
Well, you did great, and I cannot imagine that Whimsicott was a Pokemon that you practiced much against. What were you thinking there, especially with that tie game in game 3?
Yeah, so the tie was definitely, kind of set us up for the loop. But I think I recollected well and kind of adjusted to what he would bring. And I think I did well in picking out what his consistent mons were, so I just kind of tried to counter that, and it worked out well.
Yeah, I really noticed that you relied heavily on your Mantine throughout that entire game series of 4 games. What led you to bring that Pokemon here at this final regional tournament of the season in North America?
So just in that match in general, I think it was good. It's usually good outside any electric, and it pretty much just has to dodge Lantern. Bringing it to here, I think it just has a pretty good typing against most of the meta, and I think it was the MVP of this match for sure.
Yes, I would definitely call that your MVP. And what brings you, I know we know each other from Go Battle League, from Grassroots. What brings you here to the last tournament here in Los Angeles for North America?
Well, we got to represent LA and all the LA natives here, and we got to take it home.
Oh, I hear it in the crowd trying to bring it home for Los Angeles. I'm excited to see more of your run here today, and I'm going to toss it back to the casters. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stephanie and Ace Leader Sky. Again, what a great series. And speaking of Southern California representation, I think our next 2 battlers are also both from the area trying to take this title home for the home crowd.
Yeah, there's a huge representation here. You go step out in the crowd for a minute, you're seeing their jerseys. I mean, you're seeing that representation for that Southern California battling scene all over the crowd, and they're cheering each other on. So, and keep in mind, this is the last regional of the season, so they are absolutely showing up here, ready to battle, wanting to take home that champion.
Absolutely. And remember, this is the last regional. It's the last chance to get that invite to Worlds if you don't have enough championship points, right? You either win or you don't qualify to Worlds for some of these trainers. So it's a really important time and a really great time to be supporting each other as well.
Yeah, and so, I'm really excited to see, because not only is this the end of the kind of tournament season here, but there's going to be, we talked a little bit about some moveset updates as well. I think we'll dive into those a little bit later, but I'm very, very excited to see some of the responses from all these trainers, and some things like the Scald nerf, we'll call it here, and the Spark nerf as well. So not happening just yet. We still have to get through this tournament, but I think that there are going to be some dynamic shifts as we look towards the future.
That's right. I think they'll be live before both NAIC and the World Championship. So, after this tournament, I imagine a lot of these trainers who are prepping for those tournaments are going to go home, try to think about those updates. Maybe you want to drop the Whiz Cache for something like the Shadow Swampert, which we saw Mudkips using earlier. Maybe the Lantern needs to go. You need to find another answer for Skarmory now. But speaking of our Southern California trainers, here they are on stage. We actually have It's Flippin' Coupe on the right and then RC Cola on the left.
Yeah, and we have some interesting Pokemon for both of those trainers as well. One of the Pokemon that we did see earlier, I believe in our very first stream match, is that Goodra, which is really interesting because Goodra is only something that I think that we've seen this season, realistically. Right. We've seen a lot of Shadow Dragonair. We did see with Dodge early in the season with the Shadow Dragonite over in Pittsburgh, I believe. Goodra has been more of a recent evolution in response to this meta, especially with how much water coverage there is across the meta.
Exactly. It has Aqua Tail, which I think was added just this season. It also has access to Power Whip, which makes it a very good counter for some of those water types. And I think one advantage that Goodra has over some of the other dragons is, for some reason, it just has a much better matchup against Shadow Gligar. It's a little bit bulkier. The Dragon Breaths relatively do more compared to how much damage the Goodra itself is taking. So I know this is a pick that Tua Butters is really hyping up. We haven't seen it go very far in a regional, but I think it has some potential. We've seen, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, very good fast attacks.
I agree. And not only did it have Aqua Tail added to its moveset, Aqua Tail got a little bit of a damage buff as well. Right. So not only is it better coverage, but it's more damage as well. So to your point, yes, there are things like the Shadow Dragonair also has the Aqua Tail, so it can hit back versus that Gligar, but the bulk of the Goodra, I think, really puts it in a different class of Pokemon, and that it's able to withstand one of those digs or one of those aerial aces, where typically the strategy with Shadow Dragonairs, I'm going to use both my Protect Shields in any matchup, force my way through it with Dragon Breaths.
Exactly. It's a little bit of a different strategy than one would often apply to things like Shadow Dragonair and Shadow Dragonite, as you're saying. Well, it's not just the Goodra that's an interesting pick on these teams. We've also got a relatively controversial Pokemon in that Carbink, which is on its Flippin' Coupe side.
Yeah, I think we're going to look at that in just a moment, but let's get these trainers formally introduced. Like you said, I think both hailing from California. First off, looks like we have RC Cola. They're still getting locked in here, guys. We still need to get just a moment before they're ready to go here, but we can't see their teams. Again, the Goodra is something we just talked about. Another Umbreon, though, so this is 3 out of our last 4 trainers that have all had Umbreons on their squads. Maybe talk a little bit about why you think Umbreon is coming back into the meta after being absent for so many games.
Well, it's not just the Umbreon. We also see a Mandibuzz on its Flippin' Coupe side. I think the trainers aren't quite ready yet. Maybe need some more time to set up before they get into the actual battle. But I think these dark types like Umbreon, like Mandibuzz, are coming back into the meta, maybe in response to things like Lickitung, things like Cresselia. Cresselia in particular has kind of been on the rise a lot recently. So having a nice dark type there is really advantageous.
Great insight, Soph. One thing that we can see on our screen here is the level 50 achievement. Look at all those best friends. We were a little confused. Why are we seeing this here, Soph?
Opening gifts to hit best friends, right?
There it is. Look at all of that experience. Congratulations to It's Flippin' Coupe for finally making that journey all the way to level 50. I am not there yet. That is quite the achievement.
Absolutely. Highest trainer level in the game. Congratulations to It's Flippin' Coupe. If nothing else, you've achieved that highest level here. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a, they're scanning the battles there and trying to get locked in for this matchup. But that was a fun little moment, for all you guys watching at home. You don't need to be level 50 to start getting those XL candies. You can start doing that even earlier, even at level 30. But it does feel good to kind of get to the end of the line there.
It's good when we can have some fun here on stream. So congratulations to Coupe for for level 50. That is quite the accomplishment. We've seen some things like lucky trades on stream as well. That's always fun to see, seeing if you're going to be getting that perfect Pokemon, which I don't think we've seen quite on stream just yet. Let's take a look at these teams, though. RC Cola, we mentioned the Goodra. We were doubling down on that Umbreon as well, but over on its flippin' Coupe side, the Carbink. We only talked about it for just a moment. Relatively unique typing. It has Rock and Fairy, and one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the entire meta. Now, how does it operate in this meta with not a lot of charge attack pressure? It's more so on the strength of its rock throws, yeah, Soph?
Absolutely, but that fairy subtyping I think is really what sets it apart, right? We saw Whimsicott last matchup making a huge impact, and I think if you look at RC Cola's side, we've got 3 things weak to fairy damage, right? We've got Goodra, Poliwrath, and Umbreon. And those things are going to struggle a lot against Carbink, not just because of the Moonblast, which, like you said, is going to take a while to get to, but because Carbink is going to be resisting the Foul Plays from Umbreon, the Dragon Breaths from Goodra, which would otherwise usually be doing a lot of neutral damage.
I think if you're looking at the targets in general for that Carbink on RC Cola's team, Dugong probably going to be target #1 just because you're doing super effective damage with those rock throws and rock slides. Umbreon obviously is going to be great as well. You're resisting all the attacks, fast attack, charge attack, very one-sided matchup. You know, Goodra is a little bit more clunky just because you do need to respect sometimes, especially in low HP scenarios, the Aqua Tails or the Power Whips. But the Poliwrath is actually a pretty tough matchup because you're taking neutral counters while only hitting back with the resisted rock throws there. So I'm curious to see, will that Carbink be brought? It's got 3 great matchups and it's got 3 relatively tough matchups.
I would definitely expect it to come because even though, like you said, 3 really good matchups and 3 like okay matchups, I think those okay matchups, Carbink is just bulky enough to still be able to power through, so we'll have to see if its Flip and Coupe chooses to go that route. The Alolan Sandslash is also quite polarizing, but has a lot of targets, right? If you look outside of that Poliwrath, it's either resisting all of the attacks or just dealing neutral damage, like against the Umbreon, right? It's going to have a lot of play against Goodra, Gligar, Cresselia, and that Dugong.
Yeah, the one thing though is keep in mind that it is running the Powder Snow, so it's going to be worse versus the Dugong, as well as worse versus the Cresselia. You'd like to have Shadow Claw there. Game #1 though, oh no, this is terrible for Coupe. Going to have to immediately pivot out, brings in his Annihilate, but nice answer to that Poliwrath, but there's a really nice answer coming into it with this Cresselia. It needs to watch out for the Shadow Ball, but we're actually going to have a charge attack priority. A really nice quick switch from RC Cola, and he correctly is going to shield up this Shadow Ball, Soph.
Like you said, a great answer in that Cresselia. Can be uncomfortable if the Annihilate is up energy, but I think RC Cola just took a second to swap there. Is going to be able to get out this Moonblast, and if Coupe decides to shield, which he doesn't, it's going to do quite a lot of damage there, and looks like RC Cola has maintained switch advantage very comfortably here.
All I have to say there is sheesh, because oh my gosh, look at all the damage that we just saw. One hit knock out there. This is going to bring back the Powder Snow variant of the non-shadow Alolan Sandslash. You're going to need several charge attacks to knock out this Cresselia. It might even hang on from 2 drill runs.
Yeah, Cresselia, very bulky Pokemon, and this is actually a regular Alolan Sandslash. We usually see it in the shadow form, and even though the Alolan Sandslash is resisting every attack from the Cresselia, it's actually going to get chunked quite a bit before it goes down.
What I'm a little worried about here, though, Soph, is going to be the backline for Coupe. You're going to see this Alolan Sandslash get chipped pretty hard. Oh, and actually a swap in from RC Cola, wanting to save that Cresselia for later. Keep in mind, it does have that Moonblast, which can hit super effective versus the Mandibuzz, but realistically, Flippin' Coupe probably not so upset about seeing this matchup right here.
That's right, it's relatively neutral, and now the Alolan Sandslash does get to avoid that Poliwrath, which is really nice. And you have a lot of energy still, so just gonna start chipping away at the Umbreon with these neutral ice punches.
Yeah, you weren't gonna get that much value out of this Sandslash, realistically, knowing that it's just waiting on that Poliwrath to come back in. But now you can actually get some pretty meaningful damage into this Umbreon, which, you know, your Mandibuzz has a decent matchup against, being able to hit with those aerial aces. But now this is gonna set up Mandibuzz to maybe have the potential to sweep versus not only that Poliwrath, but through the Cresselia as well. Keep in mind though, there's so many destinations for the charge attacks to hit that Mandibuzz could be difficult.
That's right. Well, we're still in this matchup. Umbreon is very, very bulky, able to get off this foul play here. It's going to take out the Alolan Sandslash if it gets no shielded. Coupe chooses to let it go. Gonna let the Sandslash go with a bit of energy actually, and try to put it all on this Mandibuzz. Oh, but this is tough because the Poliwrath has Icy Wind. You're going to be debuffed for the rest of the game if RC Cola throws off this Icy Wind.
Yeah, and I think this is what RC Cola was trying to set up. I just need to take out this Alolan Sand Slash. There's no way you're going to be swapping it out, knowing that the only thing that it can still hit would then be that Poliwrath. But now, just like you said, no Pokemon remaining except this Mandibuzz. It's going to be permanently debuffed for the remainder of this game.
Nice timing there by RC Cola. Icy Wind does get shielded up. It would do a lot of damage to the Mandibuzz, but even though you have super effective Aerial Ace, like we said earlier, Aerial Ace, not the hardest hitting charge attack, and especially at the debuff, it's definitely not going to do enough to take out the Poliwrath. You need to.
Yeah, and we still have a little bit of energy and HP on that Umbreon. It's pretty bulky. We still have that Cresselia as well, able to hit for super effective. I think probably Icy Wind might be the hardest hitting charge attack at this point, just knowing that this is the Shadow variant of Poliwrath. At this point, you may even be able to just counter down. I don't even think one Aerial Ace is going to knock out after 2 of these attack debuffs. So
exactly. I think that first Aerial Ace looked like it would have been enough, but an Icy Wind has come through in that time. Nice no shield from Coupe, remembering that the Cresselia has a bit of energy left, and here it comes, just going for the Grass Knot at this point. It is resisted, but this Mandibuzz would certainly go down to it, and if you're flipping Coupe now, I think you just try to build up as much energy as you can, but I don't even know if a Dark Pulse would be enough from this range.
Well, you're going to need 3 charge attacks, 1 for this Cresselia, 1 for the Umbreon, 1 for the Poliwrath. Can't store 3 charge attacks with this tiny bit of HP remaining. We may be able to get this Cresselia off the field. No, not quite, not even with the Dark Pulse. After all these debuffs, actually able to reach the Moonblast as well. Don't need to hit in these Bubble Soap. This is a 1 HP Mandibuzz. Gonna knock it out of the sky, and a 3 Pokemon flex there coming from RC Cola in game number 1.
Dominant matchup from RC Cola, had a huge advantage in the lead matchup, able to basically one-hit the Annihilate with the Moonblast on the switch-in as well, and it was just way too much for Coupe to come back from.
A lot of bulky Pokemon in that first game, so some of those matchups really were kind of dragging on there.
Well, that's right. We had those 2 dark types, right? Umbreon and Mandibuzz. We also had the Cresselia from RC Cola. You know, it was in a matchup where all of its damage was resisted as well, just slowing it down even more. But you know what? Bulk is what kind of gives you flexibility, right? It lets you draw the switch clock potentially so you can switch out, and gives you a lot of options with how you want to play your shields too.
Well, we saw that terrible lead for its Flippin' Coupe early on. This forced the swap, which we may be expecting a Grass Knot coming from that Cresselia. It was the Moonblast though. This actually then set up RC Cola to bring back in his Umbreon, take out that Alolan Sand Slash. Once you only have 1 Pokemon remaining on the field, there's only one strategy, and it's debuff and debuff often. We saw, I think, 2 or 3 Icy Winds come through, and right at the very end, after, I think this was actually still no Pokemon had fainted, able to get to this Moonblast and knock out the Mandibuzz for a very clean game number 1.
Well, we saw a preview of what I think are some of the key Pokemon in this matchup, right? If you look at these teams of 6, on its Flippin' Coupe side, the Annihilate is really the only answer to the Poliwrath, right? Poliwrath is going to be able to hit Alolan Sand Slash, Lickitung, and actually every Pokemon besides Whiscash and Annihilate there for super effective damage in some way. So you have to anticipate that. You definitely have to bring the Annihilate, but that kind of makes you predictable, right? RC Cola saw that coming and brought the Cresselia as a response.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. I was just watching that match and then looking at the full team. Shadow Poliwrath just seems so good here for RC Cola. Even versus that Annihilate, if you're up energy and able to get to that Scald, then you can get a debuff before it's able to reach the Shadow Ball, and there's no threat whatsoever from anything besides that Shadow Ball. Ice Punch, Night Slash, you're going to be resisting all of them. So it's still relatively tough for Coupe, especially if shields are up. You have to land a Shadow Ball. Meanwhile, you're just getting debuffed after debuff after debuff.
Exactly. So the Alolan Sand Slash, even though it looks so good against RC Cola's team, it's not good against RC Cola's best Pokemon. So it's going to be really tough. You need to find the alignment here if you're its Flippin' Coupe.
Okay, well, so let's move into game number 2. Does Coupe have a response here? Oh, and what a matchup that we're seeing here. Umbreon from RC Cola, its worst enemy, the Carbink.
And a great position for Coupe. Oh, but he doesn't have an answer to the Poliwrath. What are you going to do here? Has to stay in for a little bit while maybe he thinks about what to do. Maybe you go for the Moonblast. Oh, actually just going to do some Rock Throws and try to catch a Scald on the Mandibuzz.
Look, great timing there from its Flippin' Coupe, able to not only make the catch, but also sneak in a Snarl there, able to get a little bit of an energy lead, but you are so far behind at this point. You need to get to these Aerial Aces. You can probably just shield, and look at these counters adding up so quickly after taking that Scald.
And the good news for Coupe is did dodge the Scald debuff here, throwing it off an Aerial Ace. I think actually this wouldn't even knock out the Poliwrath, but RC Cola doesn't want to risk it. You know, realizes that Coupe has no answer to this Poliwrath, potentially time to invest some shields, save some HP, and here comes the icy one. It's actually shielded up by Coupe, who's hoping to get off another air release.
But here's the good news for Coupe. Once you get this Poliwrath off the field, things are going to become much, much easier for you. Your Sand Slash looks relatively good versus both of these Pokemon. Your Carving's really not even that bad into Cresselia as well. The fact that now this Aerial Ace is going to land, I think is going to make this matchup significantly easier for Coupe. I wonder if he's willing to invest another Protect Shield. It may even be just in range where these Rock Throws can be enough just to knock out this Poliwrath at this low level of HP.
I think that's what Coupe's going for. There's absolutely no way he brings in the Alolan Sand Slash here to take super effective, double super effective counters. So probably just going to bring the Carping, maybe go for the full farm down. If he doesn't think he can make it, might go for the Rock Slide. But they're really chunky.
This is going to be so close. Actually banks an Icy Wind there, I think so.
Yeah, it brings in the Cresselia, but now it's met by its Flippin' Coupe's Alolan Sand Slash, and this is a great position for its Flippin' Coupe. Like you mentioned, though, it has to be careful of the energy from Poliwrath later in the game.
So despite RC Cola technically winning switch there, actually swaps out, and now this is going to realign the Carbink back on to that Umbreon later in the match. And just like you said, so you now have your Alolan Sand Slash resisting all the fast and charge attacks from this Cresselia. Things are looking good for Coupe in game number 2.
I'll tell you what, it's looking good for Coupe, but that Umbreon is going to have a terrible day when it comes back onto the field here. Alolan Sand Slash happily chipping away at this Cresselia, one Ice Punch at a time. Still in the green there as well, so going to be able to hit whatever comes in. Maybe you can even force the Poliwrath to throw some energy if it tries to come back.
I'm curious how this Poliwrath is going to be leveraged late in the game. Maybe we've seen some trainers like Inadequance pull off the sacrificial swap charge attack priority combo play. I wonder if he's going to be able to pull that off later in the game here. We saw an attack drop there. Did you see that, Soph?
I did see that. Here comes the drill run. Maybe because of the attack drop, it's not going to do quite as much damage. Actually, Cresselia able to hang on, and RC really enjoys making the energy, but now you have the Umbreon lined up against the Carbink, and this Moonblast is super effective.
Look, this is not the matchup that you want to be in. For all the trainers watching out there, you do not want your Umbreon lined up versus this Carbink. You can see how much damage that Moonblast did. These Snarls, you cannot even see them on your screen. They are doing such insignificant damage. Here comes the last resort. It is RC Cola's last resort at this point, trying to get any damage as possible, but unable to really do anything meaningful. Meanwhile, these Rock Throws just add up one Rock Throw after another.
And I'm not convinced that last resort is the way to go in this matchup because it's non-stab and I think is still resisted by that rock typing on Carbink. So it's Flippin' Coupe very comfortable here. Maybe gonna already at 100 energy, so just gonna throw the Rock Slide. Maybe you can undercharge this, come out with a bit more energy, but in a very good position. I think you can just Rock Throw down all these Pokemon and hope that you can fast attack down.
Well, we talked about how effective Carbink is at throwing rocks, just like we're seeing. Actually, we have a charge attack priority. We don't see Cresselia winning charge attack priority very regularly. This is one of those destinations, so don't forget the Poliwrath still has some energy ready to go, though. Okay, but a charge attack priority, no shield on this one. I think that at this point, this Carbink probably going to be able to do enough, and I think that even this Alolan Sand Slash is still healthy enough that it can make its way through this Poliwrath. Just has 1 HP, doesn't even take the counter damage. That's going to be it for game number 2. Coupe, great alignment, able to retain that alignment and able to tie up the series 1-1.
Exactly. Just like you said, once the Poliwrath was out of the way, really kind of cleared the way for Coupe's remaining Pokemon. A little bit of irony there, right? We see the Alolan Sand Slash fast attacking down the Poliwrath at the end. And we saw RC Cola trying to switch around a lot, try to play around with the energy, but I have to imagine that the Scalds really should have just been thrown straight away at the Carbink, right? I don't think there's a reason to switch out. That's really the only way you have to take out the Carbink.
Yeah, let's take a look.
It's not going to be the Umbreon.
Let's take a look at our replay. Again, no real opportunity to just stay in that matchup as Carbink. Maybe could have tried to throw in a charge attack, but instead brings in the Mandibuzz. Does not get hit with the Icy Wind. Tanks the Scald, no problem. No debuff as well. Able to force a shield. Despite RC Cola winning alignment, keep in mind he did end up swapping into his Cresselia, which then brought out Flippin' Coupe's Alolan Sand Slash, and it was Carbink the rest of the way, able to eviscerate that Umbreon, take out the Cresselia here as well after losing that charge attack priority, and then 1 Rock Throw, or in this case, 1 Powder Snow. Gonna be enough to knock out that Poliwrath, and we're now in a decisive game number 3 for the 2nd consecutive series.
A little bit of a strange mid-game there because as RC Cola, you have to imagine that getting the Umbreon on anything other than the Carbink would have been advantageous.
I agree. Well, I still think we're going to be seeing more of this Poliwrath. I think it is just that Pokemon that is so important to RC Cola, his most valuable Pokemon, we could say. I was surprised to see Coupe not bring the Annihilate.
Absolutely.
Like you said, it's the one hard answer. Despite it still being a little bit clunky in that matchup, it is the one Pokemon you're double resisting the counters, you're doing neutral counters. It's a good matchup. Now that that said, I do want to see Coup bring it back again, but you have to give respect to Coup for the way that he handled that Poliwrath in game number 2. A little bit of chip damage, getting some aerial aces out, even losing the middle matchup, still able to come back.
Absolutely, Carbink able to put in a lot of work, not only in the advantageous, but also the neutral matchups. But here it is, a little bit of a disadvantageous matchup against the Cresselia in the lead.
Yeah, what's really scary here, though, is, okay, how are you going to respond to this Poliwrath? The Mandibuzz, we've seen lose to it already. The Lickitung, you're taking super effective counters. Okay, and actually trying to go for a charge attack priority there, I think, trying to throw on 9 fast attacks right when that Carbink gets to the Rock Slide. Flippin' Coup opting to go ahead and build up a little bit more energy, though, which I don't mind, especially if you have energy at this Poliwrath swaps in. You can have something ready to go, but we're getting closer and closer to 100 energy. Here comes the first charge attack.
Yeah, that grass mat was super effective, but you wouldn't know it from the health that it took out. Like you said, Rock Slide coming through. This Cresselia is just below half health now, has a lot of energy, close to 100 energy as well. I like how both of these trainers are continuing to overfarm. Looks like Coup is happy to take the second grass knot too.
Worth calling out, Coup did not bring that Annihilate. That Poliwrath is lurking in the back. I see it being able to do a lot of damage. Here comes this next grass knot, though. I'm unsure if this is going to be enough to knock out. I think that Cresselia is going to win this matchup, but no, the Carbink able to hang on, has the Rock Slide, trying to make it to the Moonblast. What a catch by RC Cola. This is going to be resistant damage, and you're going to be able to now set this up exactly where you want, which is going to be versus a normal type or versus a Mandibuzz. Here comes the Mandibuzz.
But I think this is a great situation for Coup. Now that he knows that there's a Poliwrath, if he wasn't already expecting it, now he can at least get his own Mandibuzz on and start dealing damage with these aerial aces. Even if they're not enough to take out, like we saw before, just chipping it with a single charge attack landed might be exactly what he needs.
RC Cola is going to double shield this Poliwrath. He is absolutely knowing that, okay, this is your best response. That means there's no Annihilate, meaning that Poliwrath for sure should have a very good chance at just sweeping the rest of this team and actually lets go that Icy Wind. I wonder if you can maybe counter all the way down. No shields this one, though. This is interesting. I could absolutely have seen a justification for a second Protect Shield.
That's right, but maybe RC Cola is thinking, look, even if this Mandibuzz is out of the way, I don't need my Poliwrath necessarily because my Gligar might have a lot of play as long as it's not the Alolan Sandslash, right? As long as it's not the Alolan Sandslash, I think RC Cola's Gligar can handle almost anything on Coup's team.
We do see the shield come out from Coup, has the aerial ace ready to go, and we see another catch coming from RC Cola. He's making all the plays, shakes his fists in triumph. This is going to be a neutral aerial ace, and I think we might see a response here. Yes, it's going to be the Lickitung. The one thing to keep in mind is Lickitung with energy does have some threats to that Poliwrath as well. You're going to have to tank this Moonblast here, but Lickitung may have some counterplay into this remaining 2 Pokemon for RC Cola.
Well, this Moonblast does do some meaningful chip damage. I think the Gligar is going to be able to put in a lot of work here if it wants to come in, but you know, it's going to be really interesting because the Lickitung, like you said, does have play against the Poliwrath. The Poliwrath is very low. It's probably going to faint to a single Body Slam, so it's just going to be whatever RC Cola wants to bring in.
Yeah, and that body, like you said, the Poliwrath is in Body Slam range. You don't even need to get to the Power Whip. So I think the rest of this game is just how many Body Slams can you get to as it's flipping Coup's Lickitung. Keep in mind the switch clock, though. If you're able to get a catch maybe on that Carbink, that could be the game-winning play for Coup. Here comes Body Slam number 2. RC Cola does not have a lot of HP left on his Pokemon. Licks add up relatively quick as well. You can just see all those licks just evaporating that HP remaining on this Gligar.
Well, RC Cola doesn't have a lot of health on the Gligar, but does have a lot of energy. First aerial ace of potentially 2 coming through here, and Coup, oh, actually does make the catch on the Mandibuzz, though. This is huge.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he went with the Mandibuzz rather than the Carbink. I don't think the Carbink has any remaining energy. Mandibuzz just a little bit more HP, but still a great play. Are you able to farm down? Let's see how much energy that this Poliwrath has as well. I would be really, really interested to see, are you maybe bringing your own Carbink just to see if he was going to throw right away? No, does not. But the Body Slam's ready to go. There's still a Protect Shield. You desperately need to get to a charge attack. I don't know if Icy Wind is going to be enough. Maybe after the counters. This is going to be close, so
I don't know if it's going to be enough, but look at how much these counters are doing. Does throw the charge attack, and like you said, the Carbink does have almost no health left. I think it had a move caught earlier as well, so it's looking very good for RC Cola.
Yeah, absolutely. RC Cola is going to be able to get that last counter off. That is going to knock out the Carbink. Game number 3 going to RC Cola. Poliwrath, what a display that we saw there from RC Cola. Game number 2, game number 3, no Annihilate to check it. Despite Coup able to take that game number 2, he just didn't have the response in game 3, unfortunately.
Absolutely. I think trying to go with the neutral play, trying to get the Mandibuzz to chip the Poliwrath just wasn't quite enough. You know, we talked a little bit at the start of the broadcast about how Annihilate has just been so dominant, but we saw their Poliwrath kind of coming out on top, right? Annihilate wasn't coming in those games, wasn't able to counter the Poliwrath the way that it really needed to, and Poliwrath, like you said, just put on a clinic there.
Let's take a look at that clinic. Game number 3 highlights coming at you guys right now, as we saw a relatively, I think it was relatively neutral matchup in the lead, but it really came down to that Poliwrath hanging out in the back, and if I'm not mistaken, we actually had a nice catch coming right here. Has the Rock Slide ready to go, but guess what? You have to throw energy. Let's go ahead and catch the resisted Rock Slide on the Poliwrath.
And you think about making catches, we've seen RC Cola, and actually it's Flip and Coup making catches as well, but moments like those where your opponent has to throw a charge attack, they're at 1 HP or they have 100 energy, those are really great opportunities to make catches, and RC Cola recognized that.
What RC Cola did this entire series was a lot of dancing around, making lots of flashy catches, and I think all those catches made a lot of sense. I don't think there was any that put him in a bad position, so you really have to respect the hustle, we can say there, from RC Cola. You can just see how good he felt, shaking his fist, knowing that he made some of those game-winning plays, especially in game number 3. So congratulations to him. He'll be moving on to the next round.
Absolutely, and it'll be great to see it, like we said, kind of a battle of the Southern California players there, but we've seen at least 2 of them win already, right? We saw Ace Leader Sky, we saw RC Cola. You know, hopefully we'll get to see some plays from people like Elite and Caleb later, so it's a really good tournament here for the home crowd.
Well, so we teased this a little bit earlier on in the broadcast during our intro. We talked about some new moves or some moveset updates for our next season. These are things that people are always looking to get as soon as possible. They want to start preparing for next season already, even though we're still wrapping up our current season. I think that our 2 most impactful moves are right up there at the top. Give me some of your thoughts on the Scald and Spark nerfs that we're going to be seeing next season.
Absolutely. So as a reminder, right now Scald has a 50% chance to lower the opponent's attack, and that can flip a lot of matchups, especially if it's the last Pokemon remaining. And I know it's a very polarizing attack in the community. Some people don't really like the randomness of this. So it'll be interesting to see the variance kind of be lower there. The chance to lower the opposing Pokemon's attack will be decreased. We'll have to see again when the updates actually drop, a Tuesday from this Tuesday, how much that is. But I'm guessing it'll be somewhere around 30%. There aren't a lot of attacks out there with 20 or 40 or 10%. So I think Whiscash will still be around if it's at around 30. If it's lower, maybe not. We might see people start to bring up Pokemon like Shadow Swampert.
You know what? It's really interesting to look at the Pokemon that it impacts. You mentioned Whiscash. Poliwrath we just saw with Scald. I don't think it's going to be too big of an impact for it, though, considering that it's mostly, if it needs to debuff, it goes for Icy Wind, and then it has counter. I wanted to quickly go back and talk about Spark as well, though, because Spark, this is actually the second time that we've seen a retweak of Spark. If you remember, I think that we actually had a damage increase and then a little bit of a energy generation decrease before. Now we're just seeing a straight damage decrease. This is primarily going to impact Lantern, right? So the question is it still going to be impactful? Does it maybe get replaced by other electrics like Shadow Magnezone? Charjabug's already in the scene. A little bit of a different role that it occupies, though.
Absolutely. I mean, we have seen people go for Water Gun Lantern in the past. Not so much recently, but if we see people still wanting to bring Lantern, it does have a pretty unique coverage there in the water and electric. It's a great answer for Skarmory also. So I would guess that we might still see people going for Water Gun Lantern occasionally. I think Spark Lantern is going to fall off quite a bit, though.
Well, we can move on to some of the new access that Pokemon will be getting to some of these new charge attacks. Actually, not a new charge attack here. This is Thunder Punch, a charge attack that we see not very regularly in the meta today. Maybe Hypno if someone wants to feel a little bit spicy, but Typhlosion, Lucario, Scrafty as well, some other Pokemon coming up, getting that coverage move. So to you, does Scrafty end up wanting to bring Thunder Punch into his toolkit, or stick with the Power Up Punch Foul Play?
I think the vast majority of the time you still go with Power Up Punch Foul Play, right? Scrafty, of course, has access to counter like a lot of fighters, like including Poliwrath, and being able to ramp up counter damage is very, very helpful, especially if you're getting stab counter like Scrafty is. And then Foul Play, just such a great coverage move. We've seen people trying to bring Umbreon and Mandibuzz, and it's because the Dark type coverage is really, really valuable. It's so neutral in a lot of matchups. Thunder Punch, I think it could be potentially fun in blind formats like the Go Battle League. You know, you have Scrafty, your opponent brings in a flyer maybe like Actually, a lot of flyers don't even take super effective from Thunder Punch these
True.
days.
There's not a lot of mono flyers out there as well,
Exactly.
so I think the counters actually hit decently well. Let's keep going through some of these, though. I think a couple other Pokemon end up getting Thunder Punch as well, but Swift, like we talked about, actually going to be something that we see very regularly for some of these other Pokemon. If we go on to our next graphic here, yeah, you can see Chestnut. That's another interesting one with access to Thunder Punch as well. Currently running Frenzy Plant Superpower for the most part, but one of its key threats is going to be any sort of flyer whatsoever.
Exactly.
Gives it an ability to hit back, so I do like to see that as well. But so one of the ones that you and I talked about backstage earlier was Citadel and Cetitan, a mono ice type Pokemon. Both of them currently with access to Ice Shard, now getting access to Powder Snow.
Yeah, and Powder Snow is definitely an upgrade there for this Pokemon. It generates more energy, and it's a 2-turn fast attack, so needing a little bit more flexibility. And I want to call out that these two Pokemon have access to both Avalanche and Body Slam. And for those of you who don't know, Avalanche is one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game. You see it on Pokemon like Frostlass. It's also a clone of Psy Strike, which Mewtwo has. So it could be a lot of fun to play with these Pokemon. You know, the mono ice typing a little bit tough defensively, but potentially a fun pick in the Go Battle League. Not quite sure yet if it's going to make a big impact in the Open Great League.
I'm ready for some spice. Like, I really hope to see people bringing it in the next seasons. We'll kind of wrap up here. I think as we advance to our next graphic, we can see some of the Pokemon that are going to be getting access to Swift. Still don't have full details as far as what that charge attack is going to look like. Energy cost decreased, but power decreased as well. Swift has not been a charge attack that most trainers are opting to bring into their toolkit so far. It'll be interesting to see with how many of these Pokemon that get stabbed, same type attack bonus, Swift, perhaps something like an Ursaluna, maybe have some impact with Swift in the Master League.
I feel like Wigglytuff's charge attack pool is just widening every season, right? Icy Wind to Starming Voice now has Swift, so you guys, you should really stock up on those charge TMs.
Yeah, and finally, Fly. Fly has been a very transformative charge attack. When we've seen some of the nerfs to things like Sky Attack, Fly now is, and along with Brave Bird maybe, are the premier charge attacks from a flying type perspective in the Open Great League. I don't know how much we're going to see in the Open Great League here, but Salamence really has had some struggles in pretty much any format. I did try running it in an Open Great League one time. Did not go very well, but it's trying to reach for those Outrages or Draco Meteors, or I think it also knows
Fire Blast.
Fire Blast as well. Thank you, so we'll have to see how Fly ends up kind of retweaking the way that it's able to be played.
Well, I think it'll certainly be helpful for Salamence, and you know, sometimes there's grassroots formats where Mega Salamence is even allowed, and that can actually be hugely impactful and that kind of thing. But maybe Open Master League, Go Battle League, we could see people starting to use Salamence a bit.
So I want to talk about Pokemon on the rise and Pokemon maybe on their way down. We did see the Shadow Sableye on Battle Bill's team. Had some good play, minus getting hit by that Moonblast.
But he still won that.
He still won that game.
Yeah,
he did.
It was all part of the plan.
Despite getting hit by the Moonblast, I think it looked relatively strong.
Yeah.
Have we seen any Vigoroth just yet?
I don't think we have, at least not in the last couple of matches. We've seen a lot of Annihilate. We did see the Poliwrath just now. I feel like Vigoroth, we said it was on the decline, and I think it really is. It's just so hard to justify bringing when you see that really hard wall in Annihilate on the other team. Because, like, here's the thing, Jim. Why do people bring Vigoroth? Or why did people bring Vigoroth, right?
It's going to be your Licky Tongue answer.
Okay.
It's relatively neutral in a lot of matchups too.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, is that it's relatively neutral, but when you don't have the advantage of being just a really safe Pokemon, it's like all of its advantage pretty much goes away. It's not the best generalist. You do have Body Slam Span, but you have non-step counter, you're not the most bulky, and so I think it's just a little hard to justify bringing in this meta.
Yeah, I agree. Let's move over to the stage, though, and introduce our next battlers. Looking very sharp here. We've got the C2U all suited up, ready to go here. No Vigoroths on either of these teams, by the way, but we are seeing the Annihilates. He's going to be facing off versus Flywalker.
And I see a lot of similarities on these teams here. We see both of these trainers have the Dugong, both have the Gligar as well, both have the Annihilate, and then I think that is where the similarities end. So we're gonna have to see how these trainers choose to play it. And by the way, I'll call out, I believe that the C2U is running that championship team from Indianapolis that S. James P21 used just a couple of weekends ago.
I think it's a team that a lot of people can apply very easily because of how flexible that it is. I think it is a championship level team. We've seen it have success time and time again. Taking a look at C2U's team, we've got the Lantern still running that Spark, hasn't been nerfed yet. Also has the Dugong, the Cresselia running Moonblast. We've seen a big trend towards Future Sight recently for Cresselia, but I think with all the Annihilates, Moonblast is a great response. It's just because you can get to the charge attack a little bit earlier before Shadow Ball specifically. Annihilate will round out this team along with Lickitung and Shadow Gligar.
Well, we've seen a lot of dark types today, a lot of Umbreon, and here's a Mandibuzz on Flywalker's team, so that's another place where potentially that Moonblast is going to come into play. But a big adjustment from Flywalker here, maybe in response to all the Cresselia that we've seen, is the Registeel. And actually, if you look back at C2U's team, Registeel is actually kind of tough for that team. If you don't get it on the Annihilate or the Gligar, it has a lot of targets.
Well, so I saw on both of these teams a Pokemon. You mentioned a couple different duplicates. We've had almost 30 different events between regionals, special events, things like that. Of all the championship teams, do you know which Pokemon was brought most regularly through this entire tournament?
Through the whole season in all regions?
Through the whole season in all regions.
I'm gonna go with Gligar.
It's Gligar. I think we had maybe 11 Shadow Gligars, and before all the Shadow Gligar trend that we saw, I think we had 6 normal Gligars. So no surprise to see these Gligars on both of these teams. It is a very flexible Pokemon as long as it can avoid ice. Even against waters, it still has some play, but ice is going to be its one mortal enemy. These trainers, they're locked in. They're ready to go. Game number 1. Coming at you right here.
And here's those Gligar that you were just mentioning. We actually see a mirror here in the lead, and this is really just going to come down to who has more attack on that Gligar. That's going to determine who wins charge attack priority and probably who wins this matchup.
Well, it's a relatively bold play here by Flywalker, not only having the Gligar, but also that Mandibuzz weak to that Dugong on the side of CTU. So I think that it could be relatively important who ends up winning this lead matchup. The first attack does go unshielded. Let's see if Flywalker wants to maybe try and force his hand and shield this first Protect Shield. We haven't seen the charge attack priority yet. It could be very interesting to see who gets this next charge attack off.
And this is just the first game, so really good information. Looks like CTU is going to win the charge attack priority with his own Gligar, so now Flywalker has to choose. Does want to shield it up, potentially go for switch advantage, and we'll have to see how CTU wants to respond.
Well, let's not forget this Registeel in the back for Flywalker, though. It's going to have relatively good matchups versus not only this Lantern, but this Dugong here as well. Needs to watch out for those drill runs. CTU opting not to shield, comes in with this, okay, you know what, I like this Dugong. Doesn't have to take any charge attacks whatsoever, gets an energy advantage versus this Registeel. I think that you can get some nice chip damage with this drill run, maybe even pivot into your Lantern. But where is this Mandibuzz going to go, Soph?
Apparently nowhere. Well, here comes the drill run, just like you mentioned. C2 actually isn't opting for the swap out quite yet. Doesn't know what's in the back. Maybe doesn't want to lock himself against a Whiscash. Full Ice Shard there for CTU coming through, and is going to shield the Zap Cannon. Try to get off another drill run here.
Look, you're always shielding the Zap Cannon for sure, but maybe you're waiting to see, do I get this debuff? Oh, we'll never know. Here comes the Lantern. It's going to be able to get to the Surf before this Registeel is able to reach the next Zap Cannon, but opts not to throw. Actually, instead goes for the additional Spark. Here comes the Zap Cannon. This is neutral damage. Keep in mind, has a 66% chance to get an attack debuff for this Lantern, and there it is.
And don't forget, C2 hasn't seen that Mandibuzz yet, doesn't know just quite how comfortable of a spot he's in. Well, now he knows. Here comes the Thunderbolt. A little bit of a catch there by Flywalker. Super effective damage, but Mandibuzz is such a tank. It's going to take this no problem, but maybe that's a bad thing because CTU is maybe going to get a big advantage out of this Mandibuzz.
I think Flywalker was hoping for the Surf there, catching the neutral debuffed Surf. Instead, it's going to be the Thunderbolt. Here comes the second Thunderbolt. This debuff is key, though, because you now hang on after 2 of these Thunderbolts. We're going to be reaching this Dark Pulse here. No foul play on the side of this Mandibuzz. Flywalker trying to get this Lantern off the field. I don't know that one Dark Pulse is going to knock out. CTU doesn't want to find out, though. Actually shields this Dark Pulse.
And he knows that Lantern wins charge attack priority against the Registeel, so just going to bank a Surf there, and I think pretty much has this locked up, has energy on both Pokemon. Here comes the Drill Run, and Registeel, you know, not going to be able to land quite enough charge attacks. Flywalker knows it. Just going to concede this game and focus on the next.
Yeah, interesting team building from both of those trainers there. CTU with an incredible backline of that Dugong Lantern double water backline that had great play versus that Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz just had nowhere to go. I think Registeel did have a lot of play, but with that energy advantage and shield advantage that CTU was able to have with his Dugong, put it in a prime position to get damage out early before any of those debuffs, and I really like the play that he had between that Dugong and Lantern.
Absolutely, and if you look at the Flywalker's team, I think both Dugong and Lantern are pretty good across the board. Taking a look back at this matchup, just like you mentioned, the farm down with Dugong against Gligar doesn't take a lot of damage, and here's that Mandibuzz, just kind of a sitting duck there, providing some energy for the Lantern and the Dugong a little bit. So a little bit of an unfortunate positioning for the Mandibuzz. Really needed it to find the Gligar.
And there you see the Drill Run coming through, knocking out the Registeel. At that point, you did still have a Protect Shield remaining, maybe trying to make a call if you maybe catch an icy wind or something like that, unable to do so. But the question becomes, how does Flywalker respond with that Dugong? You initially brought a team with Gligar and Mandibuzz that are both weak to that Dugong, and then you bring a Registeel as well, which can still take super effective drill runs. Does this mean you need to bring that Annihilate on your squad, Soph?
It might be the Annihilate, or I think the Whiscash would also be a pretty good adjustment for Flywalker. It does really well against Lantern, and if you look at Flywalker's team, the Lantern can actually hit like a lot of things for a lot of damage, and Whiscash is kind of the only way you can stop. Obviously, you can hit it with Dig from Gligar, but that matchup can be a little bit shield and bait dependent.
So we've seen CTU before on several of these tournaments. I think that he's had some success as well, so it's not surprising to see him taking an early lead here. He seemed to have all, everything prepared for that game number 1. Let's see what happens in game 2.
And look at these leads. This is the Galarian Stunfisk mirror of the moment, the matchup you do not want to play. Counter's doing absolutely nothing, so it's just going to come down to who can land the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, if you go straight Night Slash here, you actually survive 2 of these Night Slashes, both of them actually throwing right when they get the Shadow Ball. CTU, this is now 2 mirror Pokemon that he has won the charge attack priority on, I believe. Here comes first Night Slash, does get shielded, and now it's, again, another battle of mind games. Do you want to just shield these up? Yes, no one wants to take a Shadow Ball, so...
Well, if you no-shield a Night Slash, that can absolutely be game-changing, but looks like both trainers are just trying to play it safe here. It looks like Flywalker's Annihilate is getting quite low here compared to CTU's. Actually makes a catch, Shadow Ball coming through on the Gligar, but it's going to do a ton of damage, and this Gligar is going to be very low, almost at 25% health there. And now you're met by the Dugong.
I don't know that it's going to be able to even make it to 1 charge attack. It does not even the Aerial Ace. Dugong now has a bunch of energy. It's probably going to be refacing off now versus this Annihilate, who has a Shadow Ball stored, if I'm not mistaken. This will be interesting to see. Do you throw the Shadow Ball right away? Do you maybe go for another bait? Trying to throw, actually on charge attack priority yet again.
A little bit of an overfarm here, but I think that Dugong is going to be able to hang on. Dugong, a very bulky Pokemon, probably going to be able to throw off an Icy Wind here if it wants to. Yes, there it is. That was charge attack priority, as you mentioned, and Annihilate is getting very low, and there's still a Whiscash in the back for Flywalker, which, it's going to do very well against Lantern, but I just don't know how you get through the Annihilate.
Well, I think that the step 1 is going to be getting a full farm down. Keep in mind, CTU does not have any energy on his Annihilate whatsoever. Maybe you just bring in the Lantern to soak up all of this energy. Really, there's nothing in the back that's going to be a hard counter to your own Annihilate. So I'm a little surprised by this play, Soph.
Well, if Flywalker is going to make a comeback, I think this is where it starts. CTU does shield it up successfully. Maybe he tries to take out this Annihilate before it gets to another Shadow Ball. Pretty happy to eat a Night Slash if necessary. Does win the charge attack priority, and now you have an Annihilate with some health, and you're going to be able to get off at least a Night Slash against the Whiscash.
Well, the fact that Flywalker did not bait there, went straight for that Shadow Ball, great for CTU. Even gave him an opportunity to go for a boost. All you need to do is just land 1 charge attack. And trying to go for a catch there. Some nice patience by Flywalker. This is not a great matchup for Lantern, but it only has 1 task that it has to do.
Get off a Surf.
Get off 1 charge attack and put it in potentially Night Slash range here. So
that's right. Well, Mud Bomb comes through, so Flywalker can stop that Surf from coming off if... Oh, yeah, and there it is, charge attack priority. Really nice counting from Flywalker there. Remember, the Annihilate, though, does have a little bit of energy. I believe it's just 2 counters off a Shadow Ball.
That's right. And there's 2 different win cons there. Number 1 is get off a charge attack. Number 2 is force out all of the energy on that Whiscash. And win con number 2, we see it happening right before our eyes. You get to that Shadow Ball, knock out that Whiscash, and game number 2, a clean sweep going to the C2U.
Yeah, clean sweep there, cleanly dressed, really nicely played from CTU. Like you mentioned, CTU is really no stranger to the stage. He's had success in a lot of tournaments so far. Actually, I believe top cut both Fresno and Sacramento, coming back from another California regional here, and he's well on his way to success here. So that's really exciting to see.
They're going to have to rename him the C20 with how well that he did in that game, at least. So I have to say, though, that Annihilate Mirror matchup, really awkward early on.
Awkward.
We both shielding those Night Slashes. We saw that catch attempt, if you remember, though, actually bringing in the hard answer, the Gligar. We were both a little surprised to see the Annihilate come back in at the end of that game, knowing that there's really no hard answer remaining for that Annihilate, but it worked out very nicely for the C2U. And what I thought was very key was both his Annihilate as well as his Gligar, they both won charge attack priority in the mirror matchups.
Well, maybe C2U was doing some research on what kind of attack is needed, what you need to succeed in this tournament, but let's take a look back at the series, maybe at that game in particular. We see the Annihilate mirror here, we see the catch by Flywalker, but unfortunately basically sacrifices an entire Pokemon here. Shadow Ball comes through and then the Ice Shards just chunk way too much.
Sometimes you try to reach for those really good plays, and had that been a Night Slash, may have been a lot more impactful, but just like you said, put it in range that 3 Ice Shards are enough to knock out before it's able to get to that Aerial Ace. Actually went for a catch there, but like we said, there were 2 different win conditions at that point. Number 1 is force all the energy out from that Whiz Cash. Number 2 is get that Surf off, put it in Night Slash range. You gotta love the plays from the C2U, able to land that Shadow Ball and have that clean 2-0 sweep.
And banking energy like that on a high attack Pokemon like Annihilate is often a really, really safe play because you know you win charge attack priority, you know you're going to be able to get this energy off regardless of what happens. So, you know, really nice play, really nice recognition. And I think C2U, by the way, is very, very close to qualifying for the World Championship. Almost at 500, I believe above 450, so just needs a couple more wins to lock in Hawaii.
It's the last tournament of the season, last regional of the season. You can't hold back now, right? So I think that at this point, pulling out all the stops, making some great reads, making some really just nice plays in general, and that double water backline that we saw in game number 1 and game number 2 was just beautiful on C2U's side.
Yeah, really nice plays. Let's see if we can get some answers on how C2 managed to prepare for this tournament and managed to make those really clean plays. And I think we have an interview with him ready on the floor.
Thanks, Soph. Yes, I'm here with C2U, and first and foremost, I have to say, you know the saying, you got to dress for the job that you want. Do you think this is how a Los Angeles regional champion dresses?
I would have to say so. I would say my role at this time is maybe an unaffiliated competitor. I just feel like maybe next week I could be CEO of the Pokemon Company International.
Oh, well, okay, we heard it here first here in LA. Let's talk about those games. You had some phenomenal catches in that last round as well. Let's go through the strategy of how you prepared for this team and what you thought when you saw your opponent.
Well, naturally he had the Dugong, which made the use of Gligar a little iffy. I didn't feel like he would lead it in game 1 and it would be very safe in that respect. I felt like very sure I would see Mandibuzz early on, and I was really looking for that all game. So I just felt if I can keep Gligar away from that and away from the Dugong, I should be in a good spot.
And it looks like it paid off for you with a nice victory there. Going into it, when you're building a team, because you've gone to a couple of tournaments, do you like to go with a tried and true method of like, okay, no, there are some core picks that I want to always use, or are you looking to kind of mix it up here and there?
When I'm building a team, you naturally look at some of the teams that have worked in the past. You look for ways that they maybe could have improved if the meta is going to shift at all. In this case, I took a tried and true team from S. James P. 21 and Lurgan Rocket and found, is there a way to improve it? And I looked into it and I decided no. No, it's very flexible as is. Everything is right where it should be.
You're like, okay, if it works in Indianapolis, if it gets you in a top finish for Stockholm, then it's going to work in LA as well. So last question, is there anyone that you want to shout out or anyone that you're saying, okay, I really hope I face this person in the tournament because I want to prove myself against them?
Shout out to Benjamin. Shout out to Phoenix Rising, my friends and teammates who I wouldn't be doing any of this without them. And I'm looking forward to having a chance maybe to battle Caleb if all goes well.
All right, you know he's got that Bastardon on the team as well.
I've seen it. I have yet to beat him in the locals. So I think today would be a good day to change that.
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. If you guys missed it, it's kind of a bummer, but don't worry. We have some highlights of the last 3 battles going on, and also, it's a little bit fun because you get to hear what the actual players are saying to each other as well. So don't go anywhere. Check this out.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EUIC, London.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first two matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
And the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the goal, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home. We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Pokemon trainers have jumped off the plane at LAX with their dreams and their Chargebugs here at the Pokemon Go Regional Championship. What is that dream, do you think? I think it's to become the last North American regional champion of this season. I'm Amanda, also known as Lundberger, and I'm here with DeFi. We're ready to get you guys back into the action.
We are, and just like that song was saying in that advertisement for that North American International Championships, we came to win. That's what these trainers are here to prove. And we have some fantastic trainers getting ready on the stage for you now. We've been seeing such exciting battles here this morning here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, we've seen some spice picks, as we've called. We've seen some staple picks as well, and we also have some staple players that will be taking to the stage pretty soon. If you missed the last ones, don't worry. We're still relatively early on in the tournament. We're just going through the winner's side of the bracket right now, seeing how the things are going. The dust is settling over this whole tournament, but we have a Shady Equation coming up against Sosaflow.
Yes, a Shady Equation coming from Canada, and then Sosaflow defending the West Coast. Many trainers out there know both of these battlers. Sosaflow absolutely loving the grassroots scene, loves to call out different interesting picks in the meta, and loves to really support others. A Shady Equation, we've been seeing a Shady Equation battle since the very beginning, the first season of the competitive Pokemon Go circuit.
Yeah, the thing about Shady Equation is, being up from Canada, like you said before, he doesn't have the opportunity, he told us, to go to very many tournaments. So the ones that he goes to, he's really trying to make count. I believe he's still looking to qualify for Worlds, and this could be the tournament to do so. If you guys are just joining, we are still in Winners Round 2, Group F here. We're going through Group H, so there are 6 pods here, over 130 competitors in Los Angeles. And look at this team composition here. I mean, I think Shady Equation has a pretty locked-in equation, if you will, for the team composition, but choosing to run that Vigoroth instead of the most popular Annihilate. Vigoroth recently got the update in the World of Wonders, having Rock Slide instead of what it had before with Bulldoze.
Yes, Vigoroth is definitely a fun Pokemon, has a lot of play across, especially like if you play in the Go Battle League. Any meta where Vigoroth is allowed in the Go Battle League, you can tend to be able to use it pretty comfortably. But I would agree, this is a very meta team. You're running the Moonblast on the Cresselia on the side of Shady Equation. Sosaflow here on the right-hand side, using that Umbreon. I believe that is a favorite choice of his that he likes to bring, along with that Annihilate. So being potentially able to scare that Vigoroth off from the field, maybe not being so safe for a Shady Equation, but is really interesting. That Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, it made a really big splash during this season, but not so much anymore as a steel type of choice. We've been seeing some Magnezone steel type really make some plays, like for Paula Shaw we saw in Europe, but not so much Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. We'll have to see if Sosaflow chooses to bring it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But first off, it looks like it is a great lineup here at the beginning for Shady Equation. Gligar being able to do very, very nice damage against Annihilate. And looks like Sosaflow is going to go ahead and stay in this a little bit. There are open team sheets, so a Shady Equation knows that this is not an Ice Punch, but still Sosaflow will go for this. It'll do a nice amount of chip damage as it's unshielded, and perhaps he's fishing for that boost.
Yeah, because Sosaflow doesn't really have a hard check to this Gligar. Bringing in the Umbreon is more of, a soft counter, and that actually draws out the opposing Lantern. Umbreon is really nice because it honestly, it's pretty safe into everything on a Shady Equations team. Doesn't really have anything that hard answers it. Even the Vigoroth, it takes a while for Vigoroth to chunk through an Umbreon.
Yeah, I absolutely agree here. This Lantern has a ton of energy. Now going ahead and throwing the heavier hitting move there, the Thunderbolt, it will connect, it looks like, but as you can see, that Umbreon taking it like a champion. They're still in the green, now just barely knocked down to the yellow, and I like this play by Sosaflow. First he went for the last resort, and I was kind of wondering, but I think that foul play here will be a little more energy efficient, and also that same type attack bonus as well, so be able to get to those charge attacks a little bit quicker, throwing yet another foul play. And I think at this point Shady Equation is wondering, I have so much energy, do I need to shield this? I think he knows it won't be enough to quite knock it out yet.
Not quite yet, but will the Snarl damage be enough to do it? So a Shady Equation has to throw the energy here. Sosaflow has to decide, is actually going to shield up this Umbreon. Can you get an aggressive farm down? Ooh, actually a swap into that Cresselia.
This is a simultaneous swap while coming into the Cresselia, but this is a fully loaded Gligar here going for that dig, and it does do a nice chunk of damage to the Cresselia. Also, we have to remember, Cresselia, since it is so bulky, it doesn't have a lot of attacks, so no matter what, the charge attacks from that Gligar will be going first. Another dig going through unprotected.
Yes, that'll take the Cresselia down very dangerously close to the red. Sosaflo trying to get a little bit more energy, but you see, I think he waited a little too long. I think he wanted to throw that Grass Knot before the next charge attack was available, but just waited one wing attack too long and is now going to be able to throw the charge attack into the Gligar. A Shady Equation's making the decision to let the Gligar go.
That's an interesting decision. Neither the Lantern nor the Whiscash really want to take a Grass Knot. However, there is just so much help on this Whiscash. 2 shields left on Shady Equation's side. I think he is going for the right play here, shielding this up as this would do a lot of damage, but just going to go ahead and get a ton of energy on that Whiscash here, and swapping back into the Annihilate. Wants to get a little bit of a chunk going on there, going straight for a move here before the Whiscash even throws.
Yeah, so that is a move. Does a Shady Equation know that this can't be the Shadow Ball? Knows it, and does not shield the Night Slash. So this Whiscash still has a shield to hide behind. Sosaflo, I think, just waving goodbye a little bit to the Annihilate, like goodbye, good friend. You did all you could. So now Sosaflo, he's got 2 bulky Pokemon, an Umbreon and a Cresselia, but this Whiscash will go down to like maybe a charged attack, but there's still a shield left.
There's still a shield left on Shady Equation's side. I think he was realizing Whiscash is the win condition here, getting his last Protect Shield on the foul play and just charging up a ton of energy again. I think at this point, you kind of need to be wary of the catch, but I think Shady Equation really knows his counts here, throwing the Mud Bomb. The real question is, DeFi, is this going to be enough to knock out that bulky Umbreon?
It's going to be very close. It is a Shadow Whiscash, not quite enough, but he doesn't have the foul play and a catch!
Wow, an amazing catch by Shady Equation there, Sosaflo. You see it on his face as well, really hoping to take out that Whiscash, unable to do so. The Lantern does go down, however, and it is going to be a little bit of a race. Unfortunately, Shady Equation already at the Scald, that heavier hitting attack going in. Sosaflo clapping as his Cresselia goes down just a little bit on the Umbreon, and it's Shady Equation, I think, is going to go ahead and take game number 1.
Yeah, Sosaflo, game a buyer's game, and that was an incredible catch by a Shady Equation. I think Sosaflo also recognizing early on, he needed to throw that charged attack before the Gligar threw another a charge attack on its own. So maybe just a couple of missteps by Sosa, but that was a great game. Very exciting. Edge of my seat the whole time, really.
Yeah, very much so. I think the simultaneous swap was also very interesting. A lot of times when players switch out, they're either playing for a shield advantage or a switch advantage. But at that point, Sosaflo, not only was he invested a shield into the Umbreon there to be able to protect it against that Lantern, he then immediately swapped out as well, and there was both the Cresselia and the Gligar against each other at that point. At this point, yes, you see the little wave of Sosaflo as the Scald connects with Annihilate, taking it down.
Yes, and then we can see right at the end, there is the catch, just taking Sosa completely off guard. Very, very well played. Very precise play by a Shady Equation to be able to make that catch, with Shady Equation really setting up Whiscash to be successful and have that end game sweep.
Yeah, and that very well played by both opponents there. So if you're looking at this team of 6, I mean, I think that Umbreon, like you said before, has a ton of play against Shady Equation's team. And Sosaflo kind of had the right idea, right? He was using it in that pivoted spot, like saying, okay, I know that Umbreon can absorb the charge attacks from a lot of different things here. I think the hard part for him at the beginning was just the fact that Gligar was lined up against the Annihilate. Those fast attacks from the Gligar just do so much damage, and knowing that there's no Ice Punch to really threaten put Shady Equation in a great spot at that beginning game number 1. But let's go ahead. As we can see, players already talking, a little bit of taunting going into game number 2 here. Skarmory versus Cresselia, another great lead for Shady Equation.
Something that has always been fun about watching Sosaflo battle is he's so expressive in his facial expressions, and you can see just, oh no, that is absolutely the worst matchup that Cresselia could ask for. So now making that swap into Umbreon, using it in that pivotal role, it can tank this Brave Bird no problem and draws that Gligar out.
Yeah, the main problem here is if you're going to use Umbreon as that safe swap, I mean, a lot of times Umbreons can be used as like a third or maybe even a fourth shield in the scenario, being able to tank a lot of charge attacks. However, if you want to make sure that Cresselia is not lined up against a Skarmory again, you're gonna need to use your shields here because you want to make sure that you win this middle matchup so you don't have that alignment that you are not looking for. Shady Equation is looking to make it a little bit easier on there, not shielding up anything yet, but just going out with 100 energy here, going for the heavier hitting attack. Will Sosaflo shield this up? Yes, the last second shield.
That's a last-second decision. He's got to maintain alignment here, or that Skarmory, like you said, is just going to end up back on the Cresselia, and there's absolutely nothing it can do. But instead, letting this dig go through, the Umbreon goes down, and using the Cresselia here.
Yeah, go ahead, Cresselia going up a little bit more. It looks like Shady Equation not willing to throw at the Cresselia at that point, saying, okay, Gligar, you did your job. I know what's going to come back in to face this Cresselia. It's going to be that Skarmory, and you can see Sosaflo going for an immediate pivot out. Normally, you don't think you would want to put a fighter into a flying type Pokemon. However, since its fast attacks are the steel ones, it's not as big of a deal, but an immediate swap out by Shady Equation into the Whiscash, going for that heavier hitting Scald for that 50% chance of not only a heavy hitting attack, but also a debuff. Will he get it?
And I do not see the debuff go, but Sosa's looking for a buff on this Night Slash, but that Skarmory is still looming in the background, and Cresselia just does not have any tools in its tool belt. Skarmory resists everything that Cresselia can throw at it.
Yeah, and not only that, Skarmory has 2 shields to boot here as well. Gonna be able to take a little bit of damage from those counters as it goes down, but Skarmory is taken to the skies. Next meta is shared skies, but for now, Shady Equation says, no, 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 I'm not sharing these skies at all, Cresselia. Get back to the ground. First charge attack going through.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Skarmory is using Sky Attack here. I'm wondering if Shady Equation could just do straight Brave Bird and shield through it, just to be able to get that consecutive larger amounts of damage. Because really, gonna use a shield here, but even so, I don't think it's necessary because there's no, we have open team sheets. A focus or a future sight would hit a little bit harder than either the Grass Knot or the Moonblast, but it can't be. You don't have 3 charged attacks in Pokemon though.
Unfortunately, not for Sosaflo. He does get the Moonblast debuff, so now this Sky Attack will not be doing as much damage, but the real problem is, even though he got one of those, these attacks are still adding up. There's still a shield left on Shady Equation's Skarmory, already at another attack, even though this Moonblast will be going through. Shady Equation using that last Protect Shield now.
Yeah, but there we have the Skarmory here at the final move. No Protect Shields remaining on the side of Sosaflo. This Sky Attack is going to connect and knock the Cresselia off. Like you said, the Skarmory shares the skies with no one, and a Shady Equation takes a 2-0 victory.
Going very well. You can hear the crowd clapping as well. Sosaflo, a great trainer, like you said, kind of a local trainer, at least to the West Coast. I was joking around with Caleb Pang in Indianapolis because he says, you know, West Coast is best coast. Well, I am adamant that Midwest is best. We are in LA, so I will concede to him for at least now because we've seen some amazing battles by a lot of really talented trainers in this region.
Yes, and I have loved seeing some of these hometown heroes, these trainers from the West Coast, from California, from the area, really showcasing their stuff. But today, in this round, it is going to a Shady Equation coming in from Canada, like you mentioned, not getting as many of those regional championship opportunities. Let's take a look at a little bit from that most recent match.
So that Brave Bird really connecting was a big pivotal point, I think, because like we said before, Umbreon kind of needed to win that mid matchup there to be able to get the realignment that Sosaflo was looking for. Brave Bird does a ton of damage. It also debuffs yourself, so it was a proper usage from Shady Equation, using that Skarmory, then dipping out into his pivot Pokemon, which was that Gligar there. And as you can see at the end, Skarmory still has a lot of health left, able to take out the Cresselia and able to take game number 2 away. Shady Equation moving on, but this is a double elimination tournament. We are on the winner's side of the bracket. Sosaflo, if you're a fan of him, he's still in the tournament.
Yeah, so you might see him again in the loser's side of the bracket. We've had so many fun picks today, so many different fun matches to showcase. One Pokemon, though, that we're going to see coming up soon that I don't think we've seen yet this tournament is Talonflame. I don't think we've seen one yet.
Talonflame is very popular. I know, I keep saying it every time I'm over here. In the Euro European region. A lot of trainers have piloted it and used it to success to win regional championships. Arceus Aurelius was one of the first ones to do it in Dortmund. There has been a trainer in NA, Valor Ash, that has been using Talonflame. It's kind of been his signature Pokemon pick, his maybe MVP and most valuable Pokemon. However, yeah, we haven't seen too many of them in the North America region. Do you think this is the tournament that we will see more and more, or do you think that this will be a one and done?
I know, I would love to see more Talonflame. Some of those Incinerate users, they're very complicated and tricky to play. Because you have that 5-turn long fast attack, it is really easy for your opponent to make catches. It's really easy to like we call it over tapping, to like press the screen accidentally one too many times, and like you're accidentally giving away so much energy to your opponent. So it can be really tricky, but the reward, it's like high cost, high reward, right? Because Talonflame can also has so much play into this meta and uses that charge attack of Fly now. Like we listened to Jim and Soph talk about earlier, Fly is given to a few more Pokemon coming up in the season of Shared Skies. But Talonflame really being the Pokemon I think that it's really pivotal for right now.
Now I have to ask you, while we're on the subject of Talonflame, and I'm just going to check to see what the attacks are on this one. It's going to be that Flame Charge and Fly. A lot of people, actually not a lot, a couple of people have used Fly and Brave Bird on their Talonflame. What are your thoughts on those movesets together? Or do you think if you're a Talonflame, you have to use Incinerate and you have to use Flame Charge as well?
You know, Amanda, I need to take a moment to think on it. And while I take a moment to think about it, we do have Soph and a Shady Equation to talk about the results from that last match. Soph, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks so much, Stephanie and Amanda. I'm here on the floor with Shady Equation, who just won his first match of the day. Shady, how are you feeling?
Yeah, always a little bit stressful, you know, first round, getting those jitters out. But no, I felt good, you know. It helped that I got some good leads for sure. But yeah, glad to just get that first round out of the way for sure.
And I know you have a little bit of friendly history with Sosa. How did it feel to play him on stream?
Yeah, for sure. I've known Sosa for a while now. I think 3 or 4 years. He was a huge caster back in the day. He helped cast a lot of my grassroots events, so I love him to death. He's an awesome player. It was awesome to meet him for the first time as well, and it was a pleasure to battle.
Yeah, I know he's been around for a long time, as have you. Also, by the way, I noticed your team is the same as for Indy. Did you do anything different to prepare for this tournament? Extra scrims, extra things like that, or did you just kind of roll in?
Yeah, for sure. I had a pretty good run in Indy, all things considered. I really felt the team did well. I thought a lot of factors sort of out of my control sort of affected the bad battle. So I was really comfortable, you know, going to run it back, just seeing how it would do. And yeah, I did a little bit of extra scrimming. Shout out to Inadequence as always, but yeah, I'm comfortable with this team. I think I can make a huge run with it if I need to.
Absolutely. Well, you definitely have the talent to do so. Do you want to talk a little bit about why you chose to bring Vigoroth instead of something like Annihilate?
Yeah, for sure. I see Annihilate, you know, all the way at #1 usage. I think it was like 65% usage, so not looking great for my Vigoroth out there. But what I really liked about Vigoroth in general is that if there isn't an opposing Ape on the other team, I think Vig is almost always super safe. Like, other than Ape, there really is no hard counter. And, you know, it doesn't have to worry about things like Gligar, you know, that Ape has to worry a lot about. So I think Vig's like sort of neutral, safe play, as long as it dodges the Vig, which, to be fair, isn't that often anymore. But when it does happen, it's a great pick. I love running it.
All right, thanks. And before we let you go, I know you already shouted out Inadequence, but is there anyone else you want to shout out?
No, yeah, shout out to my friend Alex. I'm staying with him. You know who you are. You're a great friend. All of that, shout out to everyone else. And yeah, no, that's about it.
All right, thanks, Shady. Well, congrats again, and I look forward to seeing how you do in the rest of the tournament. Stephanie, Amanda, back to you.
Thank you so much, so for that interview with a Shady Equation. I heard that shout out to Martine, a casting partner of yours back in Europe. Martine, you can't have her.
Yeah,
I'm keeping her.
I guess I'm staying here for a little bit longer. Sorry, Martine, but a lot of shout outs to him because he does do these amazing practice tournaments. So if you are potentially a newer player seeing these PvP tournaments look really cool, but I don't have any experience, go ahead and try to find one of these tournaments. It's a great way to just choose some Pokemon that you're comfortable with, saying, oh, I want to maybe learn the counts. I want to learn how much damage this does. I want to see how other players choose their 3 out of a team of 6. It's a great no stress, no stakes thing, and you can get a little bit better every time you play.
There are so many great people in this community. It's something I love about Pokemon Go is how supportive everybody is. We just want everybody to come on in and play our game.
Exactly.
It is fun, it is fast-paced, and you can win a lot of amazing prizes. There is so much on the line, and the travel award, that race to be able to get a travel package to go to Worlds in Hawaii, which is fast approaching coming up. Lots of exciting things to play for. So if you are interested, be sure to go over to, I believe it's Pokemon.com/compete to get information on locals, regionals, all of that good stuff.
Yeah, speaking of regionals, this is the last regional competition for North America in this season, but we still have the big event coming up, the North American International Championships, where you could still even qualify. 500 championship points are on the line for the winner there, and like you talked about, plenty of prizes as well. And I know a lot of trainers are looking to come and compete because they're also going for that leaderboard push as well. The top 8 players in North America, Europe, and Latin America will all get these travel packages as well to be able to compete in Worlds. It gives a little bit of extra incentive, I think, for players to go out, to compete, to play in local events, and to really just like test their grit against other players.
Let's take a look at these two players who are going to test their grit right now. We have the Pixel Cheetah coming in on the left and Alan coming in on the right. We've seen both of these trainers compete at regionals this season, but they're looking for that standout performance. Now, you asked me earlier about Talonflame, which we can see on the Pixel Cheetah's team there on the left. I think I understand the Fly and Brave Bird combination. It's not what Pixel Cheetah is running, but you're doing so much damage with Incinerate. Why do you need a charged attack to do it when Incinerate does as much as a charge attack sometimes?
It's a good point. It's a good point. But sometimes, what if you're against something like a Bastiodon where there's like no really flying a type attack that's going to do that much damage to it? We are looking at that Talonflame. It is running its more standard move sets of Fly and Flame Charge together. But I really like this team as trying the Cheetah here because I've been seeing more and more Umbreon, and I really have been thinking about it throughout this tournament, DeFi, and because Annihilate is so popular, Umbreon actually has a ton of play because both the Shadow Ball and the Night Slashes, which you can see is not on Alan's side here. Alan is running Ice Punch on his Annihilate, making that matchup a little bit more difficult, I think, for the Umbreon. So, okay, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe the Umbreon is not the choice here for this matchup.
Maybe not for this matchup in particular, but I do think that Umbreon has a lot more play than people give it credit for. I know it's also a favorite of Mama Climbs, who is definitely a fan favorite trainer. We just talked about Talonflame and Valor Ash, so of course we have to bring up Mama Climbs as well. But Umbreon, again, very, very safe. It was so comfortable for Sosaflo to bring, just couldn't quite able to get it was not quite able to leverage it the way that he needed to against a Shady Equations team. Looking at this team here, still I'm looking at Alan's team, and the Umbreon looks great into the Lickitung and can absorb a lot of damage from that Gligar. And you mentioned that Annihilate matchup is going to be trickier now, but still it can absorb a lot of those Ice Punches.
Yeah.
What we have in front of us, though, we have a Shadow Whiscash into a Lickitung. Shadow Whiscash being able to do a lot of damage with those Scalds, but it has to watch out for that Power Whip.
Yeah, you talk about tricky scenarios. This is one of them. Going to be able to pace to the Scald a little bit quicker than the Lickitung will get to the Power Whip. So hoping to maybe get a debuff here. Again, it's a 50% chance right now, but not being able to get it and pivoting out into the Umbreon, only to be met by the Shadow Gligar. However, this Umbreon had a couple of Snarl's advantages, and as you can see, it is just continuing to chunk away, basically at 100, throwing that first foul play.
Yes, and something nice about Umbreon as well is it can draw out some of these heavy-hitting Pokemon from your opponent. And now this Gligar is going to be stuck here in this Umbreon matchup, just trying to get damage done. And you're going to see it's a Shadow Dig. It is a huge charged attack. Umbreon's not even down into the yellow yet.
Umbreon is still in the green, now just barely being brought down to the yellow from the wing attack. But another charge attack is already ready here. And I have to say it, Emmy Weedle makes fun of me every time, but every time the Umbreon gets hit by a charge attack, its little paws go up in the air, and I think it is the cutest thing in the world. We're about to see it one more time. This dig now going through, and Pixel Cheetah looks like not going to shield that up again, recognizing the strength and bulk of this Umbreon. Oof! There it goes. Oof.
I love it. And that Umbreon being able to get another Snarl, throwing another foul play. I think we have one more Snarl to get another charged attack. So Umbreon just really showing off its value here. There is the Snarl, and actually is able to throw the move here. It looks like Alan went for another wing attack.
Yeah, Alan went for another wing attack, maybe hoping to wing attack down, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do because he wants to maintain that switch advantage. He gave up both shields to be able to do so, but now he gets to dictate what is coming in. Gonna go ahead and throw that heavier hitting dig one more time, but this time into a Cresselia. But this time, we're talking about farming down. I think we're gonna see a Psycho Cut farm down, which you don't see very often.
We do not. 1, 2, 3 Psycho Cuts takes down that Shadow Gligar. And now Alan going to be able to leverage the Lickitung here, being able to use some of that fast attack pressure that Lickitung is known so well for, and being able to crank out those body slams, benefiting from that same type attack bonus. Lickitung is a normal type. Body slam is a normal type charged attack. You love to be able to make that pairing when you can.
As you can see, still doesn't do that much damage to the Cresselia. Cresselia has a lot of bulk, but these licks are continuing to just do a ton of damage here, forcing Pixel Cheetah to throw another charge attack. There are no protect shields left on Alan's side, but I'm not sure that this Grass Knot will be enough. He's gonna need to throw another one to be able to take it out. Meanwhile, another body slam going through.
Yes, and the body slam will connect, will not be enough, but the licks might be if Pixel Cheetah does not throw the charged attack here, but does. This is going to be enough to knock that Lickitung out. Now the Pixel Cheetah still has a healthy Shadow Whiscash in the back. Alan has a regular Whiscash in the back. However, the Pixel Cheetah has the benefit of a Protect Shield.
That's right, a shield and a little bit of an energy advantage as well. This Scald will be able to connect. We've talked about it so many times. It's a coin flip right now. Will the attack drop happen? Hasn't at all for Pixel Cheetah. He's just got to keep flipping that quarter here. Meanwhile, going for a Mud Bomb bait on Alan's side, trying to get that last Protect Shield off of the field.
And he is going to get it. Now Alan is free to throw the Scald into the Shadow Whiscash, but it looks like Pixel Cheetah is going to get to throw the charged attack first, winning that charged attack priority to knock the Whiscash out.
Winning the charge attack priority and also winning the game because of it. Well played by the Pixel Cheetah there, and you can see Alan taking a bit of notes because this is information that even though you lose, you can take a lot of this stuff and apply it to the next round since it is a best of 3 matchup. So I bet that Alan is saying for sure, okay, I know that his Whiscash beats mine in the charge attack priority, so if it comes down to a potential catch or something in the next rounds, this will be when I have to deploy that.
Yeah, so let's take a look at a little bit of this first game of winners round 2 in Group E. Here we see that Umbreon, the Pixel Cheetah, really leveraging just how much damage this Umbreon can take, getting the Gligar to very low health for the Cresselia to farm down. And then being able to utilize that energy, knock out the Lickitung, and really set up that Shadow Whiscash for the end game, especially with a shield. Really needed to use that shield. If you have Cresselia and Umbreon on your team, do you even need shields?
That is a good point. At this point, it looks like Pixel Cheetah says, maybe not, as he secured game number 1. But I do want to draw it back to how absolutely close that game was and how well Alan played in that. He managed to get that last shield with the bait, and if his Whiscash would have won charge attack priority, that game would have flipped and gone to Alan instead. So this game came down to the wire.
It was very close. So we're going to have to see what kind of adjustments these trainers are going to make in order to go into this matchup. That first game sometimes in a best of 3 is just about information gathering.
Right, yeah.
You are trying to find out what are your opponent's play styles like. Do they play it safe? Are they defensive? Are they aggressive on the plays? Do they make those aggressive swaps, or are they going for really safer picks? So making that opponent team read is crucial in that first game. So just because Alan's lost 1, he is not out yet.
He's not out of this matchup by any means here. And like we talked about before, since this is a double elimination tournament, even if he ends up losing this next round, he will be knocked down to the loser's bracket where he could potentially continue his run. And I know some of you might be thinking, oh, but if you lose, it's going to be so much harder. I just want to remind everyone that a regional champion who has won 3 regional champions in this season, Dunebug, happened to him in round 2, and he ended up winning a regional because of that. So, I mean, maybe taking a little bit of a more hard road to get out there, but the losers bracket is definitely something you guys should be keeping your eye on. In the meantime, let's go back into game number 2. We have the Cresselia against the Skarmory, and an immediate pivot out into the Umbreon to be met with the Annihilate. This is what we were talking about before, DeFi.
We were talking about this is a better matchup now for the Annihilate because it can actually throw neutral damage into the Umbreon. It's using super effective counters, and then it can throw those neutral ice punches. Annihilate is a Pokemon that inherently has just such high raw attack power that these ice punches are going to do at least a significant amount of damage, even to an Umbreon. They're going to be able to kind of chip away along with the counters.
I mean, Alan did switch almost immediately after the Pixel Cheetah, only getting like 1 Snarl advantage to the Umbreon, but does still force a shield because he wants to keep that great alignment that he had at the beginning with that Skarmory versus the Cresselia here. I almost feel like this is like a same matchup. Ooh, Pixel Cheetah not quite able to get to another charge attack before going down to the counter damage, and this is gonna be trouble here. Shadow Ball coming through. Super effective damage on a Cresselia.
Yes, Pixel Cheetah using a Protect Shield at a key moment so as to not have to take the brunt force of this Shadow Ball. However, Alan gets to another Shadow Ball, and Annihilate is going to beat Cresselia again 10 out of 10 times in terms of attack power. So there is that Shadow Ball. Grass Knot comes through second because Cresselia just does not have that attack power.
And such a bummer for Pixel Cheetah too, because I think if he realized that was at the Shadow Ball, he would not have thrown the attack. He would have Psycho Cut down completely to have at least something to throw, but now we have an Energy Dry and low health Cresselia in the back, and it is Lantern versus the world here, and Alan does not want that Lantern matched up against the Skarmory, so I think he's going to be doing whatever he can to make sure that this Lantern goes down to his Gligar.
Yes, if Alan can get the Skarmory lined up against the Cresselia, Alan's in a much better place, so you have to stay in here and throw digs. Pixel Cheetah is going to correctly shield this first dig. Again, trying to keep this Cresselia away, like playing keep away. Yeah. We do not want to match the Cresselia up against the Skarmory if we can avoid it.
The big problem is it's just the energy counts here. Gligar already at another dig. Since he had a shield, he was able to shield up 1 Surf. And as you see, even though the Gligar is super low in health, it's basically done its job here, getting that Lantern so low, and we'll just continue to wing attack down, forcing the Lantern to throw if he wants to be able to have even a sliver of health against that Skarmory.
Yep, and now Alan's sitting in a really good place. This Lantern cannot get to a Thunderbolt. It cannot get to a Surf. So this Skarmory is going to come in 2-3 Steel Wings, I think, to knock this Lantern out. And then all the Pixel Cheetah has is this very, very low health Cresselia. Pixel Cheetah shaking his head, just kind of recognizing there is nothing that this Cresselia can do at this point. Brave Bird, I think a Sky Attack would have been just fine, Amanda.
I think it would have been fine, but it's always good for show, saying, okay, I was at the attack here, gonna go ahead and use it because I have nothing to lose at this point. Tying up the series 1-1, going into decisive best of 3 here.
Yes, so congrats. That is, we love decisive games number 3 here. So we have to decide. Alan coming in back strong after that first matchup against the Pixel Cheetah. So gonna have to decide, what can Pixel Cheetah do to adjust?
Yeah, it was a very brave call. I always get a little bit nervous when I see such divisive matches like the Skarmory versus a Lantern, and had it gone another way, Alan like really had to win that middle alignment, because since he saw it at the beginning, saying, okay, I need to make sure that this Lantern is not on my Skarmory.
Yes, and that one matchup that was really tough for Pixel Cheetah was having that Umbreon go down when it was just almost at that next charged attack.
Yep.
So all of those little moments, all of those half-second situations, those one-turn situations can be so pivotal going into this next matchup. Pixel Cheetah has been bringing the Cresselia and the Umbreon to both games, Game 1 and Game 2. We're going to have to see, is he going to continue to rely on that core and maybe bring something else in?
That's a great call out there, DeFi, because I think that those two are very paired well together, especially when there's nothing on the other team that can throw like a Moonblast or something that would be effective against the Umbreon. Umbreon looks so relatively safe against this team. He just needed one more Snarl to be able to get that Annihilate down. Maybe he like is thinking, okay, the Pixel Cheetah is saying, okay, if I end up swapping that Umbreon again in that pivot position, I have to shield the Ice Punch because now I know how this matchup will play out. So a lot of things are going into this, and of course, this is a very pressure-filled moment for both of these trainers saying, do I do what I've been doing in the past couple rounds, or do I completely mix it up for this game number 3?
Yeah, it is tough. Sometimes you have to make a call, go in a completely different direction. Let's see, we were at the crossroads at the game 3. Who is going to take it? We have Whiscash into Annihilate, a bit more of a neutral matchup to start off game number 3.
And it looks like, if we remember correctly, the Scald will be able to pace before the Shadow Ball. And also, I mean, Alan doesn't really have a great bait move here against the Whiscash, because if an Ice Punch goes unshielded, it really doesn't do too much to the Whiscash. Getting that attack fall finally, a Pixel Cheetah giving a small nod saying, okay, it finally worked out for me here. That 50% chance turned out to be more of a 33 for me, but they're gonna shield this up because the Whiscash is nice and healthy, already at almost another Scald. Throwing it now, seeing if he wants to get that other shield off of Alan immediately, and he does.
Yes, so getting that next shield really putting this Shadow Whiscash in a position to be successful. Whiscash really actually is just setting up the rest of the team, because now Alan has no shields left to hide behind. And do you see what's in the back? That's a Talonflame. When Talonflame is on the other side of the field and you have no shields, that is a problem.
There is a problem, and also this Annihilate that would have had a nice amount of energy to perhaps throw whatever came in. No Protect Shields remaining. Scald's going to be able to take it out, and Pixel Cheetah's going to get the alignment that he wants. And with that Skarmory coming in, you're talking about Talonflame. It's going to have one very nice matchup. Able to get to another Scald as well. This is huge for the Pixel Cheetah.
Yes, let's see. Let's see how the coin falls. Is it heads? Is it tails? The Scald lands, and I do not see that attack drop, but I do see the Talonflame and an immediate catch onto the Umbreon.
Catch. Well played by the Pixel Cheetah. They're recognizing the strength and that it was going to be able to swap out. Not only can Alan not swap out because he doesn't want that Talonflame against a Skarmory, he's debuffed himself and there's no shields left in the game for him.
That was an incredible heads-up play from the Pixel Cheetah, able to knock the Skarmory out, and there is the Shadow Gligar. All Talonflame needs to do is be able to Brave Bird that thing out of the sky. There are no shared skies here today. There will only be one flyer walking away victorious.
Well, flying away victorious, more like it, but we're still in this mid matchup here. I think Alan's doing everything he possibly can to gain a ton of energy, recognizing that even a foul play won't be enough to knock him out at this point, just hoping that he can do as much damage as possible. No Incinerate damage has even gone through yet either, and he would win that charge attack priority. However, I think he's just going for the aggressive farm down, hoping to come out with 2 aerial aces and just hoping that will be enough, but it is getting desperately low as the Gligar is now in the red. First Incinerate going through. Great timing, throwing 2 wing attacks here before throwing that first charge attack.
Let's see how much this is going to do to the Pixel Cheetah's Talonflame. The aerial ace goes through, does not even take it to half. There is the next Incinerate, and it goes down. Talonflame soaring off victorious, taking the win for the Pixel Cheetah.
Pixel Cheetah so fast, like a cheetah there, being able to take that game away from Alan, securing a spot in the winner's side of the bracket still with a pretty fun team. That Talonflame, Cresselia, Umbreon, things that you're not always seeing at every single tournament, but I think that really Pixel Cheetah helped them shine here.
Yes, I really noticed there the Pixel Cheetah left Cresselia on the bench this time, kept the Umbreon being that most valuable Pokemon for Pixel Cheetah in this series, but leaving that Cresselia, bringing in that Talonflame and setting it up for success with the Whiscash, really leading it and making sure that the Talonflame was set up to sweep later on in the game.
Yeah, that game was absolutely incredible, and he did what we kind of call a peekaboo play. So he brought in a Pokemon, just let it sit there for a second, and then immediately swapped out, because not only did he recognize the strength of the Talonflame, he recognized his opponent's only play in that scenario was to Brave Bird, and then Alan wanted to go ahead and try to what we call, dip into his next Pokemon. Unfortunately for him, he was just like, I have to stay in this matchup.
It was so rough. Again, we got a heads-up play. That was incredible thinking by the Pixel Cheetah. Again, that peekaboo, you bring it in, you wait just a beat, just long enough for the opposing trainer to see what Pokemon you've got coming in, and then make the swap before the charge attack is thrown.
This is really where it came down the wire. Being able to knock out, that's getting a gold onto the Skarmory, which was absolutely huge. Skarmory has a lot of energy here already at the Brave Bird, and you see it here. This is that peekaboo play. This is that amazing swap by the Pixel Cheetah that we were talking about, soaking all that energy of the Brave Bird onto the Umbreon and being able to withstand the aerial aces from the Gligar to incinerate down.
Yes, that Incinerate knocked out Alan down into the loser side of the bracket, but that is not the end of the road for Alan. The Pixel Cheetah will continue on the winner's side, but since this is double elimination, if you are out there rooting for Alan, who really utilized that core of Shadow, Gligar, Skarmory, and Annihilate, continue rooting for him down in the loser side of the bracket.
And I want to talk to you about his movesets also on Annihilate, because a lot of times, and especially when Annihilate was first viable in the Great League, everyone was running it with Ice Punch because Gligar is one of the most popular Pokemon in this whole Pokemon series, and Ice Punch hits it back definitely harder than a Night Slash would. However, I believe it was after Dunebug basically boosted so many times in one tournament, and then that everyone was like, should we be running Night Slash on it instead? I believe Nighttime Clasher, who's third on the NA leaderboards, was the longest holdout of saying, no, Ice Punch still, guys. But I think he's even moved over to Night Slash.
Yes, maybe we can get a little bit of insight from Jim and from the, on the other side of the matchup from the Pixel Cheetah, and maybe thinking about how was that different going into an Ice Punch Annihilate. Let's find out what Jim and the Pixel Cheetah have to say.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. Wholesome underscore here with the Pixel Cheetah. Congratulations on your very close 2-1 victory. First off, I just want to ask you, walk me through that game number 3. You just lost, and you had to make some decisions what you're bringing for that final game, decisive game 3. What was going through your mind?
I knew going into game 3, I kind of had to make a bold choice because game 1 and game 2, I played pretty safe. I knew Umbreon Cresselia was good, minus the Skarmory. And I mean, just a water type in there as well. Game 1 went exactly how I wanted. Game 2, I was like, as long as I don't see the Skarmory, obviously I saw the Skarmory. But then game 3, I was like, okay, my team's strong to Lantern. I knew he had Lantern, but I didn't expect him to bring it. So I was like, I think he's gonna account more for the Lantern than the Talonflame. So I just brought the Talonflame as that, sort of that Skarmory answer, and also just sort of the sweeper at the end, which I knew, like, in that game 3 with the Skarmory, I got a little nervous because I was like, oh shoot, it built up all the way to that Brave Bird, so I was like, I kind of have to catch it there, or I kind of lose what I felt like was my only win condition there.
Well, we did see you were almost able to secure the victory with just 2 Pokemon there. That Talonflame, like you said, was the sweeper. You did have to tank a little energy from that Gligar there, but able to hang on. Walk me through just the overall thought process when you're bringing Talonflame. You've mentioned some of the answers with the Whiz Caches, especially the Lanterns. Do you feel like it's a difficult bring, or do you think it makes a lot of sense in this meta?
I really like it in this meta. Really, I don't consider Whiscash a hard answer for it, because if I see the Whiscash in the lead and I'm leading the Talonflame, I can just 2 Incinerates before they get to a Scald and dip out. So it's really just like accounting for the Lantern, kind of gauging my opponent and seeing, do they want to bring something like that? And then just seeing where I feel like what's my best line, and if it's Talonflame, it's Talonflame, so.
Okay, maybe a little bit of a curveball here for you, but did you see some of the announced move changes?
I did see some of the announced moves.
What are you most excited for?
I actually am really interested in the Typhlosion. I really like the Thunder Punch on Typhlosion. And I'm running a Talonflame. I like the fire types. I think they're underutilized, underrepresented, so I think there could be some play with it.
Okay, interesting. Finally, any shout outs for anyone at home or anyone you want to thank?
Shout out to my family, shout out to Antimatter, my Battle Frontier team, shout out to Flash. They've basically given me all the practice that I've gotten for this tournament. Shout out Dunebug because he kind of helped me build my team, and he was the one that recommended the Talonflame, so.
Well, thank you guys. I'm here with the Pixel Cheetah. Congratulations again on your 2-1 victory. We'll kick it back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Jim. And thank you again for bringing up our move updates. It's so nice to be able to know about those, to be able to plan and think about what we can bring into NAIC. Remember that those changes are not going to go into effect, not this upcoming Tuesday, but the Tuesday afterward. So that is after Bologna, after the last regional of the season.
Which is actually kind of fun because it's like, okay, so it's the very last international championship. It's the very last event that you can actually gain championship points to be able to go to Honolulu to compete at the World Championships, and it's a completely new meta that could potentially turn things on its head. Do you think we're going to see as many Whiscash now that the Scald chances for debuff is not as high?
We might see a small drop off. However, Whiscash is just too good. And that is why we have been seeing it a ton lately. But actually, no Whiscash to be seen here. Instead, we have Kpine28 on the left and Mormon Matt on the right. Mormon Matt really making a name for himself at the 2023 Salt Lake City Regional Championships, taking 3rd place. I remember I was there, and I remember the signs in the crowd. People really rooting him on. Being a bit of a newer player to the scene at the time, but certainly has a fan base coming in here.
And he's also rocking, like we talked about, no Whiscash to be seen, but another ground and water type Pokemon being that Quagsire. Shadow Quagsire is an interesting pick. It is running Mudshot as its fast attack, and Aqua Tail and Stone Edge. Stone Edge to be able to hit those flyers for a little bit more, and Aqua Tail over Mud Bomb, which I find interesting, but also I think is probably the correct call here.
Yes, and Kpine, again, a little bit with someone we've seen a little less frequently, came in to the San Diego, is the city we were in last year in California in 2023. Kpine made an appearance there. Do you remember when Noctowl? Do you remember Noctowl being in the meta, Amanda? Do you remember Obstacoon and Trevenant being in the meta?
I am trying to forget that Noctowl was in the meta. I mean, we're talking again about the upcoming Shared Skies. I don't want to share it with Noctowl anymore here, but I will gladly take these Skarmories and Altarias that we see on Kpine's team. We're going with the typical looks like maybe movesets on everything, although I am curious about the Annihilape's attack. If it's actually, I think it's going to be Night Slash and Shadow Ball on his side. The more standard moveset for the Annihilate.
Yes, but yes, both trainers actually going for sharing the skies, double flyer on both of these teams. But I really want to highlight that Shadow Quagsire on the side of Mormon Matt. I believe it was desynced recently in somewhere in LATAM, ran a Clodsire and a Shadow Quagsire together and had a very phenomenal run. I believe took 2nd place. I love Shadow Quagsire, and I'm really, really hoping that we see it, and we do right away for Mormon Matt.
Yeah, willing it into existence there in the backline from Mormon Matt. A swap out by both players here for the Annihilate into the Lickitung. This is going to be pretty favorable to the Annihilate, but Lickitung, even though those Licks are going to be doing a nice amount of damage, has to get up to that Power Whip, and it has to be unshielded to be able to do much damage at all. Going straight for that Power Whip there by Kpine. Will Mormon Matt choose to shield it up and get a little bit more energy, or will he let this go through thinking it's a bait? He lets it go through, and you can see how much damage that does to the Annihilate, down to the red here, being able to get off that Night Slash just in time.
Yeah, so Kpine is able to shield here, and then is going to be looking for the lick down, so it is going to be a race of fast attacks, and who is going to win? It is the Lickitung, just barely, really. That is a very neutral matchup that we just saw play out. The Lickitung has 1 body slam to its name, is going to have to throw it at whatever is coming in, and that happens to be the Altaria. Mormon Matt saving that Quagsire, maybe hoping for a sweep in the back, and I think he might get it.
Yeah, I think a lot of times players wonder, do I want to play for switch advantage? Do I want to play for shield advantage? Sometimes luck smiles down on you and you get both there, but Kpine was able to use a shield but get that switch advantage. Coming in now with the Skarmory against an Altaria and being met now with the Quagsire versus his own Annihilate, already at the Aqua Tail, however, and we can see how much damage this does. If you're Kpine, you know that this is not going to be the heavier hitting attack, although I think we're going to see this is going to start clearly chunking away at the Annihilate.
Yeah, there's no need for Mormon Matt to throw Stone Edges here. That is going to be resisted on the fighting type Annihilate. You can just go straight Aqua Tail, but that is still going to sting. Mormon Matt thinking, I gotta shield this. It could potentially be a Shadow Ball throwing in, then throwing this other Aqua Tail. So in the backline matchup, what we are waiting for, we have that Skarmory versus the Altaria, and generally Skarmory is favored there because it resists that Dragon Breath damage coming from Altaria.
I like this play by Mormon Matt. He knows that the Annihilate would win that charge attack priority, so even though he's at the Aqua Tail, choosing to use that last shield there and just continuing to farm away, getting a little bit of extra energy before throwing, so he will be able to throw another Aqua Tail at the Skarmory in the back, knowing that that will do a little bit more damage than the Altaria would, or if he's lucky, he might might even be able to get up to the Stone Edge, which will be doing a lot from that, saving it for later. Look at that, Mormon Matt.
Ooh, looking to maybe recognizing that I want to get the Skarmory as low as possible first, and then I want to use this Stone Edge for that decisive final blow. Throwing the Moonblast on the Altaria, and then K-Pine going right for that charged attack.
Moonblast also debuffing that Skarmory, so the Sky Attack not doing as much damage, which is a bummer for K-Pine because these Steel Wings might not be enough to be able to take it down either. Might be able to get to another Sky Attack. No, not quite in time. There's so much energy on the Skarmory. Will this Brave Bird be enough? It doesn't even matter. Charge attack priority. Stone Edge coming through.
Yes, Mormon Matt recognizing that my Shadow Quagsire is going to win that charge attack priority. So even if you have a Brave Bird ready to go, my charge attack's gonna go off first.
I really like that play by Mormon Matt. A lot of times this is the wherewithal of very good players saying, okay, I know that if I store this for later, I will win that charge attack priority and be able to release whatever charge attack I want to before the Skarmory was able to. And K-Pine really played to every win condition that he possibly could in that scenario. However, it was just being able to get down that low already. If you're in Stone Edge range, it was basically over at that point for him. Still doing everything he could, tried to play it out. Let's go ahead and look at this Power Whip doing so much damage to Mormon Matt's Annihilate and being able to shield and actually win this middle matchup here.
Yeah, so we see the Lickitung winning it out for K-Pine, but Mormon Matt really being able to set up this Shadow Quagsire. There it is, building up to the Stone Edge, and you would think like, oh, maybe he's just gonna throw it and get that damage, but that wasn't going to be enough. So waiting until the Stone Edge was going to be enough for the knockout before deploying it. So really taking that patience, really being able to think a few steps ahead in the game. Mormon Matt really showcasing why he got that third place in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, maybe he got a third place. Maybe he's now looking for a second or even first place here in Los Angeles. And we see the Shadow Quagsire on the field, and we see a Quagsire also on the bench there. Mormon Matt was using its little paw to wave to the crowd a little bit earlier. It's always fun to have little plushies on the screen that kind of signify something that's going out on the field.
Yes, to be able to really draw it in. It's great when trainers bring in those good luck charms. And let's go ahead and see what these trainers are going to bring. What's going to be their lucky charm in game number 3? Are we going to see some Annihilates? Are we going to see those terrors of the sky, Altaria and Skarmory? We're going to see a Skarmory and that Vigoroth. Very interesting, Mormon Matt bringing that in the lead. It avoids the Annihilate that K-Pine brought in the back.
Yeah, I think if you are Mormon Matt, you're saying, okay, this is great because, yeah, you only have to avoid basically one Pokemon on the field, and that one is not in the lead here. This Rockslide will be doing some nice chunk to the Skarmory, but it will go unshielded at this point because it is not enough to take it down. Meanwhile, K-Pine just getting a ton of extra energy here. He's going to throw that Brave Bird, and so I think what this means is if it's not shielded, that Vigoroth is going down, but we're going to see a switch regardless.
Yeah, so we're going to see a swap, and then K-Pine going to immediately bring in, there is that Annihilate. So Mormon Matt going to bring that Vigoroth back for later, bring out the Altaria as a counter. So Annihilate does not have Ice Punch to threaten it quite as much, so has to build up. Shadow Ball still an incredible move, one of the better charge attacks in this game, forcing Mormon Matt to use a Protect Shield. However, Shadow Ball, it takes a little bit more energy to get to it than an Ice Punch would.
Yeah, I like this timing as well. Throwing the Sky Attack now, saying, okay, if you don't want your Annihilate to go down with this much energy, I'm going to make you do something about it here. Meanwhile, K-Pine just charging up to the Shadow Ball. He will be able to reach it. I'm not sure if it's quite enough to knock the Altaria out, but it's going to get very low if not. He might be able to get that mid-game here. If it is, no, just hanging on by a thread and being able to Dragon Breath down.
Ooh, that was so close to a simultaneous knockout. Now K-Pine has to decide, where do I want to get a little bit of energy? What is going to be able to take this move? Brings in the Skarmory to be able to throw one Steel Wing worth of damage, but now K-Pine has to decide, do I shield this Sky Attack? Will my Skarmory be able to hold on? And it can. So switching it back out, we have the Altaria coming back in. Vigoroth loving the move update where it got Rock Slide, Amanda.
Yeah, this is a very hard call for K-Pine here because he knows that Rock Slide is going to be doing so much damage, but now in comes the Quagsire. And if you thought the Rock Slide would do a lot of damage, let me tell you about a Stone Edge from a Shadow Pokemon here, as Mormon Matt is already at it. No Protect Shields left remaining on K-Pine's side, and this Altaria is about to take the full brunt of this Stone Edge.
Ow! Ouch. However, Quagsire, that is not going to be enough for the knockout. So Quagsire has to throw another charged attack. One Stone Edge doesn't do it. It's not going to cut it. So Altaria is able to throw this Moonblast, almost knock out the Quagsire, but this Aqua Tail is resisted. Altaria is a dragon, so it says all of your fire, your grass, your water, nah, I resist it.
Yeah, even though it does resist, look how low this Altaria is getting as well. We have a very low health Skarmory and a very low health Altaria. Not able to get to a charge attack. The Body Slam is loaded on Mormon-Matt's side. Being able to throw it, even though this will not be doing too much to a Steel-type Pokemon, it should be enough at this stage. Mormon-Matt taking this game a decisive 2-0 in the winner's semifinals.
Yes, we have seen a string. We saw Shady Equation take a 2-0 recently. We've seen another 2-0 here from Mormon-Matt. So congratulations, Mormon-Matt, for taking a 2-0 victory here in the Group A. We already are in the winner's semifinals, Amanda.
Yeah, crazy. These matches have been absolutely fantastic to watch. We talked about it, 6 different pods here today. So I think we're going to see a lot of incredible battles with this. Again, you talked about Mormon-Matt. I haven't really seen him live play, so this was very exciting for me to see so. And also just the wherewithal that he had within those matches was really impressive to watch. And I think he's a trainer that was not new to the scene. He was new a couple seasons ago, but it just goes to show a little bit of practice, persistence really pays off in these types of tournaments. Knowing your counts, knowing who wins charge attack priority, and really just kind of like figuring out what Pokemon to use out of your 6 in a best of 3.
Well, Mormon-Matt took this best of 3, 2-0. Let's take a look at that last match, a little bit of those highlights. And here we have that Shadow Ball coming in from the Altaria. Altaria being able to hang on with that 1 HP in a dream scenario. And then Mormon-Matt utilizing that Aqua Tail. It's not quite enough, but that is okay because you have the Vigoroth. The Vigoroth is healthy enough to be able to counter down the Altaria, leaving him a Body Slam to throw at the Skarmory.
Yeah, sometimes I think people are like, oh, this attack is not going to do enough. We talked about that Aqua Tail isn't going to be enough to knock out the Altaria. However, Vigoroth would not have been able to completely counter down had that Aqua Tail not been able to be deployed on it. So, I mean, I think that was really a turning point for Mormon-Matt there, and great, again, wherewithal to be able to get to enough energy to throw that Body Slam, securing that 2-0 victory.
Yes, that was fantastic. I loved watching those battles, and I think, so we've seen Capine and Mormon-Matt, we've seen Shady Equation and Sosa, we've seen Pixel, Cheetah, and Alan. These have been some great matches, and we have some even bigger matches coming your way. We are going to be continuing down that winners semis side of the bracket. We just saw Group A. We're going to be tuning in to Group B as well.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere. Obviously, these matches have been really fun to watch. Let us know in the chat. Are there any trainers that you're specifically rooting for? Any Pokemon that's kind of been surprising you that they've been played so often? For me personally, it's Umbreon. It's one of my favorite picks overall. I didn't expect to see so many of them in this tournament, but they've really been helping trainers kind of get the alignment that they've wanted and being used as like those extra shields, like Umbreon, Spongeon. I'll work on it, guys.
Okay, we'll work on it. We'll make it. We'll make the pun work later. But again, Umbreon doesn't have a lot of hard checks. Really, the hardest check to an Umbreon would be something like a Wigglytuff, like a Charmer in the meta. Or we saw that Whimsicott earlier. Umbreon would have a very tough time up against a Whimsicott, but we don't see a lot of Fairy-type Pokemon in these metas because Steel typing is so popular. Skarmory is out there everywhere. And then we see an occasional Alolan Sandslash. We're seeing those Registeels out there, making it really, really tough for those Fairy-type Pokemon to come out to play, making Umbreon that much safer.
Yeah, and I mean, Umbreon doesn't have as great a matchup against those Vigoroths. Mormon-Matt did bring not only Annihilate, but also Vigoroth on his team. He's there with Soph, and I want to hear from the man himself about what he thought about in his team composition. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Amanda. I'm here on the floor with Mormon-Matt, who just won another round in this tournament. Matt, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Initially, I came to this tournament just to hang out with friends and stuff, and this is my first ever appearance in the Winners Finals, so I'm really excited. And yeah, I mean, for sure.
All right, well, you said it's your first appearance in Winners Finals, but I know we've seen you in the top 3 at tournaments before in Salt Lake City. How have you, and I feel like back then you were newer to the scene, how have you really improved since then? Because I feel like you've improved a lot.
I mean, besides like throwing on good timing and making like a lot of those micro adjustments, I think in general, just the people you build around and the people that you set yourself up with help you succeed a lot. I think that I just have a really good community that I collab with, and I think that that's helped me a lot grow as a player, just in general.
For sure, I think that's the best way to get better as well. In terms of Quagsire, I know you have a little Quagsire plushie there. I know you brought it on stream in both of those games, or in both of those wins, I should say. Have you always been a fan of Quagsire, or was it more of a recent thing?
I mean, I think he's just he's a cutie, you know, and he's probably like my top 3 Pokemon outside of Wigglytuff, of course, and it's one of my wife's favorites. So, but I thought I had a really good niche in the meta. I think in situation like my team in particular, I wanted a Mudboy, like a Whiscash equivalent, but having extra pressure versus Pokemon like Altaria, like when I just played, being able to threaten with that Stone Edge, like essentially helps a lot in certain matchups.
Absolutely. I think the Mudboy kind of place in the meta is really important, and there's a lot of options there, and Quagsire is certainly a great one. And before we let you go, are there any shout-outs you want to make? I know you mentioned you prep with a lot of friends, right?
Yeah, so the people I'm rooming with right now, my friend Eric playing in the video game right now, but Evan777713, Zero, Elite Zero, Hot Pocket, and then the ones that are watching at home are Lyle Jess, Mountain Dugong, SS Thorn. Both have collabed with and helped me feel more confident in my abilities as a player and just in my team in general, for sure.
All right, well, thank you so much. You had some really great plays, and I think we're going to see a few highlights of those great plays, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Bad on me. Great job. Okay.
Oh, that was so fantastic.
Hello Pokemon trainers, my name is AlphaVeeb, and I am here today to talk to you about the beginning and intermediate tactics of charged attack timing. Pokemon use fast attacks to deal damage to opposing Pokemon and generate energy. These fast attacks take your Pokemon 1 to 5 turns to complete, during which you can take no other actions. Fast attacks can be categorized into 3 different archetypes. High damage output with low energy generation, such as Charm, Razor Leaf, and Fire Fang. High energy generation with low damage, such as Lock-On, Fairy Wind, or Mudshot, or a mix of average damage and average energy generation, such as Counter, Shadow Claw, or Dragon Tail. The interplay between fast attacks dealing damage and generating energy to be able to use charged attacks is the essence of Pokemon Go PvP. Most meta-relevant Pokemon prefer to bring a low energy cost, low damage charged attack, frequently called a bait, and pair it with a higher energy cost, higher energy charged attack, frequently called a nuke. Contrary to what one might expect, it's not always best to throw your charged attacks as soon as possible. As shown here in this matchup of Galarian Stunfisk versus Lantern, the optimal play for Galarian Stunfisk typically involves building up enough energy for either Rock Slide or Earthquake to be used before throwing a charged attack. In this case, a Rock Slide is thrown, baiting the opponent into using a Protect Shield. Even trainers who carefully track their opponent's energy will not be able to differentiate between which charged attack you are using. Keep in mind to track your opponent's energy so that you throw your charged attacks before your opponents are able to throw their own. Additionally, tracking your own health is important to ensure your charged attacks are used before your Pokemon faints to their fast attack damage. The final aspect of beginner level tactics is when to use self-buffing charged attacks and when to use charged attacks that debuff your opponent, such as Power Up Punch or Icy Wind. It's often most beneficial to throw these charged attacks right away, but keep in mind, if your secondary charged attack has the potential to be a powerful nuke, then it's worth considering a shield bait. The first intermediate tactic is maximizing your residual energy after throwing your charged attack, while simultaneously preventing your opponent from using a charged attack. Take the example here of Swampert versus Talonflame. Talonflame requires 3 5-turn incinerates, a total of 15 turns, in order to reach both Flame Charge and Brave Bird. Swampert requires 5 2-turn Mudshots, a total of 10 turns, in order to reach its most efficient charged attack, Hydro Cannon. However, Ideal Play typically consists of Swampert using 7 Mudshots, a total of 14 turns, and then unleashing Hydro Cannon. This allows Swampert to come out of the charged attack with 2 additional Mudshots worth of damage and energy. This can also be applied when 2 opposing Pokemon charged attacks are thrown at the same time. In Pokemon Go, this exchange is controlled by the total attack value of each individual Pokemon. The Pokemon with the higher value is able to throw its charged attack first. A good example is the matchup between Swampert and Noctowl. Noctowl reaches its Sky attack in a total of 6 2-turn wing attacks, or 12 turns, while Swampert still reaches its Hydro Cannon in 10 turns. Swampert has a significantly higher attack value than Noctowl and will always win priority in cases of simultaneously thrown charged attacks. Because of this, optimal play from the Swampert user typically entails throwing 6 Mudshots before throwing Hydro Cannon in order to force the charged attack tie. This allows the Swampert to come out of the exchange with the maximum amount of energy possible while preventing the Noctowl from throwing its Sky attack first. The final aspect of intermediate level tactics is timing self-debuffing charged attacks. Charged attacks like Overheat, Wild Charge, and Superpower are extremely powerful attacks, but they come with the drawback of lowering the attack, defense, or even both stats of the Pokemon. Because of this, it is often advantageous to build up to 2 or nearly 2 charged attacks before unleashing all of your built-up energy. This allows your Pokemon to deal the most amount of damage while taking the least amount of damage in return. Here on the left, Alolan Raichu builds up to back-to-back Wild Charges, but the Sky attack comes before the first Wild Charge is thrown. In comparison to the trainer on the right, Alolan Raichu uses Wild Charge as soon as possible. Skarmory reaches the Sky attack before the second Wild Charge, and it deals damage after the defense has been sharply dropped. The difference in the amount of damage is astounding and completely changes the end point of the matchup. Mastering these strategies that revolve around charged attack timing will help you optimize energy gained and damage dealt, as well as mitigate your opponent's energy gained and damage dealt, increasing your strength as a Pokemon trainer. That's it for now. Make sure to keep your eye out for the second part of this topic for more advanced strategies involving charged attack timing.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here at the Los Angeles Convention Center in downtown LA, bringing you day 1 of the Pokemon Go Los Angeles Regional Championship. My name is Soaptoph, and I'm here with the exceedingly talented Jim Lawson.
Yeah, thank you so much, Soph. It's been a great tournament so far. Lots of Pokemon have been spotlighted. We talked a little bit about the Shadow Sableye. We got to see that on display. Vigoroth, we've only seen just a little bit of. 2 of those Pokemon we said were trending up and down. But what's been the surprise for me, actually, is Umbreon. We have seen it left and right and center. It seems to be all over the meta. We talked about kind of how it has a lot of nice neutral play versus a lot of Pokemon, but we did just see it get lined up versus Annihilate. Still kind of a neutral matchup, a little bit interesting to see. What are your thoughts on the Umbreon so far, Soap?
I think it's actually really strong in the meta, and speaking of Umbreon, I think one of the players who really popularized it in the community is Rise to Occasion. He was bringing it to some of his local cups with an unconventional moveset as well, and I think kind of brought it into the awareness for a lot of trainers. You see Rise there on the left here in LA, making his first appearance on the West Coast, I believe, against Signal, a relatively unknown trainer, but also from the West Coast.
I like that you mentioned the moveset, so I think we saw saw Ace Trainer Sky earlier running that Dark Pulse Foul Play combination with Snarl on his Umbreon. I believe that's what we're going to be seeing here with Rise as well. Taking a look at his team, though, he's got the very consistent team. The Lantern, Dugong, Double Water that we've seen very regularly, along with Umbreon, the Annihilate, Shadow Gligar, and then what's really interesting is Wigglytuff. We've only seen Wigglytuff on one winning team ever, so do you remember which one that it was?
I believe that was Martine in Utrecht.
One of our fellow casters, yeah, Inadequence over in Utrecht, the special event. So that was really interesting to see. Definitely wants to get lined up versus some of those Pokemon over on Signal's team.
Yeah, certainly. I think Wigglytuff definitely looking for the Dragonair and the Mandibuzz. You know, Dragonair, another Pokemon we haven't seen a lot of. We were talking about, you know, maybe Goodra is kind of the better single-type dragon these days, but Signal still thinks it has play. You know, maybe Dragon Breath in a lot of neutral matchups can really shred through, especially if you provide 2 shields to the Dragonair.
You know what's been the big read for me in this entire tournament? I haven't seen that much Lickitung at all. I know I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, but only one Lickitung on a winning team in the last 6 tournaments that we've seen in the circuit. So that's been really interesting to see a little bit of a decline from the Lickitung, and now seeing a different normal type, Wigglytuff, maybe take its place. That said, though, let's take a look at the full team for Rise to Occasion. We got the Lantern, the Dugong, Umbreon running again, Dark Pulse Foul Play. We got Annihilate, no Ice Punch here, Night/Shadow Ball, Shadow Gligar, and then the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, Wigglytuff, not a Pokemon I typically associate with Rise's gameplay. I feel like he usually likes to go for very flexible, high energy generating Pokemon. Let's take a look at Signal's team. Looks like he's rocking that Lantern, Cresselia, Skeledirge, Shadow Dragonair, as we mentioned before, Mandibuzz, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I'm actually going to provide a fun fact here, Jim. Signal told me that he actually had a dream, and in that dream, he was running this team, and that's how he picked it.
That's very interesting indeed. Maybe some divine intervention coming through, telling him exactly what to run. It came to him in a dream. Now, I'm very curious to see how that Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to perform running Shadow Claw as opposed to Powder Snow, which I feel like has maybe taken priority for a lot of trainers as far as that fast attack pressure goes.
That's right. And if you look at Rise's team, I think Shadow Claw is going to be a little bit worse against things like Umbreon and Wigglytuff, which resist it, obviously. But we'll have to see what they do. Getting into this first battle, though, we've got leads on the field, Gligar and Mandibuzz, Battle of the Skies.
All right, well, relatively neutral matchup here. You all are solely relying on aerial ace damage as Rise's Gligar. No way that you're going to be going for those double resisted digs. What's interesting, though, is that Signal does have the opportunity to initially land some Dark Pulses. Once you get this Gligar a little bit lower, especially after some Snarls, maybe an opportunity to see aerial aces later on. Rise not wanting to take any damage at all right away. We see a first Protect Shield be used on a Dark Pulse from a Mandibuzz. So
I know, I cannot believe that. Shielding from such a bulky Pokemon like Mandibuzz, but you know, Rise has a very bulky backline himself, maybe realizing that Shadow Gligar could be his key to victory in this matchup, choosing to invest in it early, getting off another aerial ace here, very nice timing, and you know, probably wants to start putting some pressure on Signal to shield this Mandibuzz if he wants switch advantage.
Look, if you want to force alignment here as Rise and ensure that your backline is going to get the matchup that it wants, well, that's not what he's doing, because he swapped Soph immediately to catch what could have been a Dark Pulse, but it's not. It is the aerial ace from Signal. Some interesting plays coming from Rise right away. Takes a little bit of chip damage. This is now going to bring out the Lantern on the side of Signal.
Yeah, Signal definitely doesn't want to bring Cresselia in, even though it does have super effective Moonblast. Foul Play coming through from Rise to Occasion. These are two extremely bulky Pokemon. This matchup is going to go so long, I wouldn't even be surprised to see one of the trainers swap out and try to maintain their Pokemon.
Okay, well, this is, like you said, a relatively long matchup here. We're going to be stuck in it just a little bit, though. Here comes the Thunderbolt, going to be a little bit more efficient than the Surfs, a little bit higher energy and therefore a little bit higher damage. It lands onto this Umbreon. Umbreon already has one Foul Play stored, but wants to go for this Dark Pulse, a little bit more efficient charged attack as well, but you're going to need at least 2 more charge attacks to take out this Lantern.
And this is one of those matchups where Dark Pulse is providing some value. You see there, it's doing pretty much just the perfect amount of damage to Lantern to potentially be able to take out with the very next charge attack. I don't think Foul Play quite would have gotten it done. Signal is going to go for another Thunderbolt here. Rise very quick to no shield, knows that the Umbreon can take this absolutely no problem.
What will be interesting, though, is maybe a farm down opportunity. Either way, you're either going to have double resisted Psycho Cuts from your Cresselia, or you'll have resisted Snarls. Could translate to a lot of energy on either of those Pokemon, which could go a long way. Down goes the Lantern for Signal. Rise has switch advantage at this point. Keep in mind, though, he is down 1 Protect Shield, and he does not have a charge attack stored. And I think that might be what Signal goes for, is a devastating farm down. You do not need to shield one of these. While it is super effective, it's probably, okay, going to go ahead and shield it in this scenario. Well, it is super effective, though. Cresselia can easily tank one of those charge attacks.
Very aggressive farm down from Signal here, but I'm sure Rise is happy with the amount of work that the Umbreon has put in. Brings in the Gligar here to take this Moonblast, and I don't don't know if this is what Signal actually wanted to throw, because it's not going to do enough damage to take out. I think he still needs another touch shot. Oh, but actually, he has energy on the Mandibus. He knows exactly what he's doing. Here comes the combo play, and Rise is just going to let the Gligar go.
Okay, but does this Aerial Ace quite knock out? I know that a Dark Pulse would. No, one Aerial Ace doesn't. This allows him to now get to this Aerial Ace. Will he throw it in time? No, he doesn't. Unable to get the Aerial Ace off. Maybe wants the farm on the Lantern instead so that he can potentially have some additional energy to throw into that Cresselia. But things aren't looking good for Rise currently. Having your Lantern lined up versus a Cresselia really needs to watch out for those super effective Grass Knots.
Yeah, that Gligar fainted with so much energy there. Pretty much 2 full charge attacks. And like you said, remember, we already saw Signal with the Cresselia. It doesn't have any energy right now, but this Lantern is pretty low. I'm not sure if you still need 2 Grass Knots plus all the Psycho Cuts to take this out, but Signal's actually going to shield at the first move here, so really nice bait by Rise with the Surf.
Yeah, this is the final Protect Shield for Signal. Wants to shield a Thunderbolt, unable to do so. Rise just going to shield any Grass Knot that comes out. Keep in mind, though, while he does have 1 Protect Shield, he kind of has a pseudo Protect Shield potential with that additional Umbreon still hanging around in the back at 1 HP. Will be a difficult catch. We've seen many trainers wait 1 turn to disallow their opponents from getting any sort of catch attempts whatsoever, but here comes the next Surf from Rise. This is not even going to be close to knocking out Soph.
That's right, and you see Signal thinking hard. I'm sure he knows that he has to wait a turn here, but oh, actually gets off the Grass Knot here, and that's exactly what he needed. Lantern already in the yellow, and this is looking really, really good for Signal now.
Yeah, at this point, I think that the Lantern will hang on, but you're at range now where maybe a Psycho Cuts are just going to be able to knock out. This Thunderbolt is going to be some significant damage, but is it enough to knock out the Cresselia? So
it's going to be really, really close. I think Cresselia needs to hang on here and then knock out the Umbreon without taking a Snarl. Oh, but it's... Oh, no!
Does it get there? No, the Snarl knocks out. We almost went to a timeout game there, so 1 Snarl just enough to knock out. The damage registers right as that charge attack is ready to go. And game number 1, in a very close game, goes to Rise to occasion.
Really came down to the wire here. I wasn't even sure if that Snarl or the Psycho Cut was going to take out first. It looked like Signal actually had the Grass Knot loaded, but wasn't able to fire it off. Snarl registered first, and just going to go right into the next game. Let's take a look back at that first game, though. A lot of switching was happening. Here's that first part of the game where Rise catches an Aerial Ace onto his Umbreon.
That's right. When we take a look at the impact here, we were already down a shield, if you recall, on Rise's side, so he is able to still win switch, though. In no shield scenario, Umbreon did take that matchup versus Lantern, one of the very few neutral Pokemon that actually win those. We saw Rise unable to get those charge attacks, but what it did set up is a lot of energy on the side of his Lantern, and he's actually able to get that full Snarl down there into the Cresselia. So that's about as close as a game can possibly be, despite lots of long, lengthy, bulky matchups. That's about as close as it can possibly get, so.
Yeah, other than a tie, that is probably as close as that can be. 1 HP on both sides, 1 turn differential on the energy as well. We saw that catch from Rise earlier, just bringing in the Umbreon. If you look at Signal's team, it honestly looks like Rise can swap the Umbreon at any time and be completely unpunished.
I'm looking at Signal's team right here, and there's really not too many answers to the, well, there's not many great answers to the Lantern. I think Rise really wants to bring that. If you're going to be bringing the Shadow Dragonair, that's going to make things a lot easier, but it has a lot of risks itself, especially versus things like the Wigglytuff or the Dugong. Here we go. It's going to be a battle of the Dark-type Pokemon. We have the Umbreon, and the Mandibuzz immediately swaps in the Wigglytuff. The hard answer has a second answer, though, in the form of that Lantern. This is a relatively neutral matchup here, but I think Wigglytuff can take this if it wants to invest all the Protect Shields.
And this is not something you see every day. Wigglytuff being the safe swap here, but Rise letting the Surf go. Remember, this is actually not debuffed quite yet. Wigglytuff hasn't reached an Icy Wind, so Wigglytuff able to take it pretty comfortably. Gets down to about a third or maybe even 25% of its health. Here comes the Disarming Voice. Signal might try to call an Icy Wind here. It actually does, yeah.
Okay, here comes the Disarming Voice. So now you are at the charge attack. 1 Surf's going to knock out, but the ball is in Rise's court right now. He's able to determine, do I want to just simply shield, farm down, force the alignment? That's exactly what's going to happen. This Lantern is not going to be able to get to another Surf, and there you go. 1 Protect Shield. You come out with energy, and now you have switch alignment. You do not want your Umbreon on that Mandibuzz, simply due to the fact that you cannot throw anything but resisted damage. And now we actually see this Wigglytuff get to a super effective charge attack and get all these charms off. This is so much value from this Wigglytuff right now for Rise.
And this is a huge problem for Signal, realizing he can't really fast attack down with either Pokemon, has to throw this Aerial Ace, and I think he's going to try to win this game with 2 shields on the Dragonair.
Okay, well, Wigglytuff is out of the way, and just like you said, this frees up this Dragonair. A great answer to that Lantern, but it's going to have to work its way through this Umbreon as well. Umbreon is able to reach these charge attacks relatively quick, just going for foul play after foul play. You have 2 Protect Shields. You're not going to be shielding a Surf or a Thunderbolt. May as well start shielding up some of these foul plays strategies here, but I still really like the position that Rise is in.
Absolutely. I mean, Dragonair, we've seen time and time again just shred through Pokemon in these neutral matchups, but Umbreon is really not one of the Pokemon that you can shred through so easily. It is so bulky, has so much HP. Look at that, how much damage that Body Slam does, almost nothing. Here comes another foul play. I think Signal is going to shield it up again, remembering that the Lantern is in the back, and this Dragonair does resist everything there.
Now the question becomes for Rise, do you invest that final Protect Shield on a Body Slam here? Do you maybe want to save it for that Mandibuzz? I think that probably shielding this Body Slam could be a good play, but the question is, does Signal have a second Body Slam ready to go, and will that be enough to knock out this Umbreon?
Yeah, he sees the shields come up here, and he does tap the Body Slam, denies all the energy from Rise. Okay, this is actually really good for Signal. It was looking tough. I think Rise, shielded. He did pull the energy from the Dragonair, though, so it's going to come down to whether a Thunderbolt from the Lantern is going to be enough.
Yeah, keep in mind, though, that Mandibuzz is still hanging around as well. I doubt that Signal has the full energy count still memorized for what Rise was at. I think he started with 1 Spark. You're able to now get this Body Slam off. Is there any reality where you want to try and catch a Thunderbolt here, Soph?
I'm not sure. I mean, if you can, it would be really nice to also get a Snarl through just in case. Oh, he does do the catch here, just like you said. Rise trying to undercharge, but I don't know if he saw how much health the Mandibuzz had, right? Doesn't know exactly how much he needs to undercharge. Ooh, but that looks really good.
That looks like a really good undercharge here, so will he be able to get to a Surf? Yes, indeed. But do you need to get to the Thunderbolt still? With Surf comes out, is this enough to knock out? I love the undercharge there from Rise. Surf's gonna be coming through. Is this enough to knock out the Dragonair? No, not quite. Maybe 1 Spark though, yes!
Oh my goodness, those games were so close, but Rise able to take it off the back of that undercharge. That was really nice play from both sides there. Signal unfortunately lost both of those very close matchups, but what a series.
I love seeing the response to your opponent making a great play. We saw Signal with that catch on the Thunderbolt, just like we were calling out, but Rise, he's unfazed. He recognizes, and you know what's interesting? You mentioned he probably never saw the HP on that Mandibuzz either.
Right.
He doesn't know exactly what it's at, but he's thinking to himself, okay, I can't knock out this Mandibuzz. I need to get more energy. And he gets a beautiful, beautiful undercharge, comes out with a Surf, and just beautiful plays there from Rise.
Yeah, Rise is absolutely a top-tier player, second at NAC last year, multiple regional championships. He told me he's a little bit disappointed with his performance this season. Feels like he hasn't had that breakout performance quite yet, but this could be his tournament.
Yeah, I think that Rise, his bar for success is winning a tournament, right? I think he's done it 2 times now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so obviously a very talented trainer. I think he took 2nd place at NAIC, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So obviously his goals are set very high, and we saw him going up against a very talented trainer in Signal, able to take a 2-0 clean sweep while showing off some flashy plays as well. Let's take a look, Soph.
Right, and this is that 2nd game. Remember, Rise just got way too much mileage out of that Wigglytuff for Signal to handle, right? Took switch advantage, got a lot of charms off, took the Mandibuzz to very low health as well. Signal trying to close out this game with the Dragonair alone, but unfortunately not quite able to make it.
Yeah, like I was saying, Rise just, I think, had a big affinity for that Lantern, wanted to bring it every game despite there being several counters to it, especially that Dragonair. But even with Dragonair on the field, Rise finding the ways to take it out, gets the Surf off, 1 more Spark, and that's all she wrote. Able to take a 2-0 series sweep. Rise showing why he's one of the best trainers in North America.
And we saw that first game come down to such close margins. We were saying, 1 HP, just a little bit of energy. That 2nd game actually was quite close as well, right? The Dragonair was very close to another Body Slam, maybe if it just lived another Spark. So really, really close games, well played by both sides. And, we're going to see Rise as well, I believe, in winners finals.
Well, so I was asking you about Umbreon and why we're seeing more of it. One thing that I'm starting to think of as well is that when we take a look at the last 5 tournaments between regionals, special events, etc., Cresselia has been on the winning team for the last 5 consecutive teams. What's a good answer to that Cresselia? A bulky answer. It's that Umbreon. Now, I am seeing maybe even a response to that with more Moonblast on Cresselia as well, rather than the future sight, but I think that we're really starting to see, once again, here in the very end of the season, Umbreon making a resurgence.
Yeah, I think people have been trying to answer Cresselia with things like Lickitung or Skarmory. The problem with Lickitung, though, is that Cresselia has a lot of counterplay, especially if it's a very HP-weighted Cresselia. You can actually win against Lickitung despite taking super effective licks, right? So Umbreon going to be much more consistent in those matchups. Also, I think with the solidification of Annihilate as the dominant fighter, I mean, you resist all of the charge attacks from Annihilate. So another reason to just kind of bring Umbreon in as that bulky spot that Lickitung maybe used to take.
Great insights from Soph. Let's get some more insights, though, from Rise. Let's kick it over to Stephanie, who's standing by with Rise to Occasion.
Thank you so much, Jim. I am here with the legend himself, Rise to Occasion, and we know each other well. We've seen you battle many times. We're both Wisconsin natives, but you've abandoned Wisconsin, moved to Texas. I suppose, you know, everything's bigger in Texas. Do you feel like that's a better fit for you?
It's been nice because the Dallas local scene is crazy. I mean, we got a lot of great battlers in Wisconsin, don't get me wrong, but in Dallas, I go up against the likes of Dunebug, Bopper, Arrow, Mango on a regular basis in local tournaments. And speaking of which, I think I play Man of the Planet next, who's beaten me like twice in local tournaments. So it's good practice for these big events.
Yes, Dallas certainly has a stacked amount of trainers in its area. So, Rise, what is your motivation coming here today? You are a multiple-time regional champion. You're runner-up at NAIC. What is your goal here in Los Angeles today?
Well, I've competed in 5 regionals this season. You get 6 that count towards championship points. So this will be my final one, and it is the final one in North America. So trying to go for that travel award, of course. That's one motivation, and honestly, just the love of competition, trying to win.
We love it. We always are here to show that we've got what it takes to win. And you were able to win with a very decisive victory. Tell me what it felt with that almost simultaneous KO, like that first game where the clock was running out. Tell me about how that was feeling.
Yeah, with a lot of bulky Pokemon in that matchup, the timer I thought might become present at the end. And Signal's an exceptional player. We played recently in a practice tournament, and it was really close matches, so I knew it would be the same. And I was able to squeak by a thread in the end.
All right, and then, tell me about that Umbreon. Tell me about the Umbreon. We've been seeing it actually quite a bit today.
Yeah, I'm running the Umbreon. I'm running a slightly unique moveset on it. Emmy Weedle told me it was a terrible moveset. He said it was so bad. But I have some reasons for it. Maybe I won't disclose them yet, but I think it's an intriguing moveset that can help give me a little bit more play.
Yeah, what does Emmy Weedle know? He's only the EUIC champion, right? Right. So I'm going to go ahead and kick it back over to Jim and Sil for some more battles. Thank you so much, and take it away.
Thanks so much, Stephanie and Chris. Again, what a great series we just saw there. A lot of great plays, and I think Rise is going all the way on to winners finals. We've seen him make it to day 2 a lot this season. I think there was even a stretch where he was top cutting like 75% of his recent tournaments. So no surprise to see him back on the big stage there.
Yeah, we've mentioned it before, but one of not only the top, but very consistent trainers as well, just very regularly top cutting. I know we've seen trainers like It's Axon, who we used to call Mr. Top Cut. Rise is right up there as well for all the success that he's had, so congratulations again to him. Now, we actually heard him talking about some of not wanting to reveal some of the reasons for running that unique moveset of Foul Play Dark Pulse. Do you have any speculation for why you would want to run that? Are there key matchups where you really want that Foul Play or Dark Pulse in lieu of Last Resort?
I don't know about specific matchups, but in general, Dark Pulse, so Dark Pulse is more expensive than Foul Play in terms of energy. It's actually 50 instead of 45. It does a little bit more damage. It's a little bit more efficient. So in longer matchups, for example, against Lantern or, I don't know, like a tongue, it's actually better to go for the Dark Pulse, right? You give your opponent less fast attacks, as well as just doing a little bit more efficient damage. And if you're not expecting a lot of opposing Dark types in the meta, which for a while there haven't been, then it makes a lot of sense to just give yourself that extra flexibility if you're just going to be throwing the Dark type attack anyways.
Well, I hope we get to a situation where Rise can disclose it, because I'm curious if there are those key matchups. For now, though, we're going to move on to some other trainers, kicking it back over to the stage. We saw a little bit of Mormon Matt earlier. He's going to be rejoining us here, but we also are going to have PDX Dragon facing off versus Mormon Matt. You know what? I see a grass-type Pokemon on stage there, so trivia question for you. Do you recall the last grass-type Pokemon that was actually on a winner's team here in this current regional season?
Jim, you're tripping me up with these trivia questions. I do not know the answer. Please tell me.
All right. Well, if we go back to the Dortmund regional, we actually had Arceus Aurelius bringing the Abomasnow. Now, it's funny because grass was one of the very common typings that we saw, especially the Superior, very early on in the season. But after the seasonal shift in Pokemon Go, grass is almost completely gone from the meta now, with one of the very few exceptions, I think, being that Abomasnow. Let's take a look at the teams. We're going to start off with Mormon Matt. He's got the double counter user team here with Vigoroth and Annihilate, both very similar Pokemon as far as kind of how they function, being anti-steel, anti-rock, anti-normal, but vastly different with some of their other various matchups. It's going to be joined with the Altaria, Skarmory, double flyers, and the Shadow Quagsire alongside the Cresselia.
Right, well, you mentioned there's almost no grass in the meta, but almost every team is carrying either Cresselia or Lickitung for that pretty crucial coverage. Let's take a look at PDX Dragon's team here. We've got, it's looking a little bit more old school, right, in a lot of ways. We've got Lickitung, Lantern, Abomasnow, that's a regular Abomasnow, by the way, carrying Icy Wind, Shadow Gligar, Annihilate, and the Purified Sableye.
It's interesting to see the Icy Wind there. Icy Wind as opposed to the Weather Ball. The one key difference with that Abomasnow with Icy Wind is that it's going to get outpaced by a Gligar to that Aerial Ace, rather than if it had Weather Ball, it would actually win the charge attack priority right when it gets to that Aerial Ace. Either way, still a good matchup, but still a dangerous matchup, especially versus a Shadow Gligar if you're coming into it at an energy disadvantage. Now, I'm curious to see what these trainers are going to be bringing here. Definitely some unique Pokemon that we see on both of the sides, but what we could end up seeing, though, still Annihilate versus Annihilate. Very tricky matchup, so.
Absolutely, and Annihilate, of course, does pretty well against Vigoroth, which is Mormonmat's other fighter, so not going to be as inclined to bring it, but here we've got Annihilate for PDX Dragon versus Skarmory for Mormonmat.
Okay, interesting team from PDX Dragon. It's almost anti-fighter and then two Pokemon weak to fighting, so it's really going to be key for PDX Dragon to maybe bait out that Annihilate. Otherwise, there's risk that his whole backline ends up getting swept. So I do expect PDX Dragon eventually to swap out of this matchup. Maybe if he's able to land this Shadow Ball, that'd be great, but he does have a pretty relatively weak team to Skarmory at all. It puts him in a difficult situation.
That's right, this is definitely where he needs to see the Skarmory, so probably happy with this. Definitely needs to invest in this Annihilate. Just like you said, it's really his only answer to both the Skarmory and the Annihilate.
Yeah, and ABA Flyer strategy coming from Mormonmat, which I think could prove quite well. The one thing that Mormonmat's going to have to watch out is, does that Altaria get lined up versus that Abomasnow? I think that's going to be the key that determines this this game number one. Here comes the Sky Attack. It is going to be shielded. These are both Protect Shields down now for PDX Dragon. Going with the Night Slash, I don't think this is quite enough to knock out, but puts it in a more manageable range. Actually, a little bit of an undercharge as well to allow for some additional counters. I think that's going to be a smart undercharge. Will allow him to come out with exactly a Shadow Ball rather than simply just a Night Slash. Heads up play by PDX Dragon.
Yeah, and that's perfect because you also give the next Pokemon coming in a little bit less farm. Mormonmat probably wants to come in with the Altaria here, I'd imagine, to soak up the energy. Actually comes in with the Annihilate, probably going to put up a Protect Shield and go for the full counter down.
Yeah, but this is nice though. If you're able to correctly shield this, which is exactly what Mormonmat does, you are now going to have an energy advantage versus anything coming in. This is a little bit of a difficult situation. Actually, hard swaps now. This is going to bring in the Lickitung. Goes straight for this Night Slash. No reason to throw the Shadow Ball whatsoever. But this may unlock for Mormonmat. Just swap in your own Altaria at this point, and that's going to allow it to avoid the Abomasnow. But opting to stay in at this point.
Well, reminder for everyone. Oh, but catches the power, and that is a huge play by Mormonmat, catching a double resisted power up on the Altaria, preserving the Annihilate. And I honestly think that that just sealed up this game for Mormonmat.
Look, while Altaria will have struggles versus that Abomasnow in the back, it is going to be able to farm this Lickitung all the way down to the ground and come out with a super effective Sky Attack as well. These Body Slams will be tickling this Altaria, but it's not even going to be enough to take it down into the, well, just enough to get it past 50% HP. But like I said, you're going to come out with a ton of HP. Now, Mormonmat needs to remember that PDX Dragon does still have this this Annihilate available as well. Doesn't want to just blindly throw this energy, but he's put himself in a very, very good position with a Sky Attack ready to go. Will we see a catch? No, not this time.
And here's what PDX Dragon needs to do, if it's possible. Try to farm down this Altaria and come out with an Energy Ball for the Annihilate. I think that's your only play, but you have to take a lot of Dragon Breaths and a lot of fast attack pressure here, so it's going to be really tough.
Only able to get to the Icy Wind. I think one counter is going to knock out. You try and transfer the counter, has the Night Slash ready to go, but just able to farm down is Mormonmat's Annihilate. Night Slash ready to go here, a charge attack priority. Going to be able to knock out. I think to Soph's point, he still needed the Energy Ball anyway. This is going to be a good game. Game number one going to Mormonmat.
And Mormonmat proving why he's up here in the winners finals. Again, remember, he's actually placed top 3 at a regional before, and since then he's improved so much. He's making it all the way to winners finals, just like we just said, and he's using some spicy Pokemon, so really nicely played and 1-0 lead for him.
I see a lot of of logic in running an ABB type of team for PDX Dragon. However, the dilemma that he ran into is that not only is he weak to Annihilate with his backline, Skarmy's good versus his entire team. So that put him in a little bit of a bind with having to put so much emphasis and so many protect shields into his own Annihilate that later on in the game it set up Mormon Matt's Annihilate to completely sweep. Let's not discount this catch though on the double resisted power whip, setting up this full farm down on the Lickitung, coming out with a super effective Sky attack. Great plays from Mormon Matt to close out game 1.
Yeah, it did get a little bit close there. If the Abomasnow had gotten the full farm down, just needed a little bit more HP to get there, but unfortunately not able to pull it out. I expect to see some adjustments here from PDX Dragon though. Like you said, I think that team composition just a little bit too soft to Skarmory, a little bit too soft to Annihilate, and you know, once the Annihilate was out of the picture, he almost had no way to take out Mormon Matt's Annihilate.
Well, I think that beyond your own Annihilate, I think you need to bring another Annihilate answer as PDX Dragon. That could be the Sableye. There's really not too many hard checks to that Sableye. If you look at it on Mormon Matt's team, Sableye does great into the Annihilate, but does decent into almost everything else. Great into that Cresselia as well. And then really the only thing it's kind of a neutral matchup, I guess, is maybe the Vigoroth now that it has access to Rock Slide. But for the most part, that Sableye has no bad matchups.
I completely agree. I expect to see PDX Dragon bring the Sableye if he's going to have a chance to come back in this series.
Yeah, so we'll have to see that in potentially game number 2, see if he is able to respond. But, you know, there are some other answers to Annihilate as well. It's not just simply that Sableye. You do have access to that Shadow Gligar, but keep in mind, it's just yet another Pokemon weak to Skarmory. So if we're going to be seeing Mormon Matt with that combo of Annihilate as well as Skarmory, he's really going to have to find a Pokemon that can have at least neutral to good play versus both of them. So let's move into game number 2. It's the Annihilate yet again for Mormon Matt, this time lined up versus the Lickitung.
And this is not the worst matchup for the Lickitung. You do have those super effective licks, but you know, counter is just such a powerful charge attack. Mormon Matt actually firing off this Night Slash straight away, maybe fishing for the boost here.
I think that if you're PDX Dragon, I know he doesn't know this yet, but you have to feel pretty good that there is no Skarmory on this side right now. I think that's going to free up both his 2 Ghost Pokemon in the back. Here comes the Power Whip, though. We've seen a lot of trainers opting to shield this and then go for a very heavy farm down. I think Mormon Matt's going to employ that exact strategy here. You do have the Night Slash ready to go here. No reason to throw it. This Lickitung is not going to reach another charge attack, and you come out with over a Shadow Ball's worth of energy with 2 Ghosts awaiting you. A lot of destinations for this energy.
Yeah, actually goes for the Night Slash here against the Sableye. Interesting choice. Maybe thinking that PDX is going to put up the shield, which he does. So actually this is really smart because now you can guarantee that at least you get some chip damage with the second Night Slash.
What's great for Mormon Matt with that shield is now that he gets to dictate alignment and he gets to avoid his Vigoroth potentially going into that Annihilate. Now that said, he still has to make a decision here. Which Pokemon do I want to go into? And he correctly chooses that Vigoroth. It double resists the Shadow Claws, which makes this matchup probably in favor of the Vigoroth. Oh, and actually a catch! This Annihilate does resist all of the charge attacks, but keep in mind now for Mormon Matt, he can just swap out of this matchup and he has his Shadow Whiscash ready to go with access to Aqua Tail. It can actually be very spammy.
It's actually a Shadow Quagsire, same type as Shadow Whiscash, but I can see why you got them confused. Now, Mormon Matt made a great play bringing that Vigoroth in here, but PDX Dragon with a catch of his own here to kind of try to come back. Aqua Tail lands, doesn't do quite enough. I don't think he can much shot down. Potentially going to need to go for another Aqua Tail.
That is the one thing that Mormon Matt is lacking between this Shadow Quagsire, thank you, Soph, as well as this Vigoroth, is that it has essentially no fast attack pressure into this Annihilate, but it is so low at this point. Interesting though, I would have expected to see this Aqua Tail thrown a little bit earlier, but we actually have a charge attack priority. The Night Slash is not going to be enough to knock out, but PDX Dragon now has to make a decision. Do I want to invest my final Protect Shield? Maybe try and go for a sneaky farm down? No, Mormon Matt actually wanting to go for a almost full undercharge here. I think this is still going to knock out Soph.
Yeah, wanted a couple extra mud shots here. Going to be able to get off one more charge attack. PDX Dragon going to go for the full farm down here, and I think just going to try to get off multiple foul plays or potentially even a return against Mormon Matt's Vigoroth.
We talked about how good this Sableye could potentially be. It is loaded on energy. Here comes the Vigoroth, though. Does not want to take one of these returns. This is going to be a lot of damage. The question is, how quickly can you get to this next charge attack? As Mormon Matt, you need to get to this Rock Slide. As PDX Dragon, you just need to get to a foul play. It's going to be a race, and the foul play is already loaded. This should be enough to knock out the Vigoroth, and that Shadow Quagsire in the back. Don't think it has much energy, don't think it has much HP either, so.
And this Sableye, just like we were saying earlier, is going to be able to take this whole game. What a great adjustment from PDX Dragon, right? We saw it just do so much work on the backline. It wasn't even on the Annihilate or the Cresselia, but it was just able to hit the Vigoroth and Quagsire so hard with its fast attacks and charge attacks.
Yeah, I think game number 1, PDX Dragon would like to have back, just kind of recognizing, oh shoot, these Pokemon that I brought, I've got some weaknesses here. That Skarmory is tough, that Annihilate is tough. I like the response from PDX Dragon. We talked about it after game number 1, but that Sableye may be the MVP for PDX Dragon. I expect him to bring it again in game number 3.
Absolutely. He saw just how much work it put in. I think you have to expect some adjustments from Mormon Matt right there, though, right? Like, he didn't bring, what's his best answer to the Sableye? Maybe the Altaria? He didn't bring that.
I'd say the Altaria, and then also the Vigoroth is a pretty good answer, just simply because it double resists those Shadow Claws. You don't have a lot of fast attack pressure. Looking back at game number 2, though, as a reminder, we saw that early Protect Shield when that allowed Mormon Matt to make sure that he does not get that Vigoroth lined up versus that Annihilate. But we did see some nice plays from PDX Dragon. Let's keep in mind this was a beautiful catch here, and now this set up the Sableye with, after a farm down from the Annihilate, I believe, able to actually get the energy. We're moving right into game number 3 here, though, so no waiting whatsoever. We see the Skarmory return. It's going to get lined up versus the Annihilate here. Annihilate has a little bit less heavy lifting to do, does have a more complementary backline, I believe, especially if there would be an Annihilate in the back.
Looking very similar to game 1 here, except this time Mormon actually chooses to let the Shadow Ball go. I still expect PDX Dragon to put up the shields, maybe go for a counter down, and I don't know if Mormon Matt is going to allow that, but you know, the Vigoroth in the back is probably quaking looking at this Annihilate, so probably just going to let PDX Dragon get this full farm down.
What's interesting is game number 1, this was our lead matchup as well, if I'm not mistaken, and the first time Shadow Ball went shielded. To see Shadow Ball thrown again and go unshielded, we can see how much of an impact that makes. This time opting to go for the Night Slash. You definitely don't want to take another Shadow Ball. Will Mormon Matt let this go? No, he actually uses the Protect Shield. I think this Annihilate can get to one more Night Slash, no problem.
I think so too, kind of similar to what Mormon Matt did, right? Wanted to guarantee a little bit of chip damage, got the successful bait with the first Night Slash, and now this Altaria is still going to come out with quite a bit of health, looking like a pretty neutral backline for the Altaria, and of course, you have the Vigoroth potentially for the Lickitung, but great team read by PDX Dragon here, bringing the Lickitung in.
This is such a smart play, so if I know you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, you don't want your Lickitung into that Vigoroth. PDX Dragon recognizing there could be lurking in the back, and we see a quick swap from Mormon Matt bringing in the Vigoroth. You're going to bring in the Sableye while you are taking single resisted counters versus the double resisted Shadow Claws. These foul plays add up very quickly.
They do, but the Shadow Claws are doing almost nothing, so looks like the first Rock Slide is coming through from Mormon Matt. It's going unshielded by PDX Dragon. You have to wonder, can this Vigoroth come out of this matchup with enough health to still do some damage to the Lickitung?
I think you have to get shields down at this point. You either have to knock out or get shields down on the side of PDX Dragon via the Sableye. Actually, here comes the return. I think that you needed 2 charge attacks to knock out. This is a bit interesting now. Maybe it does put you in a position where you can get enough fast attack pressure between these Shadow Claws and Licks. I don't know. Yeah, actually decides to let the Sableye go. This is a little risky here because Licks, and actually it was just a body slam.
Doesn't get the foul play, and that is huge. Definitely needed that charge attack because look at this. This Lickitung can definitely not lick down a Vigoroth here. You're already almost at half health, body slam coming through, and you're going to have to throw some energy. So this is looking like a very uphill battle for PDX Dragon and his Lickitung.
I would have liked to have seen PDX Dragon go double foul play rather than for that return. While it does put him at a low HP, there's just no fast attack pressure whatsoever for either of these Pokemon. Shadow Claw, Lick, both double resisted. Going to actually invest this final Protect Shield. All you need to do is to get to one more of these body slams, maybe even able to counter all the way down. Yes, actually able to fully counter down. My gosh, what a game there for Mormon Matt. Able to take the victory and the series 2-0. Congratulations, Mormon Matt.
Congratulations, Mormon Matt, indeed. Moving on to day 2, I think that might be his first day 2 appearance in a couple of months now. So, you know, really nice play from Mormon Matt, really great improvement, really a nice adjustment in game 3 as well.
I think so, and you know what? I was expecting that Skarmory to come back in game number 3. It worked so well in game number 1. To have your Skarmory no shield a Shadow Ball that early on is just a big morale defeat almost. It's just so tough to come back from that, knowing that a Pokemon that's so impactful has basically been removed from the field so early on. But I think the Vigoroth play was very, very good from Mormon Matt there, and I think that he recognized how important that it was, and just like we saw, able to neutralize the Sableye as well as the Vigoroth. Great plays from Mormon Matt.
And I think when you see the Annihilate in the lead, you're kind of okay letting the Skarma go, because as long as the opponent lets you get rid of that Annihilate, which he did with the Dragon Breaths, right? Now you know that your Vigoroth is completely safe, and we saw it just kind of dominate that backline there by PDX Dragon.
Yeah, I think that just really what was key there was game number 1. I think PDX Dragon just wasn't prepared for the teams that that Mormon Matt may have been throwing out there. It was a great response, but a great counter response in game number 3 by Mormon Matt as well. So you absolutely love to see that. But yet again, a very close series. It's really interesting, though, Skarmory, because while it does have some very tough counters, I think it might even be getting better next season with some of the changes to Lantern and Whiscash. Let's take a look back at game number 3, though. As a reminder, you mentioned it, the Dragon Breath down. Once Annihilate is out of the way, that frees up that Vigoroth so much. Able to get to many, many body slams. Didn't quite knock out that Sableye, if you recall, but was still able to counter down. And right at the end of the matchup here, still has the shield to get through, but says, you know what, I'm just going to counter it all the way down. No need to throw these charge attacks.
And I think you pointed out earlier, too, maybe the Sableye should have gone for double foul play. You know, from full health, I don't think 2 foul plays from a Sableye is enough to knock out a Vigoroth. And that's potentially what PDX Dragon was thinking. But the thing is, the Shadow Claws, despite being double resisted, they do add up. And landing return doesn't do a whole lot for you if you can't farm it down afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. If we look at, okay, do I want to throw 2 foul plays or 1 return? I think those 2 foul plays, especially with the benefit of the same type attack bonus, is ending up going to be a little bit more damage. That said, though, we've been asking you guys, send in your tweets, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let's go ahead and bring up some features from X. We can take a look at what the community is saying here about this tournament. We have Ken's VGC starting off here. Cubone Drip, he's dripped up, ready to start gaming, hashtag #PlayPokemon. Wow, look at the swag there, Soph.
Yeah, nice hat, nice shoes. I mean, my Cubone isn't dressed that nicely for sure, but I guess if that's your handle on Twitter, then you better match your name with a nice Cubone, right?
Yeah, you love seeing the hat and the shoe combo there, looking very, very drippy there, no doubt. Moving on here, we got Yuki Survives, says Leon ready to go X3, but meets some great Pokemon fans. Hashtag Pokemon, hashtag #PlayPokemon. Great cosplay that I'm seeing there, Soph.
Absolutely, looking very excited for the tournament as well. Nice selfie there. Oh, and here's Paula's Twitter profile. Looks like it's her birthday, our Stockholm 2024 regional champion just last weekend. Congratulations again, Paula, and hope you're having a great birthday.
2 regional wins now for Paula. You love seeing that over in the EU region. I know she kind of mentioned on Twitter, sometimes it's, you know, was it a fluke that first one? She's proving any doubters wrong that, you know, she is absolutely one of the top trainers in that EU region. Looking forward to seeing her at Worlds. So, Tove, what is this? Featured here on the broadcast. Thanks for the Fundo J-Jan Pogo. Okay, some trades here going on at the convention center, huh?
We do have 3 special trades if you're within range of the convention center, you know, giving you a bit more of an opportunity to hang out and meet up with some of those friends. So I was able to find J-Jan in the crowd. He had to go, you know, play some of his matches, but before he left, you know, did give me that 15-15-14 Zekrom. So looking forward to using it in raids.
Okay, some good luck. We talked a little bit about some of the trades that we'd seen on stream. I don't think any of them enrolled quite as nice as we saw that one just there. So congratulations to you, Soph Tove.
Thank you.
Thank you, J-Jan, as well. All right, well, guys, keep sending in your tweets. Please use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on the platform formerly known as Twitter, now X. We love to see some of the feedback that you guys have, as well as just some of the cool moments that you like to share here regarding this tournament. All right, well, guys, and there it is. Yeah, you can actually follow along with the action, not only on X, but also YouTube, Instagram, as well as some other platforms as well. Make sure you guys follow the stream, not only on YouTube, but on Twitch. On Twitch, it's /Pokemon Go.
And, you know, those players do watch back the VODs, trying to, you know, see what people were saying. So make sure you show your support for them if you're there.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing some of these next matchups as well. I think we're going to be seeing some familiar faces pretty quickly. You mentioned this earlier, but we're quickly working our way through this tournament. We'd seen a lot of round 2s, round 3s, but we're starting to get into these winners semis, winners finals, and we're starting to see some of those familiar faces. Congratulations so far to Mormon Matt. I think one of the stories that we've been following as well is the gentleman here on the left, Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, we did see him in winter semis just a few minutes ago, actually playing Signal, I think just 2 matches ago. Looks like he's locked in, ready to go into these winners finals, you know, making a run potentially towards day 2. In his way is Man in the Planet, who I believe Rise mentioned has beaten him at some local tournaments. So this is kind of a rematch for these players.
Yeah, Man in the Planet maybe a little bit less known than Rise to Occasion, who we've seen featured as a tournament winner, featured on broadcast as a commentator as well. But Man in the Planet, he is certainly a formidable foe. combo. He is going to be running that Vigoroth, Shadow Whiscash, Skarmory, Purified Sableye, the Charjabug, and the Shadow Gligar. I'm very curious to see how this Wigglytuff is going to perform again for Rise to Occasion. He did bring it in the last series. It would love to get lined up versus that Sableye, but it has some really stark counters there, particularly that Skarmory.
That's right, the Skarmory is definitely the main counter for the Wigglytuff. A lot of neutral play across the board, but I don't think Wigglytuff fares too well in those neutral matchups, so you could kind of consider them to be soft counters.
So if you play Go Battle League, just a little bit, I think, right?
Sometimes.
We've seen some teams with that Wigglytuff Lantern core pretty regularly. Wigglytuff, the last thing it wants to go up against is that Skarmory. You bring the Lantern along with it, and it's actually a very nice counter to that Skarmory. Looking at the rest of the team, though, we've got Dugong, we've got the Umbreon, Annihilate, Shadow Gligar paired with that Lantern Wigglytuff combo. We did see a little bit of the Umbreon, actually, from Rise. He has yet to let us know the secret to that Foul Play Dark Pulse moveset combo.
Well, taking a look here at Man in the Planet's team, I think that triple dark moveset on Umbreon is going to prove to be useful once again. I don't see any dark resists on this team, so certainly expect to see Rise maybe safe swapping it a lot in this matchup. Obviously, you do need to watch out for the Vigoroth, but I mean, that might be one of those matchups where having just a slightly more efficient charge attack of Dark Pulse could come in handy.
I don't know if you saw that, Soph, but the Charjabug on the side of Man in the Planet not running the Discharge charge attack, which has obviously benefit of the same type attack bonus, running Crunch instead, which not same type attack bonus, but it actually has the opportunity to debuff your opponent's defense a 30% chance. I'll be curious to see how that performs. I don't know that there's any matchup specifically here against Rise's team where Crunch is going to come into effect, at least just from a strict damage perspective, but to never discount the benefit of a defense drop. That can absolutely turn the tide of especially neutral matchups.
I think it's going to help out just a little bit if you're stuck against that Gligar, but it does mean that you're absolutely walled by the Wigglytuff in terms of your charged attacks.
That's right. All right, well, these trainers are ready to go here. We're locked in for game number 1. This is winners finals. You win here and you move on to day number 2. We're going to be seeing the Annihilate into the Charjabug. Again, no discharge here. Going to be needing to go in for these crunches, so
that's right, and this is actually an interesting matchup. Obviously, the counters are resisted by the Charjabug, but Annihilate can actually win this in some shielding scenarios, potentially depending on baits. And here comes that first crunch from Man of the Planet.
Okay, the first crunch goes unshielded, no defense drop, opting to go for the Night Slash is Rise to Occasion. Can easily tank one of these, can even tank a Shadow Ball as well, but Man of the Planet doesn't want to find out. It is the Night Slash. A chance for a boost here, will we see it? Not this time.
And I think this is actually the exact scenario where Annihilate can win this matchup. Oh, but Rise actually goes for the catch.
Oh, no!
The Man of the Planet saw it coming and throws the X-Scissor.
This is super effective damage onto this Umbreon. It's double resisted into that Annihilate. That's going to be a significant amount of damage. Do just stay in. You will outpace to this next X-Scissor. You need 2 Volt Switches, which is 8 turns versus 12 turns that this Umbreon's going to need. This is some meaningful chip damage. I think Man of the Planet could end up swapping at some point, but when you're able to get 2 safe X-Scissors off here, this is a great spot for him to be in.
This is a fantastic spot. Maybe a little bit of a misstep by Rise to Occasion. They're locking in probably his best Pokemon into an unfavorable matchup, but really heads up play by Man in the Planet. Looks like Rise just going for a Dark Pulse there, not anticipating getting another charge attack, but here comes the Whiscash now.
And what's scary is that Charjabug's still hanging out and it has some HP. It's still nice into that Dugong as well. The Annihilate is so low that it might just get full switch down, so I still see lots of great win conditions here for Man in the Planet. Here comes the Whiscash though. Just needs 1 Mud Bomb to knock out. Great counting by Man in the Planet, able to throw this Mud Bomb just before this Umbreon is able to reach the next foul play. It is going to be absolutely juiced on energy here going into this next matchup.
Yeah, almost at 100 energy there when it threw the Mud Bomb, and Rise to Occasion has a decision to make here. Do you bring in the Annihilate or the Dugong to take all of this energy?
All right, and we do see a charge attack priority. This works out very nicely for Rise to Occasion because he forces out all of that energy from the Whiscash. You lose that charge attack priority. You're going to take this chip damage. Not only are you taking the chip damage, though, so
that's tempting, isn't it?
I heard the noise. We saw a boost there.
Looks like Rise actually chooses to shield this very, very low health Annihilate, wants to get some boosted counters off, and Man in the Planet actually going to stay in. Yeah, it doesn't get off the Mud Bomb.
Okay, well, you now have a double boosted Night Slash. There's nothing that's going to resist this. Throwing after 1 counter, if you let this go, this Volt Switch is not going to register, and you're still going to be boosted. Does Man in the Planet prioritize his Volt Switch damage? No. Down goes the Charjabug here. Another boost coming in.
These counters are 4 times boosted. Now look at that, 3 counters put putting the Skarmory pretty much at 75% health here. Here comes the Dugong, and this Skarmory is not going to have a good time. It's about to be debuffed for the rest of this game.
Okay, well, good timing by Man of the Planet, able to get off a Sky attack prior to the debuff, but you know that you can't really throw Brave Bird or else you're just going to be able to get Ice Shards all the way down. It's just simply a Sky attack. Rise to occasion, saves that Protect Shield, and is now going to start unleashing these Icy Winds to, just like you said, debuff this Skarmory's attack.
Shield's coming up for Man on the Planet, and you know, you still can hang on after another drill run, so it's not completely over. I think you need to land a Brave Bird here, so it might come down to just a bait call. Continuing to overfarm, this is interesting. Look, you don't want to debuff yourself, but you don't want to get debuffed either, right?
Yeah, there's still one Protect Shield for Rise. I think you have to shield this at this point. You, as Man on the Planet, you are so close to getting to this next one. It's really going to come down to just these final fast attacks. We did have a charge attack priority there. Maybe if Rise hadn't have thrown, getting that full Ice Shard through could have been impactful, but no Protect Shields are remaining at this point. Is this enough to knock out? No, not quite, but I think one additional attack is all that you need. Rise able to take a very close game number one.
And that Skarmory actually fainted with the charge attack there, not quite able to get it off before the Ice Shard registered, but I'm not sure if Sky attack would have been enough to take out after all of those debuffs.
Yeah, I think if Rise had actually allowed, not thrown on that charge attack priority, the Ice Shard going through, in addition to that Icy Wind, would have been enough to knock out. So a little risky there on the side of Rise, but did not get punished. Still great plays consistently throughout that matchup. Let's take a look back, Soph.
Yeah, and here's that Whiscash farming up a ton of energy before throwing out the Umbreon. Comes out with a lot of energy. Rise able to neutralize the Whiscash a little bit by coming in with the Annihilate. Remember, got that boost. Here's that huge counter down. Man on the Planet goes down with a lot of energy too.
Okay, we saw not only one boost, but two boosts. Able to get some significant chip damage. I wonder, without that chip damage, would it have still been the exact same outcome? Something we'll have to maybe go take a look back on. But Dugong, just like we saw from Rise, able to get this Skarmory super low on that third turn, able to knock out the Skarmory. What a close game that we saw. You know that Man on the Planet, he's feeling frustrated because maybe without those boosts, that's his game to win.
Yeah, just a few things not quite going his way, and then such a close ending there. I mean, it looked like he was in a great position after Rise to Occasion locked the Umbreon in against the Charjabug, and Man on the Planet was just able to stay and throw a bunch of X-Scissors. But unfortunately, you know, the Whiscash fainting with the charge attack, Rise, of course, getting the boost, getting that extra chip damage, just like you mentioned, and then, of course, not able to get the Sky attack at the end. Just, you know, a couple little things just not quite going his way.
I think Rise was going for, okay, how can I go with some relatively neutral Pokemon, with the Umbreon, with the Dugong, with the Annihilate, a lot of flexibility there, rather than going for that Lantern Wigglytuff core that has so many alignment-dependent matchups, we can call them. But that said, he ended up being a little weak to that Charjabug. I think he was pretty fortunate to actually knock out that Charjabug early on with that Night Slash, I guess towards the middle of the game, because he ended up getting those two boosts. Had that Volt Switch gone through, and may have actually knocked out. What a difference one shield can make in a matchup after those two boosts. All right, well, let's move into game number 2 here. So Rise to Occasion currently up 1-0. We're going to see the Lantern coming out here. There is no Wigglytuff paired with it. It's going to be facing off versus Man on the Planet's Vigoroth.
Very neutral matchup here. Vigoroth, again, able to spam off those body slams, but you do have non-stop counter, and I believe this matchup is just a little bit favored towards Lantern. Here comes that first body slam from Man on the Planet, and Rise happy to let it go.
Yeah, I think at this point, you just go straight body slam in this matchup. Maybe with a Rock Slide, are you able to win this? We'll have to see what Rise wants to do. Actually, going to be bringing in the Charjabug. This is quite interesting. Rise has a great answer to this Charjabug in the form of his Shadow Gligar. But Soph, you mentioned this earlier. There's one key difference in this Gligar. It's running Crunch, which gives it a little bit of a better ability to fight back versus the Shadow Gligar.
Is able to hit back, but you are also just a little bit chipped by that Surf from the Lantern. So Rise still happy to be here. You still heavily resist those Volt Switches, which ordinarily do so much damage. Actually, you do see the debuff by Crunch there. And here is Rise continuing to overfarm, able to fire off his Dig. This is certainly going to knock out the Charjabug if Man on the Planet chooses to let it go.
Yeah, it's questionable if Aerial Ace would be enough there. And actually now this becomes a very impactful shield because you have the Crunch ready to go. Don't even wait. Yeah,
oh, but he throws the X-Scissor.
He goes for the X-Scissor, actually maybe wanting to take this in the 2-shield matchup. This would be interesting.
I have never seen this play out before. Charjabug double shielding versus Gligar to potentially split, but looks like Rise is just able to get off this Aerial Ace almost at 2 here.
Okay, I don't think Man on the Planet is going to be shielding this one despite having the X-Scissor stored. I don't know that he had the Crunch ready to go. Gonna let this go down. You've now pulled out the Gligar, but there's really nothing in the back that you were really wanting to pull this Gligar out for. It has tons of energy. You're now gonna have to eat this on the Vigoroth. You're really gonna need to lean on this Gligar to be your winning winning Pokemon. Man in the Planet doesn't know what's in the back, but so we do, and it's not good news.
It's definitely not good news. That Dugong is absolutely going to shred this Gligar, especially because Rise has a shield up, and I don't believe Man in the Planet does after investing into that Charge Bug.
Well, as Rise to Occasion, you recognize that you don't want to bring that Dugong into this Vigoroth. You just bring back your Lantern. While there's lots of energy, you still tank one of these charge attacks no problem, and for you basically in surf range now as this Vigoroth, maybe plus a couple sparks, and we've seen Man in the Planet use both his Protect Shield, so you just land the surf. This is now going to free up this Dugong to sweep the matchup. Rise doesn't know that the Gligar's hanging out in the back, but I think we're going to see a smile on his face when he finds out.
Looking very comfortable here. Actually, stays in with the Lantern, no insta-stop, but there it is. Now he sees the Gligar. No smile from Rise, but I'm sure he is very happy on the inside, trying to stay humble, and here comes the Icy Wind, gonna be able to take out this Gligar.
Rise all business, not showing that emotion. You know he's feeling it on the inside, but nothing on the outside here. You can see he's all business, and he's going to take a 2-0 series sweep versus Man in the Planet. Rise, he has something to prove here. He says he's a little disappointed with some of his performances, but he is absolutely on a tear here, making his way to day number 2 here, and I believe this is Group B. That's correct. Man in the Planet, well fought. Could have maybe had that game number 1 if we hadn't seen some of those boosts. He's not going to be done. He'll move down to the loser side of the bracket, still with a chance to move on to day number 2.
Absolutely. I think Man in the Planet just needs to win one more match, the losers finals, in order to move on to that top 16. Rise, meanwhile, has already actually locked his place in the top 12 by being on that winner's side of the bracket. So, you know, Rise, we've actually seen twice in just the last hour or so with 2 2-0 sweeps, and he is looking fantastic. Maybe this is his tournament. You know, like you said, he seems like he's been disappointed with some of his results, but he can't be disappointed with his performance today.
There's 2 words that I have to describe Rise. Locked in. That he is just cool, calm, collected, locked in, all business. Not showing that emotion, but you can tell that he is making every calculation in those battles. We've seen him with the undercharges. We've seen him with the catches. We've seen him with some reads. The team building, I think, is honestly the most understated thing. He's built some incredible teams to go against 2 very, very tough trainers, especially here, Man in the Planet, that we just saw on stage.
That's a great call out, Jim. You know, looking at the team building, that's something that we don't get to appreciate as much because it's not shown on stream, right? We see the catches, we see the undercharges, but we don't see all the work that goes into, you know, picking that triple dark moveset on Umbreon, for example.
Yeah, and we still don't know the reasoning. And like I said, I'm hopeful that maybe there'll be a scenario where we get him on the interview desk towards the end of the tournament where he can finally reveal those strategies. So far, it's working for him.
Well, there's still NAIC, so maybe he's going to be, and World, so he could be holding these strategies for an undisclosed period of time.
True, true. Like I said, so far it's worked out for him. And it's kind of interesting to see because in those longer matchups, like you said, especially versus Lantern, we've already seen that Umbreon straight Dark Pulse winning that matchup versus Lantern. Lantern is known for being that neutral Pokemon that can win those matchups versus other bulky Pokemon, but Umbreon really showing why it's so strong here. We haven't even seen it matched up versus Cresselia so far.
I know, but it's still doing so well.
It's still doing so well, indeed. Now that said, Vigoroth is a Pokemon that, you know, we've seen said on the down and out maybe, but there's still quite a bit of play for it. It's just with those Annihilates that makes it a little bit of a struggle. I think though, at least so far from what I've seen, even though it's maybe not the most flashy Pokemon, Annihilate continues to just show why it is so dominant in this meta. So.
All right, Annihilate has had some great plays in this tournament. We just saw it boost in that matchup just now, and let's take a look at some of the highlights from the last couple of matches that we've had so far.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the bell, and then it goes through! One time, taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Montage! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout, and even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's into the Fluttermane
again.
Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Fluttermane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
The Iron Hand pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
was so great to take a look at those champion trainers, and we have some trainers here today who are looking to join them in getting that glory. My name is Stephanie Christine, also known as DeFi 250, and I'm joined by Amanda here today in Los Angeles.
Yeah, happy to be here. Happy to see so many incredible battles. Players have been playing throughout the day at the last North American Regional Championship of this season to see who will kind of get a piece of that glory that they were talking about in the last video that we saw. Who's going to write their name into history for Pokemon Go? I mean, history's being made in the making right here, guys, and we have some pretty good matchups coming up. We're in the winners finals.
Yes, and those players are ready, so let's go ahead and take it to the stage. We're going to be seeing HK Assassin on the left and Ace Leader Sky on the right. Amanda, we got to watch Ace Leader Sky's battles earlier today. He really relied on that man team quite a bit, as well as that Umbreon. Was kind of the beginning of us having that conversation about Umbreon today.
Yeah, that is absolutely true, and I'm excited to see how he will do. Again, we talked about it a little bit earlier. He is a native to this area, maybe wanting to, defend his home territory a little bit against a player who I believe is from the United Kingdom.
Yes, HK Assassin coming in with a UK invasion. Played at EUIC, Liverpool, and Lille this season. First time making an appearance here in North America. And bringing in that Bastiodon, which is going to spell some trouble, I think, for Ace Leader Sky. Really is going to be relying on aligning that Whiscash up against the Bastiodon to be able to take it out. Also notable there is the Feraligatr. Most people really do seem to prefer that Shadow Feraligatr to get that extra damage. I personally prefer the regular Feraligatr, as our good friend Martine knows for sure that I love my regular Pokemon, my purified Pokemon, versus the Shadows. But we have a Shadow over here on the side of Ace Leader Sky with that Whiscash as well.
Shadow Whiscash coming to play. Also something that we just saw Rise to Occasion play twice pretty much in this last round. He's running an Umbreon with, it's basically just a completely dark Umbreon, running Snarl as its fast attack, Dark Pulse, and Foul Play as the charge attacks. Dark Pulse doing a little bit more damage overall. It takes a little bit longer to get to. I guess in this meta they're saying, yeah, it's dark or nothing on my Umbreon.
That's very interesting, considering the standard practice has always been that last resort. Maybe you run, the Psychic in some niche metas can be an interesting cover, but yeah, looking for dark type charged attack pressure or nothing.
Yeah, one thing I want to bring out about HK Assassin's team is I believe this is the same team or very similar to what Out of Pocket ran in Indiana. He was talking about how Bastiodon is just such a really great bench pressure Pokemon because of the meta right now. It does so well against a lot of the Pokemon people are bringing. And Out of Pocket also brought that regular Feraligatr, and I think it was the first time we've really seen it in play in these regional competitions.
Well, we are going to have to see, will this regular Feraligatr shine? Will it be the Shadow Whiscash on both sides of the field? That's something that they have in common. What is going to take the cake? And there it is. That is a horrible, horrible lead for Cresselia, and Ace Leader Sky knows it. You could see the expression on his face. But unfortunately, I think he's going to try to stay in because he's kind of ABA weak to this thing.
Yeah, he's exactly ABA weak to this Bastiodon. Did I say bench pressure? HK Assassin says, I think it actually looks pretty good against almost this entire team. Basically, the only Pokemon that does well. You can't help but be ABA weak to this Bastiodon. Look at it. Like, the only thing that can really do much damage is the Whiscash.
Yeah, but bringing in the Umbreon is not a bad decision if you're going to bring something in here. You can maybe trick HK Assassin into thinking maybe the Whiscash isn't in the back. Maybe it's something else. So maybe the Umbreon's the best answer. So we're going to have to see. But HK Assassin not switching out is going to stay in with the Bastiodon, is just going to wear down on Ace Leader Sky's two bulky options.
I think, yeah, that's the safest bet at this point because Umbreon has a lot of bulk to its name. If we look at it in the back, the Feraligatr doesn't really want to face it because of the Shadow Claw fast damage. It's not going to be doing much of that dark type Pokemon. Going to be relying solely on either those Hydro Cannons or the Ice Beam. Bastiodon is right where it wants to be, just knocking down this Umbreon, getting it at as low as possible, watching that cute little paw go up in the air every time a charge attack goes through. But in the meantime, another Foul Play coming through at the Bastiodon here. Still no shields deployed on HK Assassin's side.
Yeah, and then the Bastion, this works out really well because then the Feraligator's not up against it, Shadow Claw doing absolutely nothing to Umbreon, and the Cresselia doesn't want to tank the charge attacks from Umbreon either. The Cresselia on HK Assassin's side of the field does have Moonblast to be able to hit back, but you got to take a lot of charge attacks to be able to do damage with Moonblast. You can see here what I was talking about. Feraligator is going to have a really hard time Shadow Clawing down. It's going to have to either tank a charge move or HK is going to have to use Protect Shields, choosing to tank the charge attack. It is a Dark Pulse, taking the Feraligator almost down to half health, but the Feraligator exits with energy, enough for an entire charge attack. Where is that charge attack going to go? Is it going to go to the Cresselia? Is it going to go to the Shadow Whiscash? Ace Leader Sky makes a decision at the last moment for that Shadow Whiscash.
Whiscash makes a lot more sense here because Ace Leader Sky already saw that there's a Cresselia on the other team, and with a lot of, oh, actually, no, he didn't. He saw it the other way around, but so, I guess banking on the fact that there could be a Cresselia on the other side because Grass Knot would not be great for this Whiscash, but already now using a shield on the Hydro Cannon, which would be enough to knock out the Whiscash at this point. Wants to get as much energy as possible before going for its own charge attacks, now going for that Mud Bomb, and we'll have to see if HK Assassin wants to keep that Feraligator healthy. He does. Gonna go ahead and try to throw off another charge attack here onto Ace's Whiscash.
Yes, and we now have shield parity. They have the same amount of Protect Shields, and they both have a Cresselia in the back with the same moveset. Neither one is running that Future Sight. So they're both going to be able to play using Moonblast and Grass Knot, maybe try to get a Moonblast debuff to gain some advantage there in the end game.
Yeah, this Mud Bomb is going through and getting that last shield from HK Assassin as well, going ahead and just making sure he wants to get as much energy as possible. Will he be able to completely farm down? Will the Mud Bomb be going off? No, trying to get this out of the way, forcing a reaction here. There's no Protect Shields on the Whiscash. It's going down. These Shadow Claws are going to hurt the Cresselia in the back.
Yeah, and it is going to be tough. So Ace Leader Sky has to get this Feraligator out of here. He cannot Psycho Cut this Feraligator down. It would take too much damage. So has to get the Feraligator out of the way, but now it's down. Actually, it still has an energy advantage. It's just down health. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. Could a Moonblast debuff have any impact here, or is Ace Leader Sky coming into this matchup at just too low of health?
Moonblast will connect. I don't know if even at this range it does get the attack pulse, so we're about to see how much this will actually change the parameters of this. There's no Protect Shields remaining. You see Ace kind of just shrugging at the camera. It is what it is, but it might help him out in this scenario. Moonblast going through, no attack debuff on that side, but he is, like you said, ahead in energy. Another Moonblast coming through, but will this really be enough to impact this end game here? Two Cresselias, no shields left, one with a sliver more of health.
Yes. Oh, and this is where it might come into play because the timer is running out. Will Ace Leader Sky get to another charged attack before that timer drops to 0? There it is, and he does! This could be decisive. The winner is going to be the Cresselia with the higher amount of HP remaining. Time is up.
I think it's Ace, but just by a sliver. We're about to find out. Yes!
Incredible. You can hear the crowd. That was by a hair. I really want to dive into because that Moonblast was impactful because of how early it came up in the match.
100%. Getting that Moonblast debuff on the very first attack made every single Moonblast going by HK Assassin on the other side not as effective, and you saw that Ace was able to win just by the slimmest of margins there. So yes, that definitely was impactful in this. I have to wonder, knowing how much time was left in the matchup, if HK Assassin could have potentially made it to 2 Grass Knots instead of the Moonblast, but it would have to rely on perhaps the charge attack priority tie. So I don't know. It was just so close to call.
It was. We don't often see the timer call the match, but that is something that is a component of the game. We're going to get to see that shortly here, but first let's talk about what led up to this match. We have the Feraligator being that is going to end up being in very low health after the Dark Pulse from the Umbreon, and it's going to continue to kind of whittle down in health here.
Absolutely true. And now we can see going ahead and throwing that Grass Knot immediately because it needed to get that Feraligator out of the way. This was the deciding moment. You see time is up. Slow motion here, just barely hanging on, just a little bit of extra health, and that was enough to secure Ace Leader Sky the win.
Yes. So again, 1 HP in a dream is really was the margin there, and you could see just Ace Leader Sky not being able to believe it. That is a mechanic that doesn't come up super often in the Go Battle League. Sometimes if you have really bulky Pokemon, you'll see that timeout strategy more often. But sometimes if you have the timer run, there is a timer that runs in a match, and if the battle ends and the timer concludes, it's the Pokemon with the most health remaining, or if you have more Pokemon remaining than your opponent.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm going ahead and looking at these teams. We're going into game number 2, but as I expected, that Bastiodon is still on the field because once again, it is so strong against all the Pokemon on the team except for this Whiscash, which is in the lead, going up against the Cresselia, which is not a favorable matchup for the Whiscash. However, this Scald could prove also to be beneficial for him. I mean, Ace was able to get that debuff before. Will he be able to get it again? Yes, he does, and an immediate pivot out into the Umbreon. But I kind of think that this was exactly Ace Leader's plan here. Get a Pokemon that lures out the Bastiodon, and then let the Whiscash come back in and handle the rest.
Yep, and this also makes Cresselia a lot safer to bring if the Bastiodon can be out of the way.
Yeah, exactly true here. Being able to just charge up a little bit of extra energy here. Going for a foul play, it looks like instead. Meanwhile, HK just going ahead and completely still smack downing here. Doesn't want to let it go through. Foul play will connect, but Bastiodon still in the green. Almost at 100 energy. Another foul play going through here. Both of these Pokemon are very bulky.
They are. So this is a battle of titans today. So we may actually see that timeout strategy a little bit more often when we have Pokemon that just take more of that timer that's going on in the background of the match. When more of that is eaten up by trying to bite through, nibble through these big bulky Pokemon, we tend to see that timeout strategy appear a little bit more often. It's one more component that these trainers have to keep in mind.
I was HK. I know that these Dark Pulses and Foul Plays aren't doing that much to the Pokemon overall. However, I think that Bastiodon is so vital for his team. The switch timer is almost back up again. It is back up. This matchup has taken so long that I mean, like, I'd keep it healthy, pivot back out immediately, exactly like you did, but I want a little bit more health on that Bastiodon in the back.
Ooh, Ace Leader Sky's got to decide, am I going to hold on to my Whiscash? Decides to hold on to that because there's too much value in this Whiscash to completely let it go. However, you can see kind of a shake of the head, maybe not realizing how much energy this beautiful shiny Cresselia had in store. Thought maybe he could get to a charged attack before the Grass Knot came.
Yeah, I think when he swapped to the Umbreon, he didn't take into account how many Psycho Cuts the Cresselia had done before swapping to the Bastiodon itself. This Scald will go through. There are still 2 shields left, but the Cresselia doesn't need it. Catch after catch here. Ace Leader going ahead and getting this Grass Knot onto his remaining Cresselia, but we do have the Altaria in the back. The switch timers are not quite up yet. He will be able to get a bit of energy here should he choose not to throw, but can he really Psycho Cut all the way down?
Oh, and we're going to see HK Assassin actually going for the move first. And we can see here, HK Assassin, if you're thinking about that timer, you might want to switch out here and then maybe use this Stone Edge like he is doing now.
Yeah, everything is going to be just a little bit misaligned, so this Grass Knot will be able to go through. It actually should be enough to knock out the Bastiodon at this point, so I guess getting the Bastiodon out of the way. But now in comes the Altaria. Even though there's a pretty healthy Whiscash in the back, this is where HK will be wanting to use his shields here, and he does, but this is a Grass Knot bait, a great bait by Ace here, but will it be enough? Last time, you know, he played this Cresselia masterfully. I'm willing to see if he can do it again for this really important game.
Yes, and we are going to see Cresselia go for another Grass Knot to pull that last shield, but that Altaria has energy now. The switch timer is up. Will Ace Leader Sky be trying to make a catch? No. Allows the Sky Attack to connect. Now it's just Shadow Whiscash versus this Altaria and that very low health Cresselia that's back there.
Yeah, the problem with Whiscash, even though it got that update, even though Scald is, I would say, a pretty decent move for the Whiscash, the problem is against these this Dragon Flying type is that no longer has Blizzard as coverage. This Scald will not do enough. It's simply a bird bath for this Altaria here.
Yes, Altaria just kind of, it's like breezing over that ocean by Santa Monica, getting a little bit, getting a little bit of mist off the water. Nothing that is going to hurt that Altaria. HK Assassin going for that guaranteed knockout with the Moon Blast. Yes, I remember back in my day, Amanda, Whiscash ran Blizzard as its coverage move. And as an Altaria player, as like a flyer, you'd always have to second guess, is it Blizzard? But now with open team sheets, now with how just dominant Scald is as a move, you don't have to worry about that anymore. You can bring something like an Altaria in without fear.
Yeah, we did talk about it a little bit earlier on in the broadcast as well. A little sneak preview. There will be some moveset updates coming by June 4th there. Whiscash Scald will no longer have that 50% chance of doing the debuff. The will be a little bit lower down. However, the energy and is still the same here. And you can see it still did quite a chunk, even though it wasn't very effective. I liked Ace Leader's plan to lure out the Bastiodon, but unfortunately for him, this Pokemon is just so strong against his entire lineup besides the Whiscash.
It is tough. So trying to align, I like how Ace Leader Sky tried to just utilize that Umbreon to bring the Bastion out, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
I mean, Umbreon is a great safe swap for Ace if I'm looking at the teams overall, because basically besides the Bastion, he kind of forced him to be able to make that switch, because otherwise it would be able to tank a lot of the charge attacks from any of those Pokemon and also be able to just dish out charge attacks the longer the person stayed in to let him gain some energy.
So we're going to have to see, what is Ace Leader Sky going to do against this Bastiodon? It's clearly a Bastiodon that HK knows well. It's best buddied, for goodness sakes. So HK knows it well. He knows the strategy going into Ace Leader Sky's team. So going to have to figure out how to pivot. You almost are forced to bring the Umbreon and Whiscash every single time.
And if you play it like that, of course, as well, you have to think, okay, if I know that this one Pokemon is so strong for me, my opponent has to play the strongest counters. It kind of lets you decide the team composition that you would like to bring overall. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and almost guarantee that Bastiodon is coming back in for Game 3. It's just so strong. However, maybe he's gonna try to play it a little bit differently. We're going in that decisive Game 3. Winner of this matchup will guaranteed go into Day 2 of the Los Angeles Regional.
Yes, and this is another great lead for HK Assassin. There's the Umbreon, and there is the Bastiodon. We've seen this matchup play out. Bastiodon just has, because it has so much fast attack pressure from its fast attack smackdown, I think that gives it a little bit of an edge, as well as its bulk and that heavy hitting Stone Edge. It can just edge out the bulk of Umbreon just a little bit.
Exactly. Even though none of these moves are super effective against each other, just slowly being able to whittle away is going to be enough. We saw it before as well. First game went from a timeout, second game down to the wire here, but this bulk of the Bastiodon, of the Cresselia, and of the Altaria is just a lot to go through for Ace's side. Still going at it though. Nice timing here. Gonna go ahead and throw this foul play. Just trying to get this Bastiodon down as low as possible. But if you look, these switch timers are almost up once again.
Yes, so that is very rare to have a switch timer come out when the Pokemon are barely at half health already, and only one shield has been played. So we're gonna see that Bastiodon go for another heavy hitting Stone Edge against the Umbreon. And again, this is all trying to set up. Let's think about what could be happening here in that back end matchup. We have two Cresselias in the back, and then we have that Altaria and Whiscash. We know that Altaria has a dominating win against that Shadow Whiscash. So is there anything that Ace Leader Sky can do here?
I mean, I think he's the only possible condition he has is playing for that switch advantage. It looks like he did use a shield. HK is not using a shield here. This Bastiodon looks like it might go down to this afterwards. This is Dark Pulse. It's a little bit heavier hitting. He's at the Stone Edge. Will he use double shields to keep this alignment, or will he let the Umbreon go down? If he does, I think it puts him in a very tough position. Either way, Stone Edge connects, down goes the Umbreon, and HK gets to decide the alignment of this Cresselia versus the rest of his team.
Yeah, so this makes perfect sense, bringing in his own Cresselia, so now Ace Leader Sky knows, because we know this from the beginning matchup. Both trainers know it's all going to be Altaria and Whiscash in the end. So Ace Leader Sky has to do something to preserve this Cresselia to go into the Altaria, but I don't know if it's going to be possible.
It was such a problematic thing for him because the Umbreon, not only was he lost one shield in that middle matchup, he also lost the switch advantage. Players like to play usually for one or the other. Now completely out of shields here, trying to do everything possible to get this Cresselia and the Altaria out of the way, letting a little bit of a wiggle room go in. Also, the problem is this. This is the problem, Stephanie.
Yeah, so there is catching the grass knot on the Whiscash. So maybe
is
just
this a catch?
Well, you're saying like this Whiscash is useless. Like there's nothing this Whiscash is going to be able to do for me. Maybe I can just like get a charged attack off or soak some damage, but that just what HK Assassin was able to do was just fire the charged attack and build right back up to another one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there is 2 shields left on HK's side, a fully loaded Cresselia and an Altaria that has barely any HP taken off of it yet. This excellent now going through in the Moonblast. I mean, Cresselia is still pretty healthy, but I mean, could it potentially also once again be a timeout win? I'm not sure. Gonna go for that Moonblast. I don't know if even this would be enough to knock it out, but if I was HK, I would immediately swap to the Altaria for the chance of just having more health on my Pokemon in case it does come to a timeout one once again.
Yep, so we are going to see, because that did look like a charge attack priority event, so we are going to see this Moonblast go, and there is that immediate swap out that you were talking about. And since HK Assassin, let's say the timer were to come up right now, HK Assassin having 2 Pokemon versus the one on the side of Ace Leader Sky would definitely help him in this victory.
And 2 shields, not using it this time, saying, okay, last time you literally fooled me twice. You're not going to fool me again. A Moonblast wouldn't even be enough to knock me out of the skies. This Altaria is taking the game, and looks like HK Assassin's moving on to day number 2.
Congratulations, HK Assassin, to a hard-fought 2-1 victory over Ace Leader Sky. But if you are rooting for this California local, you can still do that. He will be making an appearance on the loser's side of the bracket.
You know what this kind of reminds me of is Nighttime Clasher, one of the NA, not only casters, but also players, came over to Liverpool to compete, and he took the championship off of, the European trainers. Maybe it's a little bit of the, oh my, have the turntables have turned here. HK Assassin doing rather well, making it into day number 2, looking to get that last spot of NA for their last regional of this year.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replay of that last match, Amanda.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just dive into the Bastiodon in the room here. Going ahead, taking that Umbreon out, surviving on just a sliver of HP to be able to dictate the rest here. Ace Leader trying everything he possibly could. He's trying to go up for that Scald to maybe debuff the Cresselia, not quite able to make it, but just play after play of HK's side here, being able to knock everything out, securing that win.
Yes, so that was such a fun battle to watch. Just a lot of bulk going back and forth, and really having to keep in mind that other component, that kind of secret hidden component of the game, which is that timer that runs down that counts for the whole match.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, obviously, you're playing to win, and you have to find any win condition possible. So, of course, a lot of players never get to that point, but you will start to see the numbers get bigger at the top, then they'll turn red, and it's like, okay, at that point, yes. Do you have more Pokemon left on the field? Maybe you want to swap out to ensure that you will still have 2 Pokemon when they only have 1. Maybe you want to do a debuff strategy. There are plenty of plays there at the end game. It's not just tapping your phone, guys. There's so much to Pokemon Go.
There are so many hidden little things in this game that make it so complex, and really goes to show some of our top trainers who are out there. We have so many great trainers here today. We've been seeing Rise to Occasion. We've been seeing so many others here on the screen. We have a couple other trainers who are really notable who are going to be coming up next. Next up, so don't go anywhere, because next up we're going to be seeing Haydonis versus Elite.
Yes, 2 very, we talked about Titans before. Elite, basically, we're in California, and he's won 2 California regional competitions before. We see if this is going to be the 3rd time as well. But before we actually get into those matches, let's go ahead and just review. We've talked about it a little bit, but we have these moveset updates coming. We have a little sneak preview for you guys. and we just want to re-talk about it because Whiscash is everywhere. Scald will now have a lower chance of debuffing the opponent's attack. We're not quite sure what it will be yet, but it won't be that 50% coin flip anymore, which personally I find a little bit better because Scald does so much damage as it is. Just getting that extra, debuff on top is it's very demotivating, I think, as a player, to be on the receiving end of it.
Yes, it feels great when you're the Whiscash user, but yeah, as the opponent, that is really tough when it is such a powerful move to start with. This is like we mentioned, it's like the icing on the cake is that 50%. It's already good cake. We don't need more icing. Take some of the icing off, and that is what we are doing here in this Shared Skies update.
Yeah, and let's go on from there as well. Spark, this is the main one that was like affecting the lanterns. Maybe we'll see a little bit less lantern usage, and maybe some of these more other electric types who will be getting Thunder Punch as one of its attacks. Look at all these Pokemon that are now learning Thunder Punch. Do you think any of them will be very viable in this Play Pokemon series?
Typhlosion, I'm not sure if Typhlosion needs Thunder Punch because it has Blast Burn, that Community Day move, that Community Day attack that it does so well. A lot of times you'll see Typhlosion also running something like Solar Beam, like a really big heavy hitting move. So maybe something that can get to even faster than Blast Burn might be interesting. Lucario comes up sometimes. I know in a lot of like PvE matches, I'm not sure about PvP exactly, but Lucario is great if you're out there battling like Giovanni, for example.
Sure.
I was helping coach up a trainer who was trying to take down their first Giovanni. I was like, you got to have Lucario on your team.
Some of the other ones that we see, I know you talked about earlier, you have a Paw Mott on your, like a very, very good one that you've trained up. Are you excited to maybe use it with Thunder Punch in the next Shared Skies update?
Yes, it's actually the Pawmo, the middle evolution, the little one. You get a hundo one with all of its stats maxed out, and you would power it all the way up to level 50, and it is eligible for the Great League under that 1500 CP cap. And I'm going to definitely give that to Pawmo right away when that move availability drops. Hopefully there'll be a cup, like an electric cup or something where I can use it.
Yeah, and then as we can see also, there's a bunch of Pokemon that will be learning Swift, which could be a little bit interesting. A lot of times, the Clefables that we've seen lately have been running, Moonblast. There's potential for Meteor Mash or Psychic. Now it's just another attack that it could potentially be learning as well. A lot of these Fairy type learning normal type Swift. We also, again, this is just a sneak preview. We can't give you guys all of the gold, all of the information about what it will be. And the last but not least is these are the Pokemon who will be now having the chance to learn the charge attack Fly. And I know everyone is talking about Salamence for Master League, but I also want to point out Swanna because Dan V, a player, in the very first year of the Pokemon Championship Series when we were in London, used a Shadow Swanna to really great avail against our friend and co-caster Inadequates, and he just Swanna have fun. I'm back, guys. I got it. Puns back.
Yes, we love those puns, and we all just want to have fun. Let's go ahead and take a look at two trainers down on the field that also want to have fun. And we mentioned earlier, we're going to be taking a look at Heidanis and Elite. Elite, the California king, really. When it comes to winning California regionals, Elite has it down. Heidanis out here, I believe, still looking for those final championship points to be able to push him over that threshold to qualify for Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii in August.
And one thing I want to point out as well, Elite is a good friend and also
my gosh.
My goodness. Heidanis is having none of it, saying no. I see these medals. But yeah, it looks like, you talked about a king. Heavy is the head who wears the crowns or all of the medals, I guess.
Heavy is the neck, I guess, instead. So Elite, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these teams, what these trainers are out here battling with. What tools did they bring in their toolbox today? And I really like both of these teams. I love the Abomasnow on the side of Heidanis. Having that ice type pressure really makes you have to think twice about something like Gligar, about something like Guzzlord. And then you also have on the side of Elite that Skeledirge and the Guzzlord, both very interesting choices, favorites of mine personally.
Yeah, the big problem with the Abomasnow, which again has been done, Arceus Aurelius, to bring him back up, won Dortmund with an Abomasnow on his team. Haven't really seen much of it since then, but it does do so well against the Glygars. The big problem is that Skeledirge on the team, however. Just the Incinerate damage just melting through that snowman. Let's go ahead and look at the movesets that are going to be on all the Pokemon as well, because there's potential to be running Icy Wind, which this Abomasnow is, or Weather Ball. Looks like he's going for that debuff potential on the other side, and then Annihilate is going to be running Night Slash and Shadow Ball. Everything else looks pretty standard on this as well. We do see one other Talonflame.
Yes, so we love Talonflame. We were talking about it earlier. This one running Flame Charge and Fly rather than giving up that Brave Bird, giving up that really heavy-hitting move in favor of something a little bit more consistent that isn't going to debuff you.
Yeah, but if you look at the team Talonflame, I mean, there's some pretty good target of Azumarill on the other side saying, okay, I can handle any of those Flame Charges. I can handle any of those flies that you throw at me. They're just absorbing all that energy. But again, these teams are just so well balanced, because do you really want to bring an Azumarill into a team that has both an Abomasnow and a Lantern on the other side?
Yeah, so, and I mean, the Lickitung isn't super happy.
It's true.
Like, the Azumarill's not happy to see that Lickitung either. So we are going to see Elite rocking his 2023 champion regional shirt. So not only does he have the medals in real life, he's rocking the shirt in game, going for that max intimidation factor. And here we have Abomasnow into Charge-a-Bug. So this is a really interesting matchup because Abomasnow can be going for those Icy Winds. However, the Charge-a-Bug is able to deal super effective X-Scissor damage. The Volt Switches are doing absolutely nothing, but the X-Scissors, the charge attack pressure is where it's at for Charge-a-Bug, and it gets there fast.
Gets there indeed, getting that first shield from Adonis as well. Doesn't want to take any of that damage onto the Abomasnow, and now this Icy Wind will be going through. That's 100% going to debuff the attack, so no matter what, this X-Scissor will not be doing as much. So I think if you're Adonis and you're saying, okay, if I'm willing to let at least one go, it's got to be the one that doesn't do as much damage. This X-Scissor is going to connect, and as you can see, Abomasnow still pretty healthy, already at yet another Icy Wind, just charging up a ton more energy. I like this counting, now throwing right before, forcing Elite to make the decision. Does he use that shield?
Yeah, Adonis really can comfortably could have really thrown comfortably a lot of fast attacks there. And then going to perhaps make a catch was not successful. Elite with the patience, that tried and true, that tried and tested energy right here, bringing in the Azumarill into the Annihilate. Annihilate does not love this matchup, but at least can throw these Shadow Balls to take the Azumarill down into half health. But then we have Elite already up over a Play Rough and almost at two Ice Beams already before deciding to throw a charged attack, forcing a shield from Adonis, but before you know it, he's going to have another charged attack.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing in the back is the Altaria doesn't want to face the Azumarill. I mean, this is like drawing a dotted line from one thing to another here. The Gligar doesn't want to face the Abomasnow, the Azumarill also doesn't, but at the same point, Adonis needs this Azumarill out of the way so the Altaria can actually have some play in the back here. But like you said, Elite just charging up a ton of energy, throwing right before now, and this will be definitely enough to knock out the Annihilate. And I think if you're Adonis, you gotta bring that Abomasnow back in, get a little more energy on it, and try to get it out of the way. Going for an Icy Wind, interesting.
Yeah, maybe, because I don't believe this is going to be enough to knock out, as it is resisted damage onto the Water-type Azumarill. So actually, this now Elite switches into the Shadow Gligar, and there is the Altaria. Altaria really liking this matchup, as the Gligar can really only throw Aerial Ace. That's the dig, that shadow-boosted dig that Gligar loves to use. Not useful here.
Yeah, not useful at all. And I like how Adonis actually stayed in and got 2 more Powder Snows to just be able to chunk the health away a little bit of this Gligar before coming in with Altaria. Elite did get a nice energy advantage with that, being able to get 2 Aerial Aces off before a charge attack is being thrown. But at the same time, we're getting that Gligar out of the way. There's now a low-health Azumarill and a low-health Charge-a-Bug left to play.
All right, the Gligar goes down. What is Elite going to bring in to try to tackle this Altaria? All Pokemon on the field are in the red. There are no shields remaining. So going for the Azumarill, does he get to the Ice Beam? He does. Throws an extra bubble, actually. Lets the Azumarill get extremely low in health before throwing this Ice Beam, so that this Abomasnow is only going to get 1. Doesn't even get to get the 1 energy because Elite comes in with the charge attack.
Yeah, smart of Elite banking that, saving that for a rainy or perhaps a little bit of a snowy day there, being able to knock out the Abomasnow with the X-Scissor, and really well played by both opponents there. I mean, like a lot of back and forth. I think both these players recognize the strong Pokemon on their teams and the Pokemon that these need to avoid. So trying to draw out things with the Abomasnow there. I mean, if you looked at Elite's team, both the Azumarill and the Gligar in the back wanted nothing to do with the Abomasnow. Elite just had a very good lead there with the Charjabug.
Yes, he did. Taking a look through at this, again, we're winners finals Group D. This game went to Elite, taking an early 1-0 victory. Hey, Donis, I do really like Altaria into Gligar, but that Shadow Gligar does get, look at how much damage it was able to do to the Altaria. Elite able to get to that Ice Beam, and then, like you mentioned, saving that Charjabug is just a tasty little treat for the end of the match.
Yeah, it was a very hard thing to play around at that point. I was thinking, oh, why did he throw the Icy Wind? But of course, when there is some energy already banked on the Charjabug, he needed to do a little bit extra to be able to prevent him from being able to win that. Unfortunately for Adonis, but fortunately for Elite, he's kind of keeping that California King title.
He is. So, and again, all of those medals, that is quite an impressive run that he has going. But we need to see, can Adonis topple the king? Can he knock the crown down? We will have to see what he is going to do in order to adapt. He had not a great lead going into this next matchup. So you have to be able to think, how am I going to be able to deal with the Charjabug, the Azumarill, the Shadow Gligar? What tools am I going to be able to bring that can shake this up? And here we have what is definitely not what Adonis wants to see, which is the Lickitung into the Vigoroth. Very interesting. Maybe Adonis was thinking that Vigoroth's not going to come out because I brought the Annihilate last time, but Elite saw right through it.
Yeah, but going ahead, giving that Charjabug into this Lantern here. The Lantern is already at a Surf, which is going to be doing some nice jam damage overall to the Charjabug. Charjabug still in the green, however, continuing to just charge away. The battery is almost fully loaded, and now going for an X-Scissor here. Not getting any shield from Adonis, but at the same point, I think he really wants to be able to get that switch advantage because it's going to be detrimental to him to have that Vigoroth on the Lickitung. And also, spoiler alert, Altaria does not like on Azumarill either. It's really going to come down to this middle matchup.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see how many resources is Adonis willing to put into this Lantern, because now this Lantern's getting very dangerously low in health. It's getting low enough that these Volt Switches are going to threaten to knock out. So Adonis not actually putting a shield in, Elite throwing a charged attack just to make sure this Lantern does not get to another move. So Adonis not using any Protect Shields, but has lost that key alignment.
Yeah, and that is a major bummer for him, because let's just go ahead and analyze this a little bit. Vigoroth into Lickitung is so advantageous for the Vigoroth, even if the Lickitung has a huge energy advantage, because the Body Slams will not be enough to knock it out, and the Licks do pretty much nothing to that normal type Pokemon. Meanwhile, that counter damage is just going to whittle away. The Lickitung does have a lot of energy. Elite is down one shield. We'll have to see how they want to play this out, and now you can see they both just kind of grin at each other, because this went from bad to worse for Adonis with the Altaria versus its pretty much hardest counter in Azumarill.
Yes, Azumarill. One of the reasons Azumarill is just so dominant is its charged attacks. Azumarill, it doesn't really function as a water-type Pokemon, as like a Tapu Fini would, because it's using Surf and Water Gun. The bubbles are doing nothing. Azumarill is there to be very bulky and to use Ice Beam and Play Rough. Ice Beam, both of them are great here, but you want to use the cheaper move Ice Beam, and also it is double super effective.
Yes, going ahead, throwing yet another, getting that last shield as well. You can see them talking about Adonis trying to figure out if there is any win conditions for him at this moment. He does have a lot of energy once again on that Lickitung. He does have a Power Whip stored. If he can get this last shield from the Azumarill, it could maybe change the tides a little bit, but Elite looks very calm and collected here. Doesn't want to give any extra attacks to his opponent there. Maybe wary about a little bit of a catch, but no, not going for it. Going for that Sky Attack instead, trying to get that Azumarill as low as possible.
And there is the Sky Attack, bringing the Azumarill down into the deep red, and then maybe looking to make a catch onto the Lickitung, but Elite being very patient, bringing in the Vigoroth. This Lickitung did have a lot of energy on it already. There goes Body Slam number one. We're going to see a second Body Slam come in as well. Maybe could have even made it to the Power Whip.
Yeah, potentially made it to the Power Whip, but at the same point, Elite's not going to use any of the shields here. Just going to get a ton of energy, get this Lickitung as low as possible. possible. He needs to save the shield just in case for the Altaria because there is an Ice Beam stored on the Azumarill. He knows he's going to get this Lickitung very, very low, and I think the Ice Beam would be enough to take it out at this point. Will this Body Slam be enough? And plus the Lick after on the Azumarill, I'm not sure. Elite doesn't think so at the very least, as the Vigoroth is now going down to the Body Slam. This bubble is going to come through. Oh my goodness!
What? I think there's still... I don't think our trainers can believe it either.
Okay, it was my concern because, okay, let's analyze it a little bit here. There was a move stored already on the Azumarill, but not being able to knock out that Lickitung with the Vigoroth. That Lick damage is a 1-turn fast attack, and the bubble is a 3-turn. He didn't have enough health on the Azumarill to be able to knock out the Lickitung, to be able to throw the Ice Beam at the Altaria. So actually, the correct play, I guess, would have been to shield up the Vigoroth.
I think that would have been, I really want to see that matchup again. I want to see that last few seconds again, and that is exactly what we are going to get to see. So we're going to see the Lantern go down. We have lots of play coming in here from that Lickitung, but what I'm most interested to see is that very end of the matchup, because again, Elite, like Heidanis kind of looked defeated, Elite like grinning like he has it won, and we're both thinking too, but as this is the moment. The Body Slam is gone. The Azumarill comes in, is not, that's crazy. It's crazy, Amanda.
Yeah, look at both of their faces. Elite has a kind of a grin like, maybe I made a mistake on this one. But again, I just also want to point this out. This is why you persevere. This is why you play it out until the end. I think a lot of times, I mean, Heidanis was pretty much hard countered at every single turn in that matchup. But he still played it out, and he ended up winning that matchup, which is incredible, against one of the best players in the North American circuit in Elite.
Yes, that was incredible, and I completely agree with you, Amanda. This is why you play out your games. Many trainers, let's say you're just in the Go Battle League ladder, and you see, oh, like I've been hard countered, I'm gonna exit the game, I'm done, I quit. You can make your way through some of these matchups. That was very well played by Heidanis, considering how terrible of a lead matchup that was.
Not only lead, swap, and the end swap as well. It's like, I did not think that he would have a chance in that, but he is getting a chance at a decisive game number 3 here. Once again, will the luck be in his favor one more time? We'll have to see. It looks like pretty much the exact same lineup for both of these trainers. This time the Vigoroth staying in a little bit longer, getting some energy, chipping away at the Lantern a little bit more.
Yes, so Heidanis bringing in that Lantern, waiting to see, is Elite going to stay in with the Vigoroth? No, makes a pivot, and there is that Charge-a-Bug matchup again. So Elite now is thinking, okay, so I can't count myself for the win in the middle of the match anymore. I need to stay focused. I need to stay locked in.
Yeah, going ahead, just charging up a ton of extra energy. Those Volt Switches are kind of chunking away already at the Lantern. And they have this nice chip and dip is what we call it as well, that Body Slam from the Vigoroth. This changes the matchup entirely. Heidanis actually shields up this middle game. I think he recognizes it could potentially be the exact same lineup, and he needs to have the better alignment here, not with the Vigoroth on that Lickitung anymore, but Elite responds with the shield in Kine, going ahead, just charging up a ton of energy. Again, will they both use both shields in this mid-game matchup?
And we see the Charge-a-Bug is going to throw its attack first. This is enough to threaten the knockout, so Heidanis shields again. It's all gonna look at this mid matchup. Elite puts the Protect Shield. We're right on Amanda, placing it here to protect the Charge-a-Bug, and the Charge-a-Bug is already at another move now. But Elite, knowing that Heidanis is not quite there, throws. Heidanis makes a catch, catching that X-Scissor energy onto the Altaria.
And I think he knows this one. This is a catch, but will it be good for him is the real question. And it looks like Elite going ahead, again, storing an attack on that Charge-a-Bug. Very smart before swapping out. He knows that the Altaria doesn't have anything that's really going to hurt the Azumarill that much. Going for the Moonblast, as it is going to hit a little bit harder and have a potential to debuff the Azumarill, but even still, no Protect Shields remaining. Ice Beam is going to be super effective against this Flying and Dragon-type Pokemon.
Yeah, and at this point, there are no shields remaining, and the switch timers are locked. So this is a very different match than the one we saw previously. Azumarill Ice Beam knocks the Altari out of the sky. Here is the Lickitung. Lickitung is much happier here in this matchup in particular because it can throw that super effective power whip, but the Azumarill is going to be able to chunk away at the Lickitung with moves like Play Rough.
I mean, that Vigoroth is still super healthy in the back, even though this power whip would definitely be enough to knock it out here. Going for yet another Play Rough beforehand. Heidanis wants as much energy as possible on this Lickitung to start throwing some attacks at whatever comes in after this. He knows that Power Whip would be enough to knock it out, and I think he's taking advantage of the fact that the bubbles don't do much damage. Actually going for the Body Slam instead, hoping to maybe get a couple more licks in before the Azumarill gets to another attack, but I'm not sure if that's actually the play because look how much energy there's going to be. He's going to have to throw another one because he's not going to be able to knock out that Azumarill.
And makes a catch on the Lantern, catches that Ice Beam energy, and now has that Lickitung with 2 charged attacks. There is that lick damage, but there is the Charge Bug that had a move. Heidanis really, Heidanis needed to be able to throw that charge attack to be able to clinch that matchup. So Elite, we call it a 3-ball flex, had all 3 Pokemon still remaining at the end of the match.
And it looks like Heidanis puts yet another medal onto Elite's neck. Heavy again is the head that's wearing all of these medals here. Well played by Heidanis. Let's kind of go into those last matchups because Heidanis did everything he possibly could to try to fight his way back into that matchup. He had 2 catches in that really maybe could have helped him change the matchup. However, with the Azumarill so strong against that Altaria and with that Charger Bug storing energy at the end, it was just not enough to secure him that victory.
Yes, even though I think but at the beginning in the second matchup, we thought we saw it all.
It's true.
We thought we had the Cresselia future sight. We thought we could see the path ahead of us, but Heidanis proved us wrong. You can still work your way back from these terrible leads, terrible switches, terrible endgame matchups. There are still paths to victory, and that is really the mark of a great trainer, is being able to find the path, find the path through the trees.
Let's go ahead and find Elite's path in that last game as well, because, I mean, last time it was like, yes, I mean, everyone thought that was in Elite's pocket, not being able to quite pull it off, losing by just 1 HP. This is that first catch that I was talking about, and look, it's like getting just a ton of energy, counting so well, getting yet another catch here for Heidanis. Still not quite enough to secure him the victory as this X-Scissor now connects with the Lickitung.
Yes, but again, Heidanis doing absolutely everything possible to make that game as close as possible. I absolutely love the symbolism of putting another medal on Elite. That was fantastic. But again, that second matchup, maybe all those medals were distracting him a little bit. And like maybe it's a little bit of a health hazard to wear that many.
We'll have to find out if we're bringing them all tomorrow as well, because Elite has officially been making it into day 2. We were in the winner's side of the bracket, so Heidanis has now been dropped down to the loser side. Well, he will try to continue his run, and maybe we'll see more of his plays again tomorrow as well.
Yes, so those were some great matches. I'm gonna have to go back and probably rewatch that match that Heidanis won, that second game. I'm probably gonna go back to the hotel and I'm gonna watch that a couple times over and just think about, like, that is what perseverance looks like.
Exactly.
That is what strategizing looks like, knowing your Pokemon, and a lot of really good practice.
Yep, I think that, again, just persistence, not giving up is a big part of this game, because even though it is a game that you're playing obviously on the phone, you still have a lot of mind games that you still play against your opponent as well. And sometimes even throughout the day, a lot of people say, wow, I didn't realize how tough it is to play all day long when you're in a venue, you're meeting a bunch of different people. There's a lot of different sights and sounds. People are cheering in other games as well. There's a lot of stimulus going on, and to be able to actually focus and say, okay, take a deep breath. I need to do what I can to win and to continue on in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a big mental challenge. You might have had a rough travel day. You might have not gotten any sleep. There's a lot that goes in to doing well at these tournaments. So being able to keep your mental game on top of all of that and playing through a very, very long day. And it's even longer when you're on the loser side of the bracket.
That's right.
These trainers are on the winner side. They have far fewer matches that they have to play compared to those trainers on the loser side that we'll see later on today.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we do have an interview with Jim and with Elite, and I'm very excited to hear from someone with so many medals around his neck. Maybe Jim can go grab another and see if he can crown him one more time before we're done.
All right, thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Stephanie. What a great battle that we just watched. We do have our winning trainer here, Elite. You can see suffering from success, bearing the weight of success here. Elite, give me initial reactions to that, your two very close 2-1 match.
My neck hurts because I've been holding all these medals up, but now the second match, I'm gonna look back at it, but it was a good set. Hit-ons played really well, so.
How do you feel about that game number 2? How did you come back from that? I feel like many people thought you were in the driver's seat there in game number 2. Very, very close. How did you recover?
I just got mad at myself and I said, all right, I'm running this team again. I'm going to play it better this time. And fortunately, I ran into the same team, the exact same line of 3.
Azumarill, some Pokemon that we haven't really seen so much in the meta. What were the thoughts in bringing in Azumarill here for today's tournament?
So I've seen Altaria Annihilate on the rise. I've also seen Vigoroth coming up. And also Dugong, all 4 of those I've been doing really good, and I felt like Azumarill doesn't really beat Dugong, but it does good enough, and also destroys Altaria, and I felt like that was kind of important on my team.
Well, Elite, it's working for you. Congratulations again on your 2-1. Any shout-outs before we kick it back to the casters?
I want to keep my shout-outs brief. There's obviously so many people that help me get where I am right now with all the practice and everything, but I just want to shout out my mom and my dad, and A5 down.
One of the most successful trainers that we've seen, especially here in California. Congratulations again, Elite. Back to the casters.
Like Jim said, bearing the weight of success. Elite mentioning that his neck hurts. Also mentioning that he got a little mad at himself for game number 2. In the Go Battle League, we were talking earlier off stream about how sometimes you're in Go Battle League and you're like, oh, I made that mistake. I wish I could just go back and play it again differently. But that is the benefit that Elite had, being able to run that game 3. He ended up having the exact same team, exact same order, and benefiting from that hindsight. That is really one of the things that differentiates this Show 6 Pick 3 format in the official championship series versus when you're on the Go Battle League ladder.
That's true. Go Battle League is it is definitely a skill of its own as well. Being able to predict what is in the back of a blind 3 format is very interesting, as well as what type of attacks people are running, and are they a person who just wants to go for that heavy hitting attack, or are they going to be a person who baits? A lot of times people find their success in the Go Battle League, and then they learn about the Show 6 Pick 3, and they take those skills that they've already learned and applied, and then they end up doing really fantastic in these tournaments. One person I just want to bring back up is S. James P., a good friend of Elite's as well, who just won the Indianapolis Regional. He was really well known in the Go Battle League, hitting #1 on the leaderboards multiple times. We've had European trainers like Emmy Weedle also doing a similar sort of run, and Pato Man as well, a really good Go Battle League player who got second in his first ever regional competition. We have 2 players on this as well. We are again in the winners finals, this time in Group E. We have Coup against Frostfire 14.
Yes, Coup, I believe, was the trainer who we just saw hit level 50 on stream earlier today. So will he be able to take another kind of achievement here in Los Angeles in addition to that level 50? Running a Dugong, which again, not necessarily, I wouldn't call this a core meta pick, but is really interesting because of that ice type pressure we mentioned earlier. Makes it harder to bring something like a Gligar into your matches.
Yeah, looking at those teams, it's pretty standard movesets. We're seeing that Sableye and Vigoroth, which is so funny because again, when we were doing predictions, we picked Shadow Sableye on the rise and Vigoroth on the downslope. However, a lot of teams have been combining the 2 of them. I want to go ahead and look at Frostfire's team, however, because we just had Elite talking about how good Azumarill is against a lot of the core Pokemon in the meta right now, and it looks like Frostfire 14 has a very similar mindset. Running Azumarill as well with the Ice Beam play rough, it's going to do great against the Gligar, the Sableye, the Vigoroth, and like Elite said, it does okay. It can hold its own against that Dugong as well. So I'd be interested to see if Frostfire plans to bring it to this lineup, because it does look pretty strong. It just needs to avoid that Grass Knot from the Cresselia, basically, and also the Charge Bug with its electric type damage.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was thinking about as well. Because of the rise, especially of Shadow Sableye, we've been seeing more and more trainers bring that. Azumarill seems like a perfect check because it also covers so much else in the meta. Let's take a look down on the field. We have Dugong into Charjabug. Charjabug is going to be able to do a lot with Volt switches here, so we are going to see that counter swap into Vigoroth. There is no counter user on the side of Frostfire. No Annihilate, no Vigoroth mirror match. So we're going to have to see what is Frostfire going to do. Throws a charge attack first and then brings in that Azumarill to counter the Vigoroth.
Great call out there. If there is no fighter on the other side, Chemcoop's Vigoroth is free to roam around. There's nothing that's really going to damage it too bad. I bet we will see it in that safe swap position probably almost every single game. Using that counter, one counter, now throwing the next body slam. Let's get its timings very well. Just starting to whittle away at the Azumarill here. Frostfire, meanwhile, just getting a ton of energy. Now throwing the Ice Beam. Maybe it's enough to knock out this Vigoroth should Chemcoop decide not to shield.
And it looks like Chemcoop decides not to shield, says Vigoroth, you have done your job. The Azumarill's out there now, so the Shadow Sableye can kind of avoid it if it wants to. You can, just like I was thinking here, you can kind of just bring in this Dugong. It's not comfortable for either Pokemon, really. This is going to be a long matchup. You're going to be relying, you can't rely on any of your fast attack pressure. You're going to be relying on Play Rough if you're Frostfire. You're going to be relying on Drill Run if you are Dugong to be able to get that damage done. Both of these Pokemon running 3-turn fast attacks, which aren't necessarily the most popular in the game because it can feel a little clunky. It makes it kind of easy for your opponent to make a catch on you, if you will.
The more turns it takes, the easier it is to predict what your Pokemon partner is going to end up doing. Going for that Icy Wind to debuff just in case a shield was used, but Frostfire is letting that Azumarill go down. I mean, this Charjabug is going to put in a lot of work here. Double shields, hasn't seen the back Pokemon, but X-Scissor is going to do pretty decent into that Sableye as well. Let's see, does Chemcoop want to shield this up? Looks like he's going to go ahead and let that Dugong go down. An immediate swap out into the Sableye here, but Frostfire is continuing to go away, now going into that Skarmory.
So this is going to be a lot of neutral damage that we are going to see. The Sableye has an energy lead, is going to outpace Skarmory to these charged attacks. And we have been seeing these shields being saved for a rainy day, and here is where we are going to see them all come into play. Skarmory building up more energy. Shadow Sableye wanting to be sure to be at the Power Gem or 2 foul plays before throwing another charged attack. Here is a Protect Shield. Chemcoop kind of looking like, is this the move I wanted to do? Ends up being okay because it was shielded. That looks like a charge attack priority tie. Sableye is going to win that.
Yeah, it is very dangerous how much energy Frostfire was building up, however, because at this point the Sableye is just one away as well. It does win that charge attack priority, like you said. There's no shields remaining, and it looks like this it's going to go ahead and take this full force of this Shadow Foul Play, going to knock it down very, very low. Again, though, there's still a lot of energy on this. Going to go ahead, try to come in with the Dugong, not able to, still wing down, and now throwing the attack.
Yeah, and that ends up with a simultaneous knockout. However, because Frostfire still had a Pokemon waiting in the wings, Frostfire will take that matchup. Chemcoop really trying to work his way out of that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, too, it's just like, I'm looking at the Charjabug, and it does really well against Chemcoop's team, pretty much on a whole, except for the Gligar. Gligar is a big wall to it, but everything else, it pretty much has neutral play against it, not super effective. So I will have to go ahead and look into this matchup here. Azumarill does great against Vigoroth. Vigoroth with its counter, and then also only body slams or a Rock Slide. It's not going to do much to the Azumarill. And now just getting a ton of energy on this Charjabug. And we see now basically being able to just Steel Wing down everything.
Yeah, I think if Chemcoop could have preserved a little bit more health on both that Sableye and the Dugong, I think Chemcoop had a really good strategy for the end game, just didn't have enough health left on those 2 back Pokemon to really be able to execute what he was looking to do.
Yeah, you know, the problem is like, you don't know when to use your shield sometimes, right? You only get 2 shields in each matchup, and sometimes you're like, well, why would I want to use it here? Like, this isn't that effective of an attack. I want to use it at a bigger moment, but sometimes those bigger moments don't come, and then you end up going down like Chemcoop did with the shield left overall. I don't think, again, like you said, it's not like he played poorly or anything, but he has to wonder himself, when should I have used that other shield, and how would that have pivoted, or how would that have changed that matchup in the previous round?
Right. I think I completely agree with you because we have trainers. I know I've thought about this. Trainers think about this all the time. I want to use my shield to shield the most powerful charge attack that is left in the game. But like you said, sometimes it just doesn't appear. Your opponent's like, you have a shield. I'm going to rely on fast attack pressure. That's all I need to do. So really just building off of that idea. So Coup, I'm sure, going to be watching that match back and thinking about what could I have done differently. And again, we have the benefit of hindsight. We have the benefit here as casters being able to see all of the teams, see all of the health. It is much different when you're under the lights on the stage.
Yeah, and I think if you're a Frostfire, I mean, I'm just looking again at this teams of 6 overall. Lickitung has been so good for a lot of players, but I don't think it's the most valuable Pokemon, especially with so many Vigoroths in this tournament. I did not expect to see so many of them. Speaking of Vigoroth, right on the field here, this time against a Gligar, and this is the benefit of using Vigoroth instead of an Annihilate, is this flying type attacks do not do as much damage to this normal type Pokemon.
Yes, Vigoroth benefiting from its pure normal typing, but it is a counter user. We often kind of think of it as a fighter because of that counter damage. However, it's just a normal type Pokemon, and just happens to be a very angry monkey.
Yeah, going ahead and taking that dig as well. Probably not going to be too happy about it. That Vigoroth still smiling a little bit there, able to get to yet another body slam, and this could force a shield because it's going to get that Gligar very low. Frostfire wants to be able to take advantage of this first part of the matchup to see what comes in, but we're seeing an aggressive swap out, maybe hoping to get an extra Ice Shard in. Unfortunately for Coup, they're only now to be met with a Charge Bug, which is a pretty decent answer to that Dugong. Throwing the first charge attack here, will he get a shield?
And getting a shield right away. This tells me I think Coup might be going for Icy Winds here, because if you are running a Pokemon like Dugong that will guarantee that you can debuff your opponent every single charged attack, you're going to want to use your shields early on, because those charged attacks are going to be much more powerful.
It was also very brave of Frostfire to go for that X-Scissor bait rather than the discharge, because it does pace a little bit quicker, but it's not that effective against this Ice-type Pokemon. This Drill Run will connect, will not very much that Charge Bug, almost out, able to get to a discharge just in time. Does Coup want to go 2 shields down in this mid-game matchup?
So this is debuffed already, but does decide to shield it. Now that fast attack the fast attack is going to apply, the Charge Bug goes down, and here comes the Skarmory. Skarmory really benefiting from when it got access to Steel Wing. It used to be a pure flying type when you looked at its moves. It would run a flying type fast move, 2 flying type charged attacks, but now we can see using that Steel Wing as something a little different.
Using that and also using it well here. You're going ahead for a Sky attack. It should be enough to knock out the Dugong, even though the Icy Wind did go through. If not, that the next Steel Wing, like you were talking about, would be able to. This is in a bit of a pickle here, though. There's 1 shield left for Frostfire, a fully healthy Shadow Sableye in the back. Let's see how they want to play this out. There are no shields left on Coup's side. Will he be able to get a... Oh, going for it, but he's not able to make it.
Yes, Frostfire knowing that Coup's win condition was a catch, so being very patient and waiting it out. So now able to utilize the Shadow Gligar and throw this dig to do a ton of damage to the Sableye. Sableye is going to be able to knock it down. However, since Frostfire both has a shield and has the Brave Bird Banks, that is going to wrap up this game, this series, for Frostfire with a quick 2-0 victory here.
Yeah, he's got the Brave Bird and he's got a Broom as a sweep goes for Frostfire, cinching the deal for him, going into day number 2 against Coup there. No, all hugs on screen though as these 2 trainers go battle it out. What a fun matchup between the 2 of them, and very interesting plays on both sides.
Yes, so again, congratulations to Frostfire. That was the winners finals, I believe, for Group E. So we are working our way through the winners side of the bracket. Pretty soon we're going to be able to check in with those trainers on the loser side as well. So some of these trainers that you maybe if you're watching at home and you're like, man, they lost. That's a bummer. You might be able to see them again here in losers finals coming up soon.
That's right, because we have so many trainers that are still in the competition. So many trainers that are still yet to be able to make day number 2. But before we get into that, let's look at the highlights of this last matchup that we saw between Coup and Frostfire 14 here. Being able to come in, Charge Bug just doing what Charge Bug does here. Look at this X-Scissor bait. That was a big play for him. Even though it was knocked out, it did secure that extra victory. The Dugong goes down, and Sableye just tried to do everything it could, just didn't have enough in the tank with no shields remaining.
Yep, and I really appreciate how Frostfire, again, in that last match, recognized the win condition of the opponent. That's something that really separates trainers out from being good to being really good, is being able to not recognize just your own win conditions, but knowing what is my opponent trying to do to win right now, and how can I put a stop to it?
Yes. We have to talk about Shadow Sableye. I know that it was on Coupe's side. He wasn't able to pull it out completely, but I think that he did play the Sableye really well, and I think Sableye is a very important Pokemon in this tournament because, again, when so many Annihilates around, Sableye is one of the Pokemon that can really help shut it down, especially at the beginning of the game when the Annihilate has no energy. I think that's why we're seeing so many more of them nowadays.
Yes, and again, it just has such great neutral play. That's something, again, in the Go Battle League and just generally across the history of Pokemon Go PvP. Sableye has always been known as something that is just very neutral, very safe. The only thing it really doesn't want to see are Pokemon that have access to Charm or Fairy-type Pokemon. We don't see a lot of those in Show 6. We've seen a few today. We've talked about Martine's Wigglytuff. We saw a Whimsicott earlier. I think we've seen a couple other fairy types here today, but not too many. Because even, even like dragon types, I'm thinking like Altaria, Sableye can do quite a bit with that power gem.
Oh, it's absolutely true. We talked about Sableye. We're talking about interesting Pokemon. I believe Softoof has caught a wild Frostfire 14, so we'll go over to her and see what she thinks.
Thanks so much, Amanda. I'm here on the floor with Frostfire 14, who has just advanced to day 2 by winning on the winner's side. Frostfire, tell us how you're feeling right now.
I am ecstatic. I just qualified for Worlds, which after spectating a few friends last year, I was just, I'm over the moon right now. I'm so happy.
Congratulations, that's really exciting, and I'm sure all of your friends are really happy that you're going to be there competing too. Tell us a little bit about your team. I know it's not the first time you run this team.
Yeah, so I ran back my Orlando team. I was gonna change it up. I was getting a little bit in my head after scrimming one of my teammates, J-Jan. I talked to some friends like 8 the Great, Bosox, and J-Mills, and ultimately I decided I just should go with what I'm comfortable with. The team is just really versatile. I think Azu is a really underrated pick right now, and I feel like it's given me a lot of success.
Sounds like a great list of teammates, and also I think you're absolutely right about Azumarill. We've seen it having a lot of play, especially with the Umbreons coming out, so a little bit ahead of your time. Before we let you go, are there any more shout-outs that you want to give to any of your friends?
Mostly just the NEB teammates, Stark, my parents and family for supporting me, letting me go to all these regionals and compete. Yeah, just thank you everyone for everything.
All right, well, congratulations again on qualifying to Worlds, and congrats. We'll see you on day 2 on the winner's side tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We're about to continue with some winners finals right after we take a look at these highlights.
Good game, GG there.
I get so pissed at myself, I was like, screw it, I'm running it back. So stressed about it. Ugh.
Yeah, nice job.
That was a good game.
Yeah, it was.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying-type Pokemon are immune to ground-type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resistant. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
Sunny and warm with a gentle ocean breeze. We are here in Los Angeles, California. Welcome back, everyone. What a great tournament that we've had so far. I'm Wholesome_, yet again, joined by Softo. So how are you feeling so far this tournament?
I'm feeling great. I know it was a little bit of a slow start this morning with some of the battles, but we are really cruising through now. We're getting through a lot of winners finals, filling out that day 2 bracket. We already saw Frostfire, Elite, and a couple of others already going to day 2, and we're still going down that list now.
It's crazy to see now at the end of the season some of these trainers that have absolutely established names for themselves. I know we've already seen folks like Rise as well as Elite that have, won tournaments before. But for folks like Frostfire, I think this has been their season where absolutely we've seen top cut after top cut, very regular at this point.
Absolutely. Like you said, Go is in its 3rd season now, and it's so great to see trainers who have been around since the beginning really dominating the circuit. And then some of the trainers who are still in the 3rd season, making a name for themselves and proving that they are just as good as some of those other kind of original top battlers.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been great to see how the meta has evolved over time. And it's really interesting, especially going into some of these key tournaments like NAIC, which may be for some trainers their last opportunity to get championship points, trying to punch their ticket to Honolulu, Hawaii, and World. So it's really curious to see how people are performing at this tournament and how that may translate to NAIC.
All right, well, speaking of how trainers are performing at this tournament, I think our current players are ready on the stage here. We've got Shady Equation and Sky Rhino, and these teams are actually a little bit familiar if you watched Indianapolis. I believe Sky Rhino is using SJ's championship team, and a Shady Equation using the same team he used there, running it again today.
Well, what's interesting to see is 2 water Pokemon on the side of a Shady Equation, and you've got both pseudo grasses, like we like to say, on Sky Rhino's team with both the Cresselia as well as that Lickitung as well. So those are both going to be threatening to that double water line for a Shady Equation. But keep in mind, you do have that Vigoroth for the Lickitung, and you also have that Skarmory, which is a great answer for both. So I could see some nice pairings and cores built here on the Shady Equations team.
Absolutely. I think we've seen things like Gligar paired really well with Lantern throughout the tournament, but let's take a quick look at Sky Rhino's team. Like we mentioned, pretty similar, or actually the exact same as what SJ used in Indianapolis, what Lurgan Rocket used in Stockholm to reach that top 3 placing. So very solid team here. Gonna have to watch out for Pokemon like Cresselia coming from a Shady Equation side, which really you don't have a hard answer for.
Moonblast on Cresselia as well. I don't think we've seen any Cresselias with Future Sight today so far. So looking over at a Shady Equations team, we've got Skarmory, Vigoroth, Lantern, Shadow Whiscash, Cresselia, and Shadow Gligar. Noticeably no Annihilape on this team, but like you mentioned, I think this is a team that we've seen have success before.
There's a couple of Pokemon on a Shady Equations team where it looks really safe into 5 of the 6 Pokemon on Sky Rhino's side, and then there's one hard answer, right? We see the Vigoroth, for example, really needs to watch out for the Annihilape. We see the Gligar just really needs to watch out for the Dugong, but outside of those matchups, pretty safe. So have to see how these trainers choose to play around and maybe go for alignment.
I think if a Shady Equation can avoid Sky Rhino's Lantern with his Skarmory, I think that Skarmory is going to be a very, very nice pick. So I expect him to bring it in all 2 or 3 games here for a Shady Equation.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like these trainers are locked in, getting ready to go, and this is Game 1 of the Group F Winners Finals.
All right, we're moving into Game 1. On our left side, Sky Rhino, right side, we have a Shady Equation. We're going to see Dugong into the Whiscash. So how does this matchup normally play out?
It's a little bit advantageous for Dugong. You're just throwing more efficient charge attacks. You also get that guaranteed debuff, but it's not the worst for Whiscash. You do have neutral Mud Bombs, and the best part is you get to throw the first off before the Icy Wind comes through on the side of the Dugong.
Taking a look at this back line here, it's a bit interesting because you actually have a very, very polarizing matchup. Lantern, if it gets lined up versus the Skarmory, great, best case scenario. If you get lined up versus that Cresselia, that's going to be one of the main answers. So I think alignment will be very important for Sky Rhino. To your point, though, Dugong seems to be in the driver's seat. Actually, a switch in now from a Shady Equation.
And like we said, Sky Rhino is pretty soft to Cresselia. Doesn't have a hard answer. And in fact, all 3 of the Pokemon that Sky Rhino has in this game take super effective damage from Cresselia. So tough position, gets that debuff off first before going into the Lantern, and I think Shady Equation now realizing just how valuable this Cresselia might be.
Yeah, I think a Shady Equation, it has to feel good knowing that the Skarmory gets to avoid this Lantern matchup now, so you know it's going to have some significant place somewhere. There's still a pretty good answer to it in the form of that Annihilate. No, Grassdon #1 actually does some good damage, but with that debuff, this Lantern should be able to survive 2 Grass Knots, which is very meaningful in this matchup.
Absolutely. Surviving 2 Grass Knots means that this Lantern is going to have enough time to potentially reach an extra charge attack. Here comes the first Surf, not quite as efficient as Thunderbolt, but maybe just playing it safe here, wants to guarantee that he can throw off 2 charge attacks.
Well, I think the play is that you're going to need 2 charge attacks, just like you said. Maybe go for the Surf to start, maybe you get a Shield, but no, actually gets to the Grass Knot prior to that Thunderbolt. I don't think a Surf would have been enough, so you're either going to have to protect
Protect Shield. That's exactly what we're seeing here from Sky Rhino, but I think he's also recognizing that, that his Lantern may still have some play yet. If you can come out of this matchup with all this energy, you can maybe threaten to Protect Shield back for the next Pokemon that comes in.
That's right. Shady Equation is probably going to come in with the Whiz Cash, maybe try to get a full Mud Shot down, or maybe just throw the Mud Bout. No, just goes for the Mud Shot, and here comes the Surf from Sky Rhino. Not going to do a ton of damage, not enough to take out, but Shady Equation does want to shield it up and preserve some health on the Whiz Cash.
So that shield that he used earlier on versus Cresselia does get back, and now trying to make a catch here does end up taking this neutral Mud Bomb on the Dugong. Not going to be enough to knock out, but I believe this Dugong does not have enough energy to get to an Icy Wind. Going to see the Mud Bomb come out first. I don't think it's going to be able to farm down. We'll see if the counting is right. Oh yes, it is great from Shady Equation, able to get off this final Mud Bomb. Does Sky Rhino want to try and shield? I don't think there's any value to it at all.
Does let it go, and Shady Equation, just like you said, perfect counting there. He knows that Dugong exactly where its energy is, but now it's a little bit awkward. You see Sky Rhino saved a little bit of that Lantern. It's going to be able to get off potentially some meaningful spark damage later down the line on Skarmory.
What's really tough for Sky Rhino now is you have to make a decision. Do I want to shield a Scald from a Shadow Whiz Catch, which is going to do quite a bit? The answer is no, but what this does is now puts you in range where simply these Steel Wings are going to be enough to knock out. We did see a debuff as well. Sky Rhino now desperately needs to land a Shadow Ball. Gonna bait, but I don't even think you make it to the next Shadow Ball after this. This is disaster for Sky Rhino.
Shady Equation absolutely in the driver's seat. Just like you said, doesn't even need to shield off this charge attack. Doesn't matter what it is. Does get the boost at the end from that Annihilate, but unfortunately goes down to the Steel Wings. You do still have a little bit of this Lantern, but the Skarmory looks like it's about to reach 2 charge attacks back to back right here and going to be able to take this very first game.
Yeah, a non-meaningful boost in that scenario. It would have been curious if you'd been able to get off that Night Slash, though. That maybe could have had some different outcomes in this game, but we do see a charge attack priority. The Shady Equation still has the Protect Shield for the Surf, has another Sky attack ready to go. There is no catch opportunity here for Sky Rhino. Just going to be able to fire off this Sky attack. Probably could have just gone for the farm down as well. Game number 1 will be going to a Shady Equation, and he's going to take the lead 1-0.
Looks like a very comfortable position for him throughout this entire game. Again, Sky Rhino just so weak to that Cresselia, and you have to imagine he's going to be adjusting to put a Pokemon like the Gligar or the Lickitung, or potentially even his own Cresselia for game 2.
Yeah, we talked about that Skarmory on a Shady Equations team having lots of play. It did get to avoid the Lantern outside of that very, very last portion of the game. Probably the next best answer that you're going to have is that Annihilate, so I do like the team building there from Sky Rhino and how he was able to bring 2 strong answers versus that Skarmory. Taking a look back, though, we did see the Surf knock out the Cresselia. Interesting to swap in your Lantern into the Cresselia, but yep, we saw the Dugong go down as well, and at this point, you really have to make a decision. Do I shield the Shadow Scald and hope for the best? Unfortunately, Skarmory is going to be one of the worst answers that you can see. Steel Wings, plenty of pressure in order to knock it out, and that's going to translate to the game win for Shady Equation.
Absolutely. I think Sky Rhino's only win condition there was potentially Shady Equation having a Vigoroth in the back, so, potentially hoping that that was the case. But, the Skarmory was there, like you said, able to just reach that double Sky attack and take that first game for Shady.
I expect to see still Skarmory on Shady Equations team, which to me, I would also trying to be building some answers to not only the Lantern, but to the Annihilate as well. I think we saw the Whiscash in game number 1 there. No shock whatsoever. One of the best complementary Pokemon with Whiscash and Skarmory. I'm curious to see what a third Pokemon may be here in this scenario, and I'm curious to see how Sky Rhino may be adapting his team as well.
I think Shady just has too many options. He has the Cresselia, which he can really swap in at any time without being punished. And then we were talking about earlier, he has so many Pokemon that just have favorable matchups against like 5 out of 6 of Sky Rhino's team. So really going to come down to what Sky Rhino wants to bring here because Shady just has so many options. Looks like we have leads on the field here for game 2. A little bit favorable for Shady Equation, does have Skarmory into a Lickitung.
Yeah, a lot of trainers will say, that matchup isn't so bad. All those licks add up relatively quickly, but it is still a winning matchup for the Skarmory. Here we see a quick swap into this Annihilate, opting to just simply go for the Night Slash. Wants to take advantage of throwing early, so not to be behind 1 turn. So you see some rationale there for sure. Maybe even trying to fish for a boost, but you have to absolutely respect the Sky attack, invest this Protect Shield. I think Sky Rhino's going to still be able to get to a Shadow Ball prior to this next charge attack, but no, a swap out for a Shady Equation. You've already done some chip damage now. This is going to be interesting to see. Do you go straight for Mud Bomb? No, trying to get to the Scald.
Right, I think those Steel Wings put this Annihilate pretty much in Scald range. Is going to shield up this Night Slash bait here, just to kind of guarantee that he has enough health to still deal some damage. Throws off the first Scald here. It's going to be up to Sky Rhino, so you want to use his last Protect Shield on this Scald. looks like he does not.
Okay, Scald comes through. Is it enough to knock out? Yes, down goes the Annihilate. Lickitung still has plenty of play in this matchup. Does super effective licks into the Cresselia, can hit for Grass Knot, double super effective into his Whiscash, and you've already done a decent chunk into the Skarmory as well. Look how much that Annihilate was able to do, putting it in a much more manageable range. But let's not discount the impact of Scald, not only from a damage perspective, potential for a one-stage attack debuff as well.
And
2 for 2 at this point.
And this is a really uncomfortable position for Cyrano. You don't want to take another charge attack. You're already at half health though, and you know this energy is going absolutely nowhere. You also can probably infer there's no Gligar in the back. So what is your Dugong really going to do here?
Yeah, it's going to be tough because there is not only a Skarmory that has some energy that can potentially force a Protect Shield with a Brave Bird, but you also have that Cresselia on a Shady Equations team, which, like you mentioned, is pretty free at this point. I think that it has just so much play. You do outpace to this Grass Knot as well. Depends if you want to throw in good timing or not. Yes, actually able to outpace just before and gets to the Grass Knot, forcing the shield from Cyrano.
Looking very comfortable for Shady Equation. This is a great matchup for Cresselia in many situations, but you also are up a shield, and that's just going to add to your advantage even more. It's going to get debuffed here, but remember, these Grass Knots are super effective, and he can still switch into Skarmory eventually to clear that debuff.
Yeah, that's going to be debuff number 1. You desperately want to get to this next debuff. Every time that you can get that debuff, it's going to force the opponent's Pokemon just do a little bit less damage to you overall. I think at this range, though, you might even be able to hang on versus 2 Grass Knots. Keep in mind, does not benefit from that same type attack bonus. Cyrano throws on good timing, able to get this next Icy Wind off, but again, it's just not a threatening charge attack from a damage perspective, and so to your point, we're probably going to see a swap at some point once the timer's up.
That's right, maybe Shady is going to throw one more Grass Knot before switching. Actually, it looks like the switch is almost up here, probably could have just waited for that, but here comes this Grass Knot, not going to do quite enough to take out this Dugong, but at this point you have a lot of options. You can throw another Grass Knot, you can go into Skarm and start throwing those Steel Rings too.
Okay, may even just let this Cresselia go down. This Dugong is so low and does not have a lot of residual energy. I think Cyrano is going to be forced to swap out as to avoid the farm down. I think we're going to see a double, yep, we quickly see the switch into the Skarmory, quick switch also into the Lickitung. Skarmory's ahead on energy, Protect Shields are down. You simply need to land one Brave Bird here. Even Sky Attack, you still have a shield, so if you don't want to debuff yourself, you can simply throw the Sky Attack farm down. Not the case here though. Here's the Brave Bird. Dugong, just a little bit of sliver of HP, not going to be able to farm down with Ice Shard, and game number 2 will go to a Shady Equation 2-0 sweep.
And he is going to move on to day 2 on that winner's side. Has to be feeling good here. Congratulations to a Shady Equation and a nice series from Cyrano, who will move down to the losers finals.
You know what, Soph? I think a Shady Equation just took advantage of some good matchups. We talked about the Skarmory, but you also mentioned the Cresselia as well. It could really operate as a safe swap. There's nothing to punish it so much. Yes, Lickitung does have these super effective licks, but really in that matchup, it's not a bad matchup at all. And it goes so long that you can even dance around a little bit as well. So kudos to a Shady Equation for taking advantage of some good matchups and pairing that with some great plays as well.
That's right. He had a lot of options in terms of the team comp, had a lot of options, you know, in terms of how he wanted to finish out those games. So that, like you said, really was able to just kind of press every advantage and convert it into those game wins.
Yeah, I just textbook plays, and it's no surprise. We've seen him have success before. We've seen him top cut. I want to say maybe it was Portland from
third place.
Yeah, Portland, third place. Thank you. So always with the answers here. Let's take a look back though at our game number 2. We saw some Scalds come out. We were thinking, is this going to be enough to knock out the Annihilate? It was. The Annihilate put in some good chip damage versus that Skarmory, but unfortunately, a Shady Equation had all the answers, not only with the Skarmory, but with the Cresselia as well. Able to get some super effective Grass Knots into Cyrano, strip that final Protect Shield, and just get the Dugong low enough that Skarmory could finish things off. You have to swap into that Lickitung there, and really at this point with shields down, you know you just need to land that Brave Bird, get a couple additional fast attacks, and that's going to be it.
So Skarmory able to start that game and also close things out against that Dugong. You know, before we say goodbye to Cyrano as he heads into those losers finals, I do want to call out, he actually played a lot of good players from Canada this tournament. Besides the Shady Equation, he actually already beat Cindy as well as Dilap, 2 regional champions from Canada. So really just playing the Canadian gauntlet here today in LA.
Yeah, and we always say this, but you have to make it, you know, you have to make your way through some incredibly talented trainers to make it to day 2. It's not a walk in the park for anyone. You're taking down former champions in many cases, top cut trainers, and even in some cases there are trainers that are talented that haven't competed before. So sometimes there's some wild cards there as well.
Absolutely. It's a huge mix of trainers, especially at this final tournament. Remember, it's the last chance to earn an invite to Worlds. So for those trainers who don't compete that much, this is their last chance, and they have to win this whole tournament. And then there's some trainers, people like Arrow, Pocket, Rise, who are kind of just here fighting for the travel award, and maybe some ego, of course.
Yep. Well said. So we're going to shift gears and actually take a look at an upcoming event, guys. Don't forget, our featured Pokemon Pharaoh Seed will have its special Incense Day on Sunday, May 26th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. local time. Chance at those shinies as well. Really cool shiny as well. Nice little blue feature there. But there will be some additional incense counters as well. Grass-type Pokemon, the Hisuian Voltorb, but probably one of the rarest shinies in the game right now, as well as Morlul, Phantuff, Petalil, Tangela, and Hoppip as well.
Well, I don't want to overlook those Steel-type Pokemon, in particular Galarian and Meowth. That's something that I'm pretty sure up until now you've only been able to get from hatches. So this is a really great opportunity to potentially get some better stats for the PvP formats.
Okay, well, moving along, we actually have a Twitch promotion as well. You can see from May 27th through June 2nd in Pacific time that you see below here. Several events coming up. Pokemon Advanced on Tuesday. We will have the 2018 Oceania International Championships for TCG on Thursday. Pokemon Advanced Battle as well.
That's right, and there's a lot more to look forward to. We have the NAIC preview show coming up next Friday also. Remember, NAIC is going to be the weekend following that, but there's going to be a lot to look forward to, a lot of fun information and players to look out for. And then the weekend after that, we've got the Bologna special event over in Europe.
Can't wait to see that one. It's so great to see some of these different regions, have some of these special events, even if they're not a regional, an opportunity to highlight some of the local trainers in their region. So that's really wonderful to see, without a doubt. Now, I think that we're still getting some of these trainers ready to go here, but so this has been a great tournament so far. I think as far as what we were predicting, we were pretty on point. A lot of strong play with Sableye. Vigoroth, I think maybe a little bit better than we were expecting perhaps, but one thing you mentioned early in the day, Umbreon, I think for me has been the standout Pokemon. I haven't even seen it matched up versus that Cresselia yet, but I'm still seeing tons of value.
I have to say, I think the adjustment by a lot of these trainers to Pokemon like Umbreon and Mandibuzz, even, one step further than that and bringing the Azumarill to counter them, these trainers were really making heads-up meta reads, right? We're kind of just looking one step forward. Umbreon can counter things like Cresselia, maybe replace Lickitung, and some of these trainers are already thinking, well, how can I counter Umbreon, which we haven't even seen make a huge appearance at regionals recently.
Well, we're going to be seeing Twistel versus Existing Monkey, and it's really exciting to see yet another Abomasnow make its way to the stage. Again, we talked about how grass has kind of fallen out of the meta a little bit, so Abomasnow, though, is one of those unique grasses that has that ice typing. However, while it's incredibly weak to not only fire, but things like steel, rock, fighting, the list goes on, it does have some great play into some particular Pokemon like Lantern, as well as Gligar, not to mention Altaria as well.
Kind of like Whimsicott in the sense that it's kind of there as a core breaker, right? Abomasnow really good into things like Gligar, Whiscash, a core that's typically pretty hard to break. Let's talk about these trainers for a second, though. I believe Twistel, a very experienced trainer, actually took down his friend and teammate Caleb Pang, I believe, in the winner's semifinals just prior to this, and so that's really exciting for him, of course. Existing Monkey as well, we haven't seen at a lot of tournaments. I believe most recently competed in Peoria, where he dropped to his friend and teammate SJ, but he's back here in LA to compete.
Okay, well, I think that they are already locked and loaded, ready to go here. We took a quick look at the teams, but we're going to see them live. Let's move into game number one. Twistel versus Existing Monkey. We have the Gligar into Lantern. A bit of an interesting matchup because the Lantern does get to the Surf first, but does not want to take any of these digs from the Shadow Gligar.
And this is an uncomfortable matchup for both sides. Obviously, both trainers are doing resisted damage with the fast attacks, but super effective with the charge attacks. Here comes the dig, and Existing Monkey does shield it up correctly.
Yeah, it's a little hard just to swap a Pokemon in, though, if you like trying to maybe get out of this matchup as Existing Monkey. Some people do like to do the chip and dip, land the Surf, and then maybe get out. If you bring in your Abomasnow, though, there's so many targets, especially that Annihilate. So probably just sticking around in this matchup, maybe even trying to go for a Spark Down. Here comes the next Surf, though, from Existing Monkey. I think this will probably pull a Protect Shield from Twistel.
Oh, actually chooses to let it go. So Gligar goes down with a lot of energy, and this Lantern is still very, very healthy. Existing Monkey doesn't want Lantern to get stuck there, potentially thinking he has more play. Quick swap to Umbreon, and it's met by Twistel's Annihilate.
Well, this is interesting because obviously you want to have your Annihilate lined up versus that Abomasnow. That's not going to be the case here. Take a look at this charge attack. I don't even think we reviewed this. Oh, he knows, of course, the Psychic is super effective damage. We've seen all sorts of movesets on these Umbreons today, but one way to fight back versus these fighting type Pokemon is the super effective Psychic charged attack.
and these trainers are so creative. We've seen Triple Dark, we've seen Standard Foul Play Last Resort, and here we have Psychic from Existing Monkey. Not the most efficient charge attack, but certainly when it's super effective, it can do some damage. And look at this, it's pulling 2 shields from Annihilate.
And what's interesting is that it's a relatively high energy charged attack, at least compared to things like Foul Play. So you're not able to get to those charge attacks quite quick enough. And now, yeah, you have to settle for a Foul Play. T.W. Stella says, no, don't want you to get to that next Psychic. I'm just going to go simply for this Night Slash, give myself an opportunity to boost and erase this Umbreon off the field as well.
I think if you're Existing Monkey, you have to be happy with the mileage you got out of the Umbreon. I have not seen many Umbreon pull 2 shields out of an opponent single-handedly before, but looks like we've got a Abomasnow here, met by the Cresselia, and Cresselia going to be able to fire off this first Moonblast before any debuffs come through.
We did see some debuffs on the from Cresselia earlier in the day. Not the case here, only a 10% chance. Going to go straight for this Icy Wind, though, is Existing Monkey's Abomasnow. Wants to try to drop the attack here one stage versus this Cresselia. Cresselia is still going to be able to do some meaningful damage, but I think this means now you're going to need 3 Moonblasts, or potentially a Moonblast and a Grass Knot to knock out, whereas undebuffed, I think 2 Moonblasts would have done it.
That's right, and I think what T.W. still would have wanted is to be able to land these 2 Moonblasts and potentially finish it off with some counters, but not able to switch out quite yet. Existing Monkey continuing to overfarm. Actually throws an Icy Wind here. Energy Ball wouldn't be quite enough to take out, so maybe just wants a little bit of residual energy as well.
Yeah, what's unfortunate though is you're not going to be able to get to another Icy Wind, at least versus the Annihilate. I don't even know if you can get one here. Oh, actually able to get there, so just with 1 HP. Does this knock out is the question, however. I think it's going to be just enough to take down this Cresselia, but also minimize the farm that you give to that Annihilate. Quick swap out, this Annihilate has so much energy. Landing a Shadow Ball would be enough to knock out. T.W. still opting to go for the bait. This is going to be a very close match here, so.
That's right, but I think the Lantern just reached that Thunderbolt, which I think is going to be enough. Oh, sorry, 1 spark away from the Thunderbolt. Going to be enough to take out this Annihilate, and really close margins there. Like you said, Abomasnow barely able to get off the Icy Wind. I think T.W. still really needed the energy from that Cresselia to land onto the Lantern.
Not only that, I think T.W. still really needed to get the Annihilate locked in on that Abomasnow rather than the Umbreon. That's obviously going to be a much better matchup. Having to use both Protect Shields versus an Umbreon, I mean, that's really one reason to run Psychic Umbreon, certainly. However, you know, it's not always the best coverage. If you get locked into something like a Mandibuzz, for instance, or an opposing Umbreon, that's going to be the worst case scenario. Taking a look back at game number 1, we saw that no shield on the Shadow Gligar early on from T.W. Stell. That kind of set up Existing Monkey to have, you know, kind of the playing things into his own hand here, drawing out that Annihilate and allowing it to get finished off later on the game by that Lantern.
Yeah, it kind of felt like Existing Monkey had an advantage, you know, came out of that lead, yes, down a shield, but pretty much with a full health Pokemon, able to kind of press on that advantage and continue it, and, you know, able to pull 2 shields, again, with Umbreon versus Annihilate. I'm guessing a lot of trainers aren't quite familiar with how much Psychic does in that matchup, so that's another potential advantage of bringing this spicy moveset.
Okay, I'm curious to see T.W. Stell, how he may try to make some changes in game number 2. I think the Annihilate is a good pick still. Obviously needs to watch out for things like the Gligar, but otherwise it's going to have pretty good coverage across the board. Existing Monkey, I don't think we've seen him on stream just yet, so have we? This is our first time?
Today, yeah.
Yeah, so Carbink is a Pokemon that we did see some play earlier. I don't think we've seen him bring the Carbink. Taking a look, though, there's certainly some Pokemon that it has good matchups with, specifically that Umbreon, but I think it has too many threats to justify bringing. Let's find out here in game number 2.
Oh, and we do see Umbreon locked onto the Cresselia. This is exactly where the Umbreon wants to be. It's what we've said it's built for. We haven't seen this matchup quite yet today, but looks like T.W. still actually staying in this matchup for just a little bit of time.
Well, what's one interesting thing is that you can actually, if you're throwing on good timing, you can reach a Moonblast prior to this Umbreon throwing its Foul Play on quote-unquote good timing here. We could see a chip and dip, and that's exactly what we're seeing, and maybe trying to catch a Foul Play, but last time we did see T.W. still double shield Psychics from the Umbreon. This is super effective damage. It's going to do a decent chunk, and also has a chance for a defense drop as well.
And I was going to say, I don't think you can afford to shield that, especially because this Gligar is going to come in and maintain switch advantage for Existing Monkey. Looks like T.W. still is able to reach the Shadow Ball, though, had a little bit of energy, so it's going to be up to Existing Monkey. Does he want to shield this, preserve this, and come out with more health? No, he doesn't.
I think the Gligar's one goal was to take out this Annihilate, and that it's going to be able to do. Hangs on and actually comes out with a lot of energy as well. Even if this Cresselia comes back in, it's very likely that you're going to be able to get to 2 digs prior to it getting to one of its Grass Knots. The question is, does T.W. still want to try and go for a very aggressive farm down? I don't know if you're going to be able to. It's going to be very close.
I think that's definitely what you want, though, and I think that's probably what he's going to go for. Actually puts up the shield here, because this is the thing, right? You want the Cresselia to take out out the Umbreon with energy. That's its main asset. It's going to be the energy. So probably just happy to go for this full farm down. Even if you have to take an aerial ace, which you don't, it's actually not a big deal.
Yeah, I love the call out there. You don't really have fast attack pressure on T-Wastel's team, so energy is going to be key to victory, and this Cresselia is now absolutely loaded on energy. I don't think that this Umbreon has any energy whatsoever, and we actually, we see the Moonblast fired off right away. It's not enough to knock out, but this is super effective damage and puts it in a much more manageable range. But the only Pokemon that did any fast attack pressure versus that Umbreon is now off the field. Okay, quick swap now, bringing in the own Umbreon. We've seen this play out quite often with Dark Pulse. Let's see how Foul Play performs versus this Lantern now.
That's right. This is one of those matchups we saw Rise, I believe, playing out earlier in the stream. Foul Play a little bit less efficient, but, you know, this Umbreon doesn't have to do this single-handedly. Cresselia can potentially clean up afterwards, but, you know, T-Wastel also, we have to mention, is down a shield.
All right, here comes the Thunderbolt. T-Wastel would love to shield this one up, opting to let this one go instead. Thunderbolt's not going to be even close to knocking out. I think you need 2 Thunderbolts or maybe a Thunderbolt and a Surf to knock out at this range. Here comes the next Foul Play, though. We've talked about it time and time again. Umbreon, a great answer to this Lantern. As far as neutral matchups go, without it being so dominant, this Umbreon is performing quite well. But you mentioned this earlier, having Dark Pulse allows you to give fewer fast attacks to your opponent because you're throwing less regularly. So that does influence this matchup here, so.
All right, well, Existing Monkey did just put up his first shield on that Foul Play, throwing a couple more sparks, before getting to the Surf. Wants to throw on good timing, but that's a little bit awkward because I think this Umbreon may have just reached a charge attack, and you probably need to throw on, quote, bad timing in order to get the Surf off.
Yeah, both trainers have a charge attack at this range. T-Wastel going to throw the Foul Play right away. This is going to use the shield from Existing Monkey. Keep in mind, switch clocks are up at this point. Lantern has a charge attack, trying to catch it. Will you be able to swap in time? Yes, you do. Foul Play is loaded. Will this take the final Protect Shield from T-Wastel? I want to say yes. Let's find out.
Nice reflexes from Existing Monkey. Didn't get sniped on that Lantern, but T-Wastel, I think now, actually doesn't overfire much, just brings in the Cresselia straight away, and I think that's going to be enough to take out this Umbreon.
Late in the matchup, it's really hard to keep track of your opponent's energy. You don't know if they're a 1 Snarl or 4, so opting to throw right away. I do think Existing Monkey is going to overfarm just a bit. Oh, perfect overfarm there from Existing Monkey. Has the Surf ready to go for this Cresselia. Has another Surf ready to go. I think this may be just enough to knock out the Cresselia. Let's see. Yes, down goes the Cresselia. Surf ready to go into the Umbreon. What a great play by Existing Monkey.
Perfect overfarm there, just like you said, had the right amount of energy, right amount of damage to take out both of those final 2 Pokemon, and that means that Existing Monkey is going to advance to day 2.
Take notes, trainers at home. That is how you overfarm. Perfect plays there from Existing Monkey and takes a 2-0 series sweep versus T-Wastel. Absolutely love to see that. Great plays. Overfarming just enough energy so you don't have to worry if your opponent is close to another move. You're ready to go as soon as they come in.
And I love the play from the Psychic Umbreon there by Existing Monkey, right? Game 1 made such good use of it, pulling both Protect Shields. Game 2 was just a really safe Pokemon, found the lead it needed as well, and you know, things just went well from there for him.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our highlights from game number 2. Both games, so we actually saw the Umbreon get aligned versus that Annihilate, so that was interesting to see. We talked about this Gligar. It had one job, and that's to take out that Annihilate, and it did that. Came out with lots of energy, gets 2 digs, was unable to get to that final aerial ace. You mentioned, okay, this Cresselia needs some energy, and it did do a lot of work. However, with Cresselia and Umbreon, that's just so much bulk on your team. You know, really tried as T-Wastel to try and withstand the barrage of charge attacks coming from Existing Monkey, but with beautiful, perfect overfarming opportunities. Again, no fast attack pressure, was able to take the victory.
That's right, and I think Existing Monkey was able to make really good advantage out of what you just mentioned, the lack of fast attack pressure on T-Wastel's side. That meant that he needed to throw a lot of extra charge attacks instead of being able to, you know, for example, farm things down and use that energy somewhere else.
Well, it allows for technical play. When there's 0 fast attack pressure, you can overfarm up to that point just before your opponent gets to their own charged attack. There's no worry that, oh, if I get too greedy here, I'm just going to get fast attack down. So it allows for that very technical, very precise play, and Existing Monkey, he did it perfect.
Yeah, actually the end of that game could have been scary for him if the Cresselia had hung on after that Surf, right? Cresselia, very bulky Pokemon, you know, if it just had a couple more HP, I think it would have been able to get off that grass knot.
And I think the difference there was Existing Monkey knew exactly where the energy counts were for T-Wastel's Cresselia and was able to get that additional farm. T-Wastel, if you remember, had an opportunity to get a little over farm on his Cresselia as well, but opted to throw the charge attack right away and get Existing Monkey's Pokemon off the field. Maybe with some additional energy. Energy was key, like you said. said, maybe could have gone a little bit differently. But congratulations to Existing Monkey on a 2-0 sweep.
All right, well, it is Existing Monkey's, I believe, first time top cutting. So let's hear from him and Amanda to see what he has to say. Take it away.
Thank you, Soph. Thank you, Jim. Yes, I am here with Existing Monkey, and Soph just mentioned it, so we should talk about it a little bit. This is your first time top cutting, correct?
Yeah, it's my first time. My only other regional was in Peoria, and I didn't do too well at that one, so I'm very happy about this.
That's incredible. Can you give us a little insight of how maybe your gameplay or your team composition changed, or what has brought you to this point to be able to make day 2 in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I think it was a mix of better team building and more practice, more preparation for this. So I felt a lot more confident in my game plan decisions throughout all the games today.
Well, let's talk about that team composition, because you had some very interesting picks. I saw a Carbink, that's not very common, and I saw an Umbreon with some pretty interesting move sets for their charge attacks. Walk me through why you chose to use Psychic as well on your Umbreon.
Yeah, so I noticed with Umbreon, you're clicking foul play 90% of the time. So I added Psychic just to hit Annihilate, which is on a lot of teams. That's really helpful. And Carbink is there to help with the matchups against other dark types and Dugong in particular.
So when you saw T-Wastel's team and when you were kind of playing through the matches, it got very, very tight near the end there with your Lantern on the Cresselia. How sure were you that the Surf would be able to knock it out?
Yeah, I was pretty sure the Surf would knock out. I just was scared because I lost track of the Cresselia energy, so I wasn't sure how much to overfarm, but luckily it all worked out in the end.
Okay, and the very last question, since you said you've only really competed in Peoria before this, tell us a little bit about yourself, your community, and anyone you want to shout out now that you made day 2.
Yeah, huge shout out to Elite TMs, my team, and everyone in the Toftown Discord, and actually my friend BJ, who they all helped a lot with team building and prep, and their support really means a lot to me, so yeah.
That's incredible. Well, congratulations once again. We're going to kick it back to the mayor and the mayor of Toftown back in the casting booth.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Great to hear from Existing Monkey. You know, we were just saying how this tournament really has brought out a couple of newer trainers making a name for themselves, and I think Brandon, also known as Existing Monkey, is absolutely one of those trainers. He's only competed once before, but he's already made it to winners finals. Again, a friend and teammate of SJ, so it's no surprise to see him doing so well here.
Yeah, a huge leap forward going from having a relatively lackluster tournament there in Peoria, but you can see putting in the work here throughout the season to not only just, you know, correct some of your issues, but talk to other trainers, really collaborate, get scrims in, and understand, okay, what do I need to work on to take it to the next level? So I think the future is bright there for Existing Monkey. We saw the precision that he had in that recent game. I mean, looking like a top cut trainer, and now he's here in top cut. What a surprise.
That's right. Advances to, at the very least, the top 12 for tomorrow. So very exciting for him. And, you know, I think you're absolutely right. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The best way to get better at this game is to talk to people, make friends, scrim with them, just bounce ideas off of each other, and I think Brandon is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, I agree. So let's take a look at our next trainers, though. Up on stage, we've got Dr. Roast Beef versus Athy. I don't think we've seen either of these trainers, at least on stream here in this tournament, but this is the winners finals in Group H. I believe these folks got started a little bit later, but they are ready to try and punch their ticket to day number 2. Taking a look at these teams, it's really interesting to see. We see a little bit of a throwback on Dr. Roast Beef's team, not only with the Altaria, but with the Azumarill as well. It was interesting to get the perspective of Elite talking about why Azumarill is a good pick. He talked about how it beats Annihilate and that it's been, well, you know, does well versus Annihilate, and then it's that hard wall to Altaria, which I would say is a Pokemon that has been on the rise, at least in the last 3 or 4 tournaments.
Absolutely. I don't think we've seen a lot of Altaria at this tournament, but I know Elite was able to get the Azumarill lined up on Hedonis's Altaria a couple of times, so very effective there. I think the Pokemon, of course, we've been talking about a lot. Umbreon, that's another great target for Azumarill, so really nice meta reads from all of these trainers, kind of, you know, throwing it back, like you said, bringing back some of these Pokemon which have been kind of on the decline, but maybe have their place against the central meta again.
And with Grass very much being in a state of decline, you only only have to worry about the Lickitung as well as the Cresselia. There's really no one-shot potential for that Azumarill whatsoever. It can hang around in matchups. Even if you don't have a shield, it can normally get some value and not just be so one-sided and completely dominated. Another typing that's almost absent from the meta is Poison as well. I do see a Clodsire, however, on the side of Dr. Roastbeef, but outside of Clodsire, do we really see much Poison at all, Soph?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, there's not really a lot of poison type damage out there. I know like in the Go Battle League, you might see spicy picks like Golbat, but as far as play Pokemon goes, there aren't really a lot of poison picks ever since Nidoqueen dropped out, really.
I have another trivia question for you, so
oh, boy.
I know I've been putting you on blast here. In all the regionals so far here in the 2024 season, there has been one poison Pokemon that has been on a winning team. Do you know what that poison Pokemon is?
Venusaur.
Shadow Venusaur from Barcelona. Very nice. So, yeah, actually one of the early EU regionals, we had Zweilous winning with Shadow Venusaur, a relatively unique team there. But yeah, it was the only poison Pokemon that I'm aware of that actually was able to be on a winning team here in the 2024 season.
All right, well, you know, there's not a lot of poison types out there, and there aren't really any on Athy's team for this Azumarill to be afraid of. I think its biggest threats are going to be the Lickitung and the Cresselia, but just like you said, Azumarill able to fight back in a lot of its disadvantageous matchups. So I'm expecting that to be a very key Pokemon for Dr. Roastbeef here.
I think for Athy, it's going to be that Talonflame because it has great matchups versus things like the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but at the same time, obviously needs to watch out for Azumarill for the Stone Edge coming from that Clodsire. Altaria, even not a great matchup, but if it can get lined up again versus that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, even that Charge Bug, and if it's running Flame Charge, it can ramp up its damage. There's a lot of play for Talonflame.
That's right, and Fly, you know, we talked about earlier, is getting added to a lot of Pokemon, and Fly was really a charge attack that changed the game for Talonflame. Being able to get off 3 charge attack in just, I believe, 7 Incinerates is a huge game changer. So I think if you're Athy, you're able to maybe get 1 Flame Charge off to ramp up, Incinerate down, come out with 2 Flies. That could be very hard hitting against anything, even the Azumarill.
Well, not to sound like a broken record, Soap, but we've been talking about underrepresented typings in the play Pokemon format. We talked about Grass, which, yes, we see the Abomasnows of the world, but it's mostly kind of evaporated from the meta. At the same time, Poison, we're seeing it right here, but it's not very common. Fire is something that does have a niche in this meta, primarily in the form of Talonflame and also Skeledirge. How would you say those two Pokemon are different in their playstyles?
It's hugely different in terms of the charge attack coverage, right? So both resist counters, well, counter or fighting type damage in general, but I think Skeledirge is really there as a counter to Pokemon like Annihilate, which Talonflame technically also beats, but it's a little bit less comfortable. Also, Pokemon like Vigoroth, I would say Skeledirge is a little bit more comfortable against as well.
Yeah, I think they're going to have similar targets as far as the things that they hard beat, but I think some of their neutral matchups are a lot different. Where I think that Talonflame, one of the unique things that it has is its ability to power through matchups simply just from Flame Charge, Incinerate, while Skeledirge, I would say, it has less of that ability to just power through matchups, but what I think it's a little bit better at is those farm down opportunities, especially versus things maybe like a Wigglytuff, where you can come out and unleash those devastating charge attacks like you were talking about.
That's right, and Shadow Ball on Skeledirge as well is very hard-hitting and usually pretty neutral. For example, against Azumarill, the Shadow Ball is going to do a lot more than a Fly, for example. So that allows Skeledirge to win some matchups where it would otherwise be very uncomfortable. One
key dynamic difference, though, between Skeledirge and Talonflame, speaking of charge attacks, there's really nothing that you're going to expect aside from Shadow Ball, Disarming Voice on the Skeledirge there. With Talonflame, there's a little bit more flexibility. We've even seen some trainers run Fly Braybird, for instance, Rubik's Master in Vancouver this season. It gives you a little bit of a different element that you can attach to that Pokemon, only going for fire attack damage with your fast attacks, and then having that powerful hitting Braybird Fly combination.
That's right, and let's take a little bit of a closer look at these teams here while our trainers are still getting ready. You brought up the Clodsire on Dr. Roastbeef's side. We brought up the Azumarill as well. How about the Alolan Sandslash, though? It looks like it has a pretty tough matchup against Athy, but we've seen it being pretty effective against some other teams. I think the Altaria has a lot of play if it can avoid that Dugong, and I think the Charge Bug, with the absence of a Gligar, actually has a lot of play too.
Well, Shadow Claw on the Alolan Sandslash is going to be interesting. Much worse versus the Lickitung. Going to do better versus versus the Cresselia, but that's a winning matchup either way. Now, the one Pokemon that it does hit super effective against is going to be that Annihilate, but still, you don't want to see that matchup whatsoever. I think the most polarizing matchup, though, is going to be against that Dugong, where you really want to have that Shadow Claw. Otherwise, you have double resisted Powder Snow. So I do think it is, you know, it's a win hard, lose hard type of Pokemon. I'm curious to see if Dr. Roastbeef ends up bringing it or not.
That's right, and looking at Athie's team, I think the Shadow Claw that you just mentioned is going to make that Lickitung just a little bit safer for Athie, and I think we're going to be expecting to see that on the field, but looks like we've gotten into our game one. Looks like Dr. Roastbeef is bringing the Azumarill we were just talking about, and it's met by the Dugong.
Yeah, you know what? It was actually Elite talking about this matchup here. He says it's not a bad matchup into this Dugong. One thing that it takes away from the Dugong is that usually you're not going to be throwing this Icy Wind. There are some trainers that like to throw it early on just to go for that attack debuff right away, but you force this Dugong to just throw drill runs, and you're resisting all these ice shards as well. Meanwhile, you can throw these neutral play roughs that do benefit from the same type attack bonus.
That's right, Drill Run not the most efficient attack on Dugong, so I can see why the matchup isn't bad at all for Azumarill. You're throwing, like you said, a more efficient charge attack. You are just a little bit slower, but that is an okay trade-off to make.
I think we talked about how this Talonflame has some great targets and some things that it really wants to avoid. The alignment could be key here for Athie if he's able to get that Talonflame lined up versus that Charjabug, or if it ends up taking a Stone Edge from that Clodsire. It's going to be very interesting to see. Here comes the next play rough. This is going to be shielded now from Athie. Really wants to go for alignment here, perhaps because of the Talonflame.
Yeah, really interesting shield there, a little bit into the matchup, potentially after some debuff. Looks like Dr. Roastbeef is switching in the Clodsire here. Gonna have to take a super effective Icy Wind here, and I'm not sure if Athie, okay, Athie does actually choose to swap out now that the Clodsire is debuffed, brings in the Lickitung.
Yeah, you know, I like that chip and dip strategy from Athie. The Dugong definitely has some play still, can get realigned versus that Azumarill, but you now are getting into what's already a relatively good matchup. It's now a great matchup because your opponent is locked in with this one-stage attack debuff. You can simply fire off these body slams and actually get a decent amount of overfarm as well. I think that 2 body slams after a lot of licks will be enough to knock out.
That's right, Lick, one of those fast attacks currently in the meta that does do just a little bit more damage, but looks like Athie is actually tapping pretty near the power up. Doesn't think the body slam is quite enough just yet. Here comes an Earthquake from Clodsire. Remember, it's already debuffed, not the most hard-hitting charge attack actually as well, and does just about half of what the Lickitung has left.
Yeah, if you'd been able to reach that Power Whip prior to the Earthquake, probably made a lot of sense to throw. At this point, I would have actually liked to see Athie overfarm even more, come out maybe with 2 body slams, knowing that you are going to be in a position, okay, gets a little bit more there with the licks, but at this range, you now have some energy to launch into either the Azumarill with your Power Whip, or to start firing off body slams into that Charjabug. I think Dr. Roastbeef may be putting it all on this Charjabug. We'll see if he wants to start investing his Protect Shields or not, but there's going to be quite the answer to that Charjabug waiting in the back on the side of Athie.
Well, Athie does throw this body slam here, doesn't do quite enough, probably maybe should have just committed to the power up, because now this Azumarill is able to reach an Ice Beam, going to take out the Lickitung, and I think, like you said, Athie probably just looking to put all of it on the Talonflame here.
If it's going to be a battle of Volt Switch versus, well, you know what you can even do? You don't even have to come in with a Talonflame right away. Well, we see it swap, but Incinerate versus Volt Switch, Incinerate is going to win. It is going to be one of the hardest hitting damage fast attacks in the game, and you also benefit just from the length of the turn as well. In many cases, if you're able to sneak a move, as we call it, it can be absolutely devastating. Athie actually just going straight for the Flame Charge, wants to ramp up this damage so that you can lock in additional +1 attack Incinerates here in the future.
Well, you mentioned that Incinerate is certainly going to win, but it's not just a battle of fast attacks. It's also going to come down to charge attacks, and Dr. Roastbeef is taking advantage of that shield advantage here. This Discharge is going to land and take out the Talonflame.
All right, well, keep in mind now this Charjabug has no energy. This Dugong has a little bit of energy. It's going to be a race to see who gets the charge attack off first. It is going to be the Dugong. However, there's still a Protect Shield. Now that this has been fired, you still have just a sliver of HP remaining and should be able, even after taking this 1 damage, to get off this X-Scissor and knock out this Dugong.
Really nice play from Dr. Roastbeef here, is going to be able to take this first game. Even being so soft, Pokemon like Lickitung and Talonflame in the back kind of was able to dance around and come out on top here.
You know what, there's 2 different lines of thinking that you have to have as Athie. Number 1, do I simply just want to go for fast attack pressure, don't throw any charge attacks whatsoever, just maybe hope that my opponent will make a mistake, I can sneak and Incinerate through and maybe just full fast attack down that Charjabug. Athie went for a different strategy there. He's trying to ramp up the damage, and you noticed he threw 1 5-turn Incinerate into 2 4-turn volt switches. That allowed for 3 full turns of energy, which, like you mentioned, ended up being vital in knocking out that Talonflame. Would he have been able to farm all the way down? No. I would have liked to maybe seen the attempt, though. Looking at these replays, though, Soph, take us through.
All right, well, we did just see that Lickitung go down, and here's that Charge Bug, just like you mentioned, taking out the Talonflame, and unfortunately for Athi, at that point, just not much he could do. Really needed that Charge Bug to faint before getting off that discharge.
Yeah, Dr. Roastbeef saving those 2 shields for that Charge Bug. A little risky considering the damage that Incinerate does, but still able to get exactly what he needed, getting those discharges off, and then the X-Scissor into the Dugong, getting 3 charged attacks off there at the end of the game. I'm surprised he was able to do that, but there you go. 1-0 for Dr. Roastbeef. He's now 1 game away from making Top Cut Day 2.
Absolutely, and that'd be really exciting. I think that might be, actually, it would be the first top cut for either of these trainers, and both still have a very good chance of advancing, even if they lose here in the winners finals. But, you know, going back to that game a little bit, you're talking about Talonflame and Charge Bug making 3 charge attacks, but the Charge Bug was able to, like you say, get a little bit of extra turns because the Talonflame threw a charge attack.
Yeah, when you're getting 3 full turns of energy after throwing a charge attack, I mean, that's incredibly meaningful. I think that maybe we would have had to see how it played out, but maybe if you simply just say, all right, I'm going to just allow my opponent to try and make a mistake, I want to try and capitalize on mistake, I think that you need to recognize what a lose condition is, and I think that knowing that if you're throwing those flame charges, that's going to translate to your opponent getting too much energy and losing that game. I think you have to try and put it on your opponent to make a mistake to open up a win condition for yourself. So we're moving into game number 2.
All right, we see Clodsire versus Lickitung. This is actually a matchup we saw in the middle of last game, but this time they're on even energy here, and the Clodsire is in debuff, so better position for Dr. Roastbeef.
Game number 1, we saw Athi shielding very early. It was the Dugong last time. This time has the Lickitung. Still a pretty good matchup for this Lickitung. Going to be able to tank these Earthquakes. Don't forget, Earthquake did have a damage reduction a few seasons ago that now makes this matchup a little bit better for Lickitung.
Yeah, first Body Slam coming through, and just like you said, is able to take 2 Earthquakes, no problem, and still has a lot of energy here.
Okay, here comes the next Body Slam. We're probably going to see a Body Slam just before the Earthquake. No, opting to overfarm a little bit are both of these trainers. Dr. Roastbeef has the Earthquake and then some. This is not going to be enough to knock out the Lickitung. We saw a shield from Athi last time, not this time.
Well, it's a little bit scary because even though this Lickitung hangs on with quite a bit of top health, you have to look at these backlines. We were talking about Talonflame being Athi's best Pokemon, Azumarill being Dr. Roastbeef's best Pokemon, and those Pokemon are both in the backline, so switch advantage is going to be crucial here.
All right, essentially 0 fast attack pressure coming out of this Clodsire. We're going to now see not a Body Slam, but a Power Whip coming from this Lickitung. It does slightly more damage despite not having the same type of attack bonus, but it does not knock out the Lickitung. I think in the 1 shield matchup, this is going to go quite nicely for the Lickitung. However, in the 0 shield, looks like this Clodsire is going to be able to hang on, get off this Stone Edge, and now alignment will be in the favor of Dr. Roastbeef.
Yeah, Athi does get 1 full Incinerate here, which of course is a lot of energy, but unfortunately for him, now Dr. Roastbeef can safely come in with the Azumarill.
Yeah, Azumarill don't care, so he has no problem hanging on here. There's no Brave Bird, right? So you don't really have to worry so much about that devastating Brave Bird damage. It's simply just this fly. And a full bubble coming through here for Dr. Roastbeef's Azumarill. No Hydro Pump, but after these bubbles, which also received a damage buff relatively recently, should be able to get some nice damage here in the form of this Ice Beam. Opting to throw in the middle of that Incinerate, only giving up 2 turns of damage. This is going to force the first Protect Shield from Athi.
Yeah, Athi choosing to stay in here, doesn't want to reveal the Dugong quite yet, but like you said, those bubbles are chunking away. Talonflame able to get off this next fly, but it's already at 33% health, going to be in the red very soon.
Yeah, Azumarill does hang on here very easily though, and I think it's going to be able to get to another Ice Beam before you're able to get to that next fly. Throws in the middle of the Incinerate. We've already seen 1 Protect Shield. Do you want to hang on? Yes, Athi opting to use both Protect Shields into this Azumarill. Dr. Roastbeef still can shield his Azumarill, but the thing to keep in mind as well is look at the HP on this Talonflame. It's now in range where maybe 1 Volt Switch could be enough to knock out, so
That's right, wants to invest in this Talonflame, but I don't know how much work it's going to be able to put in against anything in the back, unless it was an Alolan Sandslash, which we know it isn't. And here comes that Charge Bug, just like you said, actually able to hang on for 1 Volt Switch, but Dr. Roastbeef still has 2 shields up, just going to throw up the first here, and probably going to be able to have a very comfortable endgame here against the Dugong.
Pros and cons here. So pro, you get off your charge attack and force the shield. Con, well, your opponent just got 2 full Volt Switches of energy, and you've got a Dugong in the back waiting to just take these discharges. I think that that Athi will be able to likely get off an Icy Wind here. Hang on, probably get to this, like I said, Icy Wind prior to the next discharge, but still, you're not in a good position here. Even after one stage attack drop, you're absolutely in range that one discharge, plus the Volt Switches are going to knock out.
Commanding end game here for Dr. Roastbeef. Still has a shield, didn't even need it, still has the energy, and, you know, can wait even just a little bit longer, going for the perfect timing. Dr. Roastbeef wants to lock in all of those mechanics. Looks very cool, calm, and collected out there, and is going to be able to take this game 2 and move on to day 2.
Look, so we normally don't give 2 MVPs out. In fact, the word most probably just implies a singular Pokemon being attributed to that valuable status. But I gotta say, not only the Azumarill, but that Charge Bug was absolutely great for Dr. Roastbeef. Game number 1, able to get to those 3 charge attacks, take out the Talonflame, take out the Dugong, and in game number 2 here was the sweeper that we just saw. Incredible plays by Dr. Roastbeef. I'm very, very impressed by what I saw there with that 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, really nice line calls from Dr. Roastbeef. Like we were saying, you know, got the Azumarill where it needed to be in that second game. The Charge-Bug also was able to clean up, even though there was still a little bit of health left on the Talonflame, and it's generally a disadvantageous matchup, was able to do exactly what it needed there.
And you know what? It was all set up by Clodsire winning that Zero Shield matchup versus Lickitung. Some Clodsire business in action there in game number 2. You know what? Clodsire, I think that a lot of people were a little bit underwhelmed early on by Clodsire. They had very high expectations. But if you look at its impact on the meta, its typing first off, but also its charge attacks and coverage, I do think that it has a place in this meta. Maybe not the top pick, but I think that it can balance out a lot of teams.
Well, like you said, we had some great Clodsire business there, and let's take a look at some of those highlights, see exactly what it did in these games. Here's that lead matchup, and look at this. It wins that lead matchup by just the slimmest of margins, and that's exactly what Dr. Roastbeef needed to get his Azumarill where it needed to be.
Yeah, otherwise you're going to end up having your Azumarill lined up versus that Dugong, and you're going to have Charge Bug versus the Talonflame. And while you are hitting for those super effective Volt Switches, that's not a matchup that you want to be in, especially in the 2-shield matchup. Again, we see that Charge Bug, though, able to get to those 2 discharges despite the attack debuff, able to knock out no problem whatsoever.
We've seen games come down to just 1 turn, 1 HP, but that endgame was so comfortable for Dr. Roastbeef there. Just had every advantage, switch advantage, shield advantage, and just was able to maintain that until the end.
You know what? I think Charge Bug has become one of the best Pokemon in the meta just because it has access to Volt Switch, which is a great fast attack to begin with. I think X-Scissor, after the buff, has really taken Charge Bug over the edge, and it is going to be one of those very few hard answers to Skarmory that you can bring in, come out with energy and relatively neutral coverage between X-Scissor and your Discharge that it can normally go into some matchups, you know, force a shield as well. So I really like Charge Bug in this meta, and knowing that things like Whiscash potentially are going to be slightly less strong with the upcoming nerf to Scald, maybe even better in future metas.
That's right, and I think the other thing that Charge Bug really has to watch out for is Gligar, but we've seen trainers kind of moving towards things like Altaria, like Skarmory, as you mentioned, and I think that just makes the playing field even more safe for Charge Bug.
Yeah. Well, let's get it straight from the doctor himself, Dr. Roastbeef. He's standing by here with Stephanie. Stephanie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jim. The doctor himself, like you mentioned, Dr. Roastbeef, I am here with you. Tell me a little bit about your journey. We've seen you a couple times this season, but this looks to be your breakout performance, your big day 2. Tell me about it.
Don't jinx me. Don't jinx it. Okay, it's another day. I just going to a lot of regionals with friends up and down the West Coast, Bay Area represent, and just doing my best. I got a team last night from my friend Toasty Paul, and we get some coaching on it. Just going to every tournament I can. A lot of locals, a lot of traveling.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about the local scene over on the West Coast. I'd love to hear more about that.
Local West Coast feels stacked. Elite comes up from Fresno. Every now and then he's like, oh, I'm back home in the Bay Area. I'm like, oh my goodness. And Toasty Paw comes up, people come from LA. We're like, because Fresno's in the middle, it feels stacked. And I think we represent a lot of Bay Area. We're in Vancouver, a lot of them here. So they're good, they're active, they never feel easy. I got my qualifying points from Chinyu. I had to beat him twice in a top cut, like in the top cut, and it was brutal.
Does Elite wear all of his medals to every single tournament he goes to?
No, he doesn't. He's nice enough not to do that.
All right, but tell me a little bit about your journey today. What were your goals coming in?
My journey today, so I had qualified before, so I was kind of relaxed. So the goal was just to really have fun, do my best, and I didn't have a goal until I got behind that curtain. And they were like, you're in winners finals. If you win this, you go to day 2. I was like, oh, the nerves kicked in. And I just, shout out to Toasty Paw Rick. I stuck to the coaching that we did, and I followed some of the game plans we talked about.
Yeah, I think that really goes to show the preparation that a lot of trainers really put in before coming to these tournaments.
You have to prepare and practice a lot. My phone broke 2 weeks ago, so I didn't do much hard practicing, so I was quite nervous. So I was kind of resigned to doing middling today.
Well, I would certainly not call this performance middling. Is there any other shout outs? I know you shouted out some friends that you were coaching. Anyone else from the West Coast or from anywhere in the world you want to give some shout outs to?
I mean, all the Bay Area. My good friend, the judge, was a 6'1" Ninja. We met through Pokemon Go. We were just on Discord. He's like, anyone want to practice? Lifelong friendship. I was there for his kid's first birthday party. And also my girlfriend, Skittles. She's not watching, but I'll show it to her. We met playing this game.
Oh, that's awesome. I love the relationships and the community in this game. Thank you so much for taking a moment to talk to me. I appreciate it. So what we are going to do, trainers, is do not go anywhere. We have finished up the winners side of the bracket for today, all of those winners finals, but we have those losers finals. We need to go check in with those trainers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I was told to never stop tapping until it's over. 1 second. Sorry about that. GG's friend. No.
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Abunoff at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time I was hesitant, like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, and then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes ticked, Wanted to do it for India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion!
I'm on a faction or a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer, and I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years, and one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
Pokemon Go has many different avenues to acquire the best Pokemon for PvP, but one stands above the rest to be very effective at increasing your PvP roster: trading. Trading is by far the best game feature to leverage. It allows you to collect Pokemon from events that you might have missed, reroll stats of specific Pokemon, get exclusive attacks that can no longer be obtained outside of Elite TMs, and even get legendary Pokemon into the Great League like Lugia and Tapu Fini. The best times to trade are during events such as Community Community Day or raid hours, as they allow you to easily meet up with other players and can sometimes provide bonuses to the amount of special trades you can do. This is the time to ask around for Pokemon you need on your roster, especially if they are out of season like Trevenant, which only appears during Halloween events. Another great place to trade is at Play Pokemon tournaments. Trainers there are just like you and likely have key Pokemon you've been looking for, or regional Pokemon such as Tropius and Hawlucha. Now, trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for future trades, as other trainers might need them from you. Here's a list of some of the top Pokemon used in the Great League for Play Pokemon tournaments. While this meta is ever evolving, it's important to add these Pokemon to your roster as they are consistently performing at the highest level in both Go Battle League and Play Pokemon. The friendship gifting system can also help you lower the costs of trades. For example, someone that you are good friends with will cost you 20,000 Stardust for a new Pokedex entry, while someone you are ultra friends with will only cost 1,600 Stardust. This is fantastic for trainers that can trade with their local community, as you can easily work towards higher friendship levels, while also preparing you for potential costs of trades when you go to special events. The stats of Pokemon traded are also randomized, giving you a chance at better stats for that Pokemon. You can do this by either trading with lucky friends for a chance at better stats, or trading with someone new to have a higher chance at low stats. The lower your friendship, the lower the floor for stats of the traded Pokemon. Pokemon with maximum stats, otherwise known as 100% or Hundo Pokemon, are used and preferred in the Master League. Lower stats, attack in particular, can be useful on Pokemon who don't reach their highest level in a given league, like Lantern in the Great League. So be sure to always leverage the trading feature in Pokemon Go. It's a great way to meet new friends and build your Pokemon Go PvP roster. See ya!
Welcome back in, trainers, to the Pokemon Go Regional Championship here in Los Angeles, California. And thank you, Zionic, for that nice little thing about the trading with benefits. There are actually a lot of people who I am lucky friends with, who I've been seeing out there. I haven't got a chance to meet up with them yet, but yes, I have to do some trades. That really reminded me.
Yes, the last tournament I was at was Indianapolis, and I was going to everyone like, can you get me a Guzzlord? Can you get me a Giratina? There are so many Pokemon that really utilize that trading system to be able to utilize those Pokemon for the Great League especially. So thank you again, Ryan, for that video. But taking a look, maybe we can see, are some of these Pokemon traded Pokemon, or are they ones that these trainers went to go out and catch themselves? We are going to be taking a look at two trainers very shortly. Now checking in on the loser side of the bracket. This whole tournament so far, what we've been watching is the winner's side. Those trainers have had it kind of easy, Amanda. They've had fewer battles to battle.
True, that is true.
They've been tough, but they're not down in the nitty-gritty loser side of the bracket where it is win or go home.
That's absolutely true.
It is so true, and that is where these two trainers are at. The next two trainers we're going to be seeing on screen are PDX Dragon and Mushroom Queen. PDX Dragon, they've both had tournament runs. PDX Dragon still looking for that breakout performance where we just saw Mushroom Queen in Vancouver crack into that top 10. She made top 9, I believe. So really looking for that top cut to really set her apart.
Yeah, and once again, like you talked about earlier, this is a double elimination tournament. We are on the loser side of the bracket now. Most of the winners have already been selected for day 2. We got to see some nice little highlights going on a little bit earlier about those trainers, but now we get to see some of the trainers who have really been competing all day long. Like we talked about, it takes a little bit longer to get there. We got Dragon on the left-hand side and Queen on the right-hand side. And let's go over these teams. My goodness, we have Amanda Buzz, we have a Clodsire, and for the fighter of choice for Mushroom Queen, we have that Shadow Poliwrath.
Yes. So obviously Mushroom Queen, we got a lot to talk about there. On the left-hand side, who's I believe we're going to take a look at first, a Purified Sableye. We've been seeing that Shadow Sableye make a lot of appearances here today in Los Angeles. However, the Purified Sableye, that's kind of your standard, your traditional Sableye, being able to utilize that heavy-hitting move of Return.
That's right. So for those of you who are maybe a little bit newer to, let's see, Pokemon Go, if you catch a shadow Pokemon from a rocket, you have the chance to either purify it to get the charge attack return, or you can keep it as a shadow and wait till there is a rocket event going on where you can use the technical machine to then change the charge attack of frustration to whatever you would like. A lot of times, Sableye is one of the Pokemon that really benefit from being purified. Wobbuffet, which we happen to see earlier on in the tournament, is another one of those Pokemon. Let's go over to Mushroom Queen's side where we're going to go ahead and see that it was running this typical attacks of Icy Wind and Scald on the Poliwrath, just going through things very quickly to see if there's anything that's kind of out of the ordinary. So many Cresselias in this tournament, and so many of them running Moonblast.
Yes, I don't know if I've seen a Future Sight Cresselia today, at least not while we've been behind the desk.
I don't think so.
No, so interesting the way kind of the tides have turned there on Cresselia. But taking a look, I am really excited to see that Clodsire on the side of Mushroom Queen. A very interesting choice. We tend to see a lot of Whiscash. We'll see, the occasional Swampert as a ground type, but also poison typing. Jim and Sophie were talking about it earlier, and there's not a lot of poison type representation in the meta. So having a Pokemon with that sub-typing is really interesting, even though Clodsire tends to not run a poison charged attack or fast attack.
Yeah, normally, you have the option of running Poison Sting as a fast attack. However, most people are opting to use a Mud Shot for it, just being able to generate energy quite quickly, and it seems more effective against the current meta. Speaking of effective Pokemon in this meta, we have a Lantern running Spark against a Poliwrath. As you can see, these fast attacks are just chunking away at the Poliwrath. Going to be able to reach a Surf before him, trying to catch it. Looks like maybe a Thunderbolt going in with that safe swap of Lickitung, but the Dragon going ahead and just releasing this before. I think we'll see him chip out as well.
Yeah, so using that Surf to take a little bit of chip onto the Lickitung and actually staying in for a little while, which is interesting, before going into his own Lickitung. Now, the Lickitung of Mushroom Queen has a significant health disadvantage, but also has a lot of health going into this matchup. But the Dragon's Lickitung has a lot of health going into the matchup.
Yeah, the big problem, obviously, with when you use Lickitung as a save swap is if it is countered by another Lickitung, you're relying solely on those charge attacks. Those body slams are going to be the things that are actually doing the damage, because the licks to these normal type Pokemon are really not going to be doing that much. They're just kind of taunting each other with their tongues out here, slobbering up this field for the next Pokemon that come in.
Yes, they are, and they are going to be hanging out for just a little while longer. You can see the switch timers are a little misaligned. Mushroom Queen going to have an option to switch out first if she so chooses, or can stay and play this matchup out. Might be trying to look and see, can I wiggle that switch advantage free to be able to get the alignment, to get that Poliwrath away from Dragon's Lantern.
Now, that's Body Slam is going to be it's going to bring it down rather low, but there is almost a same amount of energy. Dragon being able to get to this Body Slam just right before, if Mushroom Queen wants to shield this up, she can maintain that switch advantage, but choosing to let it go down, and we'll have to see what comes in. It's going to be that Poliwrath just getting even more energy here. I really like this play.
Yeah, so really loading up that Shadow Poliwrath, but in the back is that Mandibuzz, and Mandibuzz doesn't really want to see either one of these Pokemon. So PDX Dragon going for the Surf. Does Mushroom Queen recognize that Dragon did not leave with the Thunderbolt? No, ends up shielding a Surf, which is unfortunate. Gonna be throwing some charge attacks into the Lantern. Ends up shielding an Icy Wind.
This is big also for Mushroom Queen. We'll have to see what she wants to do in this scenario as well. Just going for a double here. Now, the Icy Winds aren't doing that much in damage-wise to the Lantern. However, it is lowering the attack, making the Sparks not do quite as much damage. But the big problem is now we see the Mandibuzz, and one of Mandibuzz's most hard counters here with the Abomasnow. He will be able to hit back with the Aerial Ace, and it looks like she's going to try to do that right away. But PDX Dragon just going ahead, just getting a ton of energy, completely powder snowing through this, and going ahead and taking that first Aerial Ace.
And this Abomasnow as well is running Icy Wind, so able to get up to almost 2 Icy Winds here, and that is going to affect any future charged attacks from Mushroom Queen's side of the field.
Yeah, having to use one Protect Shield there knows that at this range it would be putting that Abomasnow extremely low, but now this first Icy Wind will be going through. Does Mushroom Queen want to use the shield or not? Maybe it's putting it all on the Poliwrath in the back. It doesn't quite knock out, so she will be able to get to another if Dragon doesn't want to throwing right at charge attack priority. Great timing, great wherewithal of the energy counts on that Mandibuzz.
Dragon deciding to full go for that Icy Wind, and then Mushroom Queen putting it all on the Poliwrath. The Poliwrath does have a shield, but is going to need to use it here. Even though this is an Icy Wind, this is a Shadow Poliwrath, I don't think it can withstand it. So having to use this, and then the Lantern is already at a Surf. Very, very close match. The Poliwrath, I think maybe if it had been able to get to that Scald, that might have been able to secure a knockout.
Yeah, the big problem was, I think that, yeah, Mushroom Queen, she knew that it was just an Icy Wind, but wasn't sure about the counts of how much energy that Lantern still had left. Knew that they would have to practice at least one charge attack. Unfortunately for her, it was not the one that was as effective, and Dragon takes game number 1, but they're very slim margins.
Yes, very slim margins. I do think Mushroom Queen did everything that she had to her advantage to try to swing that matchup in her direction. It is tough when you have that Lickitung or that Lantern and Poliwrath in that opening matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard if you lose that middle matchup to a Lickitung there. Being able to get a little bit more energy was pretty advantageous here. I wonder if maybe she should have gone for that Scald instead of double Icy Wind on the Lantern, because once the Lantern swapped out, not only did it negate all that energy that the Poliwrath had thrown, it also got to clear all those debuffs that it had.
Yeah, and the Scald would have done a little bit more energy. It does more energy normally, and it benefits Poliwrath with that same type attack bonus.
So at this stage, I don't think anything really went wrong for either player. They were very close matchups. I'm interested to see how they will play this out. Whenever you see a team of 6, I always like to see if there's any standout Pokemon that are going to be doing exceptionally well. But both of these teams seem to have counters for everything. So, I mean, if you look at the Sableye does pretty great against that Poliwrath, against the Cresselia, but really struggles against the Mandibuzz and the Lickitung, and has more neutral matchups with the Lantern and Clodsire. So, I mean, a Pokemon that seems to be very popular doesn't really have much play in this actual matchup.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Clodsire. I'm trying to see, because she's got that big plush Wooper on the screen. Does Clodsire have any play? And it seems, again, like it seems neutral into a lot of this team, other than maybe the Shadow Gligar probably being its poorest matchup.
Yeah, also the Abomasnow, because of the ice typing, doesn't really do well. I was thinking what we're about to see here, that the Gligar does look pretty good, but against the Cresselia that has so much bulk, it's going to have an uphill climb. We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out here. Will Mushroom Queen go for the heavier hitting Moonblast? Looks like going for it at that charge attack priority, and also going for that heavier hitting dig. Will this get a shield?
I don't know. Let's go ahead and see. And no, allowing that first dig to go through. But this Cresselia doesn't have Future Sight, but I'm going to try to pull some Future Sight in myself. I see that Shadow Poliwrath in the back, and I'm looking at an Abomasnow and a Lickitung.
Yeah, I think if you're a Mushroom Queen, you're very happy to see the Gligar right here. Going ahead and just trying to take as much energy off it as possible. Going into the Lickitung now, sort of catching the Moonblast. It is the heavier hitting attack anyway with that chance of debuff, so we'll have to see what Mushroom Queen wants to do. Will she pivot out as well or try to get up a little bit energy? Going into that Poliwrath just to chunk away. Look at that counter damage on the Lickitung, and throwing before it even reaches the Power Whip. If Mushroom Queen is counting, then I'm not sure that she was going to shield.
No, so let's go ahead and see a no shield, allowing that Body Slam to connect. Now she can safely counter all the way down. This Poliwrath is loaded on energy, and I mean, the Gligar definitely doesn't want to see Icy Winds and Scalds at all. So we are going to see probably a shield on the side of Mushroom Queen to protect all of that energy.
I was going to say, girl, you better shield, because it looked like it wasn't quite going to be able to do that yet. But now at 2 Icy Winds, this is so big for Mushroom Queen here, forcing that last shield off of a Dragon as well, because wants to keep this Gligar healthy. But guess what? There's another one coming straight at you here.
Yes, so let's see, is this enough to knock the Gligar out of the side? It is double super effective, and that is it for the Gligar. It is done.
Wow, and just completely countering through the Abomasnow, trying to desperately get up to an Icy Wind. Fantastic counting by Mushroom Queen there, catching catching that Icy Wind on the Cresselia, lowering the attack. But at this stage, I think that the Poliwrath has really done an amazing job. They might not even see the third Pokemon.
All right, but let's see. That Abomasnow now has some energy. However, Mushroom Queen does have a shield. That Poliwrath still has a little bit of health, is able to throw one counter to get some damage. Mushroom Queen can very easily shield this, and then the Icy Wind should be able to be the next move thrown.
Yeah, even though Abomasnow is an Ice type, it is also a Grass type Pokemon, so this Ice damage will be doing a nice little chunk to it. It's also a Shadow Pokemon, so Shadow's doing 20% more, enough to knock it out, and Dragon has not even seen the third Pokemon. And let's talk about why that is a little bit important here, tying up the series in this losers finals. Difai, can you explain why it's advantageous, like maybe a person, if they don't see that last Pokemon, it can change like the mindsets of the players?
Yeah, so there is so much information available to you when you are in the field of battle. Let's first take a quick look here at this battle specifically, and just how Mushroom Queen was very able to have a dominant performance with the Shadow Poliwrath being the most valuable Pokemon.
Definitely, it's being able to just completely counter through almost this entire team here. One Icy Wind was shielded up, the second one enough to knock out that Gligar, and this is really a just masterful play by Mushroom Queen here, knowing that the Icy Wind was available, catching it on the Cresselia, and also going to the Cresselia and not the Lickitung again to not show that third Pokemon.
Yes, because you have so much information available as a trainer here in the Championship Series. You can see all of your opponent's 6 Pokemon they can choose from. You can see the movesets on all of those Pokemon. If you can take any piece of information and keep it hidden, like being able to win with just those 2 Pokemon, it keeps your opponent guessing. What did they have in the back? And then not being able to really plan for it. And like, I don't know if I need to adjust for that third Pokemon or not.
Exactly. And I think it's also a little bit of a mind game in general. It's like, you know, if you win with just 2 Pokemon, you have a lot of confidence after that matchup, and also your opponent feels a little bit on the back foot. Again, if you guys are just joining us now, we're in the losers finals of the Group A, so whoever wins this will be able to go on to Day 2. Since this is the loser side of the bracket, the loser of this will go home, but not empty-handed. They'll go home with a couple of championship points of this last regional competition for North America this season.
Let's take a look at decisive game number 3. A terrible lead for this Mandibuzz. This is exactly what Mandibuzz wants to avoid. Looks like Mushroom Queen happy to get a few Snarls worth of energy before trying to go into a counter. Now, this might not be too bad, because if I look at Mushroom Queen's line, she's ABB to this Lantern. So if she can manage to win this middle matchup, could be able to align the Lickitung later back onto the opposing Lantern.
Yeah, that's not so bad. Also, we have to remember that Mandibuzz does have some energy, so that could come into play later. Going for that heavier hitting Moonblast with that chance to debuff as well. It's not very high of a debuff, but at the same point, wants to be able to just do as much damage as possible. Meanwhile, Dragon just licking away here, going for the body slam. It's not going to be doing that much damage to the Cresselia, but it will add up over time. As we can see, Cresselia just knocked down to the yellow now, but almost at yet another Moonblast.
There it is, and going for a Moonblast. Moonblast always having that small chance to be able to debuff. We've seen quite a few Moonblast debuffs already here in Los Angeles. Do we see another? Does not look like it. Lickitung really relying on that fast attack pressure of Lick being super effective against Cresselia. This body slam is going to be close to knocking out, so Mushroom Queen makes the decision. Thinks she can get to another charged attack before the Cresselia is completely licked down by this Lickitung.
And Dragon says, if you shield, I'm going to shield too. I recognize the importance of that lead Pokemon. Getting that Lantern on the Mandibuzz is very important to me, and by utilizing one shield, able to completely lick down there and dictate who will come into which Pokemon here. So let's see what Mushroom Queen chooses to do. Mandibuzz has a great matchup against the Lickitung, but this Lickitung does have a bit of energy.
It does, so it is going to be able to throw a few body slams, but I'm not sure how useful this Mandibuzz is going to be to her. So being able to be a sponge perhaps for some of this energy from the Lickitung might be some of its best use. It doesn't really want to see the Lantern or the Abomasnow in the back.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Great call out here. It's one of the bulkier Pokemons. It does really hard counter this Lickitung, which it seems like, okay, now it's been doing its job. Even a little bit of an undercharge here, hoping that this doesn't knock out, so then the Snarl damage will be able to just generate a little more energy. Getting one more Snarl, we'll have to see how important that will be later. This actually is not so bad. Coming in with the Abomasnow is interesting because these aerial aces are super effective, and so it's like it's going to be chunking away here at the Abomasnow.
Yeah, there's one, and then the second one is going to almost bring it into the red, if not completely into the red. And PDX Dragon actually not shielding here. Mushroom Queen could be setting up this Lickitung into a really, really good spot.
Yeah, and also it's important at this stage, knowing that there's an Abomasnow with Icy Wind, to try to keep 2 Pokemon on the field, because when you leave with a Pokemon that has been potentially debuffed with an Icy Wind, then at least you can clear that debuff later if you have a Pokemon in the back. If you only had this Lickitung remaining, it would be much more of an uphill climb. Correctly shielding up the Thunderbolt earlier. Will Dragon also make the call to know this is the Power Whip? Looks like he is going to last second shield. Great call by Dragon.
Yes, but this Lickitung is bulky and it has a lot of health remaining. One Thunderbolt is not going to cut it. Can this Lickitung get to a point where it's able to knock out both the Lantern and the Abomasnow with its remaining health? Going for that Power Whip, but the Lantern getting to the Surf first.
Yeah, this is hard. This is charge attack priority. I think maybe Mushroom Queen, she lost a little bit of count of that energy there, because I think that maybe perhaps would have tried to go up a little bit more, 1 or 2 licks past, just to get a little bit of energy for that Abomasnow coming in. Will this be enough to knock it out? It's super effective, but it's not same type attack bonus. Just a race away here. Lickitung hanging on by a thread, but will it be enough?
So, and the Abomasnow has the Icy Wind, and Mandibuzz not quite at a move. That was so close. PDX Dragon being able to have just that slight energy advantage there in the end game matchup. Is able to here move on to day number 2.
Wow, really great calls there, and great plays by Dragon, understanding the importance of the Abomasnow, but very interesting going ahead and letting that energy go through. I was a little bit stunned that he let those 2 aerial aces go through on the Abomasnow, but even still managed to come out with just enough energy to throw that Icy Wind at the end. Really proved costly for him, and I mean, congratulations on day 2.
Yes, congratulations on day 2 to PDX Dragon. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road. We've been saying all day, like, oh, it's double elimination. You still have more to see from this trainer, but now that we are in the loser side of the bracket, it is win or go home. So that is another phenomenal performance from Mushroom Queen, and hopefully we will be seeing more of her maybe at NAIC, maybe in next season.
Yeah, we'll have to see for sure. In the meantime, let's go ahead and look back over that last battle that we just had, and we're going ahead and seeing this was very, very nice for PDX Dragon there. As you can see, completely licking down. The Lickitung almost gets taken out, but still just comes up with basically a lot of energy, really whittling down that Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz had a lot of energy here. This is what I was talking about, the surprise that the Abomasnow came into the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, I was very surprised at that as well. I thought Mushroom Queen really utilized the Mandibuzz to the best of its ability, because we were talking about, like, this Mandibuzz doesn't have a ton of use left, but was able to, like, really whittle that Abomasnow down into low health. It was actually very, very close.
It was extremely close, and such a hard call to make, because like we talked about earlier, when I was like calling out the Sableye is one of its worst matchups, especially the purified form, is against the Mandibuzz, because Mandibuzz has that dark typing and it's able to pretty much withstand that ghost typing as well. I mean, it really does really great against Lickitung, so it had very positive matchups, but it just also had very negative matches in the Pokemon that PDX Dragon chose to bring to the actual 3 of the Show 6 Pick 3.
Yes, it is so tough to make those team reads, but I really did. Again, Mushroom Queen, that ABB. So seeing that Lantern in the lead wasn't necessarily the end of the game. Sometimes I know as casters, and especially we've talked about in Go Battle League, sometimes you see trainers, they'll enter into the Go Battle League, see the lead, and they're like, I'm done. Like, it's over, even though we know that's not really true. But really able to utilize the other 2 two Pokemon, those big bulky types of Cresselia and Lickitung, both having that grass charge attack pressure, which so few Pokemon in the meta do right now.
It's true. Speaking of bulky Pokemon and the Cresselia was in one of my caster predictions earlier on when we kind of talked about it in the morning, and Cresselia has been everywhere. Let's go ahead and take a look at the caster predictions that we had earlier. I have to admit, the first call that we had with the Shadow Magnezone, both you and I, and also Wholesome, it's really nowhere to be found in this tournament. I mean, maybe it couldn't make the journey across the pond from Stockholm over to LA, just too far for it to travel.
I'm thinking the same thing, Amanda. I wanted Shadow Magnezone to make a North American appearance here in the US in Los Angeles, but just not going to be. But we are seeing some Sableye, Altaria, and Annihilate, I would say. We've seen plenty of Dugong, Cresselia, and Guzzlord as well. I think a lot of our caster predictions, other than that Shadow Magnezone, were pretty spot on in terms of Pokemon that are very useful, and we've been seeing a lot of attention on stream.
Man, I kind of want to give Softop a hard time here. Oh, you picked Whiscash? What a shock. You think there's going to be Whiscash in this tournament? Who would have guessed? Are you sure maybe some Shadow Gligar or some Skarmories, perhaps?
Perhaps a Lickitung or two?
Oh, I'm just giving a hard time. I don't like losing, and obviously since Shadow Magnezone was my first pick, I'm feeling a little bit hurt about it. But yes, we've seen so many different Pokemon in this tournament. I always like at the beginning of the tournament when you see some players that you don't get to see as often, utilizing Pokemon that are interesting picks that aren't always being, kept up through the entire tournament.
Yeah, and speaking of some trainers that maybe we don't see as much, I'm really looking forward to seeing some trainers we have seen today battling it through. They were both knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, so this is the end of the road for one of these trainers. They have been battling hard all day and are ready to try to break into that day 2 performance. Our next two trainers are going to be Man in the Planet as well as Mudkip, both of whom we've seen earlier today.
We have, I think we casted over Mudkip's battles a little bit earlier. The only trainer I believe that we've seen, at least on stream, running a Shadow Swampert. He was saying that he still believes it's one of the strongest picks, despite how many Whiscash and Quagsire, other ground and water type Pokemon are there. He said, no, this is the real deal here. Shadow Swampert is here to stay. Let's go ahead and see how it will be against Man of the Planet's team, because I do see that Shadow Whiscash on his side, as well as that Vigoroth, Skarmory, another Purified Sableye, and the Charjabug and Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, really, that's Sableye again. A very interesting pick for this tournament. We've been seeing more Sableye, more reliance on the neutrality of Sableye in a meta that doesn't have a lot of fairy types. Shadow Alolan Ninetales used to be pretty popular, Amanda, but it's been scared away by, I think, by all these steel types that have been running around, like Skarmory.
I mean, the thing is, Shadow Gligar is so popular, and Skarmory is one of the hardest counters to not only that, but yes, a lot of these fairy type Pokemon as well don't want to be anywhere near that Steel Wing, not being able to affect the Pokemon. That is like one of the main staples of this World of Wonders meta. I do want to dive back into Mudkip's team. We haven't seen it since, I believe, round 2 on screen. Guzzlord is here. I believe he had a shiny Guzzlord, if I do remember it correctly as well. If we're going to go ahead and look at those team compositions, this is about to go bananas between these two monkeys here. One of them has a very, very heavy matchup that's switching out into a Gligar, now to be met with the Altaria here from Mudkip's side.
Yes, and we've talked about the Altaria Shadow Gligar matchup before. I like Altaria here because it is able to do a lot with its Dragon Breath, and it's able to really neutralize the power of Dig, which really having Dig really brought Shadow Gligar into the spotlight. However, because of being a Shadow, because Aerial Ace is still such a good move, it's able to bring this matchup very close, especially if you're willing to use a shield like Man the Planet is here.
Yeah, Man the Planet using the shield wants to try to keep a switch advantage if he's able to. This is a Shadow Pokemon, but we saw Mudkip earlier saying, okay, well, if you're going to shield, I'm also going to shield. I want to keep this mid matchup here because obviously Annihilate against a Vigoroth is so good for Mudkip. There is nothing that Annihilate or there's nothing that the Vigoroth can do to really affect that Annihilate. No charge attacks, no counter damage whatsoever. So I do not be surprised here using both shields and completely farming down this Gligar. No, going for that Sky Attack at last second.
Yeah, maybe thinking, I think is going to be at another Aerial Ace. I don't want to risk it. I'm going to make the safe bet and just make sure this thing is gone. I've used both of my shields. I don't want to give up switch advantage too.
Yeah, I think that is an absolutely good point. We'll have to see how Man on Planet wants to play this out because Skarmory is very dangerous for a lot of Pokemon as well, especially if there are no shields left. A Brave Bird going unprotected on anything is going to do heavy damage. I think Man on the Planet knows, okay, Vigoroth is not going to be my MVP here. I already saw the Annihilate in the back. I'm going to let whatever this is go through. Great call by him, not completely knocking me out. Now coming into Skarmory just to get a little extra farm as well. I love this play.
Yeah, so Skarmory being up a little bit of energy and up a shield, but it has two tough Pokemon to have to get through. It has to get through the Annihilate and the Guzzlords, two very powerful pairs of fists on the other side of the field. Skarmory does have an advantage though. A Sky Attack would be devastating to this Annihilate. So Annihilate drawing that last shield and then bringing in Guzzlord. It is shiny, it is a best buddy, and it says roar!
It says roar, but unfortunately, having the Dragon Tail as a fast attack is not doing much of this Steel-type Pokemon. Gonna rely solely on the Crunch. Will he be able to even get to it before a Sky Attack or Brave Bird is being thrown? Yes, now throwing this Crunch, but Man on the Planet getting a little bit of extra energy, hoping that he can maybe get back up to another Sky Attack for the Annihilate that comes in.
Yeah, so we wanting to be able to knock out this Guzzlord and the Annihilate with all of that energy. Unfortunately, Guzzlord going to not be knocked down. It's such a beautiful shiny. It's sad to see it go off the field of play. But then, the Annihilate comes in that was able to counter down. But then the Vigoroth comes in, but only is able to throw resisted charged attacks. So even this Rock Slide coming in at full strength, only going to take off half of the remaining health. One more counter down. And there we see Mudkip really utilizing the Guzzlord in the best possible position there to be able to award him that win.
I mean, having such an incredible lead for Mudkip, Man on the Planet played that extremely well, got it as close as I think he could. I think everyone could see what he was trying to do there as well. Needed two Sky Attacks, one to throw at the Annihilate and one to throw at that Guzzlord. Unfortunately for him, just one Steel Wing short of it. The Annihilate was able to counter down, and at that point, yeah, let's go ahead and look at it here. Being able to now, he wants to throw right before the Aerial Ace gets there, knocking out the Gligar, and even though it puts him in a pretty decent position, even though he ended up getting a little bit more, he's just 1, 2, unfortunately knocked out here, and then at this point, there's nothing Man on the Planet can do.
Yeah, you could even see Man on the Planet when that Pokemon fell. Just good. That was a good game, well played. Just kind of recognizing that was my win condition. I played to it. I did the best I could, but just could not turn that around.
It is very difficult. We've talked about it multiple times that Vigoroth is a very, very good counter to the Licky Tongues that we see. Has a lot of neutral plays across the board, but when it is up against an Annihilate, there is nothing it can do. But this is a much better matchup for that Vigoroth here. That Guzzlord does not want to see it. A swap into the Skarmory, and no Charge Book to be found. Looks like going to go ahead, get a little bit more energy, do what we call probably a chip and dip, getting a little bit of health off of the Skarmory before going into something of his own. He knows Vigoroth is such a good matchup against that Guzzlord. I would not be surprised to see him swap out.
Yeah, because Man on the Planet doesn't really have a strong hard check. You mentioned the Charge Bug is on the bench, so bringing in the Mirror, which because Man on the Planet is bringing in a very healthy Skarmory into this Mirror, that is probably who is going to come out victorious. Pacing to the Sky Attack, pacing to this Brave Bird very quickly. We see Mudkips is going to go for another Charge Attack here. Will Man on the Planet shield? Of course not, because it's only a Sky Attack.
Even if it was a Brave Bird, it wouldn't have been able to knock out at that point. And now, I think Man on the Planet has basically 100 energy, throwing a Sky Attack of his own. He doesn't want to throw the Brave Bird because he doesn't want to lower his own defenses yet, but he does get a shield from Mudkip here, but guess what? Got another one stored right up here.
Yeah, so there is another one, and now Mudkip is going to have to let this Skarmory go. So when you lose the lead and then you lose that mid-game matchup, it can be kind of tough to come back, but we've seen trainers do it time and time again. Guzzlord using those resisted Dragon Tails, that resisted fast attack pressure, and then throwing a resisted Dragon Claw, which from here will be enough to knock out Man in the Planet. Says Skarmory, you have done your job, you have done your duty. Now here is Vigoroth coming back and swinging its arms, and here we have Shadow Gligar into Altaria. I mentioned Altaria can do pretty well in this matchup. However, Man in the Planet has 2 shields to Mudkip's 1.
Yes, exactly. And the thing is here, it's like Vigoroth's counter damage is going to be the thing that's really hurting the Guzzlord. Guzzlord could come out with a decent amount of energy, perhaps, and try to throw back. In the meantime, we're up in the skies here. Altaria now throwing Sky Attack, getting that first protection from Man in the Planet. Wants to try to do a little bit more chip damage on this Gligar first before anything else comes back in. Already had another Aerial Ace, but if he's counting, he knows, yeah, Mudkip is way far away from another Sky Attack. Wants to be able to do a little bit of fast attack damage before this Aerial Ace goes through.
Yeah, and Mudkip has to decide, where is this shield going to be valuable? Not here. So going to save it for that Guzzlord, able to just barely get to another Sky Attack with just about 1 or 2 HP remaining. Man in the Planet actually utilizing a final shield here.
This is big because he's able to fast attack down. He has a ton of energy to come into that Guzzlord, throwing that heavier hitting dig. And now this is an important part here because there are no shields left on either side. Vigoroth against a Guzzlord is pretty advantageous to the Vigoroth, and we see an immediate swap back into it. It's all down to energy at this point. It's all down to how much health, how long this Pokemon can survive, as a Body Slam is now coming through on that Guzzlord.
Yeah, Guzzlord is a Pokemon. I believe it has a very high HP stat, so it's going to be able to tank that Body Slam, get to a crunch. Is the crunch going to be enough? But that Shadow Gligar, I believe, is still back there.
Yeah, Shadow Gligar in the back. This is not quite enough. Mudkip knows it as well. You can see him holding his breath, but he's able to counter down. However, I think the fast attack here, this 2-turn fast attack, is going to take out the 3, and Man in the Planet ties up this loser's final series.
Yeah, Mudkip, I think, looking there like, oh, is there a chance? Can I get it? No. Maybe? No.
Playing with our emotions here on the screen, as we can see, this is, again, a very, dramatic moment for these 2 trainers, because like you told us before, it's go big or go home at this point. Since both of these trainers have already lost a match earlier on in the tournament, whoever loses this will be out of the tournament. And as the last regional competition of the year, I think everyone really kind of wants to make sure that they are doing as good as possible. They're getting as many championship points as possible. They're going into these Skarmory mirror matches and hoping that they're winning.
Yes, so here we can see a little bit of highlights from that game number 2. That Guzzlord just doing the best that it can, has to clear the Skarmory away, and then having to do so much work here in the end game against that Vigoroth. Almost able to clear the Vigoroth there. Only take 1 HP remaining, which is enough for just 1 wing attack to knock out. So Man in the Planet ties it up 1-1.
Yeah, these are very, very important parts of the series, because both of these trainers obviously want to be making it to day 2 as well. They want to be the person who's going to be able to take home a title championship. Man in the Planet on the left-hand side, Mudkip on the right. Tied up series in the losers finals, Group B. We're going through Group H as well, DeFi. There's a ton of play left here at the Pokemon Go Championship.
Yes, and again, the last one in North America. We have just a couple more yet in the world, and then NAIC coming up, these trainers. And then, of course, the crowning jewel of the season in Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championship. What these trainers are all vying to qualify for, to get that piece of glory and to put their names down in history.
And I think a lot of trainers have been able to do so already. We heard Frostfire14 talking about how he came here because he was hoping with the points that he got from this, he would qualify for Worlds. Haydonis was another trainer who was very similar to this. Everyone wants to be able to get these points. 200 points going to the winner is nothing to scoff at. Meanwhile, we're taking on a Vigoroth against a Skarmory here. It's going to be those Sky Attacks or the Brave Birds that are doing the big amount of damage. Both of these trainers staying in and just charging up a ton of energy. This Rock Slide's coming through first.
Man in the Planet really switching things up here, bringing the Vigoroth every time, but his backline is completely different. We're seeing that Sableye and the Charjabug for the very first time during this series.
Yeah, I mean, and it really, I think, will come down to alignment here. Who is going to win this first part of the matchup? Because Charjabug has a decent matchup against Guzzlord, but not against Swampert. And Sableye has a decent matchup against Swampert, but not Guzzlord. So whoever wins this first portion of the matchup will be able to kind of steer how they want the rest of the match to go. This second Rock Slide going through, and it is unshielded, but there is so much energy on the Skarmory. Will Man in the Planet want to use both shields here so early on in the matchup?
It's tough. You can see him making the decision right now, looking at the team sheet, looking at his phone, shaking his head no, saying,
wow, okay, people take note as well that he's able to save that Vigoroth for a rainy day. There is also a body slam stored on it. Swampert's coming in to face off against this electric type Pokemon, but this X-Scissor damage is going to do a nice chunk to this Shadow Pokemon, but Swampert just getting a ton of energy here, going for the heavier hitting Earthquake.
Yep, I'm also really interested in Charjabug's moveset. I don't think the two of us at least have gotten to talk about that. It's running Crunch instead of Discharge to just give it a little bit of extra coverage. Using a shield against the Earthquake that would have done a massive amount of damage. And instead, just going to have to try to tank this Hydro Cannon. This is a Shadow Swampert. This is not a Scald from a Whiscash. Takes it down low into the red, but the Charjabug now getting to go second in that charge attack priority is able to throw an X-Scissor, no shield, and the Swampert goes down.
Swampert goes down. It looks like that Guzzlord's coming back in, able to get to the X-Scissor. This is very big for Man on the Planet because this is super effective damage, forcing that last shield from Mudkip as well because the Guzzlord wants to be nice and healthy for whatever comes in. Man on the Planet not happy about whatever it's going to be. This Vigoroth is so low, it's not going to be able to do much damage. And Sableye says, hi, please don't throw a Crunch at me.
Yeah, that is going to, but Mudkip says, how about I throw a Crunch at you? And that is going to sting on the Sableye. That Crunch is going to provide quite a bit of neutral damage.
Guzzlord doesn't know how to listen.
No, it knows how to roar. Ooh, Mudkip tries to make a catch, but Man on the Planet being very patient and is now able to throw that return. Let's see how much damage a return from Sableye is going to do to the bulky Guzzlord.
It's going to do a lot, and there's a combination play. This is a fantastic round. Oh my goodness, Man on the Planet able to combination play here, come in with the Vigoroth to body slam the Guzzlord, taking it down and taking this loser's finals in Group B.
Congratulations, Man in the Planet. That quick thinking to be able to switch out of the Vigoroth when it still had 1 HP and a charge attack loaded. That is what won him the game. That not even a half second fully to think about it, but just think, like you go with your instincts in that moment.
I think that he wasn't quite sure. I mean, I wasn't quite sure. It really depends on how trainers, train up their Pokemon. If it would be able to feint to that Sky Attack that the Skarmory throw, or if it was able to survive. Since it was able to survive, just masterfully swapping out so quickly and being able to recognize, okay, this is a win condition later as well. And he had to time it well. He had to make sure that the Dragon Tail wasn't going through at first because that damage would have been applied to the Vigoroth, and the Vigoroth wouldn't have been able to get its charge attack off regardless. So really well timed, really well thought out, and I think Mudkip as well. He did a great job recognizing that return was coming through, trying to catch it on the Skarmory. Unfortunate for him, not able to do so.
Well, Amanda, I really like having visuals when I am talking about these battles. Let's go ahead and look through. You explained it beautifully. Let's go ahead and talk about some of those visuals while we have the replay here of the highlights. And there you can see that Vigoroth, like I thought it was KO'd.
Yeah, it was completely close to it there. A wonderful call also by Man on the Planet, shielding up that Earthquake, which is a big attack for it. Return doing so much damage to the Guzzlord, and the combination play just to boot there. You can see Mudkip already clapping, giving a little bit of an encore there for Man on the Planet, and congratulations to him for making day 2 in this tournament. Really, really well played with that purified Sableye, actually putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, really, you might call it, again, the most valuable Pokemon for Man in the Planet, bringing that, but honestly, Man in the Planet, that Vigoroth, honestly, I think might be the most valuable there for Man in the Planet specifically, bringing it in the lead every single game.
I mean, it takes a brave person to bring a Vigoroth into a meta that has so much Annihilate. But we talked about it before. If the Annihilate isn't on the Vigoroth has so much neutral play against almost anything else that's on the field. So, I mean, at that point, it's a high risk, high reward scenario. I mean, we see it with Lantern and Charjabugs against Skarmory as well. Skarmory has a horrible time with those, but it's still one of the most utilized Pokemon in the Championship Series.
Yeah, but you know something I want to utilize right this moment?
Tell me.
I want to utilize some social media. I want to take a look at what you all have been saying out there about the Play Pokemon, using that hashtag Play Pokemon. Bombastic side-eye, because he just wanted to sleep and not being photographed. But yeah, Bruce is cute. We love when you show us your pets. Always show us your pets. We never don't want you to show us your pets. Thank you so much, Lisa.
Absolutely true. And I absolutely agree with you, Lisa. Bruce is cute. Okay, this is the one that I laughed at, saw a little bit earlier. Adonis played against Elite earlier on in the tournament. Elite wearing all those medals, and Adonis just says, okay, dude.
Okay, dude.
Okay, dude.
It is very, very good. This is a fantastic image. And here we have, this is not the only Pokemon Go event happening right now.
That's
we also
right.
have the Pokemon competition Fierce here in Mexico City, La Ciudad de Mexico here in For Play Pokemon, running a special event this weekend. We thank you, Melgood, for giving us a bit of an update on that event as well.
Yeah, there are a lot. I saw Scrap and Pete, who is a judge, is at a lot of events. He's actually at that one instead as well. We see this Mewtwo be ballin'. Check that out. He is ballin' in the background of the lounge. A nice little area that, the casters and for all the different games can have a chance to go ahead and talk a little bit. I saw some of the casters in the other games playing Pictionary. Like one of the games where they're like drawing different Pokemon and guessing it. I have to ask you, Deepa, how are your drawing skills?
They are terrible, like a toddler, really. So that can be quite entertaining sometimes when I am doing draw a Pokemon from memory. When I do that sometimes, and it's quite interesting how it goes.
Yeah, I have to admit, I used to be a decent drawer, but I don't think I could do much from memory nowadays anymore. It's just circles and squares, I think, would be doing me just fine.
All right, we've got two new battlers ready on the stage, and they are ones we have seen today. We have seen Adonis, we have seen Battle Bill. We saw them both get knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, and now they are fighting for that spot to be able to continue their tournament run today.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at the team compositions a little bit. We have a double flyer strategy on Adonis' side with that Altaria and that Talonflame. And I've heard a lot of people say this earlier as well. Battle Bill, by the way, also has a double flyer with that Skarmory and Altaria. However, the Talonflame does, pretty good against the Skarmory. But people are saying, Whiscash is actually not really that big of a Talonflame counter. And I have to agree, especially if Talonflame has a little bit of an energy advantage as well. Getting one Incinerate, or, if you get two Incinerate advantage, it's going to be great. Those flies actually do a lot of damage to a Shadow Whiscash.
I just have to point out, I love how comically large that Charjabug is and how the Whiscash is just kind of hanging out on top.
All aboard the Charjabug bus.
Yes, beep, beep, let's go. So looking at Battle Bill's team as well, I gotta point out those two Pokemon. But rather than just talk about the teams, let's just watch them in action. We've got a Lantern and a Charjabug. Adonis shaking his head, looking a little disappointed at this lead.
Yeah, they were on the stage of the plushies, and now they're on the field in the arena here. And yes, I can understand being a little bit disappointed. However, I don't think that this is such a horrible matchup overall. The Lantern still can hit back, and being part electric itself doesn't make it as horrible as it would be, say, if it was like a Feraligatr or a pure water-type Pokemon. Battle Bill going for one more Volt Switch, now throwing this X-Scissor, and it's not being shielded by Adonis. Meanwhile, he's just going ahead and getting a lot of extra energy.
Yeah, so Charjabug really ramping up, throwing another X-Scissor. It always astounds me how quickly Charjabug gets to its attacks. There's another X-Scissor, Lantern going down to the red. I think Adonis may be shaking his head because now you're left with two flyers in the back. You're left with both your Bs. You're left with, if you're running ABB double flyer and you're left with both your Bs, that can put you in a dangerous spot, able to sneak this Incinerate through and knock out the Charjabug. But now Battle Bill bringing in the Whiscash. Both shields are up. Battle Bill going to be going straight for Scald, the Talonflame going straight for Fly.
And this is what I was talking about. Even just one Incinerate advantage like Adonis got is going to be so pivotal for him, because look how much that Fly damage does. Being able to get to another one here. There's two shields by both trainers. Adonis, I think, is realizing he wants to use that shield here because he's got so much energy on the Talonflame, going up for yet another, and this time he's going for a Flame Charge. It's going to boost the attack of the Talonflame. It is a little more energy, but it gets that shield from the Whiscash as well.
Yeah, and forces the Whiscash, now has to throw another Scald. So Adonis is thinking, maybe because I use that Flame Charge instead, this Incinerate's going to do a little bit more damage. Maybe I can knock out the Whiscash here. No, can't quite quite do it. I got to switch into the Altaria, use Dragon Breaths to clean up.
I think he maybe would have been able to do it, but that last Scald, I did hear the noise, got the attack debuff, so then he knew that he wouldn't be able to completely farm down. No shields remaining on Hedonis' side. This Rock Slide is going to be super effective here. Thrown at the Altaria, and we're about to see it go down to the yellow. Still getting a lot of damage, though. I mean, there's still Dragon Breaths just chunking away here, almost at 2 Sky attacks. Throwing this first one, wants to get that last shield from Battle Bill.
And he will get it. Battle Bill shielding up the Vigoroth. Vigoroth does such great neutral damage and can do a lot of super effective damage is if it's able to align that Rock Slide to clear the Talonflame off the field. I think that's what he might be trying to do.
The big question will be, will this Body Slam be enough? It is enough. How much energy is on it? There is already a fly loaded for Hedonis. Will this be enough to knock out the Vigoroth? I think it will at this stage.
Yeah, the Vigoroth is very low in health. It's had to endure a lot of attacks. The Vigoroth goes down, and that is a win for Hedonis.
Hedonis taking that game with that double flyer strategy, and very well played. The Charger Bug, it had a lot of play against basically the whole team that came in, and I wouldn't be surprised if Battle Bill brings it again for game number 2. Hedonis with that quick little, also like a nice little dance move there, showing off that Talonflame is going to be a useful Pokemon, maybe perhaps his MVP.
Yes. I was also very interested. Hedonis really looked like he was shaking his head. Did you see that at the beginning matchup? Like, this is not what I wanted to see in the beginning. And we noticed he allowed that Lantern to get very low in health before bringing in that Talonflame. He might have been thinking, like, if there's a Skarmory in the back and I don't get my Talonflame on it, if I make the wrong call, this is going to be rough.
Yeah, I mean, this team was very strong against Skarmory in general. We have a Lantern in a lead and the Talonflame in the back. Battle Bill did not end up bringing it. Whiscash, Vigoroth, and Charger Bug being the Pokemon that he did end up bringing for that game number 1. Looks like we're going to go ahead and jump right into game number 2. This time we got a Vigoroth in the lead for Battle Bill and the Altaria. We saw this near the end when there was no shields left, but I'm interested to see how these players want to play it out when there's actually shields on the field.
Yes, this is quite a bit tougher. Battle Bill going directly for the heavy hitting, super effective Rock Slide is going to take a chunk out of that Altaria, but Altaria already at another move, going right for the Moonblast.
Moonblast is the heavier hitting and probably not as expected. Looks like Battle Bill is going to last second shield this up. Great call by him because he has a ton of energy on that Vigoroth. Wants to get even more, going up to, I mean, at this point, since he knows this is a Moonblast, it's going to take forever for that Altaria to get to his charge attack, just getting up a lot of energy. I think he's one counter away from another Body Slam to give a little parting gift for whatever comes in. Gonna be that Talonflame, an immediate swap out into Altaria.
Oh, but he was waiting, the Abomasnow in the wings to try to just start getting to the Icy Wind, but you're gonna notice Altaria is pacing to that Sky Attack at around the same time right now.
Yeah.
So, and that Sky Attack is still going to do a lot of damage to Abomasnow. The difference is Abomasnow being able to do double super effective damage with fast attacks alone. That Abomasnow is loaded on energy and only needs one charged attack to clear, to freeze that Altaria out of the sky.
And we talked about it before. I mean, like, it's going to be able to throw this at it as well. The Vigoroth, as if it wants to stay in this matchup, it's going to have to shield because it's so hard if you only have one Pokemon left and it's been debuffed in its attack. You're going ahead just getting a little bit of extra counter damage before throwing another Body Slam. And if you're Hedonis, you gotta wonder, do I want to keep this healthy or do I need to save that shield for that Talonflame? I think it's got one Incinerate already on it. The Abomasnow hangs on to be able to throw at the Vigoroth.
This could be key because that Talonflame doesn't have an awesome matchup against the Shadow Whiscash.
No.
We've talked about wind conditions, but you definitely want a shield going into that matchup. And there it is, the Talonflame takes to the skies. We're at a fly, outpacing the Shadow Whiscash to that Scald by just a little bit.
I like this by Hedonis as well, throwing before the Scald gets there, because if the Scald does end up debuffing, wants to make sure that that fly damage from that first one is going to be able to be at full force, because it could prove very costly for him at this point if it turns out to be that way. Going ahead, using that last shield here, protecting it up, does get that attack debuff, so it's a great thing he got off that fly first, and I think that this fly is going to be enough to knock out the Whiscash, attack debuff or not.
Yes, the Talonflame launches the attack fly. Whiscash is gone, and that is a 2-0 victory for Heidonis and a ticket to day number 2 for taking losers finals for Group D.
Yeah, Heidonis did lose to his friend Elite earlier on in the tournament, but now in the losers finals of Group D, able to take that matchup, secure day number 2 for himself, and maybe have a potential grudge rematch against Elite later on. We'll have to see how these two trainers will end up battling it out. Battle Bill, in the meantime, had a great run, but it will be the end of the road for him for this tournament in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I really want to highlight again, Heidonis had one strategy and really stuck to it, and that strategy was 2 flyers. I am bringing both my Talonflame and my Altaria to both of these games. I have faith that these are the Pokemon. This is the recipe for success.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, those were pretty fantastic matches between the two of them. They are having a little bit of a discussion going on right now, so I think there is going to be a match review, just making sure that all the accounts, all the charge attacks were being accounted for. And in the meantime, we can kind of discuss that, what you were talking about before, the strategies behind Heidonis. They're using that Talonflame in such a dominant position.
Yes, so really being able to align that Talonflame even against something like you mentioned, the Whiscash. When you look on paper, this is a fire type and a water ground type. So what is, you would think it's clear. However, because Fly does so much damage and Whiscash has to get up to that more powerful move of Scald, it can't throw you can't throw a Mud Bomb at a Talonflame. It just doesn't work.
I mean, you could if you were, in a desperate baiting scenario, which I think maybe Battle Bill could have potentially gone for. The real question is, would he have been able to get up to another Scald in time? And I'm actually not sure. I don't think he would have been able to. He went for his Hail Mary play there. Unfortunately, not enough for him in that scenario. But I absolutely agree. And I think Talonflame has a huge place in the meta, especially because we've been seeing so many Cresselias nowadays. Talonflame is a great, just wall to that Pokemon, especially if it's running Moonblast and Grass Knot and no longer Future Sight.
Yes, so taking a look, let's go ahead and see what is going on. We have Vigoroth was denied a counter when entering against Obama, so that is what we are taking a look at. Was that Vigoroth denied a counter, and would that have impacted the match? And that's why we have, again, always going to shout out our judges, because we have an amazing judging staff. These people are so dedicated to making sure that these tournaments run well and work so incredibly hard. So be sure that you thank your judges.
Yeah, absolutely. And just trying to reiterate what you said and encourage trainers who are at these events, even if you're not sure, but you think something has gone wrong, feel free to flag a judge, even if you're at the table, if you're not on the stream, because obviously everyone wants to ensure that people have the best chance. If you're going to play this game, you got to play against the very best, and you got to play your very best as well. You don't want to win under random circumstances. You want to win because you should have won that matchup.
Exactly. So again, this is something that all trainers, whether you are on stage or at the tables, you have access to be able to have a judge review your match.
Yep, so we're getting a little bit more information about this. So yes, the Battle Bill did go for that review because he believes that Vigoroth was denied a counter when first entering the matchup against the Abomasnow. We're gonna go ahead and see a little bit of this matchup in between here, and he thinks that may have prevented him from getting taken out by Abomasnow, and then he would have had a move already against the Talonflame. So I see that our judges are reviewing the footage here. We're getting a kind of a preview of what this looks like here. That first fly from Heidonis now going through from that Talonflame, and Whiscash just has a ton of energy. You know what? I do think that if he would have gone for a Mud Bomb bait, that he would have been able to reach another Scald.
Possibly, because again, we were mentioning you can't throw Mud Bombs at Whiscash, but you can if you're trying to bait your opponent.
That would be very risky, however.
That is very risky, because if that is unshielded, that's one of the tough things about when to bait and when not to, because sometimes a bait can be so devastating when your opponent calls the match.
Yep, so it looks like these matches are still under review. It will be a rematch because Battle Bill his Vigoroth did end up getting denied a counter, which would have been able to knock out that Abomasnow. So Heidonis, while he's still up 1-0, needs one more game to be able to win this to get into date number 2. Meanwhile, Battle Bill will have to what we call reverse sweep, winning 2 in a row to get that same result.
Yes, and now Heidonis has to decide. Well, I had that Altaria Talonflame combination in both of those games. Battle Bill is going to be expecting it. Do I continue with that combination, either running them both in the back, or like I did the first game, or kind of running them in an ABA style format, like in the second, or Do I just not bring one of them at all? So really having to decide, how do you make that adjustment?
I am always kind of the mindset, if it's not broke, don't fix it. However, I think that also can make me somewhat of a predictable player sometimes as well. Sometimes you have to take some risks because the risks are the things that actually give you the higher rewards in Pokemon Go. Again, when a Show 6 Pick 3 battle goes on, there's a lot of things that go on inside the trainers' minds. One tip I like to give to players who are thinking about starting this and maybe wondering how they should get into it, always kind of look at your lead Pokemon and their whole lineup of 6 and say, okay, let's say that I lead the Lantern. If I'm Hedonist, what would I do if it's an Altaria? Do I stay in? Will I stay in until I throw a certain charge attack then swap out? What will I do if it's a Whizcat? And just go down the whole lineup and then decide, okay, this is the Pokemon that I want to put in the lead. Yes. A lot of trainers do that with matrices as well. You can see them like taking notes, looking down, seeing which Pokemon have most favorable matchups against their opponent's line of 6.
We often talk about the road to worlds. When you're looking at that, it's often like you're standing on the path and you're looking at all the different branching ways that the match can play out, and you're trying to think about which route, which hypothetical route that this could go is the best for me, is the most advantageous for me. So trying to map that all out in your head before the start of the match. It is very tough. So that's why you can see a lot of these trainers really putting some heavy thought into their teams before starting. Speaking of starting, we have a starting lineup right here. This is great for Hedonist, the Lickitung into the Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, Lickitung versus Sableye is obviously advantageous for the Lickitung there. An immediate pivot out for the Altaria, and it looks like Hedonist is staying in with the Lickitung a little bit, just getting a little bit of extra energy. Gonna go ahead and probably tank this charge attack because it has a lot of bulk to its name, and then we'll see a swap out at that point. And now we're going to go ahead, going into the Lantern. Kind of like what you said before, Ray. I mean, there's like sometimes a safe swap gets put in that doesn't have like a very hard counter on the other team. So you have to have a little bit of teamwork among your Pokemon saying, okay, now you do this to it. I'm going to try to take it from here. This Lantern is now going to take a Moonblast. No, shielded up last second by Hedonist.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. That's why you have a team of 3. You need to make sure you have that synergy on your team, that they can all support each other. You can cover for each other's weaknesses, take down a Pokemon together. And here we have that Lantern is going to be looking to do a spark down of this Altaria.
That was a perfect undercharge.
That was beautifully executed by Hedonist, being able to exit with a full charge attack to throw against the Sableye. Actually going to be able to throw 2 Surfs.
Yeah, being able to throw a Surf already is pretty big news. Being able to throw 2 is even better here. The first one taking it like a pro, but the second one is already ready, throwing a little bit of extra energy, and now Battle Bill has to decide what he wants to do. Gonna go ahead and shield this up because it has a lot of energy on that Sableye, and those crunches, since they are going to be, the foul plays are going to be doing a nice amount, even to the Lickitung here, except this combination play by Hedonist actually halts that Sableye in his tracks, forcing Battle Bill to use both shields here in this matchup, now swapping out to the Vigoroth, which is a much better matchup against that Lickitung.
Yeah, this is what the Vigoroth wants to see, being able to just load up on energy. Battle Bill with no shields remaining is going to have to tank a couple of charge attacks potentially. Here is a body slam coming through. How much energy does Hedonist have? Is he able to throw another one? Not quite, but still is a Vigoroth exiting with a lot of energy, but there's still a full, like a pretty healthy Lantern still. It's got some health left to it, and a full health Altaria, bringing in the Lantern instead, keeping that Altaria hidden. Hedonist hasn't revealed that yet.
I actually really love this play because it forces Battle Bill to throw some of that energy that's on the Vigoroth, because the Rock Slides are going to be the thing that are throwing more at the Altaria. And meanwhile, since Battle Bill has no shields left on his side, Hedonist can comfortably shield up whatever comes in and really just gain a lot of energy to be able to throw at that Sableye in the back. Not shielding this Rock Slide, which is super effective, brings that Altaria already down to the yellow, and guess what? There's another attack coming right at you, Hedonist.
Yep, so having to shield the Body Slam instead of the Rock Slide could be very impactful here in this endgame. Let's see how it is going to turn out. It's Altaria versus the world, having to wait just the right amount of time before throwing, and doesn't. Actually allows Battle Bill to get to this Rock Slide.
I think the main thing is Hedonist knew that there's a lot of energy on that Sableye as well, and his only win condition at that point would be able to completely Dragon Breath down and throw onto the Sableye instead. Great plays, great wherewithal by Battle Bill in that scenario as well, recognizing, okay, if I can just get that Vigoroth on the Licky Tongue, I'm gonna have a heyday on Heidanis.
Exactly. So I am excited to take another look at that match again. Again, both traders really trying to play through their win condition. I think Heidanis actually did play that very well as well.
Oh, completely. That undercharge was beautiful on
right
this Altaria
here.
earlier on. Look how much energy is on this Lantern, being able to throw attacks at it. I think the main problem was, not being able to get to that body slam on the Licky Tongue there just gave so much energy to that Vigoroth. Vigoroth had too much health. It was just too much to overcome for the Altaria in the back.
Yes, so we are going to have to see. Now we are 1-1. We are at a decisive game 3 here in losers finals for Group D. Win or go home. What are these trainers going to do to adapt? We saw Heidanis leave the Talonflame off the bench, but keeping the Altaria around. What is Battle Bill going to do? Is he thinking Talonflame's gone now? What, or like, has he abandoned the double flyer strategy? Do I still need to account for it?
Yeah, that is an absolutely good point here, because now that it goes into the best of 3, there's so much extra things on the line and a lot of extra mind games, I believe, as well. I'm looking at Battle Bill's team, and the fact that he brought that Sableye last time, I'm wondering why he didn't bring it earlier. I think Sableye has such great matchups against almost everything except for the Licky Tongue, and if Sableye has a little bit of energy advantage, those foul plays are going to be doing a nice chunk since it is a Shadow. We're going to jump into that decisive game 3 here. We have a Talonflame against that Vigoroth. Vigoroth has really been a nice lead there for Battle Bill, but he wants to pivot out into that Sableye. Just as you can see, those Shadow Claws already chunking away, not even throwing a fast or a charge attack yet, just throwing it now, and that Talonflame is forced to shield.
Yes, but I think Heidanis has a smile on his face. I think he is cooking something up and ready. He's going to stay in, it looks like, with the Talonflame and going to throw a Flame Charge that would be devastating to this Shadow Sableye, forcing Battle Bill to put up a Protect Shield.
But since this is a Flame Charge, now the Incinerates are doing even more damage, continuing to chunk away. I think we're going to see a double shield, yes, and a farm down. There's going to be a Talonflame with a ton of energy for whatever is in the back. Battle Bill is up a shield, but he is down a Sableye.
Yes, and now we have the Vigoroth and the Altaria. Heidanis is going to be able to apply neutral damage to whatever is coming in here, and is able to comfortably do another Incinerate and switch out, actually, to have 2 flies ready to go for whatever is in the back.
That is an interesting play. I think since the switch timers were misaligned, Heidanis made a very risky call there, because he did see that Vigoroth earlier, but he knows that Altaria is a great target for the Abomasnow. That since there's no Protect Shields remaining, saying, okay, I'm going to at least get a bunch of damage off on this Altaria. It can take me out because the Vigoroth would take me out anyway. And as you can see, it's about to do that. Vigoroth coming back in there, not able to reach another Icy Wind, and just getting a ton of energy on Battle Bill's side. I think we're going to see that, well, it's a tough call, because, I mean, there's a charge attack priority here, and so being able to throw this fly is going to be big. I did see a counter go through, so I don't even think it was charge attack priority. Heidanis can probably throw 2 if he's lucky here. Yep, going for that double here, and this isn't going to be enough to take out the Vigoroth. Very, very smart play, but going for that undercharge instead.
Yeah, so making sure that this charged attack is going to hit the Talonflame and is not going to hit the Altaria in the back. Yeah. This is going, I think he's cooking. I think I smell what Heidanis is cooking. He's able to come in with the Altaria and get a significant energy advantage for a very, very low cost of just a couple of counters.
Yeah, going ahead and taking that out, going for that Sky attack. This is going to be a nice chunk. If it's not quite enough, that Dragon Breath definitely is going to be able to do it afterwards. Heidanis goes ahead, Sky's attack. Again, this is not shared Skies yet. Altaria, only one can remain. Heidanis going on to day number 2.
Congratulations to Heidanis for a fantastic run here today in day 1, continuing on to day 2, but very well played by Battle Bill as well. We had the pleasure of watching multiple battles from him on stream today.
And I really like the cheeky grins that Heidanis was kind of giving the camera at some points as well. He was utilizing that Talonflame often as a safe swap, but in this last game, putting it in the lead there, and then just kind of letting it ramp up and do a ton of work for him.
Speaking of the last game, let's go ahead and take another look at the last game in the highlights for the replay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look through. This double shielded Talonflame just proved to be so pivotal for Heidanis here, being able to just completely incinerate down the Sableye and banking 2 flies for a later portion of it. This was a great great move. Battle Build fought back ferociously here, counter damage to be able to knock that out, and now knocking out that Talonflame.
Yes, but that was exactly what Heidanis wanted to happen. He wanted the Talonflame knocked out so Altaria could get that energy advantage, which is what you need in the mirror.
Absolutely true. You know, you looked at it a little bit before. Since it was charge attack priority, Heidanis had the actual possibility to completely take out the Vigoroth, but undercharging it, allowing Battle Build to go ahead and get that body slam off was the win condition that it gave him wonderful insights on that too. I mean, it was really well played, really well thought out, and something that, I mean, the game is so fast-paced, right? So to be able to make these decisions in such split seconds is something that really separates like good trainers from the very best.
And I'm really curious because we saw Heidanis give a little smirk early in the match. I'm wondering if, like I said, when you're standing back and you're looking at all the potential paths, I'm wondering if he saw that path early on. I wonder if he saw an opportunity to undercharge, knock out, and then use that Altaria later.
Yeah, I think a lot of things with that is like, yeah, if a Talonflame already has one Incinerate advantage, if you double shield, I think he figured he could probably double shield through that entire team and come out with a lot of energy. Those were really fun battles. Those were the finals of the loser side of the bracket. We're getting so many day 2 competitors. We're gonna go ahead and take a short break in the meantime, but don't go anywhere. We still have plenty more to go.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang. As Pokemon Go entered its second official season in the Championship Series, trainers from around the world were looking for their opportunity to rise to the top. While some trainers were looking to expand on their performance in the first season, others were preparing to make their debut. With the former Seniors Division combined with the Masters Division, top-tier trainers like 2022 third-place Worlds finisher Wadaj asserted their dominance against all age divisions. With 6 top 8 finishes in the regular season prior to Worlds and first-place finishes at the Hartford Regional and NAIC, Wadaj's prowess transcended age divisions and was a clear favorite going into World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Joining Wadaj in the exclusive back-to-back Worlds qualified trainers was Isaacson, the 2022 NAIC champion and highest finishing North American trainer at Worlds 2022 in 7th place. Although Axon had quite the extensive competitive resume, he was hungry for that world champion title, finishing the regular season with 4 top 8 finishes and qualifying for Yokohama, Japan with a first place finish at the Portland Regional. At Portland, Axon encountered a trainer who would change the balance of Championship Series competition, Rubik's Master. Despite being completely unknown, Rubik's Master in his first and only regular season tournament fought his way to the grand finals to face off against Axon. He lost in a grueling series, but his real victory was earning a World Championship invite. Axon mentioned in his winner's interview that of all the trainers he didn't want to face in Yokohama, Japan, Rubik's Master was at the top of his list. At the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, Wadaj and Axon sat comfortably on the winner's side of the bracket going into day 2 of competition, and Rubik's Master surprised many with his own place by their side as all 3 started the day undefeated. In the winner's semifinals, Axon and Rubik's Master got their fated rematch. Going into a decisive Game 3, Axon pulled off a game-changing Stone Edge catch on his Lantern, followed by a massive no-shield call on Rubik's Master's Mud Bomb bait attempt, solidifying his winner's finals matchup against Wadaj. The winner's finals of Axon and Wadaj was highly anticipated, featuring a matchup between the 2022 NAIC champion and the 2023 NAIC champion. The best of 5 series seesawed back and forth between the trainers, culminating to a decisive Game 5.
Knockout Lantern and give Wadaj the first game win. Up and catch from Wadaj, taking the Thunderbolt on the Medicham with a great catch from its Axon there, sending in his Lantern to take the surf from Wadaj's own Lantern. The Altaria is so close, the Medicham just can't quite get there in time.
Game 5 saw both trainers weave in and out between catches and switches with their Pokemon before Axen finally took the game with a single fast attack. Meanwhile, Rubik's Master stormed through the losers bracket until he finally earned himself a spot against Wadaj in the losers finals. He came to prove to the world that he could stand up against the likes of Wadaj, and in 5 close games, Rubik's Master and his signature Deoxys defense closed out the series. Championship Sunday featured the grand finals between Axen and Rubik's Master, a rivalry that seemed unavoidable. In Rubik's Master's incredible Portland and Worlds runs, he had only lost to one person. It's Axen. And of all the trainers Axen didn't want to face, his final opponent was that player, Rubik's Master. Relying on his signature Pokemon Deoxys defense, Rubik's Master tried to core break Axen's team, but Axen was one of the few trainers to bring Sableye, one of the hardest counters to Deoxys defense. Foiling Rubik's Master's plans, Axen headed into Game 4 on match point with the bold strategy of leading Shadow Alone Sandslash, doubly weak to Deoxys defense. Axen's gambit paid off, catching Rubik's Master's Altaria in the perfect lead scenario for Axen. Rubik's Master utilized his Umbreon as a safe swap, but Axen countered him with his Medicham. Rubik's Master responded with a resisted Ice Punch catch onto his Azumarill, but Axen kept the pressure up, and with some final Shadow Claws from Axen's Sableye, he solidified himself as the world champion of Pokemon Go. With the world champion title, its Axen proved that consistency and hard work are the keys to success. However, Rubik's Master's second place performance opens the door for newer trainers to enter the scene and show the world how an underdog can compete with the very best. Thank you for watching the story of a champion and the rivals he met along the way. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete to learn more about how you can join in on the action.
Welcome back, trainers. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around with us. I know it's probably evening or night for a lot of you, but we are going to go ahead and wrap up day number 1 here in Los Angeles, California. What a day 1 that we've had so far. We've seen a lot of familiar faces as well as some new faces as well making their way into Top Cut. Let's start off with just a couple key insights or takeaways from you guys as far as what you saw from today. For me, number 1 was, where was Shadow Magnezone? We just saw it win a regional, and I don't think we saw it on stream a single time here, at least, on broadcast. So that was the most notable moment for me. But let's start over with Amanda, actually. Amanda, what was the key moment or key Pokemon that you saw here today?
I mean, maybe not even key Pokemon, but key player. Guys, does Elite know how to lose? I'm just curious, because it seems like every tournament that he seemed to be entering lately, all he does is win. He's coming in on the winner's side of the bracket as well. And I don't know, I could barely pay attention to the screen with all the lights gleaming off all the medals that he had around his neck.
All right, Stephanie, over to you.
Well, you talked about someone coming in on the winner's side. I'll talk about someone coming in on the loser side of the bracket, and that would be Haydonis, coming in with all of that sass and style, really hamming it up for the camera, and also having some really heads-up plays. It was very exciting to watch his run today. I'm excited to see what he does tomorrow.
And so, take it home.
Yeah, I think the comeback of Umbreon really stood out to me. We haven't really seen it making a big impact since earlier this season when I think players like Elite were bringing it on their regional championship winning teams. A lot of trainers bringing it today, and a lot of trainers with different movesets. We saw Triple Dark, Last Resort, and Psychic out there.
All right, well, we are still wrapping up our losers finals, but let's take a look at our winners bracket. We can see who's made it to Top Cut. Starting off, we had Mormon Matt, Existing Monkey, HK Assassin, Frostfire, Rise to Occasion, Dr. Roastbeef, Elite, and a Shady Equation. It's interesting to see, like I mentioned, we have some trainers that we've seen Top Cut many times. So do you remember who our new, first-time Top Cut trainers are?
Yeah, I believe Existing Monkey, HK Assassin, and Dr. Roastbeef. This is all of their first times top cutting, and they're out there on the winner's side, so really good chance to go far tomorrow.
Okay, well, speaking of tomorrow, make sure that you guys tune in bright and early. We will have our stream start time at 9:45 a.m. Pacific time. That's going to be 12:45 p.m. Eastern time. So we will start the stream then. I believe battles will start 15 minutes afterwards. So a lot to look forward to tomorrow here in this Top Cut. Make sure that you guys also stay tuned and keep an eye on the bracket as well, so you can see who's going to be making those last couple spots in the Top Cut. All right, speaking of Top Cut here, let's take a look at our schedule for 2024. We've gone through almost the entire circuit so far. Lots and lots of regionals down so far. We're wrapping up Los Angeles. Amanda, what do we still have to look forward to?
Well, you're absolutely right. This is the last regional for North America in this 2024 season. However, the last event before Worlds total is in New Orleans at the North American International Championships. I think 2 people on this couch here are also going to be in that city. I'm anxious to see not only the pre-show stuff that is going to be like the hot takes that people are having about it, but the trainers that are going to be there, seeing who will be able to qualify for Worlds at this event.
Absolutely. Well, guys, make sure that you follow along as well. We've been featuring some of your tweets on the stream. If you guys want to get featured, make sure that you use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on X. You can also follow along at the action on YouTube /Pokemon, Instagram /Pokemon, or use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Don't forget to follow the official stream channels as well on YouTube /Pokemon or Twitch with /Pokemon Go. Well, any final thoughts from anyone here, guys? Anything that you wanted to wrap up with before we tossed it off to the other streams and said goodbye?
I'm just ready for tomorrow. I want to see these battles. We've got, like you mentioned, so many great new trainers on the block, their first Top Cut, battling trainers like Rise to Occasion, who's been sitting on the podium for years now. I'm ready to see who's going to take it here in LA.
I think Rise kicked it into a new gear here, absolutely. Like you mentioned, he was a little bit disappointed with some of his previous performances this season. I fully expect to see Rise back in action in day 2. Speaking of day 2, though, guys, we will see you on day 2. Thank you for watching today. We're going to go ahead and raid out here. Thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
Some luck go my way.